又上唔到網，頭先費事。哇！有冇搞錯啊？等我半個鐘頭未得，出去食個飯先。喂，上唔到網啊喂！冇反應嘅，睇下要換間穩定啲嘅上網公司先得。
Like a particle.
Yes.
Like a superstar.
Yes.
难点，
我就是皇上。
为什么那么开心？
This is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me.
電競對我嚟講，
是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다.
就是實現夢想的舞台。
Like a part of me.
就像生命一樣。
電競為我帶來很多東西。
Confidence, excitement.
還有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표.
讓我有榮譽感。
最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。
當我在電競館的舞台上，
係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
Like a superstar.
是很棒的感覺。
내가 바로 영웅이다.
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다.
而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
Never end.
저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK e스포츠를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
新喎，快更新啦！
喂，我更新完咯喎，我陣準備諗住試個重擊 GP 啊，聽聞呢隻鷹咧好似幾冇腦嘅喎。
喂，有咩可能啊？我做更新仲早過你喎，點解你仲快過我嘅？
喂，我啱啱翻到屋企咋，等埋我啦。健仔，你得未啊？健仔，我哋 GP 就嚟食橙食到橙皮都食埋啦。你係咪用56K 上網㗎？我都玩得咯喎。唉，唔等你啦，我哋開波啦。
喂，唔好啊，等埋我啊！我會換上網公司㗎，等埋我啊！
我们要的不只是世界冠军，我们要的是要开创这个时代。
隻support送夠未啊？唉，爛張到，隻 game 就跪上路啦。你嚟得上路幾次嘞喎？你哋唔識幫嘅咩？
加油啊！我哋得㗎，唔好投降啊！
我真唔知點 carry 你哋，使咩你 carry 啊？你哋自己玩啦，死擔啦！
大家好，我是叶子。大家好，我係 Kimchi，歡迎收看電競動新聞。
喂，go go 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 go！喂，叻機咩喂？喂點搞啊？
哇！又天輝先嚟叻機，用緊56K咩而家？仲忍咗成年，咁當初去簽間公司啊！
我偶尔会睡晚一点，享受那一种轻松的小懒惰。我偶尔会躲在家里看电影，享受那种光影世界的虚幻。我也喜欢美食，享受那种贪吃的小确幸。我还喜欢骑单车，享受那种在风中追逐的自由。走在街上，我跟平常人一样，但是当我走进电竞馆，我就是台湾之光。我是杨家正，HongKong Esports 的 HKA Sam。
電競對我嚟講，是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다，就是實現夢想的舞台。
Like a part of me，
就像生命一样。
電競為我帶來很多東西
confidence, excitement，
还有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표，
讓我有榮譽感。
最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。
當我在電競館的舞台上，
係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
like a superstar，
是很棒的感覺。
내가 바로 영웅이다。
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다。 而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
never end。
저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK Esports를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
你唔係聽機啊？
唔該唔該，大家盡量向前移少少，騰多少少位出嚟俾大家，唔該，大家盡量向前移，唔該晒。
聽佬收到，聽佬收到。 貼吧。
我哋要嘅唔止係世界冠軍，我哋要嘅係要開創呢個時代。
飯啦！
得啦，嚟啦！
喂，成家人等緊你啊！食唔食啊？康凍啊！
得啦，嚟緊啦！
仲打？出嚟食飯啦！
得啦，行唔開啊，就快啦！
喂，阿 Ben，我呢排想 upgrade 下自己喎，幫唔幫到手先？
幫你咩先？讀書一定幫到你㗎，上嚟傾下咯。
好啊。喂，阿 Ben。
喂 ，Toys，
喂，幾時搞翻補習嘅？
都係啱啱開始新教嘅啫。
係咩？咁有咩問題考我先？
你去 upgrade 自己啊嘛，報通識就啱㗎啦。
Miss，咁電競同通識有咩關係先？
讀通識可以擴闊視野，知道世界上發生緊咩事，就好似你個選手咁，要知道成個遊戲嘅佈局係點，先至可以打得好。讀通識亦都一樣，要知道成個世界發生緊咩事，就會知道更加多，先至會咩都識㗎嘛。
其實我對上一次走入課室咧，其實已經係4、5年前㗎。咁呢一次下定決心翻嚟度上堂咧，其實我踏出咗好大嘅一步嘅。咁喺呢一度上堂同以前傳統學校上堂咧，就有好唔同嘅體驗。咁先發覺原來讀書係可以咁得意嘅。咁希望大家都可以同我一樣努力讀書，嚟到上堂啦！
太假了吧！
我是杨家胜 ，HongKong Esports 的 HKA 7。
你做緊咩啊？你啲你做乜嘢唔應我啊？
係，
你快啲出嚟同我睇埋個結局啦！
打埋呢鋪先啦，
而家出嚟啊！
打多陣啊，爭少少啊。
而家啊！咁你而家可以同我一齊睇埋個結局啦！
作為一個職業選手，睇下 VOD 研究戰術都係一件好平常嘅事嚟嘅啫。
喂，咩事啊？我開兩個 Twitch 喎。
我受夠啦！我而家就去換間穩定嘅上網公司。
嗨，学长。
喂，你们懂不懂看直播啊？
在 HongKong Esports 的频道，你们喜欢什么语言都可以的啦。他们很吵哎，应该要戴耳机的吧？
喂，唔係啊？喂，係咪有人 download 緊嘢啊？
我睇緊丁卡嘅實況啊，你一陣先啦。
咦，我見到無呢喎。
咦，好咧？喂，阿哥一齊睇。
好，人多啊，你哋話事啊。
嗰時又係你貪平用邊一間上網公司嘅？唔關我事㗎喎。
比賽即將開始，請大家盡量靠前觀看。
Hello， 大家好。
好多人喎。
可以俾啲聲聽下，大家好。
早晨。
好，歡迎咧大家咧今日嚟到網上行十擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技總決賽啊！咁我係今日大會嘅司儀 Rika。
我係阿咪啊，大家好啊嚇！歡迎晒今日嚟到呢一度嚇。網上十擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技總決賽咧，台灣站已經順利結束咗㗎啦。今日嚟到香港站呢一度咯喎。冇錯。咁其實咧，希望咧我要推介呢個活動嘅背景俾大家。咁其實咧，今日呢個活動咧係香港史上咧最大型同埋獎金最豐富嘅電子競技比賽嚟㗎。不過今日呢個唔係重點啊。
冇錯啦，咁重點咧就係咧呢個活動嘅背後啦嘅目的啊。咁今日咧我哋咧網上行十擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技總決賽，目的就係透過咧舉辦呢一類型嘅比賽同埋活動啦，提供一個平台啊，俾世界各地咧嘅玩家交流咧佢哋咧對電子競技方面嘅心得啦，同埋向大眾咧推廣電子競技嘅文化嘅，咁藉此咧令到香港啦、台灣同埋澳門咧更多人可以了解電子競技嘅。
哇！咁聽起上嚟咧，呢一個活動非常之有意義㗎嚇，咁可以見證住香港追得上世界嘅步伐嘅其中一個里程碑㗎。咁其實咧今日呢個活動咧得到網上行十擊光纖嘅冠名贊助，華碩 Republic of Gamma 嘅鑽石贊助 ，BenQ 黃金贊助，仲有日新教育 Game World Photo Station 嘅贊助，當然係唔少得嘅有 Showbiz 嘅協辦添啦。
冇錯啊，咁真係要多謝一班贊助商嘅鼎力支持啦，冇佢哋嘅支持咧，我哋今日都唔會咁成功嘅。咁我哋咧就有佢哋一臂之力，可以咧喺香港推廣呢一個電子競技嘅。咁事不宜遲，不如講下我哋今日嘅活動內容啦，好唔好？
今日嘅內容就非常之豐富啦嚇，咁其實喺會場裏邊咧已經進行緊爐石戰記嘅總決賽㗎啦噃，絕對係一番龍爭虎鬥啊！
係啦，咁我哋咧經過刺激嘅比賽之後咧，仲會有非常之精彩嘅 cosplay 比賽喎。咁呢一個比賽咧就會分上下兩部分嘅，咁大家咧就可以一睹啊我哋遊戲裏邊啲角色嘅英姿啊嚇。
係啊，我最中意睇 cosplay 㗎嚇。咁啊 cosplay 完咗之後咧，緊接落嚟就係終極街頭霸王4嘅賽事㗎。究竟啲參賽者能唔能夠咧成功出賽咧？咁啊真係好令人期待㗎。
冇錯，咁終極街頭霸王4之後咧就會有一眾嘅 cosplay 嘅朋友再一次咧上台咧爭業鬥麗啊嚇，睇下咧邊個可以攞到第一名啦。
最後啊，就係咧英雄聯盟戰隊嘅總決賽啦嚇，咁咧呢兩隊咧嘅係非常之高嘅隊伍嚟㗎，佢哋咧其實戰鬥力非常之強勁㗎，咁啊會重現翻啊 HongKong Esports 同埋咧閃電狼喺呢個台港澳區域嘅資格賽嘅總決賽嘅賽事㗎，咁當時咧 HongKong Esports 咧只係爭1分之差咧就失去咗世界賽嘅門票㗎，咁啊今日兩強再遇，一定咧有一番龍爭虎鬥㗎，
一定非常之緊張啊！咁我哋喺每一個比賽中間咧都有唔同嘅特別嘉賓嚟到表演嘅喎，包括咧有人氣高企嘅阿信啦，中意唱歌嘅 Johnny 啦，阿於同埋最後咧仲會有 Tonic 做壓軸嘅表演添喎。
好精彩啊嚇！咁其實咧另外咧 HongKong Esports 嘅隊員咧亦都會咧同大家見面㗎嚇。咁今日網上行嘅10擊攤位裏邊咧會有佢哋嘅簽名會㗎。咁啊時間分別喺1點至到3點。咁啊嘉賓包括有 Dinta、Stanley、神手冠、God JJ、Raisin、Ole、Toys 同埋葉子㗎。
開心啊！可唔可以俾聲嚟聽下？係啦，咁咧我哋除咗有咧網上行10擊嘅攤位之外咧，會場兩邊咧都仲會有咧好多唔同嘅攤位嘅喎，分別咧就有 Asus 啦、Bandkiller、Mad Cats、HongKong Esports Photo Station 同埋日新嘅攤位嘅，大家休息嘅時間咧記得咧要去睇下啦。咁咧，我哋今年度嘅網上10擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技總決賽，不但咧係榮獲香港嘅光纖覆蓋最多網絡上面嘅冠名贊助啦，咁亦都係今日賽事咧採用嘅網上行全港首推10擊光纖寬頻服務嘅噃。
厲害啊！咁其實咧 HongKong Esports 致力推廣電子競技活動嘅，咁啊今次咧能夠同網上行合作咧，配合極速10擊光纖嘅寬頻服務啦，勢必拼出全新嘅電子競技火花㗎，同玩家觀眾咧擦出呢個官能刺激嘅感覺嘅喎。
咁我知道咧，其實今日咧除咗我哋有呢個網上行10擊光纖咧冠名贊助嘅賽事之外咧，佢哋更加咧成為咗 HongKong Esports 嘅英雄聯盟隊嘅贊助商喎。咁我哋而家邀請我哋 HongKong Esports 嘅隊員出場同大家見面好唔好啊？
大啲俾掌聲佢哋！厲害！要大聲啲啊！
哇！陣容鼎盛啊，真係歡迎！
依家亦都有請我哋嘅禮儀小姐上台先。
冇錯啦，禮儀小姐咧已經上到嚟咯喎。
係啦，咁有請 Toys 隊長嘅身份去贊助儀式牌嗰度簽上你嘅大名先，象徵住網上行10擊光纖正式開始贊助 HongKong Esports 英雄聯盟戰隊嘅，
我哋大家俾啲掌聲啊 Toys 同埋我哋一班隊員，亦都唔該晒 Toys 啊！咁贊助合作儀式咧正式嘅完成㗎啦。咁而家咧我哋就有請我哋一眾嘅隊員咧，即刻就着上咧呢個全新嘅戰衣外套啊嚇！咁呢一件新嘅戰衣外套咧，將會伴隨住 HongKong Esports 嘅所有隊員參加咧嚟緊所有嘅賽事㗎嚇！咁咧大家咧就可以一同見證呢一個咧咁珍貴嘅一刻啦！麻煩各位隊員咧着上你哋嘅隊衣之後咧，就拉好拉鏈啊嚇！ So our members, please wear on your jacket and zip up the jacket, okay? And then we'll have a group picture.
戰衣非常之有型啊！大家可以係着上去啦。哇！
係咪好有型啊？係咪好靚仔靚女咧？
好，大家可以上前一步咧嚟張大合照嘅。好，大家可以行前一步啊嚇。
係啦，記住拉好拉鏈啊嚇 ！Can zip up your coat, zip up your jacket.
好，拍埋先，揸住得㗎啦，
企前一步先，企前一步，我哋企前一步啊嚇！ 企翻過去，係啦，右手邊少少，跟住我哋咧一齊影張相，
親密啲黐埋少少啊，一齊影張 group photo 啊。
And then we take a picture now。好啦，唔緊要啊，Toys可以係啦，拎住件褸嚟影啦。
咁有型嘅戰衣咧，一陣間咧我哋有個問答環節都會送出俾大家㗎。
OK， 唔該晒咁多位 ，Thank you very much， 唔該晒，可以先呢到台下咧休息一陣先啊。咁啊 Toys 咧，麻煩稍稍繼續留步下，因為我哋跟住落嚟嘅環節咧就有啊 Toys 咧要幫手我哋一齊主持嘅。唔該晒咁多位隊員，
好唔該晒
，Thank you。
好，有請阿 Toys 留步嚇，一陣間咧我哋播放一個小片段，同埋咧你問一啲嘅問題，觀眾朋友識答嘅話咧就可以得到呢件咁靚嘅戰衣㗎啦。
你哋想唔想要翻呢件戰衣先？好啦，冇錯，咁我哋跟住落嚟咧，呢一個遊戲咧就係有機會送出戰衣啦嚇。咁咧陣間咧就會有一段片段啦，阿 Toys 咧就早前已經拍咗噶啦，跟住我哋就會問一啲問題，台下觀眾鬥快舉手，我哋咧就會選出一位觀眾咧上到嚟回答，咁答啱咗咧就有機會攞到呢件戰衣啦。事不宜遲，我哋即刻去片。
隻十波送夠未啊？唉，爛張咁，隻鏡就鬼上腦啦！佢嚟得上腦幾次嘞喎，你哋唔識幫嘅咩？
加油啊！我哋得㗎，唔好投降啊！
我真唔知點 carry 你哋，使咩你 carry 啊？你哋自己玩啦，死擔啦！
又上唔到網，頭先嗰時。哇！有冇搞錯啊？等我半個鐘頭未得，出去食個飯先。
喂，上唔到網啊喂！冇反應嘅，睇你換翻間穩定啲嘅上網公司先得。
好啦，片段就睇完啦嚇，咁即刻咧要揾阿 Toys 嚟發問問題啦。大家有冇留心裏邊片段嘅內容咧？好，一陣間咧鬥快舉手，我哋數3、2、1，邊位觀眾朋友最快又答得啱嘅話咧，就可以得到呢件戰衣㗎啦。
係啦，我哋工作人員咧就會喺你哋下邊當中咧選咗一位嘅朋友上嚟㗎啦。好，阿 Toys 可以問第一條問題啦。
我諗大家都係玩攞㗎啦。我想問嘅問題係，大家見到隊友掛機嘅時候會點樣處理咧？
識唔識答？好，放低手先，放低手先。
嚟啦喎，工作人員會睇住㗎啦。我哋一齊手，放低手，準備，1、2、3，
哇，好多手啊！工作人員，麻煩你幫我揀一位嘅幸運兒出嚟啦。邊位？有冇？真係好難揀啊！
係啊係啊。
係啊。
工作人員係咪已經攞去揀緊咧？
揀唔揀到啊？啊，舉定啊嚇，冇放手啊！
揀咗未？
真係現場好多朋友想要風褸喎，其實我都好想要一件啊！好，揀到未？
係咪有？
好，有啦，已經有啦。好，其他人可以放你手啦嚇！一陣間我哋仲有好多回合嘅，唔使擔心。
哇！恭喜你哋第一位咧上到台，仲可以企喺阿 Toys 隔離答問題喎，你係咪好興奮咧？呢位朋友，你叫咩名啊？
豬仔。
豬仔你好，件風褸靚唔靚先？靚啊！型唔型仔先？
好型啊！
好啦，咁你可以答阿 Toys 條問題啦。你記唔記得佢問咩啊？你已經神魂顛倒咗咯，睇你個樣似。
掛機。
掛咗機之後會做啲乜嘢啊？
走場咯。
咩啊？勁啊！
你答啱咗啊！
厲害厲害，恭喜晒！
好，麻煩我哋攞一件咧戰衣出嚟。
恭喜晒你啊！
嗱，遞俾阿 Toys，你可以咧幫我哋咧翻呢件。係啦。
好，嚟張合照先。好，恭喜晒呢位朋友仔，多謝晒豬仔嘅參與。
好，跟住咧，我哋仲有第二條問題嘅喎，不如我哋企翻中間少少啦嚇。好啦，我哋咧仲有第二條問題嘅喎，咁啊 Toys，你可以幫我哋問埋第二條問題啦。
今次我想問，如果入唔到 server 嘅話，大家會做啲咩咧？
放低手先啊，嚟咯喎，放低手，放低手。
OK。
好，1、2、3。 哇！我見到中間嗰位朋友仔好快嘅。
好啦，我哋有工作人員咧，已經喺你哋當中會選出一位朋友上嚟㗎啦。工作人員係咪揀緊啊？
工作人員睇唔睇到啊？即係眾裏尋他嚇，可能需要一啲時間嘅，大家舉定隻手啊！
我見到頭先咧答問題啲人好大反應。
係啊，可能
咁
啲答案。
其實咧，我哋呢個問題咧，都係睇下你有冇創意嘅啫。
係啦，好有創意啦，大家真係反應好激烈啦。
所以咧，有創意就得㗎啦，就一定會有機會咧攞到呢一件
風褸啊！
咁靚嘅戰衣嘅。好，我哋揀咗朋友仔上嚟未咧？
喺邊度？
係咪？
有啦，入緊嚟啦嚇，大家可以放低手啦，唔使驚，我哋仲有好多個回合㗎。
冇錯。
好，麻煩攞個咪介紹下自己。你好啊，你叫咩名啊？點稱呼你啊？攞個咪講。
我叫阿俊。
阿俊你好，記唔記得問題係咩啊？
斷線或者上唔到網。
Server，你會做啲咩咧？係啦。
你會點做啊？
煮個杯麵食下先啦。
煮個杯麵食下先喎。
OK 啊，你接唔接受呢？啱啊，答得啱啊。答得 OK，
恭喜晒。好，咁啊，又麻煩 Toys 幫我哋頒獎啦噃。
好，可以影翻張相先。嗱，咁我哋咧就恭喜晒兩位啦。首先咧得到風褸嘅朋友啦，不過攞唔到風褸嘅朋友咧都唔使緊張喎。咁呢個時候咧亦都唔該晒 Toys 嘅，可以稍稍休息一陣啊。Thank you，轉頭再見啦嚇。
好啦，咁啊下一個嘅網上行10億光纖問答環節咧，喺 cosplay 嘅環節之後咧就會舉行噶啦。想要呢個咁靚嘅戰衣咧，大家千祈唔好行開啦。
冇錯啦，我哋仲會有多咧4輪嘅問答環節嘅，咁所以咧大家記住要留意啊嚇。咁而家唔阻大家時間啦，我哋事不宜遲咧，不如咧即刻就上演呢個路石戰記嘅總決賽啦。
好啊，好期待。
我哋睇睇片段先啦。
一齊去片。睇完咯喎，俾掌聲先，
俾掌聲先，型唔型仔咧兩位選手？好啦，大家睇完片，梗係想睇下佢哋嘅廬山真面目啦，係咪？
冇錯啦嚇，咁啊睇完你個片段之後咧，事不宜遲，我哋立即邀請嘅選手出場啦，分別係 Canson，Hello Canson，
同大家揮下手先啦。Thank you，跟住咧，我哋就邀請埋你嘅對手出嚟啦，就係 HKA Neo。HKA Neo。
好，你喺呢邊啊，嗰陣時有你，
好，兩位嘅中間，
好，大家握手先啊。
我哋遊戲開始之前咧，要握手，前握握手，前先握握手嚇。
好啦，依家咧我哋有請裁判上台為選手進行 band pick 嘅環節嘅，並且咧由主播講解嘅，咁將時間交俾佢哋㗎咯噃。
好，唔該晒我哋嘅裁判 ，thank you。
Thank you。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are in the first event of the day. We're going to take a look at the picks and bans between Kenson and Neo as that pops up on your screen. One of the big questions is, with Kenson up first, picking out his bans, what is he going to take away here?
I think he's gonna taking away the Warrior.
Yeah, I think without a doubt Warrior is the strongest class right now overall. Even with the new card changes, Patron Warrior just feels so oppressive.
So Kenson has picked Warlock and Mage and banned Neo's Hunter. That's a sensible ban because he's playing Warlock. No, oh, this one's Warlock. Alright. So he's banned Warlock. But this is also a sensible pick because Warlock is... There's a lot of different deck archetypes for Warlock. So it can be Su, Handlock, Malygos, Warlock.
Yeah, and of course, in this event, they are going to be able to adjust their decks on the fly, so taking away a flexible class like Warlock makes a lot of sense here. The issue, though, is, of course, Warrior has now made it through, and this is the big terror that we've talked about. Obviously, with new cards, we could see that change a little bit, but Patron Warrior, if you've played ladder, you know all about it. It sits there, it does nothing, kills you out of nowhere, just such an oppressive deck.
And Neo has picked Warrior and Paladin. What do you think about Paladin in this meta?
So, when the cards first came out, with the Grand Tournament, the first thing I built was Paladin. And playing the deck, it feels so oppressive. Because even if you can get board control, it's so easy for Paladin to refill their side of the board. You have Murloc Knight, you have Justicar Trueheart, you have so many different threats that can refill your board so quickly.
Especially Murloc Knight, this is so strong new card for Paladin. And we see Kansas has picked Shaman and Druid as well. Druid is always a solid pick. And Shaman, I don't think many players pick Shaman nowadays. Maybe because he want to play Totem Shaman for the new TGT expansion.
I think almost definitely we are going to see the Totem Shaman coming out here just because, like you said, with TGT it can be so oppressive. Totem Golem specifically, that 2-mana overload 3/4. You have so many different ways to empower those totems, so many different ways, similar to Paladin, to create a very oppressive board state very quickly. It's interesting here, though, the priority feels a little bit more standard coming out from Neo, a little bit more classes we saw before the Grand Tournament, and it seems like Kensen is the one branching out here. Mage, maybe that Dragon Mage, Druid, obviously a very flexible class, but didn't really see a whole ton of improvements from the most recent set outside of the ability to ramp up faster and I believe some of the early drops as well.
And he didn't pick Warrior as well because Control Warrior and the previous Patron Warrior are both very strong.
And it'll be interesting to see what exactly they do with their decks here as they move forward because, as we said, they can adjust their decks between games, which means you can swap between a more controlling version of Warrior. You can swap into aggro. You can swap however you want to. You can swap the Dragon Warrior list that's been seeing some play on the ladder. So with that kind of flexibility, the level of mental skill, of deck building ability is really going to be tested this game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Netvigator 10G 3rd Hong Kong Esports Tournament. My name is Sifa. I'm happy to be joined here by Gino. And Gino, before we get into this, we got to give some huge shout outs to our sponsors. Of course, Netvigator 10G Fiber as our title sponsor. Aces Republic of Gamers is our diamond. BenQ is our gold. And then, of course, sponsorship from New Elite Education Center, Game World, Photo Station, and Showbiz, who helped co-organize this wonderful event. But sponsors aside, looking into Game 1, who do you think came out on top here in pick ban at least?
I would say Neo is gonna take the game because he's picking Warrior, and it's quite interesting for Kensen to not have Warrior, but we'll see how he will do to counter Neo Warrior.
Definitely, one of the big things here, obviously with so many new cards, is going to be this deck building innovation, is going to be how do you get around this Warrior, because even when Patron Warrior was the big deck on the ladder, people were still struggling to innovate and find an effective solution to deal with the deck. So I'm wondering, with these new cards, with this new expansion, what are the innovations going to be here on the side for Kensen? Because Neo, for all intents and purposes, he has his Warrior. He has that flexibility that we're so scared of, that the Kensen is probably so scared of, and they have to be a little bit nervous.
But I think Shaman, although there's a lot of counters to Warrior, Shaman is not the best class to counter Warrior, as well as Mage as well. I don't think there's much space to place in hate cards like Acidic Swamp, Ooze, or Harrison Jones in Shaman decks and Mage decks. So I think we still have to see how Kensen's answer to Warrior.
Definitely, and like you said, despite there being answers to Patron Warrior, it's where do you find those slots? At which point are you limiting your own deck's ability to be efficient just to take out their deck? When are you looking too hard for a counter instead of making a deck that is more efficient than Patron Warrior?
Nice. And
of course, looks like we have a few difficulties here. We are queuing up for the game, players discussing, and
they're getting ready for the games.
Not exactly sure. So, Do you think we're going to see a lot of the grand tournament cards today with what we've seen in Pick Ban, or are they going to stray more towards the decks that we saw previously, Patron Warrior, Handlock, a lot of Hunter mid-range, for example, or are we going to see those new Secret Paladin?
We're definitely going to see Paladin with the new cards, but I wonder if it's Secret Paladin or Token Paladins or mid-range Paladin. And I think Kenson is going to play Totem Shaman. There's a very big chance for Totem Shaman to come out on top, because with the new cards, Totem Golem, that's so strong, that's a 2-drop, which is a 3/4.
And additionally, you also have, I mean, so much pressure that you can put down as you move forward in the game. You have so many different tools. You know, similar to Murloc Knight, you have the ability to buff up your totems if you go for some of the more mid-range, higher-up drops in this Shaman deck. And so, as we get into game one here, once we figure out what the matchup is going to be, my big question is, as we move forward, the question that will define this series as a deck-building challenge is who's going to innovate better? What are we going to see as far as a stronger deck building on the fly? Because they don't have the time to figure out the perfect list in between games. It's really going to be a test of not only their in-game ability, but also their individual deck-building skills.
The deck-building abilities, for sure. And we're seeing both players are getting ready. They even have the deck list on printed, ready for them to take reference. So we're definitely gonna see great counters between these players throughout the games.
So gearing up for now game one, do you think, on the side of Neo, do you just start with Warrior right off the bat, or do you open with something a little different? Do you start with that Druid? Because we talked about it being more flexible, being the class that's kind of safe in any matchup, or do you just come in aggressive with the Warrior, try to get those aggressive early wins?
I think in these kinds of format, player can change decks between games. I think you want to play, like, say, if you were playing Patron Warrior, you want to play Patron Warrior as soon as possible, or maybe not at the last game, because the opponent can counter Patron Warrior pretty well with Acidic Swarm Ooze and Harrison Jones, or maybe even just standard handlock. So you want to get Patron Warrior as soon as possible to win at least one game.
Okay. So do you think, preemptively deck building here, and maybe a little bit too far forward, do you think we'll see just main decking before the ability to change it all, that we'll see Acidic Swamp Ooze, that we'll see Harrison Jones coming in for Kenson game one regardless?
I think, yeah, the first game should be pretty standard, and the game later on following will be a lot more about countering your opponent classes.
Okay, so obviously still waiting to get a game here, players still sorting things out, looking over their deck lists, building up overall. And they're both looking very focused, both looking very calm. Obviously, Kenson and Neo have worked really hard to get here. Two very skilled players with a lot on the line for both of these guys. Who do you think has the edge here? We talk in pick bans, you say Neo, but you've seen both these players take down a number of different circumstances, a number of different events. They're obviously both pretty huge veterans in the scene, especially here in Hong Kong. Who do you think will come out on top in terms of individual playability, not just the pick ban?
I would vote for Kenson because, I don't know, I just think his pick is pretty interesting. Maybe he has some secret weapons in his pocket.
And it's once again all about the secret weapons. We have a new X-Pack. We haven't seen too many tournaments on an international level, and players have the freedom to innovate here. So we could see something very new, a deck we haven't seen on ladder yet, or maybe a refined list, maybe that Dragon Mage, but a list specifically tailored for this tournament.
But that said, this is esports. We don't know the result before the last game ends.
It's definitely anyone's match. Absolutely anyone can take this. I expect to see the full 7 games today.
Yeah, that would be very, very exciting for us if we can go to the Game 7. If both players can win 3 games, and we will see the last game from them.
I think that's what everybody wants in these exchanges, because it's just, you always want that Game 7, that hype, everything on the line, you're drawing out. I want to see them go to fatigue. That's how close I want this set to be between these two
Yeah,
players.
and the tension is built throughout the first 6 games, and on Game 7, for a little mistake you made, it can cause you the whole series.
It's true. And that's the big thing too coming into this is the mental game. So when we look at these early games, if you start to make those mistakes, do you start to lose focus? Because one, miscasted spell, playing things out of order one time can cost you the game in a competitive set like this. And the question is, if someone falls behind, can they recover in terms of their mental game? Because I don't know about you, but it's easy when you're on ladder, you get tilted, you get frustrated, you start playing bad. And that's not what we want to see here, but it is a big factor coming in for these guys.
Definitely, it's not about how well you play, it's also about how well you can endure it throughout the games. So I think both players are still getting ready for their first match.
Okay, so while we talk about this, while we're waiting, we'll just little side conversation. Favorite deck on ladder currently, new deck. None of this Patron Warrior, none of this Handlock. What have you been playing? What deck do you like?
I've been playing mid-range Paladin with Murloc Knight. I think that card is so strong. I cut out cards like Sylvana Ring Warner to fit in more low mana cards, such as how I have said before, Murloc Knight and what do you call that card? 3/3, a 3/3/3 and inspire summon arms.
Oh yeah, Silverhand Recruiter, I believe. You inspire, you get the 1/1 silver.
Yeah.
3 mana drop. It's once again those tools in Paladin that very quickly let you develop a board presence. And for whatever reason, I very foolishly tried to play Handlock on the new ladder, and with Wilfred
recently,
yes.
Right.
And having played against that deck, it's not exactly a pleasant experience because despite hellfiring and clearing a board every time, taking it out, it feels like Paladin can just instantly play a Murloc Knight or a Silverhand Regent and just refill the board so quickly. It's just so oppressive, it's so hard to deal with, and I mean, it's kind of a slower, grindier game on the side of Paladin, but it feels like Paladin always has the edge.
I think Handlock, you have the advantage playing Handlock against any kinds of Paladin, even for no. The secret Paladin they have a Divine Favor which can replenish their hand. If you Handlock, you're in trouble because they can just you don't have any card advantage if they play that card.
Turn 1, do nothing. Turn 2, hero power. Turn 3, coin out a Drake. And if they respond with Guy, Divine Favor, you're in trouble. Because suddenly your 9-card hand is not looking so good.
You're just giving them more cards, and they're just going for your face while you're trying to catch up with the board.
Yeah. Well, luckily for both these guys, they're a little bit more proficient at this game than I am. Not the best player, understand the game deeply, but maybe making a little bit better deck choices than I have with a Handlock. Maybe busting out something a little more conventional. Do you think we're going to see a lot of, as you said, standard lists? Or are they going to be more tailored to the matchup? Because obviously they have the free time right now to build their decks, to get things sorted out. They're both clearly very focused on this task. Do you think we're going to see deck lists tailored to beat the classes that have been selected, or deck lists that are just kind of safe, that are universal against all classes, good in kind of a vanilla situation?
I think they're one of the strategy is to build based on the standard decks and changing some hate cards, tag cards inside to counter their opponents.
Yeah, definitely very powerful. The potential to change here, to develop once you've seen each of the classes, is to lock in your deck list after. And looking at what these guys have brought, we talk about Patron Warrior, we talk about the flexibility of each of these classes. Do you think we'll see... Oh, sweet cosplay behind me.
It comes back.
I'm just curious to see if both of our fears are right and it's going to be all Patron Warrior, or if it's going to be Dragon Warrior and Dragon Mage and these more innovative classes, or if it's just going to be, I know this deck. I know Patron Warrior like the back of my hand. I'm going to play it and I'm going to win with it because Neo, I mean, everyone has played Patron Warrior if you're on the ladder. For some of you, it's a guilty pleasure. Some of you are happy to rake in those free wins. But either way, it's so oppressive, it's so powerful. I can't imagine, there's really no reason it feels like to me to stray away from that deck.
I would definitely play Warrior if I were Neo.
Yeah.
And if he has experience in Control Warrior, maybe he can play it against hunters, face hunters, aggro paladin. But it doesn't seem the case because Kenson is not playing hunters and Kenson is not playing paladin as well.
Yeah.
So
obviously, once again, huge shout outs to Netvigator sponsoring this tournament, the big old title sponsor, help bringing this whole event together. You saw them sponsoring HKE, that great ceremony on the stage. And Toys, of course, happy to give out some jackets with the fans. Always good to see that kind of fan support here. All right, once again, as we wait for this to get sorted out, obviously they have a lot of time to deck build. We have a lot of time to talk about what they're going to be busting out. Is there any card that hasn't been seeing too much play that you feel like is very good? Any of the cards that you feel like are very good from the new expansion that haven't been seeing play? I know you talked about
Murloc Knight.
Which one?
I talked about Murloc Knight.
But that's seeing play. I mean, everyone in Paladin is playing Murloc Knight. I want to talk about the weird cards.
Let's weird cards. But it should be strong, right?
Yeah, I mean, Murloc Knight is insane. I think that card is crazy. But let's look at the other cards. Let's look at some of the more interesting cards. Some of the neutral legendaries that people
Varian. I think Varian is pretty strong. The Warrior Legendary.
And we got into a little bit of a discussion about that earlier. I'm not the biggest fan. I think he's very powerful, as you say, but I feel like he falls short in the aggressive matchup. If we were going to see more aggressive decks early on, because while it's awesome to be able to refill your hand 3 quick cards off the 10 drop to drop some creatures onto the battlefield, against aggro, if you are at 10 mana and if you've made it that far, that's not really what you want to be doing. You want to be Alex Strozing to heal yourself up. You want to be playing a threat that's going to end the game. And while he can end the game, it's not guaranteed. And I don't like those RNG threats. But what you said, and this is very true, is that he is very good in the control
It is
matchup.
true that this card is not relevant in aggro matchup, but it's very strong in mid-range and control matchup because Varian is just like a 10 mana 7/7 and then draw 3 cards. Even if you don't get any minions on the board, you draw 3 cards. If you think about Arcane Intellect that is using 3 mana draw 2 cards, this card is a 7 mana
7/7. Yep.
And then 3 mana draw 3 cards. This is 1 card more than Arcane Intellect.
And of course, the value of it being paired on a single card can't be really underestimated. The ability to play that in a late game and potentially in a control matchup, I agree completely.
And even if it's aggro matchups, Control Warrior is already very good against different various aggro matchups. There's no way, I mean, there's little way you can win against a Control Warrior using Face Hunter or aggro Paladin. I think this Control Warrior is usually used to play against aggro when the meta changed towards it.
Yeah. Well, looking at the Control Warrior deck list, one of the more popular kind of control variants that I'm seeing frequently from Warrior on ladder is the Dragon Warrior. And now, what do you think is stronger? Do you think the more traditional Control Warrior, where we see the full list, or do you like to see the more, the newer, kind of more innovative Dragon Warrior coming out?
I definitely like Dragon Warrior much more than traditional Control Warrior because Dragon Warrior, it is more those cards can be more actively played. You can play the 2 mana 2/3 charge battle cry. When you have a dragon, you can add 1 attack and get charged.
Alex Strauss was chosen. A very powerful card, 3/3 charge, lets you clear out the board early on, lets you play aggressive and control mirrors, which I really like. Because in the control matchup, dropping that early threat, it means that Hemlock not as comfortable just sitting there drawing cards and waiting, you know, using that hero power to get card advantage early on, which is definitely pretty powerful. And it feels like it has the flexibility to function to a certain degree as a mid-range deck. Obviously, most of the drops coming in from that deck are going to be a little bit more defensive, but when you have a 3/3 charge for 3, I feel like you can get on the offensive in the control matchup, and that can give you a lot of strength because it forces your opponent to react to what you're doing.
Yeah, definitely. And you have many strong dragon cards, say for example, Black-Wing Corruptor, which is a 5/4 on 5 mana and deal 3 damage when you have a dragon, and that's a very good removal in my opinion.
Yeah, but very reliable. Getting the 5/4 body in addition to being able to take something of theirs off the table can be very good. Overall, I mean, having played a lot of Dragon Mage online or having tried some of these new decks, I have to say that one of the best things about this is that with cards like Twilight Guardian, you know, allowing you to play more dragons in your deck more comfortably, Black-Wing Corruptor just becomes so much stronger, and you suddenly have this answer. You suddenly have this. Not only is it an answer to deal with some of these early drops, it can also function as a threat. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are gearing up. Of course, they have swapped places. So Neo is actually on the left-hand side, Kenson actually on the right, and
Kenson is now on the left side? Yeah, Kenson is on the left-hand side, and Neo is on the right-hand side.
Okay.
So now we're seeing on Neo's screen, because Neo is the only player who plays Hunter.
Okay, so this is interesting. This is looking a little bit like mid-range Hunter as far as lists go. We can't be sure. It could still be more aggressive.
Yeah, it's definitely mid-range Hunter.
Yeah, Savannah High Main gives that one away.
I would say Neo has a little bit of the advantage against Kenson Sandlock here.
Well, the big issue is that in the early game, there's really not a whole lot that Kenson can do right now with Handlock. He has to just kind of wait for a Twilight Drake, hope to get value off the Hellfire here in the early game, but Mortal Coil is just so inefficient against a lot of these low drops. May be able to draw a card if that Web Spinner does come down, but not very effective against Haunted Creeper, not very good against the Mad Scientist, and unfortunately too, now that all these Death Rattle threats are on the board, Hellfire not the best card for clearing out.
And Neo will still have 2/1/1 on the board, even if Kenson's Hellfire clears the board. And obviously, there's a lot of ways for Neo to finish off a Handlock using Kill Command and his hero power as well.
Kill Command, of course, being picked up here, and that's going to be huge. Misha, maybe not the best for the aggressive draw, but a 4/4 body still pretty powerful. Generally, you prefer to get the board, the 4/2 aggressive start, or you prefer to buff your own creatures. At least in my experience with this deck.
I would like Hopper 4/2. You go face and take 4 damage. It's not relevant even if it's killed next turn. It gets killed next turn, and I think Neo plays very strong because he's playing on curve. He played 2/2 Mad Scientist on board, and then followed by the Haunted Creeper, and then the 3 mana Animal Companion. And we see Kenson has no choice but have to taunt up his Ancient Watch to prevent taking more severe damage from Neo's board.
Definitely a good spot. No way to disable that guy, unfortunately. Silence, of course, not very effective in this situation either, because if you do decide to silence that Ancient Watcher, suddenly it's now a very aggressive threat to the rest of your board state. So, big question is, how is he going to deal with it here?
I think he's going to use the Skill Command. All right, an interesting play. So he decided to save the Kill Command for face damage.
The issue coming in here, obviously, is that if you do 1 damage to Mishra here, he can then use Hellfire to clear the board, but Hellfire, the big disadvantage, of course, is going to take away from his own life total as well. However,
but I think he has no choice but have to Hellfire here.
And that's the spot he's in. Unfortunately, we talk about this. You've got the Web Spinner on the board. You've got a Secret mounted up. You've got, Kill Command. You've got...
So he decided to draw a card before Hellfiring. And, the Beast. It's not the best, or not the best.
Really want something with charge here, or something that can get through a lot of those taunt guys. And obviously having a very powerful minion support, but may not always be the best.
All right, this turn Neo has a pretty weak play. He cannot play any minion on board, but just have to hero power and then pass the turn. but we see Kenson has a Molten Giant waiting in his hand. So if Neo is not careful enough, or maybe he should consider about this. But Kenson has the chance to turn over the board if he can play his Molten Giant in a key turn. Alright, so he decided not to wait, but played it now.
Of course, Hunter's Mark going to come in huge here. Will allow them to take out that Molten Giant with relative ease, although I don't know if it's biggest concern as the Savannah High Maid does come down. May want to wait here, even if Molten Giant, no, going to take it out now.
So you want to face it?
Essentially, he's just forcing, oh.
Yeah. I think this is a good play because he don't want to, like, getting it to clear your Savannah High Main. You don't want to give him any chance to clear board. Savannah High Main is very resilient.
Of course, Dr. Boom, you know, a powerful drop.
But now it's C. There's lethal already. So Savannah High Main going for a face, Q command, and quick shot. You know, taking the first game of the series.
A commanding win for Neo. Face Hunter, well, not even Face Hunter, mid-range Hunter, playing a lot like Face Hunter that game, ripping through the hand-lock deck list, and looking really powerful here. As we look towards game 2, you have to wonder how are they going to adapt, because mid-range Hunter, we talked about this. Are they going to pick up something new? Are they going to stick to those classic, older kind of deck lists from the earlier metagame? And it looks like they're sticking with the older deck lists, and it's working out very well. Mid-range Hunter, still so oppressive. Obviously, hand-lock, a pretty bad matchup, though, in that exchange.
Indeed, but it is a little bit disappointing that we don't see any new cards in the first game.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is there any chance we can see more new cards from TGT expansion for the following games? Or maybe next game? Maybe. There's a lot of good cards against aggro in the TGT expansion.
Definitely, and I think that he's going to have a lot of those answers in his next deck list. Obviously, trying to bust something out against handlock, or handlock is not maybe the best choice. Yeah, and we'll have to see how they adapt here. But of course, coming into this game, Kenson was looking pretty confident. We're going to have to see exactly how he felt. We will cut to an interview video, and then we'll be right back here with game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
See you soon. I don't know what do they play?
Hello。
如果喺爐石可以揀一張卡喺現實度用嘅話，我會有幾個選擇啦。首先我會諗到係薩滿嘅重生術，咁有呢一張卡之後咧，咁我就係不死身啦。不過不死都唔係咁有趣嘅。咁所以咧，我會揀另一張咧，就係無面複製者。咁有呢一張卡之後咧，咁我就想可以複製一啲我想要嘅嘢，或者一啲人啦，可以例如複製李嘉誠出嚟幫我揾錢咁樣啦。如果要削減奴隸戰嘅話，其實我覺得淨係削減佢嘅過牌其實唔夠嘅，反而係令到奴隸戰同埋嗰個暴亂可以衝鋒嗰張卡，即係戰歌嗰張卡先係關鍵啦。反而可能削弱佢唔再俾3攻以上，即係無論咗佢係落場定係之後 buff 咗，佢3攻以上嘅就唔可以再衝鋒咧，咁可能就已經係一個好大嘅削弱啦。打爐石之前會唔會拜神？我自己就唔會，因為我唔係無神論者啦。不過大家都知道爐石係一個好吃重呢個運氣嘅一個遊戲啦，所以雖然唔會拜神，但係我都可能去到一啲某啲關鍵位嘅時候，我都會心入邊都會諗唔好啊，中嗰張卡咁樣咯。如果係揀一張爐石最垃圾嘅牌咧，我會揀嗰張熔岩狂怒者啦，因為佢嘅身材係351啦，其實就係任何一點嘅傷害都已經足以將佢殺死。最重要嘅係咧，佢係會比其他卡咁完美取代啦，例如德魯伊嘅蝙蝠啦，或者嚟緊新出嘅352呢張卡啦，都可以完美取代，所以我覺得佢係最垃圾嘅卡。手機玩爐石咧，我就經常都會㗎啦。 咁至於斷線問題咧，亦都經常都出現嘅，因為我平時我就喺港島度翻工啦，咁搭港島線嘅時候咧，基本上都會斷線咁滯嘅，所以咧喺嗰段期間咧，我都唔會玩打 rank 嘅，最多都係打下競技場嘅啫。好多謝你哋親身嚟到嚟支持我啦，我唔知我今日嘅運氣或者會打成點啦，不過你哋嚟到咧，咁我打完都會請你食翻餐飯嘅。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Netvigator 10G third Hong Kong Esports tournaments. Once again, we just saw game one, Neo coming out on top with a confident win from Hunter. Now moving into game two, we talked about this a little bit beforehand, but looking at the rest of Kenson's classes, what is he going to bring out here? Warlock out of the picture, Druid, Mage, and Shaman left on the board. What do you think he's going to pick up?
I definitely think Druid is gonna get played because he has some kind of heal ability from Ancient Lore, and maybe he can put in some more healing cards, such as healing a heal bot. Yeah, that's no. Wait a second. We're seeing Shaman versus Hunter here, but we aren't seeing. Oh.
This is looking like a pretty strong start for Totem Shaman. Instantly coining out the Totem Golem can be just so very oppressive, and an early game 3-4 is actually very hard for Hunter to deal with. In this exchange, he's going to have to burn some removal if he wants to trade well here.
Okay, so Kenson decided not to deal with the Hunt Creeper, but to go phase instead. I think this is a very sensible play, because even if you kill this 1-2 Hunt Creeper, you still have double spider on the board, and decides decides use the King's Leg.
Getting that card draw, of course, winning out on the Joust.
And again, he decided not to deal with the Golem, but instead go for a phase. And now we see Kansas has a very strong, has two options here. One is playing Totemic Tusker, Tusker Totemic, or the Feral Spirit.
So Feral Spirit might put him a little behind Overload, a little bit.
He's playing more defensive using Feral Spirit here. And we see Neo has top deck a perfect counter to this Feral Spirit using the Hang Master to buff of his Creeper. So it's always very risky to leave Beast on board, because those 100 Beast Synergy cards he can use. Kenson has no choice but to sacrifice his others Feral Spirit on the board.
And of course, looking like a pretty good position for this mid-range Hunter list. We are seeing Ram Wrangler come in, so there are some new cards in this list. Ram Wrangler, of course, similar to Tuskar Totemic, a very RNG heavy card. You're not sure exactly what you're going to get. It can be very powerful, but it looks like that's a pretty aggressive move, starting with that so early on.
Another new card, Bear Trap.
we talk about Murloc Knight being very powerful, Thunderblood Valiant, of course, equally powerful, if not more so, turning all of those totems into bigger and bigger threats, especially with the Tuskar Totemic in his hands, in addition to the Manatide Totem. So we could see a very explosive turn if this is allowed to live, but it doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity.
Oh, the Knife Juggler's hit. And I wonder if he's going to play the Bear Trap with Knife Juggler. Maybe he's playing around some kind of AoE. He does not want to play another Knife Juggler, so Kansan cannot just take all of his Knife Juggler with just one Lightning Storm.
Definitely.
But this is already a very very good board to pressurize Kansan.
What's he going to get? Oh, Taunt Totem.
Oh,
Definitely
that's
not ideal.
Bad totem.
I think he sees the Taunt Totem, knows that he doesn't have enough board pressure.
Wow, that's a great top deck from Neo. What a Dr. Balance from the tail.
It's a great situation to be in because it's going to force either some removal to come out here or it's going to force Neo to commit more to the board. And if he commits more to the board, you've got to Unleash the Hounds. If he wants to commit more removal, you're more than happy to set up again with Ram Wrangler. And Mid-Range Hunter still looking very strong after the most recent X-Pack. Of course, on the opposite side, though, Kensen with this Totem Shaman hasn't really got any of the synergistic cards out. And unfortunately, Overload is really playing against him right now because he could play this Thunderblood Valiant and use his hero power and get that massive buff for the totems, but he just doesn't have the mana. 5 out of 7 this turn because of the Lightning Storm he had to play previously.
This is a really tough turn for Kansan because whatever he plays, he cannot clear the board and perfectly address the threat of the Dr. Boom. And he can't even play his own Dr. Boom due to the Overload effect.
And that's one of the big disadvantages, of course. Maybe why we don't see as much Shaman here is that it can be very explosive, it can be very powerful, but Overload can put you so far behind.
Oh, that's RNG.
Gets the Knife Juggler, gets the 4 damage Boom Bot. Neo looking unstoppable right now. The cards are in his favor.
He's the new RNG king right now. And the Knife Juggler Unleash the Hound combo is gonna take over his board. And it puts Neo in an unstoppable.
And it'll be interesting to see exactly what Neo wants to do here. If he clears out the rest of the board, he's going to have to Lightning Storm here. There's really no other option, but Dr. Boom is going to be left standing, and this is not a good spot for Kensen to be in.
If Kensen can top deck a big BGH, it could be a turnover for him. Alright, going face, getting Kensen's down to 14 health. This is looking not good for Kensen at all.
And actually, it looks like we've got this backwards, unfortunately. Sorry to the audience, but it looks like after game 1, we obviously had some overlay errors as the players have switched seat, but it looks like Kensen who actually, we got the pick ban completely backwards. So it has been Kensen this entire time that has been dominating.
So Kensen decide to concede. Oh. Alright.
Okay. So in what is now a disastrous fumble, we have been unfortunately rooting for Neo, calling Neo out for the 2-0, but it's in fact Kensen who's been winning the whole time. We've had to swap spots, had some technical difficulties, so bear with us, but it looks like Neo falling behind very quickly, down 2 games already. His handlock list not working out very well for him. This Shaman, we talked about it being kind of an explosive but a risky decision, and it looks like at the end of the day, the stable, established list that is Face Hunter is just, or not Face Hunter, Mid-Range Hunter is just working so well for him.
Mid-Range Hunter is always a very strong deck throughout all the matters. Like, it has been a very strong deck since last year. And there's always new cards from each expansion that buff Mid-Range Hunter or maybe Face Hunter. We'll see how long can Kensen hold with his Mid-Range Hunter against Neo, and what will Neo bring to stop this Hunter's winning streak?
Of course, Druid and Mage, the last decks left on the list for him. But guys, we will be right back with Game 3 in this explosive best of 7. We're going to cut to an interview with HK Neo, see his thoughts about the game, maybe his thoughts about Patron Warrior, or if he's willing to buy us all dinner if he wins.
当对手牌超顺的时候，我不会去骂对手 top deck，因为游戏本身就有几率存在，所以我们不会因为这种事情去骂对手。当对手牌很顺的时候，或节奏打很慢的时候，我并不会乱了自己的节奏，我大概就平常就是中速，不会特别快，也不会特别慢，以我自己的节奏在打。K 神的说法，这游戏本身就有一定的吃重运气，然后加上官方如果没有针对奴隶战做出任何改变的话，确实会继续偏重运气。我在家里是有双萤幕的，我右边在打炉石，然后左边一边看实况，然后 VOD 就一些比赛，我会去分析那些套牌跟介绍。我会选择盗贼，因为我前几季有打过奇迹贼，然后后来加医生潘莱斯被削弱了。如果你要我设计，我会重新再把加医生潘莱斯调回原本的5费，然后重新将奇迹贼再拿出来打。我在天津上并没有遇过偏生这个玩家，据说他是香港的，就希望游戏愉快。首先我要感谢是我的哥哥，因为他在炉石这方面给我有不少的帮助与指点。这也是我很感谢香港电影竞技公司给我这个机会。
That's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a commanding 2-0 start on the side of Kenson, not Neo, as we figured out, swapping that overlay. We're going into game 3, and obviously Warlock Shaman off the table for Neo, sadly, as we move forward. But has that Druid left, has that Mage? What do you think we're going to see here? We're going to see Druid, for sure.
Druid,
100%? I would still vote for Druid. I would still play Druid against Hunter because there's so many healing mechanics from Druid class cards. And I think Druid is very strong and it can even turn, can catch up with the 2-0 to maybe 4-2 with Druid only. Because Druid, if you can get the Ram cards, get the correct minion on play when you have the correct mana cost, you can be very powerful and your opponent cannot catch it up.
And of course, one of the big cards that I think is going to help out in this matchup a lot is the new card from the Grand Tournament, Living Roots, the flexibility to make 2 1/1/1s, not 1 1/1/1s.
I don't like that cards to be played in Druid decks because I think it is such a small card that I think it wastes a card draw from Druid because usually you can play Ram in Druid and we still don't see Druid. I'm so disappointed.
All right, we'll have to see.
Job's done.
It doesn't look like we're going to see Druid. Not this time, Gino.
Maybe
Busting
next
out the
time.
mage.
Maybe next time. Maybe we get to 3-0 and then see Druid gets to 4-3.
Druid's pretty explosive. If any deck can turn it around, it would be
And
Druid.
now we see their hands. I think Kansan. This one is Neo. Neo is playing Mage.
Yeah.
So looks like he's playing Freeze Mage.
We'll see here as he draws more cards.
Yeah, he has double Arcane. I don't see.
It could still be Dragon Mage. This is-
I don't see many other decks that play double Arcane Select because as a Dragon Mage, you still want some tempo on the board. But I think Freeze Mage is a very good is a good matchup against mid-range Hunter.
Alex Strawza coming out. Still doesn't show either way. I still think it could be Dragon Mage. We're going to have to see. Trades coming out here. It's pretty standard early aggressive turns. Mid-range Hunter. Do you think... Oh, Knife Juggler this time around.
Knife Juggler for sure. So Kansas is clearing Neo's Mad Scientist.
Oh yeah, Freeze Mage. Alkalite of Pain. You were right.
Alkalite of Pain, yeah.
Yep.
Alex Strawzer.
Of course. Alex Strawza can go either deck. See, that's why I was suspicious. You got the Dragon Mage cards, but of course, looking at the board state right now, I would still lean on the side of Neo in this matchup. It feels like Freeze Mage more than happy to just sit out and wait here. Hasn't had to burn any defensive cards yet. Hasn't lost any life in these exchanges. You got so much value off the Mad Scientist, clearing out an entire Haunted Creeper in the first few turns, not taking any damage whatsoever, and looks like Hunter not going to be the early aggressive deck this time around. You're not going to see that early curve. You're going to see a lot more defensive drops. Interesting choice.
Oh, it's interesting to play King Select here. Oh. So Kansas loses the Joust. But I would rather play Palastrator here over because I don't think card draw is that important in the early phase against Freeze Mage because you just want some more board to deal more damage to face of the Freeze Mage. Let's see what will Neo do here. I think he doesn't have much choice but to draw cards again. It gives him 2 more cards to
Archmage, that's going to be
9
big.
cards. Having 9 cards in hand, but nothing nothing good to do with the Hunter's board.
The big thing coming in here is this Lothep in his hand. If he gets enough aggro on board, he is going to be able to pop the ice block that is surely active on the other side. Not a whole lot he can do to respond to the Lothep. I think he has to Frost Nova here.
I think he has to Frost Nova here and then followed by the Blizzard.
Mind if I roll need?
And then followed by a Flame Strike. Notice that Kansas board is not particularly strong against AoE because it's not resilient enough. But Kansas is gonna play his Lothep in this turn and kills Neo's loot order. So Neo has no choice but only played ancient Acolyte of Pain. Oh, I don't think he's gonna play the Doomsayer though.
Yeah, I don't
he
think
has a
it's good.
Doomsayer, but playing Doomsayer here is just gonna get killed immediately by the board. And even he can even proc the ice block, I suppose.
Well, the big issue here, it's just such a tough spot to be in for the side for Neo because there's enough damage on the board right now to proc that ice block immediately, and in a lot of matchups not in the world, but against Hunter, who can instantly start dealing damage to your face the next turn, it's putting him in a pretty good spot. Things are looking really grim for Neo.
I don't think Neo has any chance. I think Kansas is definitely gonna proc the ice block. And even if Doomsayer procs, he still have a Dr. Boom on the board. Oh, maybe he can even use Dr. Boom to kill him.
This is Yeah, I think you're completely right. I think you go entirely face and you play the Dr. Boom.
I would just go 6, leaving 2 health for mage, and then uses my Knife Juggler to kill him, kill this Acolyte of Bane, and place the Dr. Boom on the board. This is. Oh wait.
He has 2 slots. He needs to run the boar and the web spinner into the Acolyte of Pain to kill them, then play the Dr. Boom, and then Doomsayer, unfortunately, I think will be the death of Neo in this exchange. We didn't think he'd play it because it would get taken out. If we see Dr. Boom here, that's...
And he can just play Dr. Boom so that he can shoot some knife.
I think you play Dr. Boom and you crack in, you proc the Ice Block. There's no reason.
Oh my god, this is... Oh no, this is gonna kill him.
Oh! Unfortunately, that looks like GG. Beautiful set of play from Kenson, coming in 3-0. Once again, such a commanding lead for him, and Neo.
Such a play from Kenson, and he even utilized the Doomsayer to kill his opponents. And this is a very strong. This is very uncommon play from Kenson.
Neo looking a little frustrated on the stage there. Not the best place for him to be. Of course, we have 5 minutes before the next game gets started. But before we cut away to a brief break here, do you think Druid's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with this mid-range hunter list?
I don't think Druid had. I mean, he has to play Druid. That's the only class he left. But I don't think there's much. I don't expect Druid to win 4 games in a row to take the whole series. I think he might just lose because we also see some. No,
he has to get through Warrior, he has to get through Paladin, he has to get through the Druid Mirror, and he still has to take out that super impressive.
Maybe he just lose the Hunter immediately. I don't know, but as we see on the screen, Neo is pretty frustrated right now. I don't know whether he can still play the games properly. As we have mentioned before, the mental health of the player is also very important.
Yeah, mentality, of course. The mental game coming into this next set could be huge, and there's not a whole lot of options left for Neo. As we said, the mid-range hunter is just so oppressive, so strong. In every iteration, every expansion, it seems to find new cards. And it's, we thought Patron Warrior would be the deck that would dominate today, but it looks like mid-range hunter is still reigning supreme in this best of 7. Kenson up 3-0. Neo struggling to find a win. Will his Druid be able to make it? We'll find out in just 3.5 minutes. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for Game 4 here in the Netvigator 10G Fiber third Hong Kong Esports tournament. Quite a mouthful, quite a tournament. 3-0 start for Kenson. I don't think either of us saw this. You said you thought Kenson might be able to come out on top. You weren't 100%, but now it's looking like he might be able to take it 4-0. Do you think Neo's going to be able to come back with this Druidless?
I would like to see a 4-0 from Kenson, but I don't think most of the audience agree with this. They want to see more games from these pro players.
I think in a best of 7, we want to see all 7 games. We don't want to see the 4-0. We want to see more. And for Neo coming in here, obviously the names are swapped on your screen. But the screen in front of you now is in fact correct. So Neo coming in aggressive. Zombie Chow, a very good start against Hunter in the early game.
Zombie Chow is very good against Hunter's minions. Again, I mean, the drawbacks of giving your opponent 5Fs is not relevant until very late game, and we see that there's Harrison Jones in Neo's Druid stack. I think he's gonna counter the Eagle Hornbow with the Harrison Jones.
Angry Chicken, not the most effective card. Could Houndmaster it up for some extra damage, but I don't want to see that here. Eagle Hornbow gonna come out to take this Zombie Chow off the board before it can disrupt anything else. On the opposite side, it looks like Neo's game plan is gonna be to use these Keepers Grow to shut down some of the taunt creatures, to burn out some of the smaller minions. Looking at the hands right now, who do you think has the edge overall?
I still think Kenson can win this game because there's no ramp from Neo. And he's having, well, he obviously cannot efficiently deal with the Leok on the board. Maybe he has to use his Keeper of the Groove. Because you don't want to, he decided to leave this on the board, so Kenson is gonna punish him with the Houndmaster. This play totally disappointed me because I definitely think Neo should take out the every beast on the board if he can.
Neo taking a big risk there, not taking out the Lerock when he had the chance. Of course, now at 4-2 in the board state for Kenson once again, looking very commanding. 2 secrets in hand. Luckily, the Kensan Mystic on the opposite side from Neo. A little bit of a technical response here to his opponent's deck, trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do.
So, what can he do now? He can play another Keeper of the Groove in the trade with the Houndmaster with his 4/4 Shade, or maybe he cannot trade, but try to wait it for a better value later on.
That belongs.
Oh, inside to Harrison Jones here.
Wants to take the weapon off the table, wants to make sure that that Keeper of the Grove will be safe. He decides to drop it, unfortunately. Luckily for him, his life total has not been in jeopardy. Still 30-30 overall. Still working out very well for them.
Alright, trading here is so bad, so Kenson, no. Neo decided not to trade with his Shade, but Kenson's gonna take maybe 9 damage to the face. I mean, Neo is gonna take 9 damage to the face. Or maybe he can decide to, play the chicken.
Get him. The chicken, always an exciting card. Never one you see utilized outside of maybe the occasional glorious arena run. But outside of highlight reels, it's just a 1-1. I mean, a 2-1 in this case, but mostly just a 1-1. Harrison, unfortunately, not going to be the most effective card here. But the Shade continuing to grow, and the 5/5 looking like a much better threat overall at this point in the game.
I don't think the Shade can do anything here because Neo doesn't have Force of Nature, which can just cancel off the freezing trap. But we've seen Kenson playing Bear Trap before.
This is so risky. If he was thinking about the attack there, and that's just such a risky move because freezing trap is on deck. If it's explosive trap, he's in a tough spot as well, and he's not going to come out on top in this exchange. And the best thing he can hope for if he attacks first here is Snake Trap or something less conventional that we haven't seen Hunter play in a long time. It looks like he's going to opt for a much more defensive turn and just continue to let this Shade stack up. I honestly would have liked to see the Mystic come out here or the Keeper of the Grove. I want to shut down some of this aggression.
I don't think he will play. I don't think he'll attack with Shade. He knows this is a freezing trap. But still, Kenson's still gonna snowball from this point. He's gonna play his Wrangler and then maybe use Smoke too.
Oh, that's huge.
My God.
There is no creature that is going to survive that onslaught. I have not. That is. The odds are in Kenson's favor today. He is continuously getting what he needs off these more RNG cards. Aggro, once again coming in, a 6/6 Shade. Not going to be enough. That 3/8 going to take out anything in its path.
Well, we see Neo has an Ancient of Lore, which might. Oh, but he got the Poison Spider, so he not.
There's nothing he can play.
There's nothing he can play. Even with Ancient of Lore, he just die next turn immediately.
Even if he takes the secret here, he can just crack it with the Haunted Creeper, or even worse, the Ram Wrangler, and just get value off the Ram Wrangler once again. And despite getting the secret here, things are still looking grim. He is going to be able to finally take out that Rock. Pretty huge coming in.
But what is he going to trade here? He can just kills off the Wrangler. But of course, obviously he'll slam Dr. Boom and then try to hit with this Hunter Creeper.
I think, yeah, slam Dr. Boom, swing with the Creeper, and take out the 6/3 Shade. And there's just very unfortunate for Neo, not catching a break here once again.
I think he's gonna trade his Maexna into the Shade.
Yep. And that's even as a 2/2, that creature is still such a threat because it can kill absolutely anything that gets played. Ancient of War can't get played here. He may go for the Ancient of Lore instead to get a little bit of value, a little bit of help or card draw. But he has to take it out. He's forced into those bad trades because of the strength and the unpredictability of Ram Wrangler as a card.
And we'll see. I think we're gonna see Savannah High Main here. Wow, and now 4 damage from the Boom Boss.
Okay, so finally the Boom Bot misses after
He's gonna
so
play
many
his
four
Release
hits.
Trap, so Ancient of War cannot attack to face. Or not. Mad Silence. I think Mad Silence is also a good play because he can like chip off somehow from the war, Ancient War, so that he can kill off with either Dr. Boom or the Savannah High Main.
And despite a very strong early aggressive start from Kenson, Neo is slowly coming back into this game. A lot of resistance on the opposite side, but you know, a 5/5 and a 5/8 taunt doing pretty well in this exchange, or should come out on top here because there isn't really, unless Kenson draws something next turn, there's really no good way to deal with this 5/8.
And Neo just drew Digging Hunter from deck, but it's a bit too late because he only have 2 mana to spend.
Really?
Why does he put in
Wait, Mystic? So this is my other big question. Hunter coming, is this Bear Trap? Oh, this is the Bear Trap, of course.
This should be the Bear Trap because he already played 1 Freezing Trap and then another Freezing Trap is in his hand. Maybe it's not Bear Trap, maybe it's Misdirection, we don't know.
We've seen Misdirection. I mean, with the way RNG has been going for Kenson this game, Misdirection could just win him the game for all we know.
Yeah.
5/6, Ancient of War, not quite as strong as it used to be. Trade a little bit more obvious this time around. And
Trade with the Dr. Boom and go face with their High Main. I must say this before, when Savannah High Main hit face, the Hunters win. So we're pretty sure right now.
It's looking really grim. I mean, looking at the answers, Swipe obviously coming into the hand, not going to do a whole lot here, but with Freezing Trap and Bear Trap both online, his options for dealing with the board are incredibly limited. He will be able to draw off this Wild Growth if he wants to. Access Mana going to come in handy, but...
And Neo decided to draw some cards to find an answer for this, and maybe Ancient of War. Alright, he decided not to play an Ancient of War.
And of course, not just 4/6 taunt, gonna buy him a little bit of time here. Will force the Savannah High Main not to crack face. So, a little bit more even exchange. Kill command though may make that a little bit more of a tough proposition. Can just kill command the 4/6 taunt here. Break it with the Spider and crack in for face once again. We're gonna have to see what the options, but with Bear Trap and Freezing Trap, up and available, there's just really no way for Neo to effectively deal with the board. He needs a force of nature. He really needs the force of nature Savage Roar if he's going to clear out a board. If he's going to be able to come back in this game with a combo, he may be able to win it, and that's clearly what Neo is playing around. But we're at the point in the game where it's if Neo doesn't draw an answer, he is very quickly falling out of this game.
I don't see a very good way for Neo to clear board, but Kenson can use his Savannah high main to kill the 4-6 taunts, and he decides to also play his Kazan Mystic, which I think is good because you can just.
Unless his opponent plays the Kazan Mystic, he's not going to be able to get it.
Yeah, it's unlikely to have Neo to have an eye Kazan Mystic.
Okay, so playing around getting taken out by the Savage Roar Force of Nature combo here. River Raid not going to get too much.
I think we were seeing Ancient of War innovate swipe here.
Does seem like a decent option. BG8's going to crack in. Got to get that freezing trap right away.
Freezing trap activated and pops the Big Game Hunter back to the hand. But this Big Game Hunter will not proc in the future because
outside of Dr. Boom, there's not really anything else for
yeah,
him to hit.
Dr. Boom is the only target for the Big Game Hunter. Alright. Neo's looking pretty good here, and maybe he still has a oh wow. That's he decided to kill that Ancient of Lore instead of going face.
He will have those 2 1-1s left over if he decides to burn all of his creatures here into this Ancient of War. It looks like he's going to do just that, and 9 health left, slowly ticking down. I'm not sure how many healing options Neo has left here. We did see, I believe, 1 more Ancient of Lore is left in his deck.
I don't think we'll see a heal option. It's unlikely to have heal bot in his anti-kill bot in the Druid deck because he already has Ancient of Lore in case he needs some heal.
He has to swipe here.
Swipe and then playing the other Shade. That's not bad.
He's not out of the game yet. There's a lot of direct damage that can come out with Hunter after very close turns.
And even without a suitable card, Kenson can just hero power, steady shot. And there's only 5 turns. I mean, if this 7 turns, Neo only has 4 turns left. And don't forget about the bear trap we have from Kenson.
Yeah, and it's keeping him very safe because a 3-3 taunt, not normally something you think of as a threat, but if you don't take it out immediately, suddenly that 3-3 taunt is going to be the end of you. No longer a defensive spell, but a very aggressive use of the secret. Going to work out here, but
oh, that's huge. He can immediately heal himself up to 12 health. I don't know whether he want to hit with his Shade.
I think the Shade is a risky choice. I think once again, but if he keeps playing defensively, like we talk about, Hunter will eventually kill him. So he has to go in at some point. And the question is, it looks like he might go in with him.
He got Savage Roar. I think. Oh, he decided to proc the bear trap. And whether you want to kill the grizzly bear with the Shade, that's the question. And he decided not to take any more risks. He just want to slam.
So netting 6 health this turn if he does decide to use this.
Alright, there's 2 choices here. Neo can just risk, try to draw some more cards from the Ancient of Lore, try to top deck Force of Nature here, and he can take the kill. The Hunter is exactly at 4 health.
Huge. Quick shot is very important here. He's going to be able to draw a card if he wants to play the Houndmaster, and I think he's going to do it.
I think he's definitely want to do this. But he isn't going for face.
Oh, wow.
To my side.
That's... For once, RNG not in his favor. Did get the board there. Wasn't able to clear out the board. Murloc, of course, still very powerful, but not the best in any circumstances.
I think Emperor Tharson is a good play here. Honestly, there's not much choice.
Yeah. There's so few cards on the board and so few cards in everyone's hands that the variance is all coming from the card draw. Whatever you draw is most likely to play. The Savage War won't get played until it's meaning lethal on the board. The Big Game Hunter may get played here, may get played next turn, but there's no value in the battle cry for Big Game Hunter. It's just a 4-2 body at this stage of the game.
Lothar is pretty good draw from Kensen. What if he draw another Savannah High main? It's gonna just end the game immediately. I think Neo here has to. Oh, that
he has to trade with
He has to
Lothar.
wrap it. He has to wrap and kill that. I don't know. I really don't know.
Wrath, I don't think we're going to see come out here, but we will.
Kill Leok and then trade with an Emperor first. Wait for his Force of Nature.
Have to burn everything just to clear the board here, but still not a really big advantage to either side. They're both relying on the top of their deck. This feels like actually the edge will go to Neo in the long run, just because the nature of his deck. But if Hunter draws here, I mean, we could see once again another very explosive turn.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe how. Never mind. Sorry.
Drawing would have been huge, because I mean, once again, we're in that situation where it's just a number of turns that are left, and I think.
Oh, Dr. Boom can be the MVP in this game.
Has to.
But we still have to see what kind of cards Kensen can draw. It's about the top decking. Top deck.
Oh, that's not going to do it. Looks like Neo is going to be able to come out with a win here, just a matter of time. Well, he's actually still a lot of health left, so he can clear the board, but Savage Roar should let this game end.
Savage Roar can end the game. So now Neo is thinking his first game. We can see the smile on his face.
Druid with a long road ahead of it, gonna have to beat every single one of Kensen's deck, but taking out that mid-range Hunter is a great start. Kensen looking not too dismayed, still up 3-1. Obviously has a lot of decks left at his disposal. Paladin, he's got, you know, so many options coming into this, whereas Neo once again has to win everything with this Druid, but a great start for Neo. Very commanding start as well, and some solid play. Didn't feel like there were too many mistakes there. We thought Neo might be a little bit frustrated, but it looked like pretty clean play from him.
Yeah, clean play it is, but the question is, can Druid take the 3 following games? I'm not so sure, because Druid can sometimes have a very bad draws. If those ramp cards is going into his scan in a different order, it can mess up his game. Like the last game, the draw of Neo is not the best draw. I mean, there's no ramp cards to help him for his early games. He can only wait for turn 4. And I don't think Druid is a very good candidate for catching up the 3 following games.
Well, we're definitely going to have to see. Kensen up 3-1 against Neo. Will Kensen take home the cup, or will Neo be able to bring this one back into Game 6? We'll have to see. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We did not end with a 4-0. It is 3-1, 3 up in the favor of Kensen. HK Neo fighting back to keep himself alive in this series. Of course, the only deck he has left is that Druid. It did work out for them in the last game, but we have a lot more flexibility, a lot more variance on the side of Kensen. We have Warrior, Druid, and Paladin left on the table. So which deck do you think Kensen's going to go with in this game?
I think maybe we'll see a Druid mirror matchup. I want to see that because it's gonna be like whether you draw the combo or whether who established the board first. That's gonna be a match of raw power.
It'll definitely depend on those early turns, who can play smarter, get those better trades early on, and for both these players who are so confident in so many circumstances, hey!
Oh, that's your favorite, but that's what you want. You want to see
That's what
Paladin.
I wanted to see. Yeah, Druid v Druid is always exciting, but it comes down a lot to the card draw. I'm really excited to see this Paladin, but it looks like it's not quite the Paladin list I thought it was going to be.
And this time we see a lot of Ram cards from Neo, I guess.
And ramping into Emperor Thorazine early on can be so very powerful. But on the opposite side, what list do you think Kensen is running here? Because we see the Sludge Belcher and the Big Game Hunter, neither of which are incredibly common in the token list. So
I think
what do you think he's running with?
I think it's a mid-range Paladin for sure.
Yeah.
Since he got Qualamasa, definitely we will see some dudes on the board. I don't know, playing Zombie Chow against a Druid, I don't think that's very good because you don't have a very good target to kills. Even if it's a 2-4. That's
ramping
huge.
right now for Thorazine, gonna make it that much easier to get the combo off. He has the combo in his hands, and it's now only 7 mana.
But Kensen has an answer for it. He can choose over champion and he kills it with Zombie Chow.
It's true.
Trading Zombie Chow.
That's gonna help him out a lot, but still, we're gonna see Pylon and Shredder come down the next turn. It's a lot of strong early board presence.
And
I feel like it's still a very even game so far, but I feel like that early Emperor Thorazine is going to be huge because he has the combo pieces in his hand when he decides to ramp that out.
honestly, I would rather play the Ancient of Lore here, coining out the Ancient of Lore, because I already have a combo. I have to give more pressure to my opponent. Okay, and
maybe Sludge Belcher here.
Can play Sludge Belcher.
So not really what you want to see. A 1-4 will give him a little bit of healing, help him stay in this game, but not really going to be a threat against that Sludge Belcher overall. If it can stay on the board, it's very powerful with Savage Roar. We'll let him heal up very quickly, but overall, just really not the card he wanted to see. He needed something a little bit more powerful to come in from that Pilot and Shredder.
And Kensen just don't even have to bother with it.
Coghammer, an interesting drop here. Taunt and Divine Shield, though, may go wasted. Don't really want to burn it on your Zombie Chow.
I think Cogmaster is good here. For Zombie Chow or maybe Voucher, you can just go for the Ancient Lore kill.
And that's the best thing that he could have hoped for there, is to taunt up the Sludge Belcher in exchange. But now he has a fully functional Sludge Belcher on the board. He's slowly building up for both of those Quartermasters. And on the opposite side, it feels like Neo just waiting to get more into the mid to late game, wants to be able to use that combo, but there's really no good opportunity right now. It is online though. 7 mana is all it's going to take for that Force of Nature Savage Roar to be effective here.
Definitely, and I think we expecting Kensen to play his hero powered and Quartermaster. And Druid do not have a very good way to deal with the big board. And the 1-4 Mistress of May isn't doing anything for him when Kensen's Sludge Belcher is sitting in front of that.
And this is just such a strong board, and this is one of the big issues with Druid, is that when you have, as you said, those strong explosive draws, it can be so powerful and it can gain, or it can get so strong in terms of board dominance, but Swipe is really only your multi-target clear, really your only AoE. You do not have the Hellfire that Warlock has, you do not have the Flame Strike that Mage has, and so your ways to clear out this creature now empowered by that Quartermaster are so very limited, and it's looking like a very commanding board state for Kensen.
But Neo has top deck a Dr. Boom. I am not sure whether he want to use it in this turn or whether he want to clear the board with, I don't know, Force of Nature. It doesn't doesn't seem like it can clear the board with Force of Nature Savage Roar.
I think Force of Nature Savage Roar has to be used to clear the board here. I don't think there's a whole ton of options left for him. I think he has to be willing to play on the back foot, wait for this Cenarius, wait for this Dr. Boom to really show their value. But the issue is, when we look at Kenson's hand right now, I mean, we have Fordring, we have Sylvanas as well, so it's just very, very risky.
Honestly, I think, sorry to interrupt, honestly, I think he can just keep her of the group, silence the Sludge Belcher, and so next turn he might be able to take the game using the combo. What do you think about this?
I think it's a bold move, but you're right, he is at 15 life. He has been trading incredibly aggressively. He has to be careful here. However, all it's going to take is a single taunt minion to kind of interrupt that. The silence maybe not the most effective, but it looks like...
But I think that's the only chance Neo can get.
And Kenson's flying right into it. He doesn't expect the silence from Keeper of the Grove, but that Savage Roar quickly let him close out the game. But he's taking out the boom bots. I think he knows he doesn't want to risk dying the combo here.
And Big Game Hunter is definitely going out here. And look at Kenson's, he's so disappointed with the Big Game Hunter. Oh, actually.
So it looks like
Two arms,
this
men.
Quartermaster once again coming out. Unfortunately for Neo, I think he has to win this turn or he's going to be knocked down. I don't know what his options are.
First of Nature Savage Roar and then Coin Hero Power. Killing that Sludge Belcher.
Double Savage Roar. Bringing it in. Emperor Thorazine, the early ramp play looking so strong. And that looks like lethal, ladies and gentlemen. Going in, clearing this match up. No one expects double Savage Roar at this stage of the game. Neo bringing it back 3-2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series. Kenson not looking too happy with that one. Neo in his head in the right place. We were skeptical about that early Emperor Thorazine, but it worked out so well, and at the end of the day, that's what helped him win the game. That's the explosive power of Druid really coming through once again for him.
There's nothing really you can do when Druid has the correct ramp. So as we can see that he has 8 of it, he has Wild Growth. It's just like an unstoppable force from Druid.
Absolutely, so oppressive. And now 3-2, we were wondering if Druid was going to take it. You expected to see the Druid v Druid mirror match. Do you think we're going to see that one in the next game?
I'd like to see the Druid versus Druid mirror match first. And we'll see maybe a Patron Warrior taking the game in a very fashionable manner using double charge, 24-24, game over.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to see it. It's now 3-2, despite all the odds. HKE Neo has been able to bring this one back. And we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes with Game 6 in this exciting best of 7. Don't go anywhere.
this is what I do. I just do this. It's fantastic. This is incredible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After an exciting first 5 games, we are making our way into Game 6. Now, you predicted it, Druid v. Druid would be the matchup. And in that matchup, it feels like whoever draws the more explosive initial hand can just win the game. We saw exactly what can happen if you get out at an early Emperor Thorazine. You can get that double Savage Roar, and suddenly your non-existent board state goes to 30 damage instantly, and that's absolutely insane.
Definitely, I don't think Neil, is that Neil? Kansan's playing Paladin. I don't think the Paladin is expecting this Force of Nature Savage Roar combo, which ends the game even if he has a taunt on the board. Well,
no one, I think Emperor Thorazine, when you have combo in hand and then drawing the other combo piece, I think at the end of the day, you have to take the chance. You have to assume, okay, there's no way he has double combo, and we have to hope that he doesn't. And you can see now, it's looking like the mirror match. It's what we've been waiting for. It's Druid v. Druid. It's Game 6. Henson up at match point. Neo fighting his way back in the series. But this is already looking like maybe a repeat of last game. Early Emperor Thorazine could come out here for Kenson.
And on the left, we have Kenson, which already played a Wild Growth, and he can choose to play Shade or another Wild Growth in the next turn.
Coin coming out here. Shade already up and running. That's pretty big. Having a bigger Shade is going to be pretty important here. I can't imagine either player is going to attack. Just seems like you just continue to let the Shade grow. Oh!
Playing another Shade from Neo.
And double Shade is pretty huge. He's going to have to force him to interact here, or those are just going to continue to grow. That's essentially 2 damage growing every turn, constantly threatening to crack your life total.
Alright. Kenson has nothing to do. I mean, Neo has nothing to do but just to Wild Grow and then Shapeshift. They're still trying to hold their Shade without moving. Waiting for a turn to trade that efficiently.
Kenson does have a lot to do here though, because he has both Emperor Thorazine, which will force a response. Additionally, he has double swipe when he does want to take out those Shades, and we don't really have that same level of removal on the opposite side for Neo. Neo has great creatures that are all just so expensive at this stage in the game. 2/7 drops, not really going to let him interact too heavily with the board. The piloted Shredder, a very good draw in these circumstances.
And now Kenson has just slammed the Emperor Pharisee on the board.
Ooh, BGH is going to be big too, especially as these Shades start to grow up.
Problem is whether he want to trade here or he want to go for face. And he still keep his Shade under the Shade.
Very safe play here. It's 12 damage, constantly threatening, and 28 health life total. But he's going to have to take out Emperor Thorazine. He's going to have to play something here. If this Emperor Thorazine gets another turn to tick down, you're looking at so much direct damage from the double swipe. I mean, 8 damage for 4 mana. I mean, you got basically a fireball coming out here, double fireball.
Neo here has to think about whether he want to trade, because next turn, if Kenson's top deck a Savage Roar, he can already take away the game with just the board here.
And this is what's so scary about Druid in general, is that you're kind of just forced to assume that they have the combo all the time, and you're forced to essentially play around it even if it's not there, and sometimes you just have to take very big risks. Of course, 2-3 coming in here, the battle cry effect, dealing 1 grand damage to a random enemy minion, not going to come out. So not going to be able to take out the first.
Alright, Neo decided to use Shapeshift Phase, Emperor Flower Scene. Put up taunt here. Oh, decided to review the chase and go for a phase. I think this is a good play, but Big Game Hunter is coming in, and I don't know whether he can definitely clear the board with Big Game Hunter, swipe, Rav, whatever. There's a lot of way for him to do so, because double swipe plus Big Game is only 8 mana, and I don't think he needs to use the second swipe.
Emperor Thorazine setting the pace for this match, allowing him to cast so many more spells in a single turn. Swipe coming out. Macy, do you think we're gonna, yeah, double swipe. Wants to clear out the board here.
Alright, he decided to use double swipe. Okay. So I think he should have traded first. Otherwise, if if Doomsayer comes out from the Polythread, he's gonna be very sad.
A very slim chance though, and you can see you've got a 4/4 charge waiting in the hand, Wrath available as well. And I mean, looking at this 9 mana hand, so much damage present. Gonna be able to take out the Ancient of War here.
He can take out the Ancient of War with Wrath, 3 damage and trade and hit it with the 7/7 Shade.
This is gonna put him so low, and he's gonna be set on the back foot already, and he doesn't have any answers to deal with this board. No swipes in his hand. No way to kill these minions. And
I think he's just gonna charge here. Or maybe not. Maybe he can just taunt it up. He is deciding whether charge or bid form is better. Oh, he's going all in.
Don't know. He doesn't have the tools this time around. No Force of Nature Savage Roar. And it's looking pretty grim. Silence will help mitigate that damage, but when you're at 6 health, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Draw cards. Alright, he knows he's dead.
It's a rough life.
I can see.
Sorry.
And the concession coming out. Kensen closing out the series. 4-1. HKE Neo.
4-2.
4-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, a much closer series than we initially expected after the commanding 3-0 start, but Druid bringing it back, and Neo looking a little frustrated. Grin on his face. Good sportsmanship coming out there, and excellent play from both these guys. Druid, unfortunately, not quite getting those consistent explosive hands, and you can see Kensen on the stage now is going to be your winner for the day, and some masterful play, some really excellent mid-range Hunter, and in just a few moments we'll get to the interview, but overall, what do you think was the story of this set? It felt like mid-range Hunter just got so much.
Mid-range Hunter is definitely the MVP of Kansas. And also Kansas has piloted mid-range Hunter so well. He even played Dr. Boom against a Priest Mage, where he take the game in a very fashionable manner, using the Dr. Boom spooms.
Alright, we're watching HK Neo walk off stage. With all the overlay issues, I'm still a little confused, but it looks like after yet another exciting and compelling series, it looks like Kensen will come out on top. Some excellent games from mid-range Hunter, and at the end of the day, the kind of rolling the dice aspect of Hunter, or of the Druid matchup ends on his favor. So Kensen coming out on top, and that is going to do it here for us at the Netvigator 10G5er third Hong Kong Esports tournament, at least for Hearthstone. Don't go anywhere. We have an interview with the winners, and then Street Fighter coming up after that.
我哋嚟到呢個爐石嘅訪問環節，我哋請到 Kenson。好啦，Kenson 你贏咗啦！你今次比賽咧，之前有咩準備咧？
我嘅準備都係慢慢都打啦，就係練多幾次咁樣就比賽㗎啦。
真係好勤力啊！咁你對手嘅技術就有咩評價咧？
我覺得 Leo 佢打得都好好啦，尤其佢德魯伊幾次都即係差啲將我翻盤咁樣，我爭啲，不過最尾我自己俾佢幸運啦，所以贏咗。不過我覺得佢喺個 band pick 上邊咧，佢就比較劣勢啦，因為佢冇揀到一啲強勢嘅職業啦，反而我就揀咗啦。
你覺得今日自己贏咗，你覺得你嘅狀態如何咧？今日嘅狀態？
我今日好好彩啦，咁要嚟嘅牌佢都嚟咗，所以好好彩咁就用獵人贏咗3局，所以後邊壓力就冇咁大啦。
多謝晒 Kenson， 再次恭喜 Kenson 贏得爐石戰記嘅冠軍啊！係網上行十擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技總決賽嘅爐石戰記冠軍㗎。喺呢段時候呢，大家係咪好期待街霸4嘅比賽呢？但係呢都要俾選手休息下同埋預備㗎。所以呢段時間呢，我哋就可以去我哋嘅 HongKong Esports 嘅攤位度睇下我哋嘅 product 啦，同埋呢。提大家，我哋喺呢段時間咧就會出現咗15個門票嘅號碼㗎，而呢15個門票嘅號碼咧，如果你見到你張飛有呢個號碼，你就要去我哋嘅攤位換得一個 LOL 嘅壓力球1個㗎。咁我哋休息一陣先啊，陣間見。
電競對我嚟講，
是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다.
就是实现梦想的舞台。
Like a part of me.
就像生命一样。
电竞为我带来很多東西
Confidence, excitement.
还有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표.
讓我有榮譽感。
最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。
當我在電競館的舞台上，
係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
Like a superstar.
是很棒的感覺。
내가 바로 영웅이다.
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다.
而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
Never end. 저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK Esports를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
我们要的不只是世界冠军，我们要的是要开创这个时代。
我偶尔会睡晚一点，享受那一种轻松的小懒惰。我偶尔会躲在家里看电影，享受那种光影世界的虚幻。我也喜欢美食，享受那种贪吃的小确幸。我还喜欢骑单车，享受那种在风中追逐的自由。走在街上，我跟平常人一样，但是当我走进电竞馆，我就是台湾之光。我是杨家正 ，HongKong Esports 的 HKA Sam。
哇！这是哇云哇！这这哇！
哇！開咗個手段，呢啲左一路加咗情況下，你中打呢個對手，但係就射咗3個，有冇機會再射到進攻8個？哇！這邊直接開出狩獵這個進場傳送，這個侮辱在這對擊旁邊又一個傳送下來，收掉那裡有是這個直接都可以上網。
喂，你们懂不懂看直播啊？在 HongKong Esports 的频道，你们喜欢什么语言都可以的啦。他们很吵哎，应该要戴耳机的吧？
電競對我嚟講，
是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다.
就是實現夢想的舞台。
Like a part of me.
就像生命一樣。
電競為我帶來很多東西
Confidence, excitement.
還有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표.
讓我有榮譽感。
最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。
當我在電競館的舞台上，
係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
Like a superstar.
是很棒的感覺。
내가 바로 영웅이다.
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다.
而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
Never end. 저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK Esports를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
Hello， 大家好。
好啦，我哋咧翻到嚟咧，我哋今日嘅十擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技啊總決賽嘅現場啦喎，見到今日咧，哇真係〜
人頭湧湧啊，好多人啊！
好多朋友嚟到支持啊，好開心，好熱鬧啊！多謝晒大家。嗱咁咧，因為咧見到今日咁多人咧，後邊其實有好多朋友咧都陸續入緊嚟嘅，所以我哋想麻煩咧，我哋坐前排嘅朋友，或者咧可以稍稍再褪前多少少啊！
可以俾你褪前多少少啊！咁啊，大家可以坐得咧再親密少少，
係啦，
令到可以多啲空間俾後面嘅朋友仔咧可以進場㗎。唔該曬各位嘅合作。
係啦，冇錯。咁咧，我哋今日咧咁多人嚟捧場咧，都相信咧都幾成功啦。
好成功啊！見到咁熱鬧。
我想問下你啦，咁一個成功嘅遊戲，你又覺得係點咧？
我覺得一個咧成功嘅電子遊戲咧，除咗吸引到好多玩家之外咧，亦都可以咧即係產生咗好多唔同嘅副產品嘅。咁啊，例如有 T 恤咧，或者咧喺嗰啲唔同嘅各個攤位嗰度咧，都賣緊一啲產品。咁啊，相信咧除此之外啦，咁亦都有好多 cosplayer 咧吸引咗我哋咧扮演遊戲裏邊嘅角色添㗎噃。
冇錯啦，咁講起 cosplay 咧，咁啊梗係要提下我哋咧，今日咧由我哋華碩冠名贊助嘅 Asus Cosplay Tournament 2015啦。冇
錯啊！咁見到好多 cosplayer 咧已經準備就緒同大家見面，大家想唔想同我哋見面啊？
想見下我哋？
喂，俾掌聲嚟聽下先啦！好啦， 咁啊，今日我哋嘅內容非常之豐富嘅，將時間交俾我哋 cosplay 環節嘅主持阿雪先，俾掌聲阿雪。
阿雪唔該晒兩位司儀啊 ！Hello， 大家好啊！我係 Asus Cosplay Tournament 2015嘅司儀阿雪，好高興今日可以喺度見到大家嚇。今日除咗可以睇到我哋電競比賽之外，相信各位朋友會見到我哋唔少嘅 cosplayer 盛裝出席今次嘅活動，特別係跟住落嚟呢10組參賽隊伍。佢哋不論喺道具啊、服裝上面都花盡心思，而且佢哋仲需要時間付出去排練今次嘅表演。今次嘅 Asus Cosplay Tournament 2015由華碩冠名贊助，勝出嘅參賽隊伍可以得到豐富嘅獎金，包括冠軍嘅港幣1萬蚊、亞軍嘅7000蚊同埋季軍嘅4000蚊。而比賽當然唔少得評審啦，好高興今次我哋可以邀請到 HongKong Esports 旗下嘅星海選手重環啊先。而且仲有人氣實況主何秋，當然唔少得就係我哋女神葉子啦。葉子嘅歡呼聲冇嚟比何秋少啊嘛，係咪先？跟住落嚟呢位犀利啦，係我哋今年香港動漫電玩節 cosplay 大賽冠軍嘅阿卓，睇佢呢雙馬葉嘅造型睇下幾型。好，事不宜遲，比賽即將開始。我哋第一隊參賽隊伍係國籍菲律賓嘅香港 cosplayer 喎，佢個名叫大 D， 而將會帶俾大家《生化奇兵2》嘅 Subject Delta。我哋有請大 D。
In the crap. All that matters now is who's got the scrap.
Ridiculous!
Subject Delta. I have known for years of Stanley's betrayal here, and had forgiven him. But in compromising Eleanor now, he seals his fate. You see, it was Stanley who turned you into Ryan.
咩話？你又變成咁嘅理由啊？
The security post is over now. You may have your revenge.
Sweet Jesus. Blam, no? Did she just let me hang myself up and... Oh, God. No. Come on, pal. The train's ready. Just let me live. Oh, Christ almighty. I swear it wasn't personal, okay?
如果我仲講到嘢嘅話，我話俾你聽，你都幾嘔心人類。但係我已經得到我想要嘅嘢啦，呢度已經冇我哋嘅事啦。
Okay, didn't see that coming, but... Okay. That is gonna be... what am I gonna do? And I...
Mother's not lying this time, Father. He really did it. To both of us.
死啦！
唔該晒啊！大啲嘅演出，唔知大家又知唔知呢個故事講啲乜嘢呢？跟住落嚟到第二組嘅參賽隊伍啦喎。第二組係 cosplay Ari 同埋 Sona， 大家都知道 Ari 同埋 Sona 係我哋英雄聯盟嘅英雄啦。咁大家又知唔知道佢哋兩個有段不為人知嘅故事呢？有請第二隊嘅參賽者 Beyond 嘅雨月同埋阿奶為大家帶嚟一場關於 Ari 同埋 Sona 嘅故事。有請第二隊。
附近好似有啲琴聲嘅。哦，原來有個女仔喺度彈緊琴。等我去吸引下佢嘅注意先。你點會知我喺度㗎？呢個係咩嚟㗎？就係你哋呢啲人類。將我哋狐族趕盡殺絕，我哋都只係想搵個地方安安穩穩咁樣去生活啫。 你唔好過嚟啊！我識法術㗎，係咪因為你哋有靈魂、有思想、有意識，就可以為所欲為啊？令到我哋呢啲弱小嘅一族，就連生存嘅機會都冇啊！咁你講啊，你講俾我聽點解啊？吓，原來你係講唔到嘢㗎？點解我心入邊有一種咁奇怪嘅感覺嘅？
其實唔係咁㗎，你有冇發覺你已經開始擁有人類嘅情感啊？我明白你咁做都只係想保護你嘅族人。今日我喺度見到你都算係一種緣分啦。不如咁啦，我知道有個地方叫做戰爭學院，既然你嘅法術咁有天分，就跟我一齊嚟啦。喺戰爭學院裏面可以修煉到適合你嘅法術，到時候我哋一齊喺英雄聯盟入面一展所長。
我真係可以？我曾經為咗吸人類嘅靈氣而殺咗好多人㗎，我係咪真係可以好好咁樣去同人類相處啊？
你可以㗎，藉住喺英雄聯盟入面，你可以同好多唔同嘅人類相處，到時就靠你去化解人類同埋狐族之間嘅誤會啦。
哇，好精彩喎！係唔好走住揦流步。哇，呢身嘅造型睇得出花唔少心思喎。我想問一問你哋咧，點解會揀 AP 同埋 Support 呢對組合咧去上演呢個故事參加呢個比賽咧？Sona 應該講唔到嘢啦。
其實本身係因為我哋本身兩個都好中意玩，一個玩 Sona， 一個玩 Ari。咁但係因為即係我哋之後啦，去諗到佢哋個故事背景咧，原來其實兩個都喺愛歐尼亞嗰度生活，兩個本身原來喺同一個地區生活，我哋就藉住呢一樣嘢去做咗另外一個喺入 LOL 之前嘅故事出嚟咁樣咯。
哇，唔該晒，聽得出佢哋真係好中意 LOL 啊！兩位而家可以移步至台下休息，同埋繼續欣賞我哋精彩嘅比賽嚇。跟住落嚟到第3組嘅參賽者咯，佢哋係由4個女仔組成嘅，佢哋嘅隊名叫 Eternal Snow， 佢所扮演嘅作品係暗黑破壞神3，而且將會上演一場精彩嘅打鬥喎。我哋而家有請第3隊嘅參賽者啊！
邪惡嘅天使搶走咗我啲玩具，唔知有冇人可以代替呢？我諗我需要自我介紹，我係Cinderella Maiden of Lust。噓，好似有人嚟緊。
無真係神聖嘅戰士，係徒手戰鬥嘅大師，亦都擅長使用各種兵器。 野蠻人兇猛無比，任何試圖阻擋佢哋前進嘅人都會被無情地粉碎。獵魔人係無情嘅復仇者，凡係鎖定嘅獵物都會俾佢殺死。
你哋入得嚟就唔使旨意由命離開。你哋同我啲女女玩下先啦。唔可以原諒。等你哋見識下我嘅厲害。
哇！真係好精彩，而且大家都見到佢哋啲道具係周圍掉啊，成本一定唔少啦。介唔介意俾個人我訪問啊？就你啦。你好，你好，你好。哇！你哋真係好精彩，周地都係嘅。我想請問咧，點解你哋會揀呢一套作品，同埋介紹一下自己啊？
因為我哋本身都有玩 Diablo 3嘅，咁點解我哋要 cos 呢個作品係當然因為我哋中意啦。咁另外主要係我哋啲衫，我哋就分別係 cosplay 諸侯、獵魔人、野蠻人同埋我武真啦。咁我哋就3個飾演玩家角色嚟到攻打諸侯嘅。
好，唔該晒啊！真係好詳細喎。好，你而家可以落台度休息同埋執翻你啲蜘蛛啦。跟住落嚟下一隊嘅參賽隊伍又係扮演英雄聯盟喎，佢哋2女1男1座塔，你哋冇聽錯，我都冇講錯，真係有座塔喎，唔知佢會點辦呢？而且哇，佢哋居然係表演皮影戲喎，大家有睇過英雄聯盟嘅皮影戲未啊？事不宜遲，我哋有請下一隊參賽隊伍，佢哋嘅隊名係金樂與他的快樂小夥伴，我哋有請。
Should I make your pulse rise or stop?
你居然咁打我！Swimmingly。
Ari，我嚟幫你啦！
我要招生你哋！
哇，好痛啊！哈！
Double kill。
我唔得，我要換回先，我之後會再翻嚟㗎。
Your team has destroyed a turret。
大鑊，踩到菇！
竟然又俾我捉到你
！Yes sir。
啊！呵！呵！呵！我避，你打我唔到。哼！
An enemy has been slain. Ace。
我哋去嗰堆草叢先啦。
驚佢啊嘛，我明。
今次就唔殺晒你哋。
Double kill。
追到主堡啦！
哇！真係好精彩啊！等我同大家講解下，因為我哋今次 Asus Cosplay Tournament 限定4人參加，佢哋想 cosplay 呢個3v3嘅模式，所以先至會諗到皮影戲嘅喎。麻煩可唔可以俾個人我訪問一下咧？我見你哋好有心思，我想訪問一下你哋。咁我想請問你咧，點解會揀呢個角色？點解你哋會有一座塔咁得意嘅咧？
其實咧，皮影戲係我細個小學畢業嗰陣時玩過嘅嘢嚟啦。咁我就呢排就睇翻啲碟，咁樣就比較想有個回憶，即係再多個回憶咁樣就用呢個方法咯。
好啊，唔該曬，你可以落台下休息。我見你喘晒氣咁，辛苦晒，辛苦晒。好啦，話咁快 Asus Cosplay Tournament 2015上半場嘅最後一隊參賽隊伍啦。佢哋呢一隊表演隊伍呢，由2012年開始參加過好多嘅 cosplay 大賽，係經驗相當之豐富嘅 cosplayer 嚟嘅喎。而今日佢哋所扮演嘅作品係《劍俠情緣3 Online》，而佢哋嘅隊名係叫做 AIM 嘅。哇！睇佢哋上台擺嗰啲武器，都知跟住落嚟會有精彩嘅表演睇啦。我哋有請下一隊嘅參賽隊伍 AIM 啦。
喺呢一世人裏邊，最後悔嘅就係識咗你哋，最開心嘅嘢都係識咗你哋。本來我哋每日一齊打副本、採仙草、做茶館任務，成日對住大家講一日似谷，永不受苦。
咗韓谷之後，所有嘢都改變晒。如果所有嘢都可以翻以前咁你話幾好啊？
姐姐，原來你喺度啊！我哋一齊跳舞啊！
好啊！作為五毒嘅我，又點會俾你哋兩個有好日子過啊？
你點解要殺我師兄啊？你都交咗我手術啦，要打就打。今日我要為我師兄報仇。江湖身不由己，呢句嘢我終於都明啦。
你哋終於明啦。既然呢一次係我欠咗你哋，就等我復活你哋啦。來，妹妹，拿一口小蘋果吧。
接受。
你是我的小呀小蘋果，就像天边最美的云朵，今天又来到了那儿，开满山坡，种下希望就会收获。
哇！唔該晒三位咁可愛嘅小蘋果啊！哇！咁快 Asus Cosplay Tournament 上半場5隊參賽隊伍已經表演完畢啦。唔緊要，我哋仲有下半場，我哋嘅下半場賽事大約會喺晏晝5點鐘開始嚇，大家記得唔好錯過，約定你哋到時見啊！我將個時間交翻俾大會司儀啊！
哇，好厲害啊！頭先見到咧嗰啲 cosplayer 咧好落力嘅演出啦嚇。冇錯，其實咧真係個個都扮得好似啊，係咪啊？
係啊，活靈活現啊，真係非常非常之精彩。相信現場嘅觀眾咧都睇到咧目定口呆㗎。但係呢一個時候咧，因為我哋個現場咧真係逼爆啦，係啊，逼爆咗。所以我哋需要咧各位朋友咧再褪前多少少啊嚇。係啦，因為咧等我哋後邊咧可以多少少嘅空位係啦。再褪前多少少，係啦，但係小心啲啊，最緊要安全啊，可以褪前多少少。好，
跟住落嚟咧，好似有個表演你要送俾大家喎。
冇錯啦，因為我哋睇完 cosplay 大飽眼福之後咧，應該就意猶未盡，咁係時候咧要聽下啲靚歌嘅。咁我哋今日咧請咗一位特別嘅嘉賓咧嚟到我哋當中喎，佢就係咧唱歌非常之好聽嘅 Johnny 啦。
好，用熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎 Johnny 出場。交台交俾你。
唔該晒你哋。大家好，踱步街上觀摩眾人，外貌品行隨意區分，日夜張望能成就偉人，或是作一世悶困。自問表現不差過人，浪漫演繹還會震音，或是名書展明如若星塵，方可以傾到眾生。如果我是陳奕迅，這句話太吸引， 獨站在微光下逃離樹蔭，還是我不去面對黑暗，白日夢破醒了沒可如忍。潮能表演不差過人，浪漫演繹還會震音，或是説自命如若星辰，都可以傾到眾生。如果我是陳奕迅，這句話太吸引，獨站在微光下逃離樹蔭，真相是其實我不去面對苦困，白日夢會不會自禁。窗問堆積了塵，命運沒法敲定前世今生，怎樣神愛有神，只不過假意是人，能做你的確是太急進，實在我享受循序漸進，心底面銘謝你再令我長進，白日夢刺激我自信。陳奕迅的確是得一個，賣力地盡使你起身拍和，權硬要比較是你的錯，漸漸便看清我是我。Thank you。
好，唔該曬 Johnny 㗎，多謝曬你嘅演唱。哇 ，Johnny 咧頭先咧就唱陳奕迅個歌咧，唱得好似陳奕迅。咁其實我咧都好想成為阿 Toys 嘅，咁阿 Toys 咧打機又叻又靚仔，係咪先？
咁你諗下先啦。
哎呀，真係慘。
咁咧講起阿 Toys 咧，其實咧我哋跟住落嚟咧就即將要進行咧十擊光纖咧短片問答環節啦喎。咁不如呢一個時候咧睇翻一條咧有阿 Toys 喺裏邊嘅短片先啦，好冇？
好啊！一齊去片睇下啦！
飯啦！
得啦，嚟啦！
喂，成家人等緊你啊！食唔食啊？康凍啊！
得啦，嚟緊啦！
仲打？出嚟食飯啦！
得啦，行唔開啊，就快啦！
喂 ，L 有更新喎，快更新啦！
喂，我更新完咯喎，我陣準備諗住試個重擊 GP 啊，聽聞呢隻鷹咧好似幾冇腦喎。
喂，有咩可能啊？我做更新仲早過你喎，點解你仲快我嘅？
喂，我啱啱翻到屋企咋，等埋我啦。健仔，你得未啊？健仔，我哋 GP 就嚟食餐食到慘氣都食埋啦。你係咪用56K 上網㗎？我都玩得咯喎。唉，唔等你啦，我哋開波啦。
喂，唔好啊，等埋我啊！我會換上網公司㗎，等埋我啊！
哇，厲害啊！除咗靚仔之外，做戲都好了得啊！咁不如我等阿 Toys 出嚟咧，問下大家問題啦，好冇啊？
冇錯，我哋而家請 Toys。
好，俾啲掌聲，有請 Toys 上嚟，耶！哇，好多 fans 啊！
好多 fans 啊你啊！好啦，而家問問題啦噃。好，第一條問題。
當你玩緊 LL 嘅時候，俾屋企人驚，你會點做咧？
好，放低手先啊！
俾屋企人驚，你會點做？工作人員準備好啦。
準備好啦未啊？好嚟啦喎！
我哋數啦，1、2、3。
好，不如現場即刻揀好冇啊？好，邊位啊？我哋即刻 pass 個咪落去俾佢答好冇啊？好，邊個？有冇現場嘅 工作人員睇到。
工作人員唔該。
喺邊度？工作人員，佢哋舉到手臂㗎啦嚇，keep 住舉起啊嚇，唔該。好，有冇揀到？揀到？哇，個個都好想要呢一個戰隊嘅外套啊！搞到我都好想要。
工作人員揀咗未？
有未啊？邊度啊？不如直接 pass 個咪俾佢有冇啊？叫佢上嚟。好，請你快啲啦！哇，今日好開心啊！即係咧 ，Toys 咁近距離咧，同各位即係朋友見面啊，真係非常之難得㗎嚇。喺邊度？快啲啦
！testing。
上到嚟啦，係咪啊？
未喎。
好，直接喺度答啦，好嘛？
答得㗎啦。
係喺度答啦。係問多次問題。
如果你俾屋企人驚，你會點樣做咧？打機嘅時候，繼續打。
滿唔滿意啊？
呢個答案。
梗係啦，
如果你俾屋企人驚，你又會點做咧？
我都係繼續打㗎啦。
繼續打。
咁就係答啱問題啦，恭喜你！咁我哋陣間工作人員咧就會 pass 件咧我哋嘅戰衣嘅風褸俾你㗎啦，唔該晒。
第二條啦噃。
第二條問題啦。
大家更新遊戲最耐用咗幾耐咧？
更新遊戲最耐要幾耐？放低手先，3、2、1，好，工作人員睇唔睇到？即刻 pass 個麥俾佢啊！哇，太快啦真係。好多隻手啊！見到人海茫茫咁樣。好，更新遊戲最快要幾耐咧？
最耐要用幾耐？用咗幾耐咧？工作人員唔該 ，pass 咗咪俾佢哋未啊？喺嗰度係咪？
係。半個鐘。你嘅經驗咧？
半個鐘都幾耐下嘅其實。
都耐。
咁你最耐係幾耐？
我唔係好清楚，我真係唔係好清楚。
你應該唔係好耐，知唔知點解啊
？10 G 啊嘛
係嘛？冇錯啦，犀利啊！用咗網上。
10 G 就梗係唔會咁耐。
唔會等半個鐘咁耐啦。
唔該晒 Toy，
唔該晒，多謝晒。
多謝晒。好啦，嗱，各位咧，如果未攞到風褸咧，唔緊要，因為我哋陣間咧仲有機會嘅。而且同埋，如果咧你哋今日攞唔到風褸都唔緊要，因為我哋現場咧有好多呢啲攤位喺度啦，亦都有好多精美嘅禮品咧可以現場發售，大家咧一定要去睇下。
唔好錯過，大家去選購啊嚇！
冇錯。
跟住落咧又有好正嘅賽事咧送俾大家嘅，就係終極街頭霸王4嘅賽事啊！正唔正先？想唔想睇啊？大家
想睇？
想睇俾啲反應先得㗎！係啦，拍下你乓乓啊！
咁究竟咧邊一個先至係格鬥之王咧？咁就要等佢哋咧一腳一拳咧去決定呢個勝負出嚟啦噃。
不過咧未比賽之前咧，我哋不如一齊睇下預選賽嘅比賽花絮先，好，一齊去片。
好啦，嗱，我哋咧睇過精彩嘅花絮之後咧，大家咧都相信知道咧，要打到咧今日呢一度咧，我哋嘅勝敗組比賽咧，真係一啲都唔容易㗎嚇。
冇錯啊，一定要咧過5關斬6將咧，先嚟到今日呢一個比賽嘅場地㗎噃。
冇錯，咁我哋而家咧即刻咧就請出勝者組嘅 Cody NP， 咁佢用嘅角色咧就係 Rose， 我哋俾掌聲 Cody
NP。Hello，Cody NP。好，同觀眾。即刻 hello
同大家打招呼先，
好有型啊！好，跟住落嚟咧就係亦都有勝者組另一位出線者就係 Human Bomb， 佢中意用嘅角色就係 Sakura。Human
Bomb，
有請 Human Bomb， 耶！
係啦 ，OK。好啦，咁咧我哋喺呢個時候咧亦都會邀請埋咧敗者組出線嗰位朋友嘅，咁佢咧就係拳霸鬥魚大口啦，咁佢用嘅角色咧就係 Akuma 嘅。 拳霸隊大口
喺邊度啊
？Thank you，我哋現場觀眾俾啲掌聲3位先啦。
非常之唔容易嚟到今日㗎嚇，付出咗好多努力㗎。
好 ，thank you。咁我哋咧就首先咧就請Human Bomb 同埋Cody MP 咧先坐低嘅。咁拳霸隊大家咧可以稍稍休息嘅，係啦。
冇錯冇錯。
咁呢一個時候咧，我哋即刻咧就會播放出咧 Cody MP 同埋 Human Bomb 嘅訪問影片嘅喎。咁影片過後咧，我哋就會直接交俾主播咧，開始今日咧呢一個嘅終極街頭霸王4嘅比賽咯喎。
我好想睇個訪問片段啊！大家想唔想睇啊？不如一齊嗌去片好冇？去片！
我大概中學時候就開始有接觸格鬥類型嘅遊戲，咁其實嗰陣時都係開始玩街頭霸王先嘅，咁到而家大個咗啦，咁之前喺外國讀書翻嚟，咁翻到嚟就繼續接觸翻嗰陣時街頭霸王4啱啱出，咁就開始接觸翻咁樣玩翻，咁我覺得咁多街機遊戲類型入邊，我自己覺得格鬥遊戲係最有深度同埋我覺得最有趣嘅，所以我會揀咗街霸嚟玩。傻嘢啊！咁印象中真係冇乜，因為我自己其實係一個現實同遊戲都分得幾開嘅人嚟嘅。揾其他遊戲打冇喎，通常譬如話我輸或者覺得自己唔好嘅時候，我自己都係會可能會停一停唔打住，咁檢討翻自己邊度打得唔好啊，或者有咩問題。咁因為我自己係一個專注一樣嘢嘅時候就幾全心全力去做，所以我自己譬如我專心打街霸嘅時候，咁唔會將啲精神擠喺第二度。決賽嗰2位選手其實上年HongKong Esports 冬季賽咧，其實我都對過佢哋，即係2位都對過嘅，咁2個我都輸咗，咁我會希望今次就報到仇，咁打得更加好咁樣咯。咁目標當然都係冠軍。支持我嘅人都會有，咁通常我就係一個唔係好識表達嘅人，咁我咁就透過而家呢個機會講啦。咁其實好多謝支持我嘅人，咁我會盡量做到自己最好，令到大家唔好失望。
街霸比賽買少見少嘅原因係我哋太少 player， 太少人玩呢個遊戲。打街霸嘅門檻比較高啊，可能啲人玩一陣就會放棄咯，係。有諗過做 gym， 但係冇諗過練到好似街頭霸王角色咁咯。因為現實生活唔使咁大隻，唔使係咯，又唔係打 MMA。如果梅園喺我面前啊，可能因為我哋已經見過好多次面，起碼我諗咁多年，起碼有10次啦，已經其實算 friend 㗎啦，係啊。如果見到佢，可能會同佢去飲酒啦，可能係。其實今日決賽嗰2位選手已經好熟啦，已經對過好多次。我想講我一定會贏，希望你哋支持我，我會為香港贏呢個比賽。
And I am joined by the lovely Kim. We have done this last year, so great to be here this year again for the 3rd annual Hong Kong Esports tournament for the Ultra Street Fighter 4 segment. Just want to give a quick shout outs to our sponsors. First and foremost, Netvigator 10G Fiber. They are our title sponsor, pumping all that fiber internet, 3 million megabytes per second. I'm probably exaggerating, but that silky smooth online play, so important for the players here. And we also have Azus, the Republic of Gamers. They are our diamond sponsor, and along with BenQ, our gold sponsor for today. We also like to give a special thank you to the new Elite Education Center, Game World, Photo Station, and Showbiz for coordinating and co-organizing the tournaments today.
Thank you, Z. And we look at the first match will be Cody and the Human Bomb.
And this is going to be the winners bracket. Both of these players played in the preliminary tournament. at HKE qualifiers a couple of weeks ago. They both came out on top, so they have a flawless track record up to now. They still have one life to give. The loser of this is going to be dropped down into the losers bracket to face Quanba's Douyu Dako from mainland China. So it's really going to be a three-man match, a three-man tournament. It comes down to it. It's going to be two of the Hong Kong players who know each other very well. Cody and Human Bomb have been traveling around the world collecting all those Capcom points. So you can see that their experience has really worked out for them in their favor. It's no surprise that they came on top. But I know that Dako is very, very hungry. It was actually a Chinese player last year, Huan Lin, that wrecked shop on everyone, even from Singapore Xian. So the Chinese players have a very good history, a very good track record here at the Hong Kong Esports Tournament.
Yep, and as just everyone will know, Human Bomb will be using Sakura. And do you know what character does Cody use?
Well, he did register Hugo Golki Akuma. He plays a poison. So it's really up to anyone's guess, but I would say based on the character, I wouldn't be surprised if he whipped out a poison in this matchup. I believe both of them showed up last year, but the game has really evolved so much since then. A lot of the character meta, the matchups, a lot of characters we thought were strong have maybe dropped in the rankings. Eva Ryu, of course, a stalwart in that S tier. And Cody, I think, also plays in Eva Ryu here and there, but I think Dako registered as Cammy and Eva Ryu. So we can expect either of those two characters from him, but Cody really is the dark horse in the sense that you don't know who he's going to bring out against his opponent.
Yeah, I saw him playing at the CPT tournament today, and he's doing very, very well.
Yes,
he beat
Gyro
Tompi and beat Tompi, two Japanese players.
Not a very gracious host to our Japanese guests, knocking them into the losers bracket right after they come on that 4.5-hour plane ride all the way from Tokyo. But he's doing what he needs to do. He's defending home turf.
Yes.
We don't want something like last year to happen where someone from outside of Hong Kong wreck shop. So it's really going to have, Hong Kong's going to have two chances, two of its best players defending the Hong Kong Esports. We want to keep the title here to a local champion. We want to remind you that there is a big, substantial monetary prize on the line. So they're not playing only for pride points or Capcom points, they're playing for cold-hearted cash.
Okay, so the players still setting up the machines. So I think we're going to take a little break.
All right, we'll see you pretty soon.
電競對我嚟講，是我一輩子的事業，一個尋找理想嘅地方。或者뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다，就是實現夢想的舞台。Like a part of me，就像生命一樣。你幫我 set 啦。電競為我帶來很多東西。你 set 係咪入唔到嘅？哦 ，OK， 哦 ，OK。勝利的感覺，你人生嘅目標，讓我有榮譽感。最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。當我在電競館的舞台上，係我人生中最享受嘅時候。Like a superstar， 是很棒的感覺。내가 바로 영웅이다，我就是皇上。我們對勝利的渴望，我們對榮譽的追求，我哋對理想嘅堅持，我們對電競的態度，영원히 변하지 않는다。而我哋對電競嘅熱愛 ，Never end。
저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK e스포츠를 응원하겠습니다.
Hong Kong Esports，加油！
「
迎收看電競動新聞。
All right,
Welcome
here
back,
we go.
everyone.
All that break time, only adding to the tension of the winners finals leading up to the third Hong Kong Esports USF4 tournament. The prize money gets bigger and bigger. The players stay largely the same. Familiar faces, but their knowledge of the game increases. So we're going to see a very compact, very character specific, and also very matchup specific. These players are not strangers to each other. Obviously, Johnny here, who we see on the screen, he plays both Sakura and Poison, hailing from Hong Kong. He's a local, born and bred, and he passed up Ka Wing 2-1, and then his sort of new nemesis, Rossi Young, 3-1, the upstart Cody from last year. And his opponent will be Cody, who's looking very dapper in those racing bucket seats. We're not used to this type of luxury. We've graduated from the poverty. The struggle is very real. But that's what you get, that top player privilege here at the Hong Kong Esports. As both players are getting ready, locked and loaded. They want to do a button check. Make sure that their combos are optimal.
Okay, they're all good. Ready to go.
You can see both these players probably have their cell phones out on the side, just checking for last-minute frame data, which is very important in this game. Human Bomb. Okay, so he's going for the vanilla Sakura in the original schoolgirl colors versus Cody, and he's using the new character here in Ultra, Hugo from the Final Fight series.
Okay. Sakura's gonna jump in when Hugo doesn't have a X bar. It's like he cannot anti-air properly. I think this is the tactics Johnny's gonna use. Oh, nice clap and combo.
Now you can see him really trying to keep airborne. He misses a combo there. He could have got a little more after that second clap. Hugo, very difficult to get in as he's very, very slow walk speed. But once he does like this after the EX claps, he can get so much damage potential off of it. That was the second time that he had hit it. Very rare for anyone to survive after that. Hit him in the front. Into the Ultra. Here comes Sakura. He's going to have an even life bar with nice corner control.
Oh, and now throw. What's he going to do?
Overhead, yep. Oh! Can he finish his combo? Yes, he does. Cody MP with the clutch claps against Human Bomb. You cannot survive too many of those. Sakura with a lower life bar compared to the 1100 health bar of Hugo. He has a very
nice box,
a lot of life, and it's evaporating right now. 90 seconds, already down 40% against his opponent.
What's the setup? Oh, to the back.
Great defense from Cody. But it looks like
Human
Bomb working on a perfect, wow! The wake up head dive. Oh, nice. That's a little too far, I think. No, he got him! Very optimal combos here from Cody. That was almost like full stock of ultra combos. He's gonna go for that splash.
That was a nice read for
Oh, yeah. That works in the corner. That's a guaranteed punish in the corner as the backdash is airborne. Cody did it hoping that he could catch him on the backdash. It does not work. Good judgment from Cody, but bad placement. He should have been in the corner for that EX air grab. It would have been guaranteed. So Hugo's like to build meter in the middle of the screen by using the clasp, but that is able to be focused. Good trade for Cody. That standing medium punch, so good in the mid-range.
Nice combo there. Alright, Sakura gonna keep the distance. And Hugo's trying to get in with the palms.
Oh! Another of those claps. Now Cody is option selecting his standing light punches, low light punches into the clap. Not gonna jump over, that's a bait. Johnny wants him to go over so he can anti-air. Ooh, this is very dangerous now for Sakura in the corner. Can she get out? Wow, nice reactions from Johnny. Brilliant reactions.
He's expecting that.
Cody was having a little difficulty getting in. A lot of Hugos like to cancel their standing light kick, which is a very far and fast move, into the running meat squasher grab. But Johnny obviously using the experience that he's had against Cody, against him. That was a player-specific read, great reactions to punish him with the EX.
So Human Bomb is up by 1 game, and this is a BO5 series.
So the first player to win 3 matches is going to take this and knock his opponent into the loser's bracket. It's a little too far to connect anything after that. Oh, no! Not sure if that's a good trade-in. Nice. So Cody is actually using a lot of normals to trade with Johnny's fireballs. He knows he can't get in the traditional way, so he has to rely on the trade damage and the health line. Finally gets the meat squasher and doesn't even need the corner juggle after that. So much damage. Oh. And that is a guaranteed wall carry wherever you are. Hugo will take his character for that meat squasher. Ooh, burns all his meat. This could be dangerous.
Okay.
Safe jump. Wow, new technology. Why is he doing that move?
Because if you do anything else, the Tatsu might beat it.
Yep.
Oh, nice raider again. Back dash out of the throw. Oh, and a Tatsu?
Yeah, Tatsu on Wake Up is really going to beat anything that Hugo can do. Dizzy.
Stun.
Alright, finally you can hit him right after he gets dizzied, unlike the first version when Hugo had some invulnerability frames attached to it. But everything is patched out by now. Playing a tournament perfect version here at HongKong Esports. Nice! Gonna get the follow-up! Doesn't get the lariat. Look at all that meter building.
Overhead. Oh, nice anti-air.
Clean jump in. Clean anti-air after that jump in. Nice, I love these trades just to get around the fireball game for Sakura. He's willing to trade his life because he has a higher, more life bar than Sakura. Nice! This is gonna take off so much damage!
But he didn't finish off the combo.
Oh, just slaps her right out of some EX move.
Very bad for Human Bomb. He cannot jump.
Nope, you're right.
Because
now all Cody needs is a trade, probably a standing medium punch or a standing light.
Oh!
Wow, he just moved there and no damage scaling, very little. Gonna get the ultra juggle, still has to get 1 or 2 more mix-ups. Whoa! I like it. Big EX fireball to get that frame advantage into the throw. Hugo actually very weak against normal throw. He doesn't have any throw invincible moves except for that air grab. So
that was a very smart throw.
Yeah.
Because if you hit a button, the armor will blocks it and hits him with the lariat.
I think that he threw him out of that lariat. Oh.
Okay, so neutral jump, combo, to front, stun. Okay, far heavy punch, the EX Tatsu.
Optimal damage here.
And another one, to the back.
Oh, is he working on the P? Does he want it? Oh, nice. Just burnt it.
Good decision.
Johnny has been less apt to burn his meter, but the new and improved 2015 Human Bomb showing that he's able to burn meter just to retain momentum, not let his opponent come back.
Now Human Bomb is on match point.
No. Dash just wants to carry his... Oh, this is big trouble. Yeah, dizzied already. Wow, dashed after his fireball. that should take it. Yep, clean 3-0 victory for Human Bomb against his good friend and opponent, Cody MP. What were the key takeaways in that match? How was it possible that Human Bomb able to have such a convincing victory over his opponent?
I think he mixed up his offensive option very well. He was doing like every practice is different. He's not doing the same thing over and over. So you mix it up very well.
Was Human Bomb perhaps prepared for the Hugo matchup? Do you think that he saw this coming?
I think so. They have another competition a few days ago, and I think it was a very close game. And I think he went home and did some homework.
Yes, Human Bomb's worst enemy is not some crazy player, but actually himself. When he does show the motivation and the tenacity, he belongs right up there with the rest of the top players in the world. So Human Bomb will stay in the winner's bracket. He still has another life to give. Cody then drops down to the loser's bracket. He loses 1 life, and he has to face against Chenpa's Douyu Dako in the loser's bracket. The loser will go home. So this is going to be a matchup between the second and the third place. We've seen the character selection for Cody. He opened up with Hugo. Do you think that he's going to stay with Hugo against Dako?
I don't know, because Dako will be, I assume he will be using Evil Ryu or Kemi.
I can't see why he would use Kami in this case. Those are two very strong characters, but Evil Ryu, known as the top tier character in this game, the alpha dog.
Hard for Hugo.
Very little,
but what we saw today earlier is that Cody actually have a very good DiCaprio.
Ah, yes. Actually, he plays, so I don't know if he'll ever admit it, but we have Infiltration here from Korea, a very special guest, Evo champion. You know, he's won a lot of tournaments. He's been known to play a wide variety of characters, and I think Cody has really looked up to Infiltration in having a wide breadth. Not saying that, you know, of course you're always going to have your main character, but having a plethora of sub-characters allows you to cover your weaknesses. So you see that a lot of what Infiltration does, Cody also follows in his footsteps, and Infiltration able to develop DiCaprio, a very underused character from last year, into a tournament viable character. And so Cody also learned DiCaprio, the Chun-Li, Eva Ryu, of course. And we'll see how it's going to play out. It's going to be very loyal character loyalty in the case of Human Bomb and Sakura versus variety, and that's really been the story now that the prize money for these Ultra Street Fighter tournaments increase year upon year.
And on top of that, I think he's having pocket Elena.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So we're gonna, whoa, there are some fan children, and they're probably waiting for the next match to come up, and this is really where the true intense rivalry heats up. Whenever you have an international matchup, so we saw that last year when it was Singapore versus China versus Hong Kong, and just like how Street Fighter, each character represents a different place. So Chun-Li is from China, Ken is from America, Ryu from Japan. We're going to be seeing some international matchups today.
Okay, and I think the players are getting ready. And I think we're going to take a short break and we'll get back into the match right away.
All right, see you soon, guys and girls.
遊戲更新對每個遊戲都有影響，街霸唔例外。好似街霸嘅判定同埋速度咧都會有改變，所以要慢慢適應翻。如果俾我做伴侶嘅話咧，小英同埋春麗咧，小英就偏向可愛啲，春麗咧身材正啲，不過除咗大髀啊。GG 同街霸街機上競爭係最大嘅。如果同 GG 嘅人講咧，就話你 GG 同高手玩咧，你可能好難贏到。如果你打街霸咧，可能你同我打咧都會偶然贏下。兩位選手我認識好耐，佢哋打得好好，不過我唔會輸，我會爬翻上嚟攞到我應得嘅冠軍。廣州今次真係好多人嚟，因為今次嘅決賽同 CPT 比賽同一日，所以廣州至少有10幾人，我會同你講，我會贏落去。
Welcome back.
Yes, I'm very scared for the Hong Kong players, very motivated, as you could see from that interview from Daco. Wants to really prove a point. He's known as the most technical and most knowledgeable player in China.
Yes, that's
but
right.
His teammate and good friend, Xiao Hai, is probably the person who has the most international accolades, having a very good tournament record on the international scene. So Daco, with that motivation, he wants to show that not only does he have the knowledge and the skill set, but he also can play under pressure, and that's really been his weakness. But you know, we're not that far away from his hometown. He's from Guangzhou, so he doesn't have to. It's not like he's playing in Las Vegas at EVA or something. So I think expect that he's going to be a little more comfortable in the setting, and with that comfort, he's going to be play at the high level that everyone expects him to be able to play at.
Yes, that's what I expect from him. But recently, Cody is also doing very, very well. So he's another force to be recognized.
This year, Cody has really sacrificed his life to the game. He's made that leap and said, you know what, I'm going to go YOLO.
Yes.
And
I'm going to quit my job.
Yeah, maybe in Buddhism, you're reincarnated into another animal, but for now, I'm just going to live only once and really go for it. So he's put all his chips in, moved all the way in, and that, when you sacrifice everything, I think you can play at another level. So he's sort of unleashed his hidden power, and we'll see how that plays out against the competition. It's really showed that he's made that transition from an upper intermediate player into an advanced player, able to get, you know, the top 8s in the tournament results.
Okay, the players are getting ready. Daco, after he lost his games in winner brackets, and he can make a very strong comeback into the final.
Yeah,
so
he went
killing
3-0.
everyone by 3-0, 3-0.
Right, so he's had an unblemished record, 3-0, 3-0, until he ran into, who put him in the losers
Human
bracket?
Bomb.
Human Bomb, who was still in the winner's bracket, and I believe that was Sakura versus Evo Ryu.
Yep.
A lot of it had to do with combo drops, so we've been watching Daco play today, seeing if he's able to get that combo consistency that is required to play Evo Ryu at a high-level match. He was hitting them a little earlier at the Capcom Pro Tour booth. Let's see if that can translate over here on the big stage in front of, you know, literally thousands of people watching his every move. You can see right now they're just doing a little button check and a combo check. Well, Cody playing with a watch on. Hope it doesn't scratch his joystick. Very swag. And again, they're playing on the head-to-head setup, which is a lot of arcade players will be used to it. Thanks to BenQ for providing the lagless monitors that were used at EVO, also used at HongKong Esports. Really, if you lose today, it's your fault. There's nothing, no one to blame, no option selects, like, the lag. No, this is all about the player reads and also the character reads. Looks like they're about ready to get started. What are your predictions for this matchup? This is going to be Cody representing Hong Kong versus Daco representing Chunba and Douyu in China.
Okay, I'm going to be biased here.
Please do.
I'm going to support my homeboy, Cody. I think he's doing very well and he's determined to win. I can tell from his plays.
You can really tell from the look in the player's eyes if they've got that murder face on, if they arrived early. Cody was actually trying to pick up a player from the airport today. I was like, no, you focus on you. Today is a good day to be selfish. You are in top 3, you're in winner's bracket, and you really need to concentrate on defending home turf, which is much more important. So it looks like if this button check is not
actual match,
a juke, or I don't know if it's a mind games or what this is.
It's probably a decoy. I'm practicing with Kemi, but I'm going to pick Evo Ryu.
Yeah, the good thing about Evo Ryu and Kami is that they share similar, like, close enough combo checking that if you combo check one character with the timing, it can kind of translate over to the next character. It's not the same exactly, but you can sort of play a little mind games by picking someone for the button check, and then when it comes to the real match, you then switch over, right? The old switcheroo. Well, there's also the option to do a double blind pick, which is necessary for players, both players really, that have a whole arsenal of characters. Let's see if they enact that rule, or they're just going to play chicken at the character select screen and see who goes first.
That would be tricky if they go double blind because both players have so many characters in their pocket, and you don't really know which one they're gonna pick.
So that's sort of like our version of the MOBA games that do character bans in the beginning. We sort of have our own version of that, which is the double blind pick. It looks like they are taking a little time. There's a lot going on in their heads. So there's not only, they're just staring at the screen blindly. They're actually trying to gauge a Yomi, we call it the read. Who is my opponent going to pick? Who can I counterpick him with? Because the first person that takes the advantage and goes 1-0 then has the advantage thereafter, because you can't switch your character until you lose. So it's really a rock, paper, scissors. You really want to jump out ahead in front of your opponent and take that first round. Yeah, he's like, yeah, you pick first. Okay, so it was a false button check. He was using Cammy, but really going for the Eva Ryu as expected. No one's really surprised at this. This is the strongest character in the game, primarily because of the damage output and also that standing medium kick we just saw. A universal tool, a Swiss Army knife that can be used in all the situations. There it is again. Yes. That's something that a lot of players need to be doing against Hugo is the focus attack. The clap cannot break the armor. And of course, that's the only move he has at that distance. So the clap, the focus attack, a very good countermeasure. Oh, nice. Yeah, his reactions are on point. Is Dapo. It's going to be very difficult for Cody to break his guard. Oh, but he got something.
Well, you should never count Hugo out. He's very damaging. But and really, I believe Cody have some tips from Stormtrooper while he was in Taiwan.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of new technology, new set plays that was discovered, or shown rather, to the international crowd. I'm not sure if Cody is able to incorporate that into his game just 1 week after seeing it. But certainly he was inspired by seeing Hugo play so high in a very stacked tournament in Taiwan. Let's see if he can reproduce that success here in Hong Kong. That clap right there, so susceptible to focus attack. Okay, Dago not burning his meter. He likes his positioning and he has a healthy life lead. Okay.
Oh, but he jumps his bubble.
Oh no! And you see how he backs off and throws that red fireball just to push his opponent further into the screen. As long as he can keep out of the corner and outside of that Ultra 2 range. He hasn't gone airborne once. Has Dago. Very convincing win. I expect Cody to take some time at least to deliberate a counter pick.
Maybe we will be expecting a character change.
Well, he did get 3-0'd by Johnny, Human Bomb, so his confidence in the character has to be down just a little, but he's still going with it. Wants to prove a point. Also, RB from Taiwan sticking with this character in most situations. Okay, here he's doing a nice job pushing his opponent into the corner. Yes,
okay.
EX.
Oh, he go for the reset, but Dago jump out of it.
I want to say I like the reset, the greediness of it, but he left a lot of damage on the table. He had a full punish. I wish he had just gone all that he could have was offered in that situation. Close medium kick, 3-frame, turning into a close medium kick. So you can really spam medium kick button. If it gets you the far one, great, best move in the game. If you use the close one, even better. Very fast frame move.
It will be very hard for Cody if it goes down to 2-0.
How is Cody going to get around this fireball game? That's standing medium. Okay.
Oh, that's the chance.
Yeah, but it's very difficult for Hugo to punish a missed Tatsu combo. So even Ryu, all players, no matter if you're Dago Imahara or Cody or... Oh! Yeah, that's going to get on. Is this... All this... Is he dead? Oh, full animation! Boom! Plants him into the ground. GG's for Hugh. Again, he still has one match to give, but it's just not looking good for him. Already, if you count the matches from Human Bomb, he's down 0 and 5 in a row. Okay, so we're not surprised at the character selects. What is this? Really? Oh!
I want to go Evil Room Mira.
Okay, let's see if Infiltration Oppa is looking, if you can give him any advice or if he's busy with his own tournament. Really, because this is probably the last year that we're playing this game, all the players should be familiar with all the characters by now. So that's why you see him sort of go hover his cursor around all the characters. They actually know how to play all these characters. But he's sticking with Hugo. Hugo to the day he dies, put a ring on it. They are married at the character selection.
He's just trying to buy himself some time and clear his mind and get her into the final match.
So it's traditionally thought that using the new characters against the Chinese players, because they may not have the latest technology, is an advantage, but Dago's so quick in getting the knowledge and getting up to speed on the international level that's going to be very difficult for, I think, Cody to surprise him in any way. He looks very comfortable playing against a new character.
Oh, nice reset. He's going to the palm.
Meat squasher.
Oh, no.
Palm. Oh, that should be it. Clapping him. Our clapper.
Let's keep it up! Fight!
Oh, no anti-air. I think we could have done the EXDP.
Yeah, that would have been in time, but
catch him.
Oh! That has armor, that elbow. But all it takes is one medium kick, FADC combo to push his opponent back out of the corner. As long as he stays near this red line in the median, Dago's going to be safe from... Ooh! What? That should have... Oh, wow, both players having a miss there. Oh, wow, yeah, I'll just like...
Oh, he's not...
I'll try air throw.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is a safe option. Didn't want to risk it in case Dago opened up with a YOLO uppercut into Ultra or something like that. Played it very safe. Now he's on the board, and more importantly, he has some sort of confidence moving into the next round. Oh! Standing fierce into the face. Yeah, look at this perfect spacing right outside of the clap range. And he can't really dash into it. Oh my goodness, this is just very character-specific buttons that Dago is pressing. I'm very impressed of his preparation against Cody. Okay.
Okay. He got him in the corner.
Getting something here. Nothing. But he backdash.
No anti-air. But
this should be
another chance.
Doesn't want to give his opponent 2 meters. Wow. Standing. I'm not surprised it ended that way. Very good button though. Had so many chances to Cody, pushing his opponent into the corner without any meter to get out. Empty jump for Hugo is actually a very good move. It shrinks his hurt box despite him being the biggest character in the game. So you're going to see Cody coming in at a lot of angles in the air, trying to not pressing anything on the way down. Oh, nice! Grabbed his leg. Slapping? Nothing. Wow. Just really nothing that he can do. I think he can take it if he lands his combo here. Should be fireball into eminent death. Yeah, nothing Cody could do in that situation. So GG for Cody and Pete. That's going to set up a final round match. The grand final is going to be Hong Kong versus China. Dago moves on, vanquishing his opponent. Cody, though, with a very good showing. Again, just needing a little something extra to get him on that top player level where he's able to take, you know, a first place, a second place. But this is going to be good confidence for him moving on. I believe he's still alive in the other tournament. So if you want to see more of Cody action, please, you know, head down there after we're done with this.
Yep. And we will have Hong Kong versus China in the grand final.
This was...
Who will be your favorite?
I'm not very surprised at this. Again, Dago, when he's on, he's on. He could very well be the best player in China, for that matter. Unfortunately, his consistency hasn't been 100%, but if, you know, they say every dog has his day. If this is Dago's day, I'm very fearful of Human Bomb, who also looks like he's on point as well. The plus side to having a side tournament is that both players are warmed up. Yeah. It's not like they're coming fresh off the MRT. running from Kowloon Station over here, they had some warm-up matches, some easy people to beat up on, do their combo checks, their button checks. So they're both playing at their peak right now. It's really going to be a story of how well can Johnny build on that confidence from his previous victory, because he's the only person that's beaten Dako in this tournament.
Yes, so far.
Right?
He's
so far.
the only one.
So he has that confidence going in. He's the only guy that's done it. Second, he has one life to give. He's in the winner's bracket, so it's going to be a race to 4. And
this
if
is
he can win 4,
best of 7, first to 4.
then he's going to take the cake and go home and enjoy himself. Dako needs to win 4 first before he can reset it. So you can see they're just button checking in that nice iPhone by his side just to give him a little more frame advantage. He's also probably WhatsApping his friends for... Actually, I'm going to check it right now. And WhatsApp Johnny. Yeah, he was on WhatsApp. He was messaging at 3, and it's 3:10 right now. So that just shows how comfortable Human Bomb is, still doing, probably playing with his phone and chatting with his friends. And I like that. I like that he's not doing any special preparation, running off to the bathroom and needing to go pee. Despite him playing on a big stage, he's very used to it, not pressured. And I don't know if his opponent is as comfortable. But here we go. We're going to find out. This is going to be a race to 4, best of 7. Oh, nice clean jump in. Hi, already 35% down. Axe kick to build some meter. That's a 3-frame punish. Good defense from Johnny, but he's already down so much. And his opponent hasn't even spent any meter. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Wake up 3-frame fierce. Hi. Wow.
But Sakura can actually come back with just one combo because Iburio have so little life.
How is Human going to find? Wow, that was a perfect read. Knowing that his opponent was going for the focused action, so okay, does he get his combo? Yes, he does. But he doesn't have that meter to convert into the Ultra. Okay. Oh, what? Wow.
That was good.
Would he have chipped him out? Like, was that a clean hit? Oh, okay. That was a C is for chip damage, so. Ooh, I have never seen that before.
Alright, he confirmed, but he didn't cancel into the DP.
Oh, no uppercut and a clean jumping. You don't want Sakura to do that to you. Is that a cross up? That was disgusting. That was literally... That was filthy play. I feel dirty just watching.
Oh, can he make a comeback?
Stellar defense from Human Bomb. Did not press anything on that wake up. Okay. Oh, that was a little early.
But he didn't confirm into DP again.
Yeah, it's going to take a nice damage calculation.
Return the favor.
He had gotten enough damage on that Tatsu in midair, calculated damage, and he's going to have a nice full bars are both of these players in the 3rd round here, but the first blood dealt by Dako misses his bread and butter combo. Ooh, try to focus back that shit. Since he goes into cruise mode here, he has a healthy life lead. Dako falling back, going into his defensive stance. Just want to force to issue. I think he knows, oh, that's going to be clean. Can he focus? Yeah, red focus into a full combo. Oh, and his opponent's burned all his meter. Wow, nice far throw. Okay, let's see if he can amount to anything. Okay, could it? Don't call it. That would have been a massive opportunity for Human Bomb. He had that low medium kick. Could have gotten so much more out of it. He's going to be looking at the replay and really killing himself over that one. Wow, okay. I like the trip guard. Lowering the hitbox, using that low medium kick, getting down to the floor, making the air Tatsu whiff, taking that victory 1-0 over Human Bomb. Again, this is a race to 4. First player needs to win 4. Dako can reset it, and Human Bomb can take it outright. Oh, very close to crumpling. Oh, he's gonna get it? Nope. I like the trip guard.
I think Human Bomb need to slow down a little bit. He's getting counter hit all the time. Okay, another throw. What's he gonna do? MP jump low again, but Dako is very on point with his defense.
Dako instead of uppercutting,
he jumps his combo.
No, wow. Chose the uppercut then. Yeah, you knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. Oh, good block.
Okay.
Why would you do that? Tell us, Kim, what happened in that last sequence?
You should have just done an X5 or something.
Most of the Shoto characters have a 3-frame uppercut that's invulnerable, so you never can just jump in on them cleanly. I'm not sure what.
Okay, nice CX over the 5-ball.
Nice. Oh,
okay,
got him
nice
clean,
shot.
Yep. Finally, someone punishing that standing medium kick. Oh, no, what? Is that crossed up? Or he blocked it on the cross up? Nice.
I think it's a cross up.
Nice. So it seems like Dako's having trouble anti-airing from the 2P position. And Human Bomb is taking advantage of that. Oh no! Uppercut! Close to stun. Okay, nice EX just to get out.
He's gonna watch out for the jump again.
No. Oh. So dangerous now. It's Eva Ryu with a full stick of butter. And they're just trading plasma in the middle of the screen. This is a first to hit death. Wow, that could have taken it. Nice. I like it. Great damage calculation from Human Bomb to see that Eva Ryu, who has slightly less health than the average character, could not have taken that, and he takes the C victory.
Oh, he misses the punish.
Standing leg kick.
The DPF should be -5.
Again, Dako showing a little difficulty in anti-air from the second. Nope, there, I spoke too soon. Commentator's blessing, suppose.
Nice anti-air.
Eva Ryu can change his air trajectory with a normal jump attack or the dive attack. So you want to hit him air to air instead of trying to guess with your anti-air. Ooh, dangerous now. Yes, now Johnny jumping in with medium kick, hitting the cross up because he knows that Dako's walking underneath him. So has to be safe, very safe with his fireballs, and he can take it. And Human Bomb.
It doesn't get any more intense than this.
Oh, nothing. Oh, this is gonna hit! Yeah, even though he didn't press a button, 90% of the players would have jumped in that situation. Dako taking advantage of basic human nature of that neutral jump. Oh no, oh goodness. Capcom, please.
Evil Ryu wins! Are you ready?
Convincing to zero lead. Oh, nice combo. Very difficult to combo that move. It has a very small recovery. Does the standing far medium kick. So Human just not going to go down without a fight. Uppercut for the juggle. Okay, here comes the danger. Ooh. Oh no. This is why. Still no uppercut. Interesting. Maybe it's a concerted effort not to upper. Oh wow. Whoa!
I think it's
big error from Dako. Could have taken it. Could have taken that match, but he lets his opponent live. Oh my god!
My god.
Why is that move so good? If this was a test right now, standing knee kick would be the answer to everything. I like it. Nice about it. For Dako to get out of these pressure strings. He's really going to put the hurt on his opponent. Strong jab, strong. Oh, he's got a firm read. He's playing footsies now with Eva Ryu with 2 meters. This is very dangerous. Oh! Wow, okay. He's okay. He's not going to get ultra in that situation. Not in the corner. Oh, nice sweep. Oh! What did he press there? It doesn't matter because he's dead. Human Bomb 0 and 3. So the exact opposite thing that he did to Cody. But he still has one more because we're in the grand final. It's going to be a race to 4. Stock was still needing 1 to reset the bracket. Oh, and he's doing a fine job, isn't he, of keeping Human Bomb out. So perfect spacing. Okay, yes. Don't allow him to use that move without impunity. He has to show a willingness to use the focus attack and crumple it every once in a while. Oh, that's dirty cross-up technique. Oh no!
This is his combo. It's gonna be painful.
Talk about... Oh no! Woo. Nice! And that should be able to take it without the juggle. It's very difficult to juggle, to crumple in that situation because of the tight block stream between low, medium kick, and fireball. Johnny quick releasing his focus attack for a very high level technique. Good a combo, yeah, that was a good trade for him. And he walks forward to take all that damage, making sure that his opponent doesn't go crumple down. Okay, just to get out. But you always want Eva Ryu to use the Shoryuken FADC rather than anything else. You don't want him using an FADC combos, which does so much more damage. Oh, wow. The anti-air.
Such a universal move.
Universal application Swiss Army knife, medium kick. Oh wow! Oh wow! Very rare juggle for Sakura to do in the corner. Nice!
He's not gonna give up yet?
Nope, there's still a fight in him as he drinks his water. That's one of his trademark moves after every victory or loss. Always going for that baby water bottle to aid his perfect complexion.
Dago's not changing either.
No, it's worked for him so well as Eva Ryu, especially against Cody, and now against Human Bomb up 3. It's gonna... I don't think he'll change throughout the entire thing. Oh! Nice. Had a clean free jump in, but a little early on his jump attack. Juggle? Okay, that's just for the corner carry. Doesn't do much damage. Yeah, here comes the pressure that Sakura is so famous for. So the last time that Dako was in this situation, he had used the FADC, Fireball FADC to Ultra Johnny on that jump. He has to be careful from that. Oh, okay, but he burnt it here.
Oh, send up tech. Oh, it's another medium kick again. We're gonna watch out for the FADC Fireball and the Ultra.
Wow, he took that Fireball, very brave. It's a traditional old school shootout of the fireballs.
Ooh,
oh, almost landed on it. Yes, he does. Ah! Now he has meter. Both players can use an EX Fireball, but Sakura Fireball disappears after a certain distance. Whoa! No uppercut. So that was actually Dako's fault for not doing the traditional anti-air. I would have given the victory if he did that Dragon Punch, relying a little too much on the standing medium kick.
I think Human Bomb is getting some of his momentum.
Oh no, great jump forward on that focus attack. Hey. Oh, a little too early. Okay, he gets away safe. Nice 2-hit. Aye. Okay, yeah, this is what he wanted. This is always what he wanted, to bait his opponent into the errant Shoryuken. Will he do the Hail Mary FADC after the fireball to get that ultra? We saw it the first time. Oh my god! What is wrong with this character?
Sakura is dead.
Brilliant play from Dako. It worked out in both situations. So Johnny learning his lesson. He didn't go airborne. Unfortunately, it also works if you throw another fireball. Great read from Dako to come back. And it almost a clean jump in. Very lucky that he landed on that fireball. Was Johnny. There's that anti-air that he had not done. He's going to regret that again. These clean jump-ins. Oh!
Okay, misses his combo too.
Aye. Oh. Yeah, 3 meters and he burns it all. So he's going to have to win this fair and square. Oh no, look at this. This is it. So much damage potential just after one clean jump in. That axe kick canceled at the red focus. This won't kill. So Johnny does have one chance. I don't think he's... Oh. That should be it. Yeah. So it's going to be 4-1. It's not over yet.
It's a reset of the bracket.
Dako resets. He pumps his fist in there. It's not over yet. So it's even up a pair. Look at the crowd we have here for the Hong Kong Esports Ultra Street Fighter 4 tournament. It all comes down to this. China's Dako representing his two sponsors, Dako, Douyu and Quanba. And the Human Bomb trying to defend home turf. He's just buying a little time here. He was very close to it, and he did beat Dako in the previous tournament. I don't expect him to...
No, I don't think it's good.
Tell me about this Yang versus Ibaru. What is Human Bomb thinking right now?
He used to use Yang in 2012, but I don't think this is his main character. But Yang will probably have a better fuzzy game against Ibaru.
So Mago, who Japanese player who plays for Magnet, he actually said that Yang has an advantage over all the Shotos. So it's not the best character in the game, has very bad matchups against a lot of the grapplers, but again, specifically against the Shotos, he feels that he has an advantage over the Kens, the Ryus, the Eva Ryus. So let's see if Human Bomb can use that character advantage, if it is indeed true against Dako's Eva Ryu. But Dako also having a very strong training partner / friend in Abao from China, who is a very, very, very strong Yang. So this isn't going to be a complete surprise to him. Nice option select, sweet. I see, sense a little desperation for Human Bomb trying to get in. You can see him doing the Kaiho teleport just to get in. Not sure what he's doing. He can't ultra from afar because he's using ultra combo 1. So Dako just literally throwing fireballs from a distance, and there's a big life deficit. 900 life for Yang, and you can see Human Bomb dropping combos. I didn't see him using Yang in the beginning of this tournament, so you can see a lot of combo rustiness from him, and that should take it with this fireball. Yeah, guaranteed death on the recovery of that EX Kaiho. Do you think he's going to stick with it?
It's a very smart choice. I think it should go back to Sakura.
Wow, you know Human Bomb all too well. He indeed does go back to the character select screen and immediately just mashes on the button. He knows that he gave Dako a present in experimenting with Yang. It didn't go according to his plan. Obviously Dako not caught by surprise against the character because he's a very strong teammate local to him that he can consult and practice with. Yeah, very nice. That's a very high-level technique when you see your opponent showing the focus attack. You use an armor-breaking move that keeps you airborne. In this case, the Tatsu. Ooh, nice grab. That will break the focus. Oh wow, raw axe kick. We haven't seen that before. Nice crumple. Hard knockdown. No, oh!
But he didn't convert.
Oh, that fireball comes out so fast, guys.
That's very nice.
What will happen now?
Just a sea of people watching these two heavyweights go at it. It's Guangzhou versus Hong Kong here at the finals of Hong Kong Esports 3rd annual tournament. Oh! Wow, what was that read? Goes for the sweep. Oh. But doesn't convert on it. Had a good jump in. Axe kick? Yeah, that hit. Oh, the EX fireball. Good damage. Again, no anti-air. Okay, now Human Bomb's engine is chugging along. We go into his sets here. You can see a lot of set play. Oh, got him! Yeah, that actually connects. Gonna go into an ultra. He's gonna go for the overhead. He just needs to chip out, actually, with the EX. Doesn't need to force it. Doesn't need to force it to shoot. But also doesn't want to eat that ultra that had let Dago come back twice now. That thing up!
Wow! That was brave.
So Dago miscalculating the distance at which he canceled the fireball. He made Human Bomb jump but wasn't able to do his same shenanigans like he did in the previous set.
Are you ready? Fight!
Human Bomb has been using the focus attack so well against the low medium kick. Hadouken. Oh wow, that's just a get off. That's a statement Shoryuken.
Oh, nice throw there. To the front. Okay, Dago is cornered.
Look at this top two corner.
Oh, that jump.
He held up that fireball much too long.
The low medium kick fireball is too dangerous to do against Evil Ryu. One jump and you lose half your life.
Especially against a high-level player against Dago. You can get so many things you can get away on beginner and intermediate players that just get blown up at the high-level game. Oh wow, baited him out and not enough to cancel. Great maximum point. He's gonna get the full animation as it goes into the black gravity. I see that ultra 100 times and I'm surprised by the damage 100 times. Nice Tatsu right over. That's a true trip guard. When you use that 3-frame and the opponent commits to a move in the air, that's a free combo. Nice to use the EX instead. Ah, right there, that's the one. Uh-oh.
It's a very important round for both players. Whoever wins it will take the lead.
Oh, crumple, almost. Yeah, very important. At the 1-1 break, this wow, and a full. That's actually a very gutsy play for Dago, committing on that.
Evil Ryu wins. Are you ready? Fight!
Dago running a train, finally getting his uppercut. He doesn't want to gamble too much on it because it's very low risk for him. As you saw when Human Bomb was able to make his uppercut whip fully punished. So oftentimes you see him just allowing Sakura to jump in, except for there when it's clear that she's coming in from that angle. Nice footsies display. You should always take the throw against Sakura. You never want to eat up that Tatsu on that crouch tech. Oh, that should be it. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, he doesn't cancel?
Wait a minute. Good defense. Good defense. Actually, in the corner, it's very difficult for Human Bomb to take the crossover backside from Dago. So he's cornering himself, but able to Shoryuken much more accurately than he would in the middle of the screen, where the Tatsu can make him with. Air reset, nice. Made his opponent burn all the meters. Sometimes you don't even want to hit him. You just want him to be desperate enough to burn his meter. Oh, that's the one that he's been paying for all the time. When he watches this replay, he's really going to be regretting doing that so many times. Will Human Bomb be able to build a third meter to get his EXF ADC? It's not going to look like it. Oh, what? Wow, that was some Kung Fu mastery. Nice. Wow. I like it. I like it. So Sakura can get a free ultra combo juggle after a corner EX Shokin. Human Bomb went for it. He's known for his gambling, his willingness to gamble in the game and at the Jockey Club. I like what he did there. It's consistent with what kind of person and what kind of player he is. And he hasn't lost all hope. He's still playing in his way. Oh, nice jump. Oh, yeah, nice punish. You never want to let your opponent free from a missed Tatsu combo. Always want to punish him with the hardest return. Oh! Good neutral game. Nako just staying out of the distance where he can get a clean jump in. He's okay taking the Tatsu, doesn't want to clean. Oh, a weird exchange. Oh, raw axe kick.
Nice anti-air.
Okay, Dako's one combo away from bringing it back to the 50-50 health mark. So he's never out of this.
18 seconds left.
Okay, but only 15 seconds to make a comeback. He has enough ammo to do it, a full stock of butter. 10 seconds. Alright, he's gonna have to make something happen now.
Oh, he's trying for the...
Okay, that's good. He's safe. Yeah, he's safe. And I like what Human Bomb did at the end, just to build a little meter. He knew that he already had the victory in his hands, but thinking about the next round to get as much super gauge as possible. Okay. No uppercut. Wow, that almost looked like it was reactions, but at that angle, it does not hit on a fully connected EX Tatsu, unfortunately for Johnny. No, what? He tried to answer the Tatsu with his axe kick. So much meter being burnt in these few seconds. Oh! Okay, but very difficult to punish that for Sakura.
He can, but it's, the time is very tight. Yeah, he's
He should have just jumped in with a regular attack instead of went for the Tatsu and blew his opponent too far away. So, you can't say that he doesn't have his opportunities. Human Bomb had few openings that he really need to capitalize against it, especially against the highest level player with the best character. Yeah, a little too far. Oh, wow!
Wow, he's hitting everything.
Oh, that's so difficult to get out of. But that's... I almost want to say that's okay taking that damage. You never want to eat 2 FADC combos, which would take off much more life. But now he's playing for the mental advantage of having the life lead, but he's... Oh, what? Oh, no. Yeah.
Yes. Congratulations to Dako.
And your winner for the Hong Kong Esports Ultra Street Fighter 4 tournament is Chenbaz Doi's Dako. Everyone give a round of applause. Wow.
There was a bit of a one-sided match, but I love the rounds are very, very close actually.
I am absolutely impressed, and if you want to know how these guys got so good, it's really from playing online. So if you want the lagless connection, you want the lagless monitors, of course we only get the best sponsors. So go get that Netvigator, get that BenQ monitors, and you always want to be playing on the best platform. What a fascinating finals between the two. I mean, these players added to their resume have a long history between the two, and it's probably going to play out more over there. So the salt is very real, going to get transferred over there. If you want to see more Street Fighter action, head out to the Capcom Pro Tour Asia booth at the 8 o'clock position in this circle. And what do you think is going on in the mind of Human Bomb right now? He came from the winner's position. He was able to see Dako play against Cody. So he had a lot of things going for him.
But I think Dako picked up a lot of these bad habits.
Yeah.
Especially the low, medium kick to fireball, and he jumped over him quite a few times.
So you can see, even if you destroy your opponent 2 weeks ago, because of the power of the instant replay, the YouTube replays, it's not an absolute victory. It's not like you're forever going to get bullied by me. These things change very quickly, and that's one of the great things about Street Fighter. You have a lot of video knowledge that you can use to
恭喜晒
study
大
your
口贏
opponent
得街霸
and
4 嘅
channel your salt
冠軍啊！我哋而家咧就揾佢做一個現場嘅訪問。啊，贏得比賽之後，你有冇咩特別嘅感受咧？
好開心，因為喺前面16強嗰時，我係4進2嘅時係輸過俾 Human Bomb 嘅，所以今次一定唔可以輸。而且以往嘅經歷，我就輸過1次俾佢，所以一定唔可以輸第2次。
哇，好有呢個實力咁啊！我想問下你賽前咧有咩特別準備咧？
冇啊，其實今日好混亂啊，因為早上嘅話係打 PA4，跟住頭先係打3到0，加上琴晚連夜趕過嚟，好攰啊，其實。
好攰啊！咁我想問下你，你覺得對手嘅技術如何咧？佢贏過你喎，有冇啲好緊張嘅心情啊？
講實話，開始打反而唔緊張，係贏咗一彎之後嗰時，越 set 嗰時有啲緊張，因為覺得冇理由咁又輸翻轉頭啩。因為上次我又係咁輸過俾 Cody， 不過嗰隻 Cody 係我打過最勁嘅 Cody， 一時之間失策。
有冇諗過上呢個街霸4真人版啊？
唔好啩，冇咁嘅 power 嘅。大隻啫，唔代表好似唔係呢啲虛幻嘅啫。
哦，唔該晒大口。
So there you have it, the conclusion of our Street Fighter tournament. We're very happy to be here because Street Fighter definitely should be along those global esports titles. It's an internationally played game. Thank you very much for joining us at the Hong Kong Esports 3rd Annual Street Fighter Tournament. We are looking forward to seeing you again in the future.
Yes, it's definitely. And everyone should try out the new Street Fighter 5 that's coming up.
It's right over there. The future never stops with fighting games. We are proud to be joining our esports overlord brethren. See you next year, guys. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
We'll be right back.
問完問題先叫佢哋起身咯。
太假了，我是杨家胜 ，HongKong Esports 的 HKA
各位大家好，又係我阿咪同埋 Sir 同大家見面啊！喂，頭先街頭霸王4非常之精彩，係咪啊？亦都恭喜晒 Cody MP 咧奪得終極街頭霸王4嘅冠軍啊！我頭先佢用嗰啲技巧咧非常之純熟啊，真係實至名歸啊！
係啊，睇到我咧都非常之緊張啊！好啦，咁我哋咧睇完街頭霸王4之後咧，又係時候咧進行我哋呢一個10擊光纖短片問答環節啦喎！
冇錯。嗱，大家想攞禮物咧，想攞呢個戰隊風褸嘅話咧，記得咧就要睇翻片嘅內容啊！一陣間開聲會問問題嘅，咁不如我哋而家即刻去片好唔好啊？
好，去片。
哇，成功成功，兩輸要難啦！呢個係咩機啊？喂，佢斷線啊！我又斷㗎！喂，唔係啊！ 斷算咩？我又斷。哇！唔係啊，又斷線。唉，打電話去鬧佢。
對唔住，你所打嘅電話號碼暫時未能接通，請你遲啲再試過啊！
喂，點搞啊？而家
哇！睇完咯喎，
真係好憤怒啊嚇！
係啊，憤怒了。
好，我哋而家呢個時候咧請埋阿 Toys 出嚟先。
俾掌聲，有請阿 Toys， 哇！萬人空巷啊！
好啦，咁咧我哋事不宜遲啦，即刻開始咧，阿 Toys 幫我哋問第一條問題先啊。
好，冇錯啦嚇，朋友仔記得啦，最快舉手答啱嘅話就可以得到我哋嘅禮物㗎啦。第一條問題係，
咁我想問大家條片裏面輕機最主要嘅原因係咩咧
？3，我放低手先啊，今次阿 Toys 自己揀啊嚇。3、2、1，邊個最快啊 Toys？ 好，前面呢個白色衫嘅係呢位弟弟。
好，呢位哥哥你叫咩名啊
Hugo。
咁你知唔知道點解輕機啊？
網絡問題。
網絡問題啱唔啱咧？
啱啦，恭喜晒你，你可以得到
送件風褸俾阿 Hugo 啊嚇，
非常之好啊！
好啦，一件送咗出去，事不宜遲，我哋即刻咧就問第二條問題啦。
好，第二條問題係。
今次問下大家片入面一共斷咗幾多次線咧？
斷咗幾多次線？放低手先，嚟1、2、3，好邊邊啊 ？Toys 你揀啦，嚟多次喎。
好，放低
1、2、3，哦，好呢邊呢個係哇，呢位哥哥仔，
你叫咩名啊？
叫阿峰啊，阿峰，係一共斷咗幾多次線？斷咗，答唔答到啊？斷。講咗好多次，好多次線啊！
斷咗好多次線，
係啊，好多次線，咁都得，我哋真係賣大包啊！真係。
係啦，恭喜晒，恭喜晒！嗱，唔緊要，咁我哋陣間咧仲會有機會咧送多啲風褸出去嘅，咁所以咧大家陣間要拭目以待嚇。呢個時候唔該晒阿 Toys，多
謝晒，一陣間就會同大家見面㗎嚇。咁啊跟住落嚟咧，我哋會有10分鐘休息時間㗎噃。
冇錯啦，咁咧我哋趁呢個休息嘅時間咧，大家就可以去到我哋各個攤位嗰度咧參觀一下啦，因為我哋咧有好多精美嘅禮品啦，有精美嘅精品啦，大家可以選購嘅。咁而且咧，大家可以去到 HKT 嘅攤位嗰度咧填問卷，咁就會有一張 poster 送㗎啦。
哇！我好想要你個 poster 嚇。咁一陣間咧10分鐘 break 翻嚟之後咧，我哋咧就會有一個嘅精彩嘅環節㗎。不過咧未翻嚟之前咧要講講啦嚇。其實喺休息嘅期間咧，喺左邊同埋右邊嘅 screen 嗰度咧，我哋都會咧有一個15個嘅 number 咧 show 出嚟嘅。其實係大家個門票嘅 number 嚟嘅。如果你見到個 number 咧係你個門票嘅 number 啊，恭喜晒你啦！咁你可以去 HKE 嘅攤位嗰度咧奪得英雄聯盟嘅壓力球一個㗎。
冇錯啦，嗱咁我哋仲有好多精彩嘅表演啦，同埋精彩賽事咧即將會上演。咁不過咧，因為我哋而家人數眾多啊，咁為咗安全起見，同埋咧因為消防條例嘅關係咧，我哋咧係將要大家咧呢一個時候咧要企起身啦，咁同埋咧我哋中間要留翻一個通道嘅。咁請大家咧趁呢10分鐘嘅時間可以去下洗手間啊，翻嚟之後咧我哋就要企起身，同埋中間咧留翻一條通道啦嚇。
冇錯。
唔該晒咁多位，咁我哋而家即刻咧就會有一個10分鐘嘅休息時間，轉頭再見。
一陣間見，拜拜。
電競對我嚟講，是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다.
就是實現夢想的舞台。
Like a part of me，
就像生命一樣。
電競為我帶來很多東西
，confidence、excitement，
還有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표， 讓我有榮譽感。最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。
當我在電競館的舞台上，
係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
Like a superstar，
是很棒的感覺。내가 바로 영웅이다，
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다。
而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
Never end。 저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK Esports를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
喂，阿 Ben， 我呢排想 upgrade 下自己喎，幫唔幫到手先？
幫你咩先？讀書一定幫到你㗎，上嚟傾下咯。
好啊。喂，阿 Ben，
喂 ，Toys，
我哋幾時教翻補習嘅？
都係啱啱開始新教嘅啫。
係咩？咁有咩課程考我先？
你去 upgrade 自己啊嘛，普通式就啱㗎啦。
啲事咁電競同通識有咩關係先？
讀公式可以擴闊視野，知道世界上發生緊咩事，就好似你個選手咁，要知道成個遊戲嘅佈局係點，先至可以打得好。讀通識亦都一樣，要知道成個世界發生緊咩事，就會知道更加多，先至會咩都識㗎嘛。
其實我對上一次走入課室咧，其實已經係4、5年前㗎啦。咁呢一次下定決心翻喺度上堂啦，其實我踏出咗好大嘅一步嘅。咁喺呢一度上堂同以前傳統學校上堂咧，就有好唔同嘅體驗。咁先發覺原來讀書係可以咁得意嘅。咁希望大家都可以同我一樣努力讀書，嚟到上堂啦！
我们要的不只是世界冠军，我们要的是要开创这个时代。
我偶尔会睡晚一点，享受那一种轻松的小懒惰。我偶尔会躲在家里看电影，享受那种光影世界的虚幻。我也喜欢美食，享受那种贪吃的小确幸。我还喜欢骑单车，享受那种在风中追逐的自由。走在街上，我跟平常人一样，但是当我走进电竞馆，我就是台湾之光。我是杨家正， HongKong Esports 的 HKA Sam。
電競對我嚟講，是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다. 就是实现梦想的舞台。
Like a part of me，
就像生命一样。
电竞为我带来很多东西。
Confidence, excitement，
还有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표，
讓我有榮譽感。最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。當我在電競館的舞台上，係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
Like a superstar，
是很棒的感覺。
내가 바로 영웅이다，
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다，
而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
Never end。 저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK Esports를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
我哋咧又翻到嚟我哋呢一個嘅十擊光纖咧第3屆香港電子競技大賽嘅現場呢一度啦。嗱，頭先都講過啦，喺我哋咧緊張刺激嘅比賽之間咧，就會有啲精彩嘅表演喎。
而呢個精彩嘅表演咧，就係請啲咧特別嘅嘉賓進場先。咁啊，佢係近排人氣急升嘅阿信喎，我哋用熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎佢出場。阿信，Hello， 阿信你好。Hello。 好，請你去中間先，同大家傾下偈先啊！
阿信，你今日呢一身打扮都算有啲 cosplay 嘅味道啊！
好勁！
咁頭先咧，其實我哋咧第一輪嘅 cosplay 咧，你頭先都睇到啦，喺後台嘅時候，你覺得點咧？
佢哋都扮得好似，做得好好，係啊！
扮得好似，做得好好嘅。好啊好啊，咁你今日呢一個造型咧，又係介紹一下。
都係自己諗嘅啫。
都係自己諗嘅，咁你自己咧又嗱，我哋啲 cosplay 啲朋友咧，個個都有好有夢想啦，好有熱誠啦。你可唔可以講下你自己咧？你自己嘅夢想啊，或者係點樣嘅咧？
我自己嘅夢想都係想努力做好自己啦，係啊，
努力做好自己，
係啊，
係
最緊要就係堅持啦，
堅持，
有目標嘅就盡量做好啲咯，係咯。
相信有夢想，凡事可成真嘅。咁知道你今日會帶一個咧表演俾我哋㗎噃。係乜嘢嚟㗎？不如你自我介紹一下。
娃娃愛天下。
哇！愛天下。
羨慕別處的樹，還妒忌外面每朵花的際遇，尋覓好去處。望着日落日出的你，願望是伴着他嬉戲，但是被摘下的花會枯死，難免乏味。沒有他，很想去捕捉他，摘了他，哪管他種在誰的家，跪拜他，貪新鮮有如娃娃愛天下，嫌棄他，肥瘦高矮，面容沒變化。第10萬個心願，期望住在避世的樂園，留在後花園。沉悶漸漸讓涕騷亂，如欲望日被滿足，等於厭倦，期待更奇緣。望着日落日出的你，願望是伴着他嬉戲，但是被摘下的花會枯死，難免乏味。沒有他，很想去捕捉他，摘了他，哪管他種在誰的家，跪拜他。貪新鮮有如娃娃愛天下，浪費它，直到花把地球全摘下。捕捉他，摘了他，哪管他種在誰的家，跪拜他，貪新鮮有如娃娃愛天下，嫌棄他，肥瘦高矮，面容沒變化。沒有他，很想去捕捉他，摘了他，哪管他種在誰的家，跪拜他，貪新鮮有如娃娃愛天下，浪費他，直到花把地球全摘下。
哇！厲害啊！唔該曬 ，thank you，
阿 Sir，
有請阿信流過嚇。
係啦，嗱咁咧，你頭先好犀利喎，你咪練習咗好耐啊？呢個
有練習過。
係咪花咗好多？我哋行去中間先，你係咪花咗好多時間心思咧？
有啊有啊。
其實頭先咧，我喺後台嘅時候咧，見到阿信咧一路喺度咧碌住我首歌，佢真係好俾心機練。
好勤力啊！見到佢哋真係咧個努力，大家都有目共睹係咪啊？不如再次俾你哋掌聲阿信先啦嘛！
好啦嗱，咁咧阿信咧係最值得人學習嘅咧，就係咧佢唔介意咧接受人哋嘅意見，然之後去改進自己。咁今日咧我哋都請咗一位特別嘅嘉賓嚟咧，同佢咧傾下偈嘅喎。我哋而家咧不如以熱烈嘅掌聲咧邀請我哋呢位特別嘉賓啊！
好，有請阿於趙中月小姐 ，Hello。
有請掌聲嘅於。
阿於你
好。哇，好多人。
同大家打個招呼啊！
大家好。
係啦，阿於你好啊！咁咧頭先咧見到你喺側邊咧睇住阿信表演，你都睇到目定口呆喎，係嘛？唔使咁驚，起埋啲。
咁你對佢有啲即係頭先嘅表演有啲咩即係評語，或者係有對阿信有啲咩説話想同佢講咧？
好欣賞阿信啊，因為真係會俾我睇到有夢想就即係只要我哋唔好放棄自己夢想啦，堅持啦，咁無論時間過咗幾耐啦，其實都會去到自己想去嘅地方咯。
冇錯，講得好好啊！
冇錯。咁阿信，你聽完阿於咁樣講，你又有啲咩感受咧？有啲咩回應俾翻阿於咧？
多謝阿於支持啦，同埋多謝呢度每一位，多謝你哋。
哇，深得大家嘅歡心啊！
你哋支唔支持阿信啊？
哇，犀利啊！好，多謝曬兩位啊！
好，唔該曬。阿於仲有冇嘢講啊？有咩想同阿信講咧？
或者同各位嘅現場朋友講啊？
係即係其實我細個唔好話細個，其實之前我都有去玩過一啲 online game 嘅，我亦都真係有即係知道其實當中嘅樂趣嘅，但係即係原來發現我發現呢個叫做電子競技嘅時候，唔係真係叫做打機咁簡單。
係啊，好專業㗎而家。
係啊，專業啦，又有技術啦，又要訓練啦，咁我覺得真係，我係覺得大家都係追住自己，即係追住呢個夢想，咁就要繼續堅持落去啦，支持大家啦。
所以我哋今日咧就揀咗阿信啦，佢嘅目標咧同埋佢嘅理念咧都同我哋咧電子競技嘅精神好相似嘅。亦都唔該曬阿姨咧，今日咧俾咗我哋呢一啲咁鼓勵嘅説話㗎嚇。好，我哋呢個時候咧兩位企埋一齊影張相先啦，我哋搭前少少嚇。
有請兩位搭前少少，
企前多少少係啦。
同傳媒朋友影張相先。
咁不如咧，我哋就一齊望向咧兩位嘅左手邊開始啊！嗱，嗰邊開始，慢慢掃過嚟嚇。好啦。
今日嘅氣氛真係非常之澎湃啊！
跟住我哋慢慢移向中間位置啊，可以慢慢望過去中間。OK， 跟住咧再望埋我哋嘅右手邊。
非常之厲害啦！今日吸引到好多傳媒嘅朋友咧去見兩位㗎嚇。
好，我哋再一次咧俾啲掌聲阿信同埋於嘅，
多謝曬，有請。
Thank you，唔該曬。
好，請走咗兩位嘉賓之後咧，我哋開心嘅節目咧唔可以俾佢停嘅喎，
冇錯啦，
更加精彩嘅節目係乜嘢咧？
冇錯啦，因為咧我哋頭先咧睇完咧第一輪非常之緊張，表演得非常之好 cosplay 咧，即將咧就會進行咧我哋第二輪嘅 cosplay 比賽啦。咁呢一個時候，我哋就會將個舞台咧交俾我哋 cosplay 嘅主持阿雪。
Thank you，台交俾你。
唔該曬兩位司儀啊！是咁的，又係我阿雪啦。見到我真係代表啲咩咧？就真係代表我哋 Asus Cosplay Tomorrow 2015下半場嘅環節就即將開始啊！大家睇完上半場咁精彩嘅演出之後，會唔會期待下半場所有嘅參賽者會使出啲咩渾身解數呢？今次嘅 Asus Cosplay Tomorrow 2015由華碩贊助冠名贊助，勝出嘅可以獲得豐富嘅獎金喎，包括係冠軍嘅港幣1萬蚊。亞軍嘅港幣7000蚊，以及季軍嘅港幣4000蚊嘅喎。好，跟住落嚟參賽者表演之前呢，我哋梗係請評判就座啦。唔知大家又知唔知我哋評判係邊個呢？有睇上半場嘅朋友一定好清楚，我哋評判包括咗有我哋嘅 HongKong Esports 旗下星海選手松王阿星，跟住仲有人氣實況主何秋。跟住落嚟，當然唔少得嘅就係我哋嘅葉子啦。哇！睇你何秋真係好多 fans 喎。跟住落嚟呢位就勁啦，就係我哋今屆香港動漫電玩節 cosplay 大賽嘅冠軍阿搶。
大家會見到前面咧有個好型着住劍嘅 cosplay 服嘅，嗰個就係我哋嘅評審啦。好，我哋首先就請評判就座，我哋先至開始正式嘅比賽啊！咁請大家細心等一下，或者大家可以回味下頭先阿信嘅娃娃愛天下嘅喎。大家見到4位評判都就座好啦，咁之後落嚟我哋第6組嘅參賽隊伍係由4位熱愛 LOL 嘅玩家組成嘅 cosplay team 同學們。呢個銅並唔係平時用開返學嗰個銅，而係指銅牌嘅銅。佢哋將會表演嘅就係同學們經常會遇到嘅日常事件。唔知道大家又知唔知係邊幾樣呢？見到佢哋準備得差唔多啦，我哋有請第6隊嘅參賽隊伍開始啊！
歡迎嚟到召喚峽谷，同學們最常遇到嘅5件事 Top 5：插名眼同埋撞角。
你座塔已經爆咗㗎啦，冇用㗎啦！你匿喺草叢要我睇你唔到咩？
哼！你連眼都插 fail， 受死啦你
！Top 4：亂拼燈同埋同時。
唔好走啊你！過嚟受死啦你！
喺呢一個 moment 梗係閃現啦！
哈！呢個畫面我等咗好耐啫。
我嚟到雷神啊雷曼！好煩啊！你拼夠未啊 ？Top 3：野區掛機跳舞 First Block。
等我哋偷 buff 先，有成分鐘先出藍 buff， 跳舞掛陣機都冇乜問題啦。
就咁就袋咗一袋啦。我哋屋企隻 Ari 廢到咁嘅，我 first blood 就都冇咗啦。Top 2：豬一邊嘅隊友啊，對面隻 Ari 碟書已經20層啦。呢隻500蚊，我哋收咗佢啦。
No one will stand in my way。傻的嗎？你嗰個碟書20層樓㗎，咁易俾你拎到500蚊？
兄弟，佢咧就一條友嘅啫，我哋一齊上去啦，唔使驚啊！嗱，我開嘢帶上嚟啊，連我自己都驚啊！走啊！幫我啊！
我嗰碟書已經20層㗎啦喎，跌唔到上去添。
人生自古誰無死，留得淚問我一個死啊！我呢隊友咧，都見咗你條友仔出壇㗎。Top 1：重擊 fail。呢啲我哋要打巴龍啦，但係屋企就嚟爆咯喎！驚咩啊？屋企仲有3條友喺度守啊！上啦，講咁多做咩啫？喂，你就嚟冇血咯喎！驚咩啊？我有重擊㗎！喺呢個 moment 重擊啦！好啊！
多謝晒，幫我打埋巴龍添。
雷曼，我係條巴龍咧！塔馬斯啊！咦，蓋倫喎
！An ally has been slain。
屋企啊
！Enemy
double
kill。Enemy triple kill。
連輸10場。如果以上5個你都做過晒嘅話，恭喜你啦！好歡迎你加入我哋嘅同學們啊！
冇遇過呢5件事件呢？話說其實有一件事件我遇過，只不過我觀戰嘅啫喎。我有個隊友呢，曾經俾人試過3套巴龍，次次打，次次俾人偷，結果嗰場就俾人反勝咗啦。唔知大家有冇試過呢？好啦，大家睇咗咁多 game 嘅 cosplay 之後呢，會唔會諗住睇下其他新穎少少啊？例如係日本嘅特攝女啊！跟住落嚟呢一隊參賽者就犀利，我真係期待咗好耐。佢 cosplay 嘅作品大家一定唔會陌生，佢哋 cosplay 嘅作品就係 Kamen Rider Decade。哇！我真係好心急啊，因為我見到佢哋造型真係好勁。我哋有請跟住落嚟嘅參賽者。
我就係大撒旦幫嘅最強幹部阿波羅亡靈，估唔到你哋呢班好似過街老鼠咁嘅愚蠢生物，居然喺度搞個咁大型嘅電子競技比賽都唔預我啊！睇嚟我要好好咁教訓下你哋先得啦，戰鬥員！你哋兩個就利用我呢個 Perfecta 面罩嚟吸乾佢哋嘅靈魂，用嚟做我嘅新力量啦！好入啦，絕望啦，因為呢一度就由我嚟話事。
你哋同我停手！沙達幫，既然呢度舉行緊一個咁有體育精神嘅電子競技比賽，就唔輪到你哋喺度放肆。
出嚟做架樑，戰鬥員，同我收拾佢！受死啦！
輪到我啊！
生力量太強啦！
好啊！
乜你淨係得咁多料咋？
我係唔會認輸啊！我有個朋友講過，雖然佢冇夢想，但係可以保護人哋嘅夢想。電子競技係一個充滿夢想嘅運動，我一定會堅持落去保護佢啊！
咩話？我嘅 Perfecta 幾時喺你手上㗎？
我係唔會俾充滿夢想嘅靈魂成為你嘅食糧啊！
哼！你究竟係咩人啊？
我只係路過嘅蒙面超人，你同我好好記住啊！受死啦！
ファイナルアタックライド。撒旦幫佢分裂㗎！
各位，我好高興可以為咗大家保護你哋嘅電子競技比賽，希望你哋可以繼續為夢想出發，努力為目標而前進啦！拜拜！
哇，好精彩啊！大家歡呼聲都好激烈啊！哇，身為拉打 fans 嘅我睇完都好滾動啊！不如咁啦，請佢哋上台俾大家望一望下。好，有請 Decade 同埋 Daishoka 嘅成員。好啦，本來想同Daishoka 嘅幹部做個訪問，但係冇方便。不如咁咧，我哋請 Gigi 兵嚟個敬禮，多謝在座咁多位今日嘅捧場。嚟3、2、1。多謝晒咁多位，而家可以落台休息啦嚇。睇完第7隊嘅表演，到第8隊咯喎。哇，跟住落嚟呢一隊參賽者咧就犀利啦。佢扮演嘅係英雄聯盟嘅聖朵拉，佢叫做古芬娜，係一個 cosplay 咗12年嘅女仔喎。一個女仔上台真係唔容易㗎。佢將會以歌劇嘅形式為大家帶嚟精彩嘅表演。我哋有請古芬娜。
天擇，適者生存。埃歐尼亞嘅長龍以發展魔法天賦為理由，將我帶到一座渺無人煙嘅寺廟。
有請我哋下一隊參賽者 AN20，唔該晒。
媽咪，我而家應該點算好啊？克拉克達爾啊，佢用跳舞粉已經搞到我嘅國家3年乾旱唔落雨啦，而且仲引發埋內戰。我可以點啊？
唔怪得知你咁愁啦。我知道一個古老嘅傳說咧，就係跳求雨舞可以召喚到雨水㗎。不如我哋嚟試下，話唔定有用咧。
你哋兩個寶貝喺度做緊咩啊？跳橄欖舞啊！不如等盧家呢個世界第一嘅舞蹈家嚟幫你哋啦喲！首先華麗轉身啊喲！
好暈啊
！Step 2，天鵝奔月。
唔得啊，條裙好咗啊！
Step 3，天鵝的微笑啊喲！
媽咪，你做咩啊？有條豬鏈喺度跳緊舞啊！邊度啊？去搶啊！搶啊！
你哋想對盧家做啲咩啊？
梗係搶嘢啦，唔通喺度陪你跳舞咩？
你又想對盧家嘅嫁妝出手啊？人要受凍。
要撲你又早啲撲啦，累到我嘥咗咁多力。
我條豬鏈啊！盧家仲有大把嫁妝，有種就過嚟搶啊！人要衝刺！
去啦，卡路鴨！
哇，唔該晒呢隊 One Piece 嘅參賽者啊！個人妖手刀咧，我睇落都覺得驚啊！話咁快咧 ，Asus Cosplay Tournament 2015嚟到最後一隊參賽隊伍咯喎！跟住落嚟呢一隊嘅參賽隊伍都係扮演英雄聯盟嘅角色，佢哋包括係有吉恩柯斯同埋龍女希亞啦。龍女真係好少見人 cosplay 喎，唔知佢哋呢隊中高同埋 AD 嘅組合會擦出啲咩火花呢？我哋有請跟住落嚟嘅參賽者 Team AK。
嘉文王子，你喺邊啊？咦，牆上面嗰啲乜嚟㗎？唔通係王子殿下留低嘅暗號？邊個？咦，冇人嘅，到底係邊個？
仲以為係備受敬重添，原來係你呀！奇怪啦，點解半聾人又會出現喺部呢個番號嘅？唔通你係你陪我玩嘅？
你咪係。
咦，乜我原來咁出名㗎啦？
出名？成個城市都貼住你嘅通緝告示，就梗係出名啦！就等我喺揾到王子殿下之前捉住咗你先啦！
想捉我？問過我嘅胖胖先啦！你竟然擋到？
你以為一支炮仔就可以打低我？就等我今日將你繩之於法啦！
你同我講法律？我做咁多嘢都係為咗好玩嘅咋，睇住啲人驚得滯喺度尖叫周圍走，你唔覺得好好笑嘅咩？
依家係玩人哋好好笑，定係傷害到其他人咪好好笑啊？
哇！而家啲人咁惡嘅，你咁嬲做乜啫？真係好好玩噶喎，唔信你試下。
你呢啲拎開大炮嘅近戰點會係我對手？
我認輸啦。
總算你知道錯，跟我走啦，以後唔好再做呢啲事啦。
你覺得我會有咁乖跟你返去咩？嗱，係咪衰咧？累到打錯場，
小心啊！
做咩要幫我擋啊？
你快啲走啦，呢度就嚟要冧噶啦！
吓，你唔係要捉我咩？
我又唔係警察，捉你做乜嘢啊？你快啲走啦！大鑊啦，唯一嘅出口都冧埋。
我最唔中意欠人人情噶啦。之前我已經查過晒啲地形，只要炸穿呢度就可以行到出去嘅。不過咧，我已經用晒啲炸藥啦。
呢啲唔使用炸藥噶 ，Jeans。你行開啦！成功咗啦！我哋喺呢邊出去。咦 ，Jeans 咧？唉，算啦，呢啲嘢都係留翻俾警察做啦。我都係去揾咗王子殿下先。加埋王子，
路又點止一條啊！希望我哋好快再見啦！
哇，好精彩啊！兩位都扮演得好神似啊！麻煩留一留步。哇，見到周地都係嘢，睇見真係花好多心機排練喎。哇，頭先我聽到咧龍女一出場，大家喺度歡呼喎，大家一定係好中意龍女呢套裝扮㗎啦。麻煩龍女散一散前俾觀眾望一望清楚，金閃閃真係非常之靚啊！好，唔該晒。好，跟住到繼恩老師啦。我想問咧，今日大家都係 A.D. 英啊，你打 NG 嘅時候會出邊套裝㗎？都係出 classic 呢套。好，唔該晒嚇，多謝兩位，而家可以落到台下休息啦。見兩位都好辛苦啊，周圍走啊。哇，咁快咧 ，Asus Cosplay Tournament 2015 10隊嘅參賽者已經表演完畢啦。大家對於比賽賽果一定好心急啦，唔使心急，我哋10隊都咁精彩，評判都需要時間計分嘅。放心，比賽賽果會喺一陣間嘅英雄聯盟賽事完結之後公佈嘅喎，大家可以欣賞其他精彩嘅演出先啦。而喺下一個環節開始之前，為咗感謝阿腸特登過嚟做呢個評審，我哋會有翻一份紀念禮物送俾佢嘅，就係由華碩送出嘅智能電話 Samsung 2一部。我哋有請阿腸上台啊！而另外我哋都有請到華碩嘅 Marketing Manager Teresa 嚟幫我哋頒發呢份禮物嘅。好，麻煩兩位上一上台，有請啊！好，麻煩俾前面攝影機影一影下。 哇！大家睇得出阿唱呢一身劫嘅造型，都睇得出真係好犀利，係絕對有資格做呢個評審㗎。好，唔該晒兩位嚇。Asus Cosplay Tournament 喺呢度到此為止啦，多謝大家收睇，我哋而家將時間交翻俾大會嘅司儀。唔該晒阿雪 ，thank you。唔該晒雪，
哇 cosplay 好精彩啊！
真係非常之精彩，其實阿雪今日都 cos 得非常之精彩啊！我覺得。
咁啊，其實咧 cosplay 完咗之後咧，我哋係送禮物嘅時候啦嚇，又去到網上10億光纖問答環節㗎啦。
冇錯，咁同頭先一樣啦，我哋咧講多次遊戲規則啦。咁陣間咧，我哋就會播出一條咧由阿 Toys 咧傾力演出嘅一條短片啦。咁然之後咧，我就會問問題，咁現場觀眾咧鬥快舉手，答啱問題咧就有機會咧得到我哋呢個好靚嘅 HK Esports 嘅戰衣一件㗎啦。
係啊，我就好想要呢件戰衣啦嚇。咁啊，事不宜遲啦，我哋即刻去片睇一睇啦嚇，去片。
你做緊咩啊？你做乜嘢唔應我啊？
係。
你快啲出嚟同我睇埋個結局啦！
打埋呢鋪先啦。
而家出嚟啊！
打多陣啊，爭少少啊。
而家啊！咁你而家可以同我一齊睇埋個結局啦。
作為一個職業選手，睇下 VOD 研究戰術都係一件好平常嘅事嚟嘅啫。喂，咩事啊？我開2個 Twitch 喎。我受夠啦！我而家就去換間穩定嘅上網公司。
哇！
影片就睇完啦，
好勁啊 ！Toys 啲嘢其實佢可以做最佳男主角㗎，我覺得。冇錯。好啦，咁呢個時候我哋不如咧俾啲熱烈嘅掌聲請阿 Toys 上嚟啦 ，Toys 唔該。
有上場啦 ，Toys 啊！超級多 fans 啊你！
哇，好震撼啊！呢個環境。
有時候問問題咯喎。
好，問問題啦，係時候嗱，呢一條問題。
有咩方法可以阻止女朋友驚？
好，嗱我哋數3驚先。有咩方法
可以阻止女朋友或者男朋友啦驚嘅 ？OK， 好，放低手，放低手。
我哋由 Toys 揀啊。
望實路喎嚇 ，OK， 準備1、2、3。
哇，好多人啊！
你睇唔睇？
茫茫人海裏面真係眾裏尋他。好，邊個啊？邊個？紅色衫呢位朋友啊，你中獎啦你！好，先唔答呢條問題。唔好拍拖咪得咯。唔好拍拖。哦，即係唔好識女朋友，係啊，專注打機，哇！今集好滿意啊！
以佢嘅身份答呢個答案，我覺得幾啱㗎。
OK， 好啦，當你啱啦嚇。恭喜曬！有人會俾件嬲你嘅，好啦，跟住咧第2條問題啦噃嚇。
第2條問題，
究竟睇直播用咩畫質先唔會出現 lag 機嘅情況咧？
咩畫質先唔會 lag 機咧？好，放低手先。
OK，放低手。
1、2、3。好，阿 Toys。睇到啊。邊個？
係啊，你過嚟啊！
哇，犀利啊！工作人員都答到。工作人員唔得啊！哎呀，唔緊要，你又嚟多次啊！好，嚟啦！
放低手，1、2、3。
邊位？後面綠色衫呢位小姐，係啊，都前排有着數啊，就係咁解啊！好，乜嘢啊？144P。一齊。144P。
啱啦。
犀利啊！144喂。
官腔啲嘅講法啦
嗱。OK， 好。Thank you。好啦，咁咧我哋咧陣間咧仲會有咧最後一輪嘅問答遊戲㗎，咁所以咧大家千祈唔好行開呢個時候咧，多謝阿 Toys 先。唔該曬。休息一陣嘅 ，Thank you。好啦，咁恭喜曬咧頭先啱啱得到咧我哋戰隊咧呢個戰衣嘅朋友啊嚇，咁仲未得到我哋戰隊嘅戰衣嘅朋友唔使擔心，因為我哋仲有一個機會啦。咁咧我哋咧陣間咧就依然咧就會留翻呢個機會喺最尾嘅時候嘅。咁我哋今日嘅重頭戲咧又係時候咧差唔多上演啦喎，就係由咧 HKE 對閃電狼嘅比賽啊！
英雄聯盟啊！講翻啱啱個 cosplay 大賽，其實咧個個都 cos 得非常之神似，我覺得個個都好好啊，好難揀邊個可以成為今日嘅冠軍喎。係
啊，真係好難㗎！嗱，咁講起英雄聯盟啦，乜嘅有冇邊一個角色咧你特別中意嘅咧？
我咧就好中意劫啊，因為呢個角色咧，我覺得係非常之有型啊。係嘛？
下年你可以 cos 下喎，
或者可以諗下啦。
我就中意奧利安娜啦。咁講到奧利安娜咧，梗 係要咧講翻阿 Toys 啦，因為阿 Toys 咧之前咧就操住咧呢一支嘅英雄隊伍嘅技術咧，真係非常之犀利。咁佢帶領咗前隊伍咧攞過冠軍㗎，非常之犀利啊！咁而家咧 Toys 咧就係咧 HK Esports 嘅中路啦，咁咧佢嘅龍兵嘅數字咧都真係好犀利㗎嚇。
係啊，非常之犀利啊！咁啊不得不提咧，即係選用傑嘅選手咧就係有 Maple 㗎。咁其實咧佢係閃電狼嘅中路嚟嘅，係台服3大劫神之一嚟㗎。咁今日咧總決賽正就係咧呢個嘅閃電狼對呢個 HongKong Esports 嘅喎。咁我哋一齊睇下兩日嘅精華片段先好嘛？好，我哋一齊睇片。
fans 嘅喎，
睇得出啦，係咪啊？
嚟聽下，邊度嚟聽下？就請我哋閃電狼出場先啦，咁佢哋咧就馬上咧就會即將咧喺10月咧代表台灣出戰世界賽。人 Flash Room， 我哋俾啲掌聲！閃電狼。
哇！有 fans 啊！
出咗嚟先嗌嘅，頭先叫你哋嗌又唔嗌。好，俾啲掌聲！先等一下嚇，謝謝。好，咁我哋而家咧都唔好再等啦，即刻咧就要睇埋咧我哋 HK 嘅隊伍嘅片段。
冇錯啦，我哋一齊睇香港。哇！唔好再等啦，我哋有請。好犀利啊！可唔可以聽下邊個係香港 Esports fans 先？呢度再聽。好啦，我哋有請。謝謝，喺就座嚇。
好，趁佢哋就座嘅時候咧，我哋請埋兩隊嘅教練出嚟同大家亮相嘅噃，有請閃電狼嘅教練同埋HongKong Esports 嘅教練出嚟，俾啲掌聲兩位先。好，有請。係啦，
大家真係要俾啲熱烈嘅掌聲兩位教練啊，因為咧佢哋咧就係我哋幕後功臣啊！唔該曬兩位。好，有請兩位可以對。好啦，咁而家咧兩隊嘅選手咧都準備就緒啦嚇，咁我哋而家即將咧就會播放呢兩隊選手嘅資料片段啦。咁喺片段過後之後咧，我哋就會即刻交俾現場嘅主播咧，即刻就會開始我哋呢一個咧嘅比賽㗎啦。冇錯，好期待嚇，大家都相信係好期待㗎啦。咁一陣間再同大家見面。好，唔該晒。
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the League of Legends Grand Final of the Netvigator 10G Fiber 3rd Hong Kong Esports Tournament. My name is Seth Achilleos King. With me, as always, is Daniel Seaford Dracos, and we are ready to kick off the action. We're coming to you live from Hong Kong in China, thanks to you in part by our wonderful sponsors.
Of course, our wonderful sponsors, Netvigator 10G Fiber, our title sponsor, Asus, Republic of Gamers as our diamond sponsor, BenQ is our gold, and a huge shout out to New Elite Education Center, Game World, Photo Station, and Showbiz, who helped co-organize this wonderful event. I am so excited to be here. Sponsors aside, let's get into this. Best of 5, Flash Wolves HKE.
And this is a matchup that you and I personally have seen many times before. We saw these guys play at the regional final just 2 weeks ago for the LMS. And HKE weren't able to come out on top, though they did take Flash Wolves to a 5-game set in that best of 5. We saw them play before that in the playoffs. They won in a 3-1, and in the regular season, these guys had a 50-50 split, each taking off a game.
And it's been neck and neck. It's always been anybody's game, and Flash Wolves have looked stronger recently, but we've had time between these tournaments to improve champion pools, to adjust picks, and more than anything else, ladies and gentlemen, this is patch 5.16. We're talking Skarner, Darius, Mordekaiser, Garen, everything you haven't seen in years could be brought out tonight. It could change the way the game is played entirely.
I think it really will. There's so much, especially with, like you said, Skarner being so powerful right now. He's almost certainly has to be taken off the board, and that's going to leave up so many picks that HKE weren't able to get the last time these guys played in those regional playoffs. The victor could be on the table here. We'll have to see. No one knows what's going to happen, and I'm really excited to see this series unfold.
Of course, coming into this, there have been a few roster swaps around. I'm not sure who's going to be starting for each team, but we have to remember that HongKong Esports will be bringing out Stanley tonight, and we saw May. May was an amazing player, amazing Rumble, but we're bringing it back, Stanley, the king of Season 2. You see him there in that seat. You want to watch him play. Here we are. I'm excited. We have yet to get to see Stanley play. When we came to Taiwan to cast for the LMS, we saw May, and May was great, but this is Stanley. This is a legend in that seat, and I'm really hoping to see him deliver.
Yeah, this Season 2 world champions on the same stage playing together. You can see right there, though, Flash Wolves. You got MMD will be starting in that top side. We saw him perform at the regional finals and just did phenomenally. Both he and Steak performed fantastically in that set, but MMD just bringing it out.
And despite the Thresh, Leona, and Morgana being on the screen there, it might be a little bit different. We've seen a lot of Hecarim coming out from him, more carry-oriented. Karsa, the man we have to talk about, single-handedly putting Lee Sin on the map in this region. An absolute terror mechanically.
And Maple just showing up so hard at the regional finals. The Diana, the Ahri, the Twist of Fate, all of them. Look at that KDA, 13.3 with a 48% kill participation. This guy is an absolute monster. We weren't sure how he was going to do going up against Toys, but he really just showed up there, and he really helped carry Flash Wolves to victory and gave them that second seed of the world stage.
And of course, the big question here is Victor has been so popular in the past, but we'll talk about that in the future. Let's look at NL. NL, not even considered the starting AD carry. Karsa coming in a lot more, but in the last event did so. Callista coming out, the Varus that we saw from his Vayne and his Sivir as well, just so oppressive, shutting down the opposing lane repeatedly in each and every one of the games, and absolutely a terror on the side of Flash Wolves.
And of course, his partner in the bot lane, you have to take a look at him. It is going to be Sword Art as we get ready to get his stats up on that screen, just completely oppressing the bot lane of HongKong Esports. Godfly last time these guys faced off, not able to get a CS lead. I don't think in any of the 5 games. He was consistently behind by anywhere of 20 to 50 CS. But there he is. It's the man, the myth, the legend. It is Stanley. We don't know his KDA. We don't know his kill participation because we haven't seen him in so damn long. But there it is, the Vladimir, the Fizz, the Hecarim. Let's see if he brings those out today.
But it's always flashy. The fizz was excellent from him. Dinter coming in. You hear the roar of the crowd. Echo, Rek'Sai, Gragas. This man is a playmaker and the player to watch in this series. When he shows up, he controls the game. He defines the pace for HongKong Esports, but it's everybody's favorite. Let's look at the mid lane. Let's talk about toys.
Right there, the 9.9, the control mage masters 69% kill participation. This man's champion pool is as massive as his legacy is.
Yeah, just absolutely the defined Orianna for a generation of mid lane players, busting out the Victor most recently. Even with the nerfs, I still think we could see him play it because he's so good. But there we go, Godfly starting out. All of you have seen the Vayne highlight plays. This guy dodges everything, falls behind a little bit early in the game, has been a point of weakness, but when he gets ahead, when he finds those early kills, his mechanical skill is so good that it just doesn't matter.
But carrying him through that bot lane is, of course, Ole right there, the 12.9, the 70%. This man is just known for his thresh. Not even just the Janna and the Nami, but also the Morgana that doesn't make it onto the screen right there. Banned against him consistently in both solo queue and professional play. This man brought that champion back into the scene.
Yeah, and very much a strong player, shot caller for the team very frequently, very confident player overall, very good on a macro level, very aggressive roamer, and, you know, very eager to compete with Sword Art on the opposite side for Flash Wolves, and that's something we have to take into account because these are the guys who are going to go head-to-head in the bot lane if it is that 2v2. And in the past, Godfly has fallen behind, but if he's solved those issues, if he can come back in the laning phase, he is an absolute terror. And with Ola at his side, you have to know that they're going to be making plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Ola very heavy on the roams, likes to go around, kind of leave Godfly on his own as long as he's safe, you know, protects him with ward coverage, and then gets those early mobility boots, picks up a couple wards, and then places those deep in the jungle so they can know where the enemy is roaming at all times. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that, or if Flash Wolves are going to be able to outsmart and outmaneuver the ranks of HKE. They did it once before. Let's see if they can do it again.
And of course, panning over this massive audience here. So many HongKong Esports fans, so many Flash Wolves fans. Huge shout out to you guys for being here. It's a massive crowd. There's barely room to stand. You guys have made it this far. Hearthstone, Street Fighter. Now we're at the main event. Now we get to see League of Legends, and it's just so exciting.
Yeah, all roads lead to here. Of course, there is indeed, and you know, on top of claiming the championship of the third HongKong Esports tournament, you also have some monetary prize on the line here. So these guys are walking away with a little bit more than just a title. So they're going to be giving it their all and trying to take the cake. We'll see who is going to be able to come out on top as we get these guys ready to enter the pick and ban phase. Like we said, there's so many new things on the table here that we're not sure what's going to come into consideration. I think that with the recent buffs to Lee Sin, we're almost certainly going to see it banned away from Karsa. He did so well on it before the Dragon's Rage was buffed to actually deal percentage HP damage to all enemies that get hit by the initial target. That is a huge increase in damage output by Lee Sin in the late game.
And additionally, his energy management was so good in the past. The recent changes to Lee Sin's energy, getting 20 and then 10 instead of 15 and 15, is going to be a great buff as well. It's going to allow him to make a lot more plays, use abilities a lot more frequently, and be much less auto-attack reliant in the early to mid game. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised to see HKE take that one away, try to put Dinter on a playmaker, because when we talk about these teams, you have legends, people who can outplay, but when we look at who defines the pace, it's the junglers, it's the supports. These are the guys who make the impact in the early to mid game, who start the snowball rolling, who get you going as a team, and it's just a question of who's going to show up today.
Yeah, and if Dinter could show up, especially on that Echo, which we've seen him play so many times, he brought it out in the regional playoffs, and he just plays that champion so well. He plays it methodically, he understands every subtle nuance to, you know, how to line up those parallel convergences. It's really kind of just magical to watch him play that champion. I want to see if he's going to bring that out, or maybe if it's going to be contested. We have seen Karsa playing in the past, not quite to the level that Dinter can bring out, but certainly going to, you know, potentially be a contested pick between these two.
One of the big changes that we have to talk about coming into this game is the change to Lock to the Iron Solari and to Aegis the Legion, because so much of HongKong Esports strategy in the past has been mid-game team fighting, has been using the Victor, using the Rumble from May, finding these mid-game power spikes to really take advantage in the early to mid-game, using that strength and Locket being cheaper, Aegis being cheaper really interrupts that AoE magic damage sort of strategy. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit more innovation today, or if we're going to see them try it anyway, because really, they're so good at it that I can't imagine these nerfs will affect it. But if it's a very close game, if no one's been able to find an early advantage, that could really define the pace of a mid-game team fight, could really define the advantage and mitigate a lot of those mid-game power spikes that Victor has, that Rumble has.
Yeah, and of course, Victor, like we said, has been one of the most contested picks. Maple and Toys both having tried their hands on that in the regional playoffs. Toys is his most played champion. He's in recent history played it about 13 games or so, almost in a row, because he was playing it so frequently. Has been hit with nerfs, so instead of getting that flat AP off of the augment upgrades, it's now scaling with level. So his power spike is not going to be hit nearly as early, and he's not going to be as oppressive early on in the laning phase.
Yeah, of course, Victor just getting, I think, a little too powerful. We saw that no matter whose hands it was in, it was always having a massive impact in the early to mid game. It felt like Maple gets it, Flash Wolves win. It felt like if HongKong Esports gets it, HongKong Esports wins. And I think the mid lane picks are going to be mixed up a lot this time around. I think we're going to see a lot more variance in the mid lane. Obviously, the changes to magic resist and the buff to early magic resist items are going to be a huge factor as well. And additionally, the fundamentally the nerfs to armor and the buffs to Zed, we might see Maple play Zed here, and that would be, I mean, I went on a massive tangent last time we were on a cast together, and I'll resist this time, but I love seeing Zed play, and Maple Zed is absolutely one of the best.
Yeah, like, he played it before it even got buffed.
Yeah.
And it was just incredible. He basically two-shot Dinter. He went in with the death mark, just hit him twice, popped right back out of there, got the safety, and he just blew up Dinter's Evelyn. It was just crazy to see, and they tried time and time again to fight him, and they just couldn't stand up to it every single time. They just got absolutely decimated. So certainly could be a pick that we see him bring to the table today.
And if we remember back to that game, that was also sort of an error in pick bans that we rarely see from HongKong Esports. They really picked a composition that was very vulnerable to Zed. There was really no one who could contest him in split pushing and 1v1 duels and exchanges, and overall that really limited their ability to deal with a Zed. This time around, I think they'll be a little bit more prepared. They won't be so reliant on the Victor, so reliant on mid-game team fights, and we may see some adaptation from both sides. At the same time, though, with MMD coming into the main lineup, with the champion pool changes for top lane immensely, same thing with Stanley coming in, as we could see, we might see his Fizz. Fizz still a very powerful champion, not really changed much. Cinder Hulk obviously falling out of favor. Trinity Force still ridiculously oppressive, and for both sides, this is a fresh, clean slate. It's 0-0, best of 5. Yes, Flash Wolves have the world slot, but this is a great place for HAE to get some revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they're going to be looking to do just that. After that bitter loss, like I said, took them to 5 games, almost had that, but just slipped right out of their fingers. Now, something that I want to talk about a little bit is the top lane matchup, because we really are going into this blindly. We don't know what Stanley is going to bring to the table. One of his big champions is that Hecarim, which we did see played in the regional playoffs by Stake and MMD. So I want to know if that's something that he's going to take away, or maybe if Flash Wolves are going to try to contest that pick. But with this new Juggernaut meta, I feel like all bets are off. We don't know really what's going to happen. It could be the Garen coming across. It could be the Darius coming out, who's just been so oppressive. Take a look at, Dyrus on TSM. Goes to Korea, gets a pentakill in the solo queue.
Yeah.
On like his second day there, because Darius is just so strong, and he just got buffed.
And I mean, I don't know exactly where we're going to see it. We've seen innovation in International Wildcard. We've seen Juggernauts in just about every lane across the board. And this is one of the first major tournaments on 5.16 with everything enabled. And it's going to be very difficult to predict exactly who's going to come out on top to pick bans, what are going to be the power picks here, because if you had asked me a week ago, would we see a Gangplank mid, I'd say no, but it gets busted out by Japan in International Wildcard and it gets a pentakill. So obviously there's something to that mid lane strategy. Obviously, it's still evolving. The meta has not settled yet whatsoever, and it's anybody's game. This guy might play Bard. I asked him to. He probably won't, but I asked him to. I thought I should put that on the record.
We'll see. You never know. Maybe.
Maybe. I can dream. There will be Zed, there will be Bard. Just give me this.
Well, that's another thing to take into consideration. Pretty much any tanky or support champion actually did just receive a buff. So a lot of the tanks got a slight increase to their armor per level, and then a lot of the less tanky supports got their HP regeneration per level increase. Bard being one of those, so he is slightly tuned a bit higher. So you never know. We could see the Bard come across.
And of course, that's to make up for the nerfs to armor itemization across the board, trying to balance that out, trying to bring armor and magic resist itemization in line with each other. So as a result, what it means is that if there's limited sources of AD, most likely you won't be forced into buying an AD item in the early to mid game. You'll be allowed to just pick up that early lock-in. That early banner of command. Banner, of course, reduced by cost immensely. Still a very effective item at pushing against teams that lack AD-based wave clear, which is frequently the case, at least in the 5.15, 5.14 meta.
So many questions yet to be answered. Just have to wait till we get onto the Rift. Picks and bans, like I said, should be coming up in just a few minutes. Now, one of the things we're going to have to keep our eye on here, of course, with these bot laners, is we need to see how they're going to roam and how they're going to prioritize vision and where they're going to prioritize vision. Ola, of course, major roamer, as we touched on before, likes to get those deep ward placements. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that again today. With this meta change, so much more mobility. Skarner coming out, even though he did get hotfixed and have his movement speed reduced down a little bit, he still can be pretty much anywhere at any time. He's got those pillars across the map that need to be controlled. There's so much more going on in the game on this patch than there was before.
And that, I mean, most of us have experienced a Skarner and solo queue, and we've seen how that interacts, but we haven't seen it at this level of competitive play, which means that we don't know how controlling those objectives is going to interact. We don't know how players are going to play around them. There's the potential to feign going for the objective, to go for Baron without taking the Skarner pillar, and to use that to your advantage, to use that as a mind game. And I mean, that right there, it's like the mix-up in LoL, like the flexibility that you get from doing that, the way that affects the mental game, the way that affects in those situations where you don't have vision. And I'm curious to see how these guys react to it, if Skarner even makes it through picks and bans. I don't think he will.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that he's going to be 100% banned. I don't think that he'll make it through. But again, with these new Juggernauts, it really exacerbates things for players like Godfly, who's very Vayne heavy. We saw him, that's where he really excelled at the regional playoffs, was on that Vayne. And these Juggernauts are designed that if they get on top of you, they're going to absolutely destroy you. Garen, he has the move speed increase off of his Q, albeit it has been slightly reduced in duration. But if he gets on top of Godfly, he's just going to destroy him. Even if he has Final Hour up and he tumbles, he's likely still going to be in range of that Judgment. And if Garen just spins on top of the Vayne, he's just going to rip through her HP bar.
Well, the thing about it is that we've seen Godfly outperform in so many situations mechanically that we have to give him the edge in those clutch, 1v1 scenarios where you're fighting that, that Blood Rage Darius face to face. But at the same time, you're right. There's no room for error anymore. Previously, when Juggernauts were a little bit weaker, when they were a little bit more lackluster in terms of raw damage output, you could afford to take a silence from Garen. You could afford to have Judgment tick once or twice on you. Now, that is not the case. The second they're on top of you, if you do not get out of there, if you're not willing to blow cooldowns, you're not willing to condemn them into a wall, then you're going to get taken out so quickly.
Yeah, especially with Darius, he has that apprehend. He has had his, I forget what it's called, the crippling strike almost, his W.
Decimate.
That's
crippling strike. Okay, yeah, crippling strike.
The one that sucks. He has had that changed a little bit, so now instead of reducing the target's attack speed, it doesn't do that anymore. So that's very fortunate for AD carries, but still, it's a 90% slow for 1 second. And even a Vayne with Tumble and Final Hour is just not going to be able to get away from that. And even so, you're still going to be in range of the Decimate.
The good news about that, though, overall, is that having that synergy in those teamfight kind of environments where you can get in with Darius, slow someone down, lock them in place, plays very well to HKE style of those kind of pile-on teamfights, right? Like, throw everyone into the mix, know that you're more confident in your target focus and target priority, and win out based on the team composition you've built and confidence in shot calling and team fighting. And when you have a Darius, he has the tools to do that very easily. All he has to do is lock someone down, start the fight, and then go off with those resets, right? Not be afraid to dunk 1 or 2 people in each and every fight. So I don't know if we're going to see Juggernauts, but if we do, there are strengths and weaknesses for each side here, and it doesn't feel like really anyone has gotten the edge. With Victor, I won't say off the table, but definitely looking a little bit weaker. I think strategies will change. Will they change towards Juggernauts? I'm not sure.
Yeah. The question to be asked. If we do see Juggernauts, especially from the side of HKE, with Stanley, just because we don't know what he's been playing, I would love to see, maybe couple that with an Orianna. Because if they get into that fight and they have the command Shockwave on top of them, they'll just destroy. So we're going to get these guys settled into the picks and bans. We're going to come back in just about 10 minutes, and then we will have game 1 of this best of 5 set between Hong Kong Esports and Flash Wolves. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
我们要的不只是世界冠军，我们要的是要开创这个时代。
電競對我嚟講，是我一輩子的事業。
一個尋找理想嘅地方。
스포츠뿐만 아니라 내 사업이다.
就是實現夢想的舞台。
Like a part of me， 就像生命一樣。
電競為我帶來很多東西
，confidence、excitement， 還有勝利的感覺。
내 인생의 목표，
讓我有榮譽感。最緊要嘅係俾我揾到人生嘅理想。當我在電競館的舞台上，係我人生中最享受嘅時候。
Like a superstar，
是很棒的感覺。
내가 바로 영웅이다.
我就是皇上。
我們對勝利的渴望，
我們對榮譽的追求，
我哋對理想嘅堅持，
我們對電競的態度，
영원히 변하지 않는다.
而我哋對電競嘅熱愛
Never end。
저는 앞으로 어느 포지션에 가든 영원히 HK e스포츠를 응원하겠습니다.
HongKong Esports，加油！
欢迎收看电竞的。
Fiber, third Hong Kong Esports tournament. My name is Seth Achilles King. With me is Daniel Seifert Dracos. We are back and we are getting ready to get into the action here. We're into the Vixen Band phase. There it is. Getting it up on your screen. Flash Wolves on the blue side. Hong Kong Esports on the red. It's game one in a best of 5 set.
And Skarner being banned already. No surprises there. An absolute tear. All of you solo queue players in the audience know. Do not let that guy through picks advance. Twisted Fate additionally being banned away from toys. Trying to limit his champion pool here. I think a good choice and a good start for Flash Wolves rather in the pick ban.
Yeah, and Italy, of course, has to be taken away from Karsa. We saw this champion not get picked up at all in the regional finals. Every single time, banned away. Lee Sin still could be that last ban. We'll have to see what happens. So far, Skarner is the only 5.16 ban that we're seeing this far in. Oh, but there it is, the Gangplank.
Gangplank, of course, coming in a very strong character overall and has seen a lot of varied results. You saw Fnatic and Origin going toe-to-toe in the EU LCS, using Gangplank very well, trying to find counters desperately. You saw it busted out International Wildcard. It's been played across the globe. It's truly a very strong champion. All of these rework champions really just so powerful. Over our Victor being taken off the map already, not wanting to give that one over to Maple. HongKong Esports setting the pace.
Yeah, not too surprising, but that means that the Kalista has made it through, and it looks like they may just be more than willing to go ahead and first pick this one for NL, and they do. So we'll see the Kalista picked up. We'll see what they want to accompany that with. Sword Art, he does like his Alistar. That one could go through as well. We'll see. First round of picks going over to HongKong Esports.
With Morgana taken off the board for Ola, I expect to see a jungle support first rotation to secure his priority pick. This could be the echo for Dinter, the Thresh for Ola. If they do want to go for this, these are their playmaking jams. Parallel Convergence, Death Sentence, the abilities to watch in any one of the games that we see HongKong Esports in. We're not sure if this is going to get locked in, so let's talk about the Kalista overall and the Kalista in the early game, because we've seen what NL can do with this, how effective NL can be in lane, and how much Godfly as an individual player has suffered. Kalista by nature, a more snowbally, early to mid-game focused champion, can be so oppressive in lane, but if Ola does, or Ole rather, locks in this Thresh, it's a pretty good way to interrupt that. This is a playmaker right here.
Yes, it is, and there it will be the lock-in, so we will see the Echo and the Thresh, but of course, Lee Sin has made it through. We may see that one come out, or maybe Karsa wants to go with something a little bit more conventional. You can see as he hovers over top of that Gragas.
Is that
through all of his options?
Okay, wait. All right, audience, bear with us. Is that Stanley in the jungle and Dinter in the top lane?
That is actually.
We'll wait to see where the champions end up.
This could be a misorder from the side of HongKong Esports. They might not be an LCS standard. We'll see if there needs to be a remake or if Stanley actually is going to be taken to the jungle. We haven't seen this guy in so long. We have no idea what he's ready to pull out. Rek'Sai, though, locked in for Karsa. So a very consistent champion for him. Not too surprising that he wants to go onto that one, and it's actually going to be the Lulu locked in. This is a little bit of a flex pick. This could be played in support, mid or top. More than likely, we'll see Maple on this. He played it before. He was pretty impressive. There's the hover, though. The Vladimir. That would certainly be for Stanley if they take this one.
The crowd is going nuts for these picks as they're getting hovered over. They're not locked in, guys. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. It's good to be hyped, though. On the opposite side, we talk about the Lulu. It's good that you point out this is a flex pick, because I think that's how it's going to be used here. Traditionally, back when Lulu was played as a support,
going right back over
they can't resist. They can barely hear the crowd, and they love it. When Lulu was played as a support, she was considered to have a very strong matchup versus Thresh in the bottom lane. Vladimir and Teemo. And Vladimir? No, okay. Jokes aside, Lulu, I think, as you said, can be that flex pick. I expect we'll see it in the mid lane, but it really could go either way here.
Toys toying with the audience. We'll flip back. They will lock in this Vladimir.
Oh my
you can see him cracking up there on your screen. Of course, though, we have to touch on the Twitch has been locked in for Godfly. This just received 2 buffs. His Q now costs 20 mana less, and then his Rat-a-tat-tat scaling has gone up pretty significantly. So his damage later is going to be pretty darn strong. So that Twitch pick might just play out here for Godfly. We saw him try to play this before, and he just couldn't hit that assassination potential that he needed to succeed. Oh,
this is the thing about 5.6 is it's probably the most hype package of League of Legends, because there's so many champions you haven't seen that are suddenly viable again that could pop up at any moment. I'm going to wait on the hoverovers. Let's look at the Twitch. You're right. The AD scaling going up is pretty huge. Twitch, always considered a pretty strong late game champion. Additionally, depending on how you itemize, could function as sort of an assassin in the mid game. Blade of the Rune King. Yomu's Ghostblade being the standard build. We saw Imp busting that out Season 3, Season 4 to really assassinate and create a lot of mid lane pressure. And for Godfly, it's also going to mean a little bit of safety.
Well, there it is. The Bard has been locked in for Sword Art as well as the Olaf for the top lane for MMT. We've seen crushing performances for that Soaz in the European LCS, surviving a two-person dive onto himself and actually getting himself a kill. And now he goes straight back over to the Teemo hovers. We have seen Teemo mid before.
We're cheering for every Teemo hover over. No one's gonna stop us. I love this audience. It's a great crowd here tonight. You can hear it. If you can't hear it,
the audience wants the Teemo. I can only pray that they will be obliged, but I very much doubt it.
My body wants me to cheer Teemo right now. I'm going to resist. Let's talk about Bard. Bard, one of my favorite champions. An interesting choice with the Callista. Definitely not the most powerful lane, but they both have incredibly strong early games. Bard's level 1, absolutely insane, using the passive, using the cosmic binding. And if the Shen gets locked in, that's a mid lane Vladimir for toys, and that's a huge pick.
And it does get locked in. They're going to go ahead and flip that right around. So mid lane Vladimir going into Maple's Lulu. Which, like I said before, we saw this at the regional finals, and it was oppressive to say the least. He absolutely took off on this champion and just dominated the game early on. As it went later on, he just performed so well as a utility mid, constantly shielding the AD carries, using those wild growths where absolutely crucial, keeping his team alive. Maple knows this champion inside and out. And this is going to be one hell of a matchup. I have to say, I really do like the composition from HongKong Esports. They have a lot of AoE control. Dinter with the parallel convergence inside of the box from Ole's Thresh. You have Twitch, who's just going to be able to fire off with the Rat-a-tat-tat. Of course, you throw down the Hemo Plague. You got taunts for days with the Shadow Dash. They look very solid.
And with a three-piece tanky frontline made of Thresh with Shen, of Echo, what you really get to do is use Vlad's Hemo Plague in combination with that Rat-a-tat-tat, and your mid to late game damage is just going to go through the roof. If you can fight a team fight on your terms where Vlad is in the middle of the team, where Vlad is dishing out that AoE, and Twitch is able to sit in the backline and just pound the backline with Rat-a-tat-tat to hit every single member of the team, it's very easy for HongKong Esports to kill and damage 5 members simultaneously, and that's absolutely huge. It'll allow Godfly to get a pretty big advantage in a lot of different circumstances. Oh. Well, I feel like a lot of different circumstances. So on the opposite side though, looking at the team for Flash Wolves, let's talk about what Flash Wolves can do. Flash Wolves have a very, I'm going to call it an Olaf-centric team composition. Callista wants to snowball in the early game, right? And she's going to be very good at that. But one of the big things that this team composition is good at, with a Lulu, with a Rek'Sai, with a Bard to set up with that ultimate, is that Olaf is always, if they get a good setup, going to be able to get into the back line. And we've seen exactly how hard it is to get that Olaf on. He has the ultimate, he has the increased movement speed coming out here as well, and with Lulu's Whimsy, he's going to be near impossible to stop. When he has that ultimate available, Godfly, despite having all these tanky members able to peel for him, it's not going to make much of a difference, because we look at it, how do you stop the Olaf when he's got that much move speed, and you really, really can't. So if a good Bard ultimate comes out, if the Tempered Fate lands on multiple members, we could see Olaf ripping through the backline. But at the same time, if they're able to dodge out, if they're able to fight fights on their terms in the mid to late game, using this Vladimir scaling, using this Twitch Rat-a-tat-tat, HongKong Esports will have a very big edge.
Yeah, but the other thing that is very concerning is that we're more than likely going to see NL swap Oathsworn later on into the game. Early on, take Bard, get that extra harass, but as Olaf starts to scale and become that tanky, unpeelable monster, you can always just swap your Oathsworn, and then all of a sudden your Fate's calling him straight into the backline on top of Twitch. And if he gets on top of Godfly, even just his reckless swing is just going to rip off HP chunks of him.
So that's not a strategy we've seen before, but I'd be really curious to bring it out, because throwing an Olaf into the backline, absolutely terrifying, right? Olaf with built-in CC outside of the slow from his undertow would be ridiculously oppressive. Having a knockup, having that reliable way to get in. I don't know if we'll see it here, but if we do, it could be incredibly powerful. Additionally, we look at the mobility from the team. You've got the Whimsy from Lulu, you've got the tunnels from Rek'Sai, you've got the tunnel from Bard as well, the Magical Journey. They can get in and out of objectives very quickly. They can move across the map very quickly, and it's going to be very difficult for HKE to respond. Luckily, I love this from them in pick and bans, they pick up the Shen. They have that Stand United, they have that TP, and that does give them the flexibility to respond to just the generally faster map movement, and these guys waving at each other. This is the perk of not having a booth, is you can like look across and be like, I'm gonna get you.
You know, one of the things that I actually just realized that we haven't touched on is with this Shen, with this Twitch, there is a lot of potential for submarine plays and submarine ganks. Twitch, known to be that major assassin, looks like little pause coming out. They turn their monitors around. A little cheeky play by them. Don't want to get spotted out. I don't think anyone's actually going to be trying to glance across the way and look. These guys are actually used to playing inside of those soundproof booths where nobody can see their monitors. No one can hear their strategies and that sort of stuff. So this is a little bit of a different environment for them. So they're going to be that much more cautious to protect that. But going back to my point, we saw Godfly play the Twitch before, and he didn't hit that point where he could just jump out of stealth and assassinate somebody with the Blade of the Rune King straight into the Rat-a-tat-tat and just rip through their HP. With this Shen, with that protective stand united immediately into a Shadow Dash, it could be enough. But you can see we are on to the rift here for Game 1. Flash Wolves on the blue, HongKong Esports in the red. We're going to see who comes out on top.
Of course. Oh, look, we're on the screen. We stand up.
Hey, how's it going?
So Flash Wolves moving in as a squad. Obviously, Cosmic Binding very, very strong in early invades. Additionally, Olaf's damage just goes through the roof if he can hit consecutive axes. Dinter playing aggressively here.
We saw this happen before. This is how HongKong Esports lost the last game in that best of 5. As Dinter got caught out at level 1. He's going to be on the run, throws down that ward. He will be safe.
Oh, missing the ward kill.
Right into the mid lane. Doesn't get caught this time. Fortunately, no Thresh for Sword Art this time around.
Of course, Flash Wolves prioritizing vision on the lane swap. They want to make sure they're in the 2v2 versus Godquai. They feel confident in that matchup. They want to shut him down early. They want to limit his ability to farm safely, to scale up into that late game we talked about. So they're going to try to shut him down. They're putting out the lane swap wards. HongKong Esports are responding with wards of their own, securing the side of the jungle. And as we see Sword Art starting to move in, I'm wondering if they're going to stay, if they're going to try to go for a cheekier early game play here.
Minions have spawned.
Not sure. We're going to have to pay very close attention to the early rotations of these junglers. Dinter needs to get his team rolling, especially that bot lane for Godquai. If Godquai falls behind, it could be very bad for HongKong Esports. He needs to get that Blade of the Rune King as early as possible. Of course, NL with this Callista, going to be looking for his standard build pickups, that Bloodthirster, that Blade of the Rune King, that Runan's Hurricane. We'll see who can get to their first item.
Oh, Ola and Godquai making their way to the top lane, prioritizing the lane swap here, using the Shen TP early, and this is going to be huge. They have a lot of lane control as a result of this, and it looks like that's the pause we saw on screen.
Okay, so this is the pause that we saw earlier. MMD looks like he had a little bit of a disconnect, but we know that this is going to be a very quick one, and then we'll be right back into the game. We'll get that settled and taken care of. Got that really meta pause screen going through here while we settle it. But
so looking at what we've seen so far, obviously it looks like HKE actually came out on top in the lane swap. They're going to get the lanes that they wanted, and it's going to be overall a pretty decent advantage for them because they're going to allow Twitch to farm up safely, and it is going to free Sword Art up to roam. And Sword Art on this Bard can be a huge playmaker, roaming around, picking up the chimes, getting a decent amount of XP, and that's one of the Bard's big strengths, is that he has a lot of early roam potential, especially once he gets 5 beeps and gets that slow going on those basic auto attacks.
Yeah.
However, on the opposite side, Ola in a very similar position. Both Ola and Sword Art are now freed up to roam, and we've seen what Ola can do with these Thresh hooks. You've seen how many people he can take out, and as the game's going back.
Yeah, straight back in, Godquai and Ole invading in here. Looks like they should be able to take away this blue buff. That is going to be a fantastic start for the side of HongKong Esports as Dinter picks up his as well. Ole playing forward, making sure that nobody's going to come back to try to reclaim this. And that's going to be a blue buff for Godquai. Very good EXP start for him. And Toys playing very oppressively in this mid lane, already up significantly in CS, even with these minions moving into the tower.
Playing very aggressively, trying to use Vladimir's early sustain to combat some of Lulu's early game lane bully status. Right now, Toys has the advantage in lane. I'm wondering if Maple's going to be able to take it back, but you can see Maple very quickly burning through his mana pool, and that's going to count against him because Vlad, of course, as a manaless champion with built-in healing, with built-in sustain, is nearly impossible to bully out if you're at a disadvantage, and that's something we definitely have to look to as we continue further in the game. Now Ole looking like he may want it back in the top side of the map. If if he does, we will see him go into the bottom lane. And we've seen Flash Wolves execute dives here before. It looks like Karsa is on the way. MMD as well. It looks like they're going to four-man this tower.
Yeah, they're just going to go straight for this one. Of course, Stanley still sticking around down bot. Going to have to peel back off of this one. Doesn't want anything to do with these four members of the Flash Wolves as they move forward, completely shoving him off of this objective. We can see that there is not going to be any sort of counter push into the top side of the map. Godquai more than happy to just squeeze that lane out and get as much CS as possible. Again, historically, he has fallen significantly behind NL, so he's going to have to try to keep up as best as possible. Dinter coming around with the flank. Karsa gets grabbed up. There will not be a follow-through. The Sentinel doing a good job spotting out Dinter as he retreats, and now Flash Wolves are completely pinched between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 tower.
Of course, Twitch is just free farming in the meantime too, barely keeping up with NL, unfortunately, just because of the nature of Callisto pushing in these waves, but freezing the wave in his favor and very slowly scaling up. The pressure is now on Flash Wolves to make a decision to take this tower or to back off, and it looks like they're going to back off in this case, which means that HKE has won the day. It's a small advantage, but it's pretty critical in the early game when you burn so many resources trying to force down this tower, and it does not go in your favor.
You know, really good defense so far by Hong Kong Esports. Not giving up that early objective. Dinter with a really good roam down. We can see that both mid laners now have backed. Toys coming in with an Amp Tome and boots. And that is going to be the Fiendish Codex coming in from Maple, as well as a couple wards. And health potions looking to stick around as long as he possibly can. Toys counting through his HP bars with that very aggressive transfusion harass. Godquai still farming up this top side. A few CS ahead of NL so far. But now MMD has made his way up there with the teleport, burning that one out. And we'll see if he can lay down any pressure onto the Twitch. One undertow and a reckless swing, and that might just send Godquai packing back to the base.
The big thing we have to look for, aside from the support roams, as they both return to their lanes, as they both return to protect for their AD carries, is we have to look at Dinter and we have to look at Karsa. And both seem very content to just farm up here, because when we look at these teams, we have to remember we're waiting for that Vladimir Hemo Plague. We're waiting for that Rat-a-tat-tat. And on the opposite side, you're waiting for Olaf to have the time to scale up. And it's going to take a little bit of time to do so for both sides. So it'll be interesting to see who wants to force a fight first, who can find that pick and that advantage.
Ooh, Toys taking a lot of damage to Dorn Shield, mitigating a bit of those auto attacks from Maple, but even so, it's firing right back with those trades coming out on top, chugging down those potions and biscuits now, trying to sustain himself back up as much as possible. Karsa waiting in the wings. Toys is not going to fall for that one. Backs right up to the tower. Should keep himself safe. Looks like he will recall. And this is going to cost him a lot of CS. Already down 8 at this point.
Not a massive difference in the stage of the game. You expect Lulu to win out in the early lane. She is such an oppressive early game champion. Will function more as a utility champion as they move forward in the game. But right now, it's a very even playing field. 8.0 rather, to 8.1.
Yeah.
Absolutely even. No kills, no major objectives, a small difference in turret damage, but nothing major. And we have to wonder what the first big break is going to be, because we have two teams very well equipped to force early aggression, but neither one pushing too far. It's clear how much pressure is on these guys in this series. You know, an invitational title waiting for them if they can win out here, if they can win in these games, and no one wants to fall behind in game one, and that means no one is taking these big chances.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good first back here for Godquai. You can see picking up that Bilgewater Cutlass, so on the path to get that play of the Rune King. It's going to be a Vamp Scepter for the side of NL, who is falling very slightly behind in CS. Will be catching up right about now as we wait for Godquai to go back to the lane. HKE avoiding the lane swap from the side of Flash Wolves, rotating back down to the bot side. Staying away from NL and Sword Art as much as possible. They don't want to go up in that 2v2.
And it's good to see. This is one of the strengths that we've shown our Hong Kong Esports to have in the past, is Toys trading here, is that they adapt very well. They identify their weaknesses very quickly as a team, and it's clear that they know, Godquai, we need to get you out of the early game, we need to get you into the mid game, we need to stay away from this laning phase. And so they're moving around the map, they're rotating appropriately to avoid that weaker early game, to avoid his weaker laning phase, to allow him to get into those team fight situations where he really does flourish, where you see those Vayne level outplays consistently.
Now we can see we have 3 members bunched up around the spawn side of the map. Dinter not too far off as well. Looks like they're going to try to lay down a bit of pressure onto this tier 2 tower. They have the forward wards. They will spot Sword Art coming around the side. MMD has joined his team.
Toys is coming down as well. We may see a tower dive here. He does have the Hemo Plague. Everyone is on the way. If we see a fight, it will be right here. Major cooldowns, not a whole lot of level 6s, but Rat-a-tat-tat, Hemo Plague are ready to go.
That Godquai gets stunned up by the Bard. No minions here. They're going to have to peel back. Parallel Convergence gets thrown out just to slow down the members of the Flash Wolves. HKE taking this one step at a time. I don't think they're going to stick around too much longer. Looks like they're going to peel right back out of here.
In the meantime,
to be able to
of
pick up
course,
the Scuttle Crab.
Maple is pushing in the mid lane, and he's getting a lot of damage down, bullying Toys out. The blue buff has mitigated a lot of those early weaknesses, and even as Vladimir gets into this mid game, gets that transfusion leveled up and able to trade effectively, the blue buff is keeping Lulu strong, keeping her healthy. She can use the help picks, the glitter lance to trade so effectively. Ole, though, not satisfied with the passive laning phase, looking for something here. Godquai
I don't think he's seen Godquai's coming in with a stealth. Maple doesn't have too much mana. He's going to run away, has to burn the flash. Ole goes through, he gets the hook. They go on to Maple, the wild growth comes through. He gets the first blood, though, turns it around onto Ole, and now Godquai's in a bad spot, has to flash over the wall as both Karsa and MMD have shown up. The Prey Seeker connects, but there won't be any more blood drawn. It's a 1-1 trade. Flash Wolves coming out on top of first blood.
And HKE using this Twitch power spike, using this Vladimir, the Hemo Plague, the Rat-a-tat-tat so effectively, but at the end of the day, it's Ole showing up with those hooks when it counts.
Oh, Ginger not done. He's going forward, gets a lot of damage onto Sword Art, has to peel back though. After taking a couple turret shots, Godquai as well being burned down. Get the turret to about half HP, but now Flash Wolves suddenly ahead by 500 gold.
And unfortunately, the bigger issue here is that HKE, despite getting the kill, are still behind by a pretty significant margin, and that's the 20 CS differential present between NL, present between Godquai, and we look in the mid lane as well, Toys also falling behind. So Flash Wolves, despite not moving as quickly around the map, despite not rotating as confidently, are out farming, and at a basic level, that's never what you want to see.
Yeah, and just fantastic play by Maple. To fire back and get that kill. We can see HongKong Esports has started up the Dragon. They're going to try to take this one away. The ward goes over the wall, though. Dinter down half HP, has to peel out, respects the damage output inside the Flash Wolves.
Sword Art now level 6, yeah, we will not see a Tempered Fate. Similarly, Ole only level 5, no box cooldown available. With no ultimates, I can't imagine we'll see a fight. Stanley, though, ready to get down there at any moment. MMD beating him in CS by a decent margin, but Stanley still has that global map pressure, the teleport, and the Stand United at his disposal in the event that he needs to use them. Of course, Olaf has no way to stop that from happening, so a very good spot for Stanley to be in, a very good spot for HKE to be in, but they have to use this advantage or it's going to mean nothing.
And you can see with that kill, Maple stretching his lead as much as possible, clearing out this wave. Now just about 22, 21 CS in the lead over top of Toys, who's going to have to be playing catch up rather quickly here to get some ground in this matchup. The Morellonomicon has been finished for Maple, and he's just going to be mitigating that low HP regen that Toys is going to try to sustain with the transfusions. So the more extended these trades become between the two, Maple will just come out further and further on top, and now we can see the roam up to the top side. Wild goes in onto MMD as they dive underneath the tower. Stanley, he's going to go down, tries to dash away. It's not going to happen. Turret shots go through onto MMD, but it does not matter. He will stay alive, and Maple walks away with a second kill.
And it looked like Flash
action to the bot lane. The box comes down. Godquai is just being burned through as NL goes forward. The turret's still there, though, and they have to respect that one. NL dashing around as much as he can. Cannot get the fatal damage onto Godquai, but he is going to have to back off.
And normally Flash Wolves are the ones who move across the map to force these objectives. Good on Toys to grab that turret in the mid lane in response to this unchecked aggression in top lane, in the bottom lane as well. But despite that, Flash Wolves still coming out on top. About 200 gold lead for them, not massive, but some big shows of confidence. Maple moving up, using that wild growth in conjunction with the Ragnarok from Olaf and burning through Stanley's health bar so quickly. Of course, the bottom lane is too only Ole able to save out his
Toys trying to take away this Raptor, but here comes Maple with Garza, uses the Sanguine Pole to get himself to safety. They will not pursue for fear of any other member of HKE wandering around the area, so he will be able to back off, but he throws out the ultimate. The Hemo Plague will be down. Now Dinter hovering around the top side of this mid lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to get a catch on the Maple, though. Wild Growth is almost back up. He will have his flash as well in about 30 seconds. It's going to be a very elusive Lulu. Decides to take down that tunnel, and they will go ahead and spot out the Echo.
With bot lane pushing in their favor, HongKong Esports have a very small window to get aggressive
Oh,
here.
this
but
could be
Dinter
very
gonna
bad
call
for
out.
Dinter. Then Ragnarok is up for MMD. He's just going to go ahead and pop this one. Stand United comes through. He's not going to be tauntable, though. Dinter trying to get some damage in. That's going to be the flash forward as he throws out the Q. That's going to be the taunt connecting. MMD looks like he's going to go down, and he does. Dinter finds himself a kill.
And of course, that's the power of Shen. That's Stand United coming through for the team, but Maple says not today.
Oh, and here comes Karsa as well. Stanley has to flash away. He throws out the Q for the slow. Can Stanley get out of this one alive? Looks like he will. The Shadow Dash takes him to safety. HKE safely picked himself up a kill.
HongKong Esports making it out unscathed despite what looked like a very bad situation. Dinter using the teamwork there with Stanley to come out on top. God quite hungry for blood here. This is aggressive.
Yeah, goes in on the NL, slows him out with the Bilgewater. The flame pack as Ola arrives. The hook is not going to land, but they force the flash. The ignite ticking. Oh, he picks up the small heal on the ground from Bard. And NL will keep himself alive.
Sword Art making his presence known in the lane even when he's not there whatsoever. So using those healing relics with great success. If it was not for Bard, that surely would have meant NL's death. But huge shows of confidence across the map. The second they see Flash Wolves committing any resources, HKE are quick to respond. Flash Wolves, though, are doing exactly the same. The difference here, though, you can see Maple quickly running out of mana and not able to move quite as fast.
Yeah, and we can see now HongKong Esports getting a little bit more of a lead now, about 500 ahead of the Flash Wolves. Still nothing too significant. Karsa maybe in a bad spot, should have his doubles. The box comes down, they force the flash, they grab Sword Art. I don't think they want to take this one through. They might just go ahead and do the dragon. Parallel convergence comes down, and now Maple and Toys are finding each other. Toys still holding on to that ultimate. Will pop it on the Maple as he flashes in. Does he have the damage? I think he might. Parallel convergence comes through. Let's see if Maple goes down. Meanwhile, Karsa going out the Toys. Sword Art here as well. He flashes forward. He gets the kill. Toys falls, and Maple is still alive.
Sword Art will not let his laner die using the bait
Oh,
out
but
there.
Dinter, he finds NL. He takes him down. That's going to be the cancel teleport by MMD. Wants nothing to do with this Echo. He will stick around in the top side of the map. Actually, not sure. Stanley could have canceled that one out. Not sure exactly what happened. Looks like it was just a standard cancel, though.
It looks like every time these guys want to find a kill, the other team responds in kind. HKE gets something, Flash Wolves get something back. They take down Toys. HKE take out NL, and everything seems to be so dead even in this series. And usually when we watch these previous games, it always feels one-sided. One team gets the ball rolling, one team gets snowballing, and they find a way to keep that going, to keep that lead growing. But as they move forward, both teams are so dead even. The towers now lining up in succession as they fall, and it's just such a close game.
Absolutely. We can see first tower for Flash Wolves as they pick that one up in the mid lane. That will give them a very slight edge, just flipping it right on its head. Now 400 in their favor.
Look at this beautiful save. This is what I was talking about.
That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful save by Sword Art, keeping Maple alive.
And then getting the kill on Toys as well. Just such an accomplished player. And this is one of the things about Bard, is that he's so situational, but when he's good, he's amazing. And he can bust it out in those clutch moments. You look at Twitch and Vlad, both very reliant on their damage over time abilities, or their delayed damage abilities.
Oh, we have to get the bot lane. Oh, in a very bad spot. Throws out the flame. The Stand United comes through, but I don't think Stanley's going to arrive in time, and he does not. Now Godquite has to pop the flash to get himself to safety. Cannot fire back the damage onto Karsa or NL that's needed, and now Maple arriving as well. They take a magical journey through the side. Can he get the stun? He does. Can they get the follow-up? Toys is arriving. Godquite, he just gets decimated. Now they go on to Toys. NL, he is going to stay alive. Toys unable to do anything.
Sword Art 2-0-1 on a support champion, making plays across the map, using the magical journey to engage there, and just such a huge showing of confidence from Flash Wolves as they push deeper and deeper in enemy territory. Now a 2K gold lead. Dragon in their sights, and HongKong Esports can't contest, but they can't take down MMD.
Yeah, and they're going to go straight onto him. He throws out the undertow for the slow, but Dinter, he's got the damage. They're going to take him down. Rotating up to that top side, we'll see if they're able to pressure out the turret. Maple's coming around the back of both Stanley and Dinter are extremely low.
But they're both very tanky as well. They may be able to resist this. They do not have a ton of magic resistance in their inventory whatsoever, relying on bases alone.
They spot him out. They know that he's coming. They're going to have to collapse onto him. Dinter, he goes in. Let's see if he can find the damage. The Wild Growth comes through. Ignite onto Stanley. Parallel convergence coming out. He's going to get stunned up. There it is, but can Dinter get the kill? Maple already taking down Stanley. He's trying to burn through him. The Glitter Lance comes through. Dinter's going to have to hightail it. He takes the lantern to safety. Ole with a fantastic roam up to keep his jungler alive.
And smart thinking from Ole to get his laner out of there to make sure that his jungler would end up being safe. But Sword
Art, to look at the damage. The Hemo Blade comes across. There's no magical journey available for him. He's going to go down. He throws out the ultimate to try himself alive, but it's a matter of time. He goes down, Toys finds the kill.
The quick ward over the wall to make sure even if you flash, you are going down. We're not letting you get out unscathed. You've taken too many people off the map. Dinter backing to safety in time here as NL pushes in the bottom side of the map, but for Flash Wolves, they're still finding bigger advantages here. HongKong Esports are fighting back. They're clawing back into this game, rather. They're very confident in doing so, but Flash Wolves still have a decent lead, and they're still continuing to scale. The big thing we have to look at is Callista, this 2-item power spike, this Blade of the Rune King. Runan's Hurricane, as it comes in, it's going to rip through that tanky front line. It's going to let her sustain damage, escalate even further than it already has, and with Sword Art having such a huge role already, you have to wonder if the Flash Wolves are even concerned, because they just look so confident.
That they do now. NL extending quite far forward. Ole waiting for the hook in the wings. Not sure if he's going to be able to find it. Maple and Sword Art are on the bot side of the river here. Toys going to try to get that pinch in, but I don't know if they can apply the pressure needed to actually get the catch in time. He's posturing forward. The lantern comes through. Can they find the catch? Damage coming through. They forced the flash by NL. Ole not able to land the hook. It's going to be a flash for flash.
And every time Ole throws out that death sentence, NL flashes away. That's a huge sign of respect there. He knows that this guy does not miss when the pressure is on, and absolutely smart move to burn flash there from NL. And, you know, trading that cooldown, they have to be happy with that. It's not the big advantage that HongKong Esports wanted to find, but it does mean something as they move forward. I expect to see them punish that. In the next team fight, that could mean NL's life if he's not careful.
We can see still just about 1,100 gold separating these two teams. A tower in favor of Flash Wolves, really making up the bulk of that difference, as well as this bot lane. Godquai falling very far behind NC at this point. We'll take a look at the gank in the bot side, though.
Burning down the tower, using the Fate's Call. You see that icon appearing on your screen, instantly taking out Ole, knowing that Godquai not going to be able to respond. Just too many members here. He doesn't have enough damage at this stage of the game. Finding Godquai, making sure they can finish off Ole. You see the Rend icon, making sure to lock him down, pushing forward, and this is the big flow in here. Sword Art, as you see on your screen, Ole is going down in real time.
Oh yeah, Ole very far forward. On the run out of here, grabs onto Sword Art. He gets the kill. We have the flip back to the game because now Godquai's going down and Maple joins the fray. Toys the one sticking around here, trying to tank up the bulk of this damage and regen through it, but it looks like he's going to have to peel out. That's going to be the snap back, though, for Dinter, and I'll take a bit of damage. The Q backswing is not going to connect. Maple still posturing forward. That's 3 members of HKE that fall just for Sword Art.
And while we're focused on a replay, watching Flash Wolves win a single team fight in real time, they're winning another one. This is their lead extended, 31.5k to 29.5, 9-6. The Dragon in their favor, a tower in their favor. Toys could go down.
Oh, the flash forward by Maple. He goes into the sanguine pool. Can he stick alive? He's got to get the transfusion. He doesn't get it. The help picks takes him down. Maple finds the kill.
Lulu released as a support champion, now looking more aggressive than ever in the hands of Maple. 4-1-3, dominating Toys right now. Absolutely oppressive. 174 to CS to 188. Toys is making his way into this game. He's having these impacts. But in the 1v1 scenario, Maple still has that edge. You have to be more careful on the side of HongKong Esports.
Yeah, and now this gold lead is stretching oppressively in favor of the Flash Wolves. Now 3,300 ahead of HongKong Esports. 2 towers up, and that Dragon, which is going to be respawning in just a minute and 30 seconds. HongKong Esports going to have to try to contest that one to get themselves inched back into this game. They also need some picks, and it looks like Flash Wolves are going to get themselves one as they find Ole. They play back, they knock him up. He's just going to get melted through. MMD, he throws a late axe over the wall just for good measure, but Flash Wolves taking down yet a member of HongKong Esports.
When you have more vision control than the opposing team, when you have those deep boards, when you have control over the enemy jungle, Tempered Fate is just such a powerful ability because you have to be willing to burn flash at a moment's notice. You don't know who is coming at you. You don't know who will follow up if you get hit by that in that situation. Ole didn't even have flash. They took note of that cooldown. They used the ult effectively, and despite HongKong Esports getting this turret back in exchange, Dinter moving across the map to find an objective, Sword Art is still coming in huge here. Sword Art is still making massive plays, 2, 2, and 4. Some solid kill participation from this guy. Maple not looking for a fight there, sees Godquai coming up, knows he can't handle the Twitch and the Echo together.
Yep, he's going to be more than content to continue farming up that top side of the map. We can see Toys has actually equalized the farm and stretched ahead very slightly over top of Maple, but with those kills, coming into his pocket. 4, 1, and 4. He's just going to be leaps and bounds ahead, and we can see that in the items. The Sheen coming through here for this Lulu. The Morello Nabacon, of course, already completed, and the Rabbiden's Death Cap. Now you can see Flash Wolves playing very far forward into the spawn side of the map, and Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. They should be able to take this with relative ease.
HongKong Esports are much more together.
He's getting engaged on. Sanguine pulls to get away from that, and that's going to be the Lantern from Ole, taking him to safety. He will stay alive.
And Flash Wolves may be a little too confident right now. They're splitting up, they're going across the map, they're looking for skirmishes, and that's a good option, but they have to be careful. Callista, of course, so good in these neutral objective control, but we've seen Dinter steal everything.
Not going to be able to get in range this time, and MMD is trying to hound him down with these undertows. Parallel convergence that comes across. He takes the Lantern, but Carson's playing forward to play back to stop him from popping him up. Swordart gets grabbed up, but I don't know if they want to chase this one through. Dinter just throwing out those Qs to try to sustain some damage here. NL throwing down the hammer here, and that's going to be the ultimate connecting yet again from Swordart. He goes through, he gets the stun, they pop him up. Looks like Dinter, he's going to go down. NL, no, he snaps back with the ultimate. He jumps over the wall. Look, stay alive. The Stand United, it keeps him up, and Toys is on the run. Has he used a sanguine pull? Will he live? It looks like he just, no! He goes down by the Praise Seeker. Flash Wolves, they get themselves 2 more kills.
By the edge of their, on a knife's edge, that fight came out, just barely able to pick up those kills. Toys, unfortunately, not the target of that Stand United, not going to make it out of this life. So much given in exchange for Dinter. Flash Wolves aren't done yet, though. They take a couple kills. Now they want a Baron as well. Ole looking to steal it with a Thresh Hook. Has to be careful. There's no way it can happen, but we've seen it happen before.
We have 2 members here to try to get this steal. The Smite has already come across here from Carson. Can they get it? No, it's not going to happen. That's going to be the Flash Wolves walking away with the first Baron of the game.
And that's the power.
Callista, it's almost impossible to steal.
And that's the power of Callista coming through so good at that neutral objective control. The Ren stacks just adding up further and further until you outdamage the Smite. So despite this early Smite coming in from Karsa, it still means the Baron going over to Flash Wolves, and now a massive lead in their favor. 5K, 25 minutes into the game, and looking nearly unstoppable. The Olaf pick coming out, Sterix Cage, the new item in the hands of MMD. An interesting choice here, gonna offer him a shield in addition to a boost on his base AD. An item we haven't seen too much of. Can't be sure how effective it is, but with a solid score line and even better farm in his favor, he's playing incredibly well.
Just fantastic. Rome coming across from Flash Wolves everywhere that they need to be, and they're playing like a team. HongKong Esports just looking a little bit scattered. But of course, so far in this game, I have to say MVP is Swordart completely throwing out these ultimates. He is making everything happen with this Bard pick. We weren't sure how it was going to play out, and he is just making it work. See Dinter recalling here in the jungle, will get slowed out by Karsa. I don't think too much is going to come of this one. A little bit of damage exchange. Swordart showing up. He actually gets the stun. They can commit onto this one. The ultimate comes across. He goes down the parallel convergence. Will it be fast enough to get the shield? He uses the ultimate to snap back, but he gets popped up. He's on the run. He gets out alive. Now Godquai showed up trying to get some damage on NL, but MMD is just going straight into the backline. That's a massive Olaf, and Toys will fall. And a pause comes across in the middle of the fight.
This is the thing we need to look at right here, is that right now Flash Wolves have burned so many major cooldowns to try to take down Dinter, and he still makes it out of that fight alive. And I mean, we pause in the middle of a fight. It cannot get more tense than this. We have to look at both teams, but the luxury that Flash Wolves have is with this massive gold lead in their favor. As we look forward into the game, they have the flexibility to make mistakes. They have the flexibility to blow cooldowns more aggressively. On the opposite side, though, that is not something that HongKong Esports have. HongKong Esports have to play very conservatively. You saw, though, the Hemo Plague land across the back line, hit every single member just about of the Flash Wolves lineup. So HongKong Esports are in a good position to turn this fight around. I don't know if they have the raw damage to do it, though. You see this Twitch just finishing his 2 items. And despite Yomu's and Blade of the Rune King being incredibly strong, I don't know if this fight is going to work in the favor of HongKong Esports.
We're going to find out. Toys gets popped right there. The first one of the ball. Godquai cutting back as best as he can. The heal will come across, but he's just getting locked up. And Hell's fallen, though. Karsa finds the kill onto the Twitch, and Dinter still very low. Has to back off of this one. It's going to be the tier 2 tower going down in favor of the Flash Wolves. Now 4-2 in that regard, stretching this lead to 7,000.
And with the Righteous Glory and the Sterix Cage coming in for MMD, he is just nearly unkillable. Wild Growth coming out as well, and the lineup for the Flash Wolves with this Baron buff backing them is just too tanky for HongKong Esports to deal with.
Oh, the slow on to Ole. Look at that damage going through. He's going to go down. The Stand United comes across, but it doesn't even matter. MMD MMD finds that kill. Now Dinter doing what he can, but he does not have an ultimate available. This is going to be the inhibitor line being broken by the Flash Wolves. Dinter goes back in. Toys, he's back alive. Can they find some kills? Parallel convergence comes through. MMD, he does not have Ragnarok. He's not going to be able to get out. He gets shut down. Stanley finds that kill, but it's just a very slight reprieve for HongKong Esports, who are just falling further and further behind.
Of course, the gold lead is still growing for Flash Wolves. The inhibitor will survive, but the tower is down. It's going to make it so much easier if Olaf wants to split push, if they want to push in deeper for those objectives. The good news for HongKong Esports is that as they push further into this game, Toys, that Hemo Plague, percentage scaling damage.
Oh, Garza straight back into the base with a Void Rush. He's got that Baron-empowered recall. He's going to get out alive, I believe. Yeah, Ole not able to stop that one, so the inhibitor line does get broken. Flash Wolves at 27.5 minutes.
Karsa laughing on stage, so happy that he got away with that play, so effective in that instant.
Such a cheeky play.
And it's just unfortunate because HongKong Esports should have taken out that tunnel immediately, should have seen that play coming, but you can tell that they're frustrated with the way this game has been going. It was so even for so long, and now they're so far behind.
And you can see the Flash Wolves just posturing forward wherever they can, trying to take more and more objectives off the map and away from HongKong Esports, pressuring out this tower. Now Dinter down to half HP, has to back out of his own jungle and try to clear this wave.
Looking at the way this game is played out, Flash Wolves right now are in a very good position. They can use the Bard ult to disable the turret if they want to push for this fight, but they have to be careful because Vlad and the rest of this lineup are still pretty tanky, and they don't really have any major penetration items coming out. You can see NL working on that last Whisper, but they may be hungry for blood here. Toys now level 14 in a pretty good spot with that Luden's Echo to dish out effective teamfight damage. However, you can see that Flash Wolves have been focusing him down, forcing Stanley to use that Stand United whenever possible, and Godquai just hasn't found the time to be comfortable here.
Oh, that's going to be the engage. MMD coming through. The ultimate from Bard catches Godquai in the back line, and Ole has already fallen. Toys down below half HP. The Ignite ticking. He has to back out and burn the flash. Dinter goes in. He pops the ultimate. They try to fire some damage back on the MMD, but it goes too damn tanky. Now NL, he goes in. He throws Sword Art forward. It looks like they might take out Godquai, and they will. It's a double kill for Maple. Can he find more? But Dinter in the back line. He takes down the jungler. It's a triple kill for Maple. Let's see if he can get the Quadra. I think he can. And he does.
Quadra kill.
Put the final nail in the coffin here.
Maple pushing in, they will surely get a second inhibitor, and it'll be easy for them to end the game at this stage. 53k to 44k, a 9k gold lead amassed by the Flash Wolves, and once again, a beautiful ult coming in from Sword Art, taking Godquai out of the fight while the rest of his team engaged. That Twitch damage, so crucial for HongKong Esports to come out on top of those fights, absolutely taken out of the fight. And for HongKong Esports, they have to be wondering what went wrong. They had such confidence in the early game. Their plays were on point, trading objectives back and forth. But now, in the mid to late game, it is Sword Art who has taken this team apart. And with this Bard, he is looking absolutely unstoppable.
Sword Art just playing like a monster, and we can see that is going to be the third dragon of the game going down in favor of the Flash Wolves. That move percent, that 5% move speed buff in their pocket now going to help them be all over the map even more than they already are. 30 minutes in, 7 towers up, 10 kills up, and almost 10,000 gold up. Flash Wolves are looking to close out this game.
The biggest issue here coming in for the side of HKE is Dinter has 7 of their kills. He's a star player, he's executing members in fights, he's playing so well, but you need that gold on Twitch right now. You need that gold on Vladimir. Having an extra tanky Echo has been great for them in fights, but at the end of the day, they need more rat-a-tat-tat damage. They need more Tides of Blood. They need more damage overall because they're just not able to break through the shields provided by Lulu. They're not able to deal with this absolutely unstoppable Olaf. And as you can see, they're not done yet.
Oh, they find Karsa. That's going to be the Wild Growth coming across. Godquai has already been taken out by MMD. Now the Stand United going over onto Dinter. Can they find anything? I don't think they can. He has to use the Shadow Dash to disengage, but MMD is playing so far forward with the Ragnarok, just ripping through their HP bars. Head out from the side, trying to take down Stanley. He will dash to safety. Dinter going through the gate as well to stay safe, but that's the tier 2 top tower going down. And Flash Wolves, it doesn't look like they want to stop there.
And Toys, of course, relegated to clearing out waves on the bottom side of the map. Someone has to deal with those supers. Godquai down. This looks like Flash Wolves gonna break the third inhibitor. This is their game to take.
Oh, they're taking so much damage. Has to flash away, respecting the damage from that run from NL, and now they're just pushing onto these Nexus towers. They should be able to burn through this with relative ease. Maple with that Lich Bane making quick work of this one as it almost falls. The super creeps now crashing in from 2 waves, the mid and bot just pressuring HKE and keeping them relegated right inside their own base. Baron is spawned, Flash Wolves looking to take away the second one.
And as Flash Wolves take this Baron, as 6 super minions push in with each and every wave from the 3 lanes, this should be their game to win. There's not a whole lot of options left for HongKong Esports, and they have to look towards the next game. They have to figure out what went wrong, and they need to change it and adjust here, because Flash Wolves, if they get to play this comp again, if they get to play this way again, HongKong Esports will be in trouble.
Trouble indeed. We can see this replay coming in now. We'll take a look at this fight as it erupted in the jungle in the top side. We'll see how Godquai got taken down. What? Oh, they spotted him out with the scrying orb. Bard ulti, and look at that. This gets devastated. That reckless swing just ripping through him, and then finding that kill.
It's just so sad to see that, because he got spotted on the orb. He got revealed in stealth, I believe, and didn't notice, was caught shopping, figuring out what he needed to buy next, talking to the team, but he was not focused on his character, and you cannot afford to break that focus in a game. It's not a huge showing of confidence here from HongKong Esports. Godquai needs to stay focused if they're going to turn this one around. The game hasn't ended until Flash Wolves take the Nexus. It is grim. Flash Wolves have the advantage, but until they actually do the damage necessary to end the game, HongKong Esports are still in this.
All eyes right now have to be on Toys, who's created a bit of a monstrous CS lead in this mid lane. Still going to be a bit behind Maple, who's 8-1 and 10 in that regard. We can see Flash Wolves, they want to take this inhibitor right back down. Stanley taking a lot of damage, has to use the Shadow Dash to get himself to safety, but MMD doesn't even care as he postures forward. Dinter taking a lot of damage as well. HongKong Esports just not able to find any kind of good engage. Dinter gonna have to back off. MMD gets grabbed up. The Bard ulti comes through. It finds Ole. Karsa goes forward. He should get the pop-up. He does the wild growth as well. That's gonna be Ole going down. Now Stanley trying to run as fast as he can, but Karsa has fallen. Godquai not able to make it into the fountain. He goes down. Maple finds that kill. It looks like it's just Dinter, Toys, and Stanley trying to hold on to the remnants of their base as it crumbles around them. That's gonna be both Nexus turrets going down. That is gonna be the Nexus, and Flash Wolves are gonna take Game 1 over HongKong Esports.
And despite HongKong Esports showing how they got that team fighting proficiency, coming out on top in that exchange, they are not able to win out, because at the end of the day, those super minions come crashing into their base. A huge sign of confidence here from Flash Wolves in Game 1, coming out with a very decisive win. Some beautiful Bard play coming in from Sword Art, and really HongKong Esports left hurting. Need to figure out how to adapt coming into the next game.
Yeah, and the big question is, what do you take away moving into this next game? Because so many bans from the side of HongKong Esports were absolutely necessary to take away. The Skarner, of course, not one that they want to be see played by Karsa. It would just be absolutely devastating at this point, and with how powerful he is. So how do you take away the Callista? Do you pick it for Godquai, who has historically not performed well on it? There's so many questions here, and I just don't know what HongKong Esports are going to be able to do to get themselves back into this.
I think it's unfortunate that we're in this position, but Godquai needs to be put on a more supportive style AD carry. We need to see a Sivir coming out, or we need to see him go onto that Bane comfort pick, because the reality is that those are the picks that have worked for him in the past. That is all that we have seen them be successful on, and this time around, using the Vladimir and the Twitch together for HongKong Esports did not work out. They were very reliant on both Toys and on Godquai, and they need to eliminate some of that reliance. We need to see more aggressive picks coming in from Stanley. We need to see Dinter on a champion that can dish out more damage, because the Echo was amazing at cleaning up the fight. You get those executes, you get those, beautiful, beautiful stuns into the back line, but for the team as a whole, it just was not enough. So I expect to see maybe a Sivir pick coming out, maybe the Bane coming out, so that he can feel comfortable dishing out damage, because what we saw a lot in those fights were him taken out by Bard ultimates, and also Godquai, knowing he was behind, playing so far back, when I don't know if it was the best choice. Continuously backstepping in between auto attacks, despite cooldowns being burned on other players, and just looking like he was scared in the same way that he's played the lane phase. And this is a guy who we know for good team fight positioning. We know for amazing Bane outplays. And when he's playing scared, the team can't rely on him, and that's unfortunate to see.
Yeah, and also just has to pay a little bit more attention to your character, to his character. Like we said, looked like he just didn't realize that he got spotted up at that scrying orb, and they just completely collapse on top of him and destroy him before he could even react. I believe Flash and Heal were actually both available in that, as well as the Yoma's Ghost Blade for that increased move speed as he goes into his stealth as well, so just not looking good for the Hong Kong Esports. Early game, though, was pretty fantastic. They passing control back and forth. If they could play like that and just hold on to the advantages that they garner for themselves, they could run away with the series, just letting it slip, inches at a time through their hands. And Flash Wolves, they just latched onto it and they did not let go.
It's very true, and I think we're going to have to see. We have a 5-game set, though, so first game, it's important, but it does not mean that Hong Kong Esports are out. They have so many chances, 2 chances left to bring this back. They can turn this around. We've seen them take on TPA, reverse sweep when they should not have had a shot. We've seen them burn down Flash Wolves in a 3-1 commandingly in the previous tournament, go even in the regular season. So despite a poor Game 1 showing, they are still definitely in this game, and Flash Wolves would be foolish to count them out at this stage.
Yep. Well, we'll see what Hong Kong Esports is going to do when we come back from a quick break. I believe when we do, we have an interview video to show from Flash Wolves, so we'll see what they have to say about the series and what they have to say about going on a world. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
经过这次夏季的季后赛输给 HK1 之后，我们每个人都有去找出自己的问题，然后整个团队的问题，我们也有花很长的时间去研究跟改善。对，这主要是我们最后会赢的关键。
我觉得会说闪电狼是一支寒风的队伍，最主要是我们跟 LNS 其他队伍比起来，我们是比较稳定，然后我们会去思考要怎么样最安全去结束一场游戏。然后至于要如何适应当下版本的话，最主要就是大家要在改版的当下一起讨论，然后每个人都从 Solo Q 中去寻找一些 OP 的角色，然后大家出一个完美的阵容。
其实4人带佛滚雪球，我们之前也尝试过很多次，但是也失败过蛮多次的，所以我们现在比较追求稳，然后慢慢的侵略对方的地图资源。
会决定是谁上场，最主要都是后勤团队来做决定，然后我就是在场上打好我自己。我觉得他们两个最大的区别是 Kramer 他在韩服的时候 Solo Q 积分非常高，然后 NL 是跟我有搭档快要3年经验的 AD 选手，所以我跟他的默契会比较好。然后 Kramer 方面的话，他最主要是因为这是我们闪电狼第一次从韩国引进选手，所以我们会有一些沟通上面的问题需要去解决，对，所以在最后的时候，我们选择拿出我们就是比较有默契的选手，对。
电竞让我学到了很多事情，就是你不只要有天分，然后你还要比别人更努力，你才可以在这行业活下去。然后未来的话，其实我不太担心，我只担心就是现在有没有把我的工作做好这样。
我非常喜欢，就是把我吃过好吃的东西分享给我的粉丝团各位。假如有人要来找我排，我当然排，但要分享更多好吃的食物给大家。
没有，我也没有一直抱着win啊，也就抱个1-2下而已。然后我们队长都不太洗澡，我不太敢抱他。
我个人是觉得 IM 魔咒是存在的，因为我那个时候 IM 的时候打得非常差，可是我在资格赛的时候那个法若是各种轻松凯瑞。
我觉得他们战胜的原因主要都是让 Toys 拿到维克特这个角色，在对线跟团战上都有不错的发挥，而且起兵能力很强，所以不太会有在中线被 gank 的问题。他在玩其他角色的时候，就是比较容易被 gank 到。
我们教练说你们派2个韩援还不够，月底派3个上场吧。
欢迎收看
電競動新聞。
Like a particle.
Yes.
Like a superstar.
Yes. 蛮赶紧，我就是皇上。为什么你那么开心？
This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take away from me.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Seth Achilleos King. With me is Daniel Sifa Dracos. We are returning for our second game in this best of 5 series. Flash Wolves just coming off of a victory over top of HongKong Esports. HKE gonna look to equalize this and turn it into a series. We're gonna see if they're able to do just that as we get into the picks and ban phase.
And of course, after such a commanding game one from Flash Wolves, we talk about HKE is gonna need to make changes coming in. Now, they can swap out for God JJ, they can mix up their roster a little bit, but I think the bigger issue lies in pick bans and how they use their current players, because Flash Wolves clearly very comfortable in how they use their team. They can put NL on Callista, on those more hyper carry style picks, more mid-game style picks we can call it, but it allows them to snowball quickly, it allows them to snowball effectively, control the Baron, making sure that despite Ole's hook proficiency, despite the potential Baron steal, there was no hope for them to take that away. And when Flash Wolves get to build the team comp where they are allowed to put all the pieces together, HongKong Esports cannot pick something new. They cannot risk playing something that they are not comfortable with, and what we saw in the previous game did not look like comfort picks.
Yeah, not really. There's just a few of them that picked those up. Dinter, of course, on the Echo, looking very comfortable and performing well. And again, HongKong Esports, they didn't look bad early on in that game. They just let slip all of the leads that they were able to garner for themselves, and Flash Wolves just ran away with that one and end up spiraling that out of control into their favor in that game. So we're gonna see what they do coming into this one. And of course, Flash Wolves even using NL, even using MMD, not needing Stake or Kramer to come out on top of that matchup, looking fairly unstoppable in the latter half of that game. And I'm really interested to see, you know, with the swap on the side of the map, what is gonna happen with HongKong Esports having first pick available for themselves.
And really, the other thing that's going to be interesting is to see how the jungle picks play out this game, because we've seen a wide variety from both sides. Karsa generally straying towards more aggressive picks, and you can see God JJ now coming into the starting lineup. Godfly getting subbed out, and JJ, we got to see him at the Twitch after party last time we were in Taipei, and he was pretty confident that if it had been in his hands, if he had been allowed to play, that they would have come out on top. So we'll have to see if he can live up to those words, to those expectations as they push forward. He's got a smile on his face. He's ready to play. I'm hoping we see, once again, more utility picks, though. I'm hoping to see more Sivir, more Callista coming out from their side. I want to see more priority on these AD carries that are going to work. Usually we see so much priority put onto Ole, so much priority put onto Dinter because they're the playmakers, but when your AD carry is a weaker position for the team overall, you need to be willing to sacrifice some of your pick ban strength to make sure that your team strength overall is going to be to equal to your opponents. And I think we haven't really seen that from HKE yet.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the Sivir, and that's a champion that we saw God JJ excel on previously. Not so much in the regional finals, we really saw God Kwai come out. I think JJ only played one game against the Flash Wolves, and then they rotated him out, and God Kwai came in. But previously, before that, when they played against them in the finals, God JJ played that Sivir almost every single game to success. And it worked out so well for them. And we'll see if they're going to revisit this one. Again, first pick now in the hands of HongKong Esports, as well as the first ban. We'll see what comes across this time around. The Nidalee, of course, is going to be something that they want to take off the table. Victor could be left up for HKE to try to grab that one. And of course, Nidalee, there it is, first ban taken away.
And I think if Callista banned away as well, making sure that one can knock over to God JJ. God JJ, not the most consistent Callista player that we've seen, but just such a powerful champion overall. And looking at how Fluid Winds approaches draft strategy, generally prioritizes taking the Callista off the board very highly.
Yeah, and we can see the bans not coming out nearly as quickly as they were last game. Taking their time with this one, and actually the Thresh going to be banned away by HongKong Esports. Don't want Sword Art to get his hands on that one. But even if the Bard is open, he might just be more than content for that. But of course, the support bans just coming out from both sides. Morgana yet again taken away from Ole. So much respect being paid to this man.
And the reason that we're seeing the Thresh ban comes out shows that HongKong Esports no longer are going to be looking to first pick a support. By taking that off the table, they want to limit the ability for Flash Wolves to take something back on the opposite side. Of course, mid lane picks that are still open, that are very powerful. We've seen Gangplank come out, we've seen the Ahri come out, we've seen Diana, not our favorite pick for toys, but he's had a lot of time to adapt. Darius,
yeah, taking that one off.
Coming out as a ban. This is an interesting one. This is
Skarner's available. Victor's taken out. They could first pick Skarner if they want to. HK is more than comfortable to first pick for Dinter, and it will be.
There it is!
Skarner comes across, but Gangplank's made it through, and it gets locked in.
Oh my god, this is the 5.16 pick ban that we were waiting for. Skarner locked in, Gangplank locked in. Flicking through the picks here, not sure who's going to get this secondary pick, but I don't think Sejuani is the right choice, sadly, in this exchange. I sincerely hope that Flash Wolves do not lock this in.
Oh, the hover over the Lee Sin. Let's see what Karsa wants to do. The world is his oyster right now. He's got every choice available to him. My big question, though, is
this is why we don't talk about hover overs. It's the Gragas.
So we're going for something very consistent, very known in this meta. It has been established and is very successful. The Gragas coming in. We'll see how that's going to fare going up against this new 5.16 Skarner. Again, hotfixes did come through, so he is not nearly as powerful as launch. Does a little bit less damage on his E. They actually almost cut it in half. And then his movement speed has been significantly reduced as well. But with those pillars around the map, that adds a whole new meta play to this game because you have that control. So it's almost like playing a game of Dominion within Summoner's Rift. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they juggle that around. But of course, the Vladimir already being locked in. This could be for Stanley in the top side of the map. A bit of a flex pick for these two. Toys not playing it poorly in that game. It just wasn't a success. Maple's Lulu took off way too much, and it was just way too successful for them to deal with. Now we can see the Sivir hover over. If this gets locked in, I really like the block, and it does. That is going to be on the hunt, coupled with this super fast Skarner. They should be able to hound down any member of the Flash Wolves.
And I feel like this is HongKong Esports playing to their strengths in pick ban. We know that they love team fights where they can just throw all members in, and Sivir helps so well with that. Even with the nerfs to On the Hunt, she still does such a good job of getting the Skarner in, getting the Vladimir into the back lines. You're seeing Toys now hovering over to the Flash and Ignite. He no longer has to take Ghost. He can take a more aggressive Summoner spell simply because he now has the tools to get to the back line present in the hands of God JJ. Additionally, when HKE were winning in not the last tournament, but the tournament before that, it was because of this Sivir pick. It was because God JJ and the rest of the team were able to get incredibly aggressive, were able to outmaneuver their opponents across the map to use that movement speed to full effect. And this feels like HongKong Esports picking a much safer, much more comfortable team composition overall.
You can see the hoverovers coming through here. Will be actually the Corki locked in for NL, as well as the Alistar for Swordart, a champion that he is very known for. That's going to be a very deadly bot lane. We can expect a swap. Very likely that HongKong Esports do not want to go in the 2v2 against that early on. Corki is just going to be too powerful. The Nami's been locked in though, so we'll see a Nami Sivir bot lane. Not one that we've seen Ole play very recently, so this is interesting. She's actually just gotten a buff, and it's actually going to be the Jarvan locked in here for the top side. Stanley looking to bring that one to the table. Now the big question here is, where is this Gangplank going? Is this from Maple or is this for MMD? This last pick will tell all.
And that's the strength of having red size. You get the flexibility to adjust on the fly for some of these picks. Of course, for Flash Wolves right now, they are building a very poke-focused composition. Gangplank with the barrels able to poke somewhat effectively. Corki known for that early game Trinity Force, that Rocket Barrage to poke down. But HongKong Esports, let's look at this. They have their team comp fully assembled. This is the murder train. Sivir presses ult, Nami throws down the tidal wave, that double up movement speed, and just lets you rush into the face of your enemy, lets you fight immediately. But you might be right, that could be the Gangplank flex pick. We're seeing the hovers over.
I think it is, unless they want to play this Olaf in the mid lane. It looks like it will be Maple picking up the Gangplank. As we tick down the clock, it's going to be the flip to the Maokai, but all the same, we see Maple picking up GP here in game 2.
Gangplank mid, we saw Saros play it from Detonation Focus Me, the LJL champions, busting it out international wildcard qualifiers, not able to make it through, but so effective, dishing out so much damage, and this is not a matchup that Toys has played, I'm willing to bet. Solo Q will not prepare him for this, and if Maple is comfortable with Maple's experience on this Gangplank mid, it's going to be a very tough matchup overall. Additionally, Stanley so confident that the Gangplank was going top, picking up this Jarvan to try to get aggressive, to try to fight, to pair that with the Skarner, to kind of snowball the early game. Not nearly going to be as reliable against the Maokai. They should be more than happy to give up the laning phase with this Maokai pick, to let it wait for the mid-game team fights, and to not let Stanley snowball on this J4. But it's not going to be about the laning phase for HKE. It's going to be all about these team fights. It's going to be all about this massive increase in movement speed, the potential for insane Skarner damage output, and they're swapping.
Yeah, and this is going to be the name of the game for HongKong Esports, is they want to be aggressive. They want to hound down Flash Wolves as much as possible. This Nami pickup, her recent buff, her passive has been increased now on her movement speed. And then, of course, oh wow, actually the flip, it's going to be Toys in the mid lane with Jarvan and Vladimir in the top for Stanley.
Someone is going to walk away from this game with a highlight reel. These are two incredibly aggressive champions. When do we see two melee bruisers in the mid lane? I mean, someone is dying before level 3, and I have no idea who it's going to be. I am not sure who's going to come out on top, because this is not a mid lane matchup I have ever in my life seen.
Yeah.
The thing Bronze 5, that is the last, when I was Bronze 5 in Season 1, that is the last time I saw this matchup, when these champions were completely different.
Just, you could say that just very slightly, just a little bit different. But the thing that scares me about this matchup for Toys is if he goes in onto Maple in the 1v1, drops the Cataclysm, sure, it's a lot of damage, but he has now roped him into a ring that makes it so easy for Maple to just drop one of the powder kegs and immediately blow it up, especially as the game goes later on. Of course, the powder kegs, they tick down to that 1 HP mark faster and faster the higher level that the Gangplank is.
And the other big thing to focus on, though, is that whoever gets ahead here is going to have a massive advantage. Of course, if the lane faces passive, Gangplank will come out on top simply because that he's going to farm better. That is the nature of Parlay, the nature of Gangplank's kit, the Bangplank build, getting the Trinity Force early, being able to parlay the barrels to kill multiple minions. He's going to accrue gold so much faster, but if J4 can get a lead, it's one of the most snowbally champions in League of Legends. He gets some early armor penetration, he can build a lot of those new bruiser items to be incredibly effective, and he should be able to reliably take down Maple in a wide variety of different situations. And the beauty of Jarvan is that if Jarvan is ahead and Corki is ahead, right, Maple, or rather Toys, has the flexibility to dive any member of the opposing team and take them out very, very quickly. 2 gap closers with Cataclysm and the Flag and Drag combo. Additionally, the Flash, and I like the Jarvan pick overall. It's very risky, but if it works out, it is pretty much going to guarantee that HKE can snowball their lead very effectively.
It's just going to be really scary to see how HongKong Esports tries to approach this mid lane, because they can't effectively lock down Gangplank because he can always just consume the orange and get out. Anything that Skarner throws at him, the slow, the lockdown, he's just going to be able to cleanse out of it immediately. So Maple looking very safe. It's going to take multiple members, I feel, of HongKong Esports to lock him down. We might see an early roam up from Ole with the Nami, try to land the bubble, knock him up into the air, and then stack the rest of the CC to keep him locked down.
The good news is when we look at the CC present on the side of Flash, or rather on the side of HongKong Esports, most of it is not really mitigatable by Gangplank. The knockup's not going to be affected by the oranges. Additionally, the Cataclysm and just the circle of terrain that Gangplank cannot get out of without a Flash, oranges are useless in that exchange. So he can't just eat an orange and it'll be okay. Yeah. It's not K. He has to be willing to commit more. He has to be willing to commit the Flash. So in that regard, HongKong Esports have built a very good composition to deal with that aspect of Gangplank's kit.
This is all going to be very contingent on the early game. They have to play very cautiously. Corki, of course, is going to be very oppressive early on. Sivir can only do so much. Spell Shield only comes up so often. I think it's like a 16-second cooldown early on and gets down to about an 11-second cooldown once you have that fully spec. So, like I said, God JJ, Ole looking, more than likely going to be looking for the 2v1 on the top side of the map. We'll see if they're going to be able to find that one, or if they're going to get matched up with that 2v2. It's going to come down to this level 1. We'll see where these guys are going to place their wards. I really doubt if we're going to see a 5-point from them.
And the good news is with the Sivir pick in the early game that they're quite comfortable with the 2v2 or the 1v2 in either exchange, because Sivir is so good at pushing in lanes, so good at controlling waves with the Ricochet and the Boomerang Blade, that she's comfortable in both situations. Additionally, God JJ, we call him the weaker ADC in a lot of senses, but he's proven himself on the Sivir time and time again. But here we are, folks.
Yep, we are on to the rip for game 2 here. HongKong Esports looking to take a win over top of the Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves looking to extend this to a 2-0 and inch their way closer to a victory. You see these guys hovering around this mid side. HKE all stacked up in one brush. Fox Bomb comes through, will spot out Dinter. And looks like that might just throw a wrench in the level 1 plans of HongKong Esports, as Flash Wolves will back out to safety.
Skarner and J4 both, of course, incredibly strong at level 1. Similarly, Sivir is as well. Nami, if she can land the bubble, also going to have a decent amount of power. But on the side of Flash Wolves, you know, you have Corki, you have Gangplank, you have Gragas, not the strongest champions, but easily able to interrupt and disrupt that fight. Fox responds just so powerful early on. It looks like we're going to see a relatively passive early game. You can see the objectives coming up across the map. This is the power of that Skarner pick overall, so you get so much innate control of the map. They're waiting to take control of the river until as late as possible. They don't want to give any unnecessary information away to the side of Flash Wolves. However, you can see the sides on their the points on their side of the map are already under their control. Neither side looks to be playing too aggressively, and it looks like both sides will be happy with the 2v2.
Well, they're just going to go ahead and back off to that. You can see HKE's bot lane going to assist Dinter as he goes for the Krugs on the start. And that will be the Gromp start over for the side of the Flash Wolves. Stanley actually in this mid lane, and Toys roaming up to the top. Going to be a little bit of an interesting mix-up here for HongKong Esports. We'll see how this is going to pay out for them. Stanley, he should do pretty well in this mid lane versus this Gangplank. He should be able to mitigate a lot of the harass that he's going to be throwing down. God JJ roaming forward into the face. Oh, okay, looks like we have some disconnects. This is a little bit shaky here. There's multiple people crashing out of the game.
Well, it looks like we're going to load back up shortly. We'll have to see exactly what's going to come of that. Nothing too aggressive on either side. It didn't look like they were trying to punish there. That could have been a spectator bug as well. We're not sure. So we'll have to see as we get back into the game. But the big thing we need to talk about is this lane swap for Toys and Stanley, because Stanley has played Vladimir for so long through so many seasons of League of Legends that it does make a lot of sense to give him this champion. However, they did not like the matchup that they had. So they're saying, Stanley, we'll give you this comfortable lane. We'll give you a lane where you know the champion and you feel comfortable in the matchup. It's basically top lane now shifted to the mid lane. Yeah. Now Toys, though, at a little bit of a disadvantage. Not normally a top laner. It's a much longer lane. The laning dynamics change immensely, but MMD, also a weaker Flash Wolves player overall. So if Toys... Whatever happened, it looks like
well, hopefully we can get a replay on that one, because it looks like Ole has picked up a kill, as well as NL picking up one onto God JJ. So might have been a bit of a spectator bug, not sure exactly what happened. Hopefully we can see that action come through. Otherwise, 1-1, HongKong Esports currently up in gold. Interesting development here. Neither AD carry really netting themselves any CS yet. We can see that this top lane engagement is going pretty well in favor of Stanley so far. Up in CS against both MMD and Maple across the board. Maple not able to land down that harass. Trying to use the parlay to get a little bit of damage onto this Vladimir, but it's just not going to do too much because he has those transfusions to get himself sustained right back up.
It's unfortunate for HKE that this wave is now frozen under the tower of Flash Wolves. They are close enough that they're going to be able to mitigate some of the pressure here, but I don't know if it's going to go too well for them. It's unfortunate that that first blood exchange went down the way that it did. Maybe able to find a greater advantage here. Both lanes looking relatively even. Toys doing a much better job of farming so far.
This is going to be the roam toward this mid side by Carson. Looks like he's just going to take away. No, the Raptors are not there for him to steal. He's looking for this engage onto Stanley in this mid side. He should have Sanguine Pool available for him, which could take him to safety. It would cost him a lot of his HP. Sanguine Pool to avoid the body slam. Sword Art here as well. Good avoidance by Stanley, keeping himself alive. Doesn't have to use any of his summoners. Oh, now Toys going in. He does not get the knock up on the MMD, but he should have a good amount of damage to follow through. Works him down to about half HP. Both of these players going to be chugging on their sustains here. The pots for MMD and that crystalline flask for Toys, keeping themselves alive.
Alistair and Gregus moving in behind Ole and God JJ in the bottom lane. They
see this one coming through. God JJ taking a huge spike of damage. Spell shields, but he gets knocked up in the air. Here comes Karsa. He gets taken down. Karsa finds that kill. Sword Art and this Gragas will take a bit of damage, but Ole's not going to be able to fire back and find a kill for himself.
An immensely competent play once again coming in from Sword Art. Goes into the mid lane, is not able to find a kill, immediately goes into the bottom lane, and unfortunately for God JJ, no matter how good you are at League of Legends, you're not going to be able to stop the headbutt pulverized combo. You cannot block both spells, and at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to stop Alistair from getting on top of you. So smart movement coming in here from Flash Wolves, and a smart pickup on this Alistair as well.
Yeah, and they should be able to work down this tower quite significantly. As you can see, Ola pushing his way back in confidently to try to defend this as long as possible, but it has dropped below half HP. One more push like that, and Flash Wolves will be able to take it. Ola playing forward, gonna try to stop. The back throws out the ward. NL versus Ola. Here comes God JJ, though. Can they get a pick? The bubble is not gonna be available again. So that will just be NL able to back out safely. You can see CS lead stretching in favor of this Corki. Double Dorans for him, and the longsword coming out for God JJ.
Interestingly enough, the tier is coming in from Ole. This is not a build we normally see on supports, trying to mitigate a lot of Nami's early game issues, trying to make sure that he can keep God JJ healthy in unfavorable trade situations with the early tier. Not something we see. I'm not sure what he's going to do with this, but it will offer him a lot of mana in the early laning phase, which will let him keep his AD carry healthy. Unfortunately, God JJ already falling behind in CC by a wide margin, 16 to 29. This is not what we wanted to see in the early laning phase.
No, not at all. He should be able to clear this wave out, though, and keep himself caught back up. We'll see now. We can see that Carson Sword Art roaming around toward this mid side, maybe looking for another engage, but Dinter is here to spot them out, throws down that ward. Keeping, I was going to say Toys, but keeping Stanley alive, in fact. Floch being very far forward, despite knowing that there's two members of the Flash Wolves very nearby. He's still extremely comfortable and extremely confident on this Vlad. Says, you know what, I have that Sanguine Pool, I have my Flash. You're not going to take me down anytime soon. And he keeps CSing. not able to stretch that lead over top of Maple, but he is leaps and bounds ahead of MMD right now, up 17 CS by comparison to these top laners. Dinter finds Karsa, throws out a bit of damage. The sustain coming through though from that Grog is massive. Goes back in, the body slam doesn't connect. Drunken Rage takes off a good amount of HP though from that Skarner. But Dinter will stay alive for the time being, almost to that level 6 mark, and that is when Skarner can take off.
And that's exactly where HKE want to be. They want to be able to run at you. They want to be able to take crucial players out of your lineup, and Skarner is just so effective at doing that in the right circumstances. Additionally, the neutral objective control that Skarner will provide with this shrine and control near the dragon means that HongKong Esports should be quite comfortable taking this down. And look at Flashwolf, they're just forced to back off here, knowing how strong this Skarner is and having to play scared.
Yep, they're just going to proxy this wave, let their minions crash into the tower and work that one down. We can see dead even in gold right now, so HongKong Esports doing a good job. Keep ahead with these CS numbers. Got JJ catching up with that pressure that they just applied to the tower. That is going to be immense for their success here. You can see NL actually opting to go for the Phage on the first back. Once that little bit of extra tankiness going in against this Sivir Nami combination. Dinter has hit that level 6 mark. We'll have to see what kind of plays he can make now that he's hit this point.
Flashwolf's trying desperately to get some control over the dragon side part of the map. Of course, the Shrine's still going to make it relatively easy for that to go over in the favor of HongKong Esports, but Swordart wants to make sure that this dragon does not go down uncontested. Knows that that early objective could be so crucial for HongKong Esports as a whole. We've seen them win so many games with 5 dragons or 4 dragons to force fights. Not letting them play their game this time around, making sure that HongKong Esports, despite having a very comfortable composition, cannot play a comfortable game.
Yep, now Karsa posturing forward into this mid lane, just helping Maple secure this CS and try to show some face, maybe scare Stanley off, but he's still very comfortable sticking around here. No sweat for him. Now we can see Toys doing a good job as well, matching CS of Maple, and of course keeping ahead of MMD as well on that Maokai, who has so far not been able to find too much ground. We can see the double Doran's ring start for him, so looking, to try to trade evenly against Toys, but it's just not able to come out on top for him.
Toys building the pickaxe here most likely telegraphs that he will be going into a more split push focus build with the Tiamat. However, with the new itemization coming out, it's not clear whether or not he will go for the Titanic Hydra or the Ravenous Hydra. It'll be interesting to see what he does, because in dueling, more often than not, the Ravenous Hydra is going to be incredibly effective in blowing people up, but in sustained fights and building as a bruiser, Titanic Hydra is just so powerful.
Horde's going out around the Dragon Pit. Flashwolf's going to try to keep HongKong Esports away from that objective as long as humanly possible. They were able to take all 3 dragons in the last game without any contention from the side of HKE. They want a repeat performance, but so far HongKong Esports are inching themselves ahead ever so slightly. We can see God JJ this lane starting to spill slightly in his favor, though NL, he will hit a power spike very much before this Sivir will. Stanley takes a good chunk of damage from Maple in this mid lane as he's picked up his Sheen and his Boots of Lucidity. Gonna be throwing out these parlays and those powder kegs very quickly. Try to throw down as much harass as humanly possible. Toys playing quite far forward as well, pushing MMD back in underneath the tower as he tries to keep his CS sustained here with those arcane smashes.
And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, this is the same pattern that we saw last game, where it was very, very passive up until the mid-game point, and neither team really looking to make aggressive trades. This time around, GodJJ doing a much better job of farming than we saw Godquai in the previous lane. So they're not just innately losing here by missing out. Additionally, Vlad and Gangplank scale are pretty comparable. We could see a huge play, though.
Oh, Toys, that's going to be the flash body slam. They knock him in. He gets deleted before Dinter can do anything, and that's going to be the Skarner having to hightail it out, so that gank just going to get botched by the arrival of Karsa, and they just work through Toys' HP bar with relative ease.
And big advantage over to the aggressor there in that exchange. Flashwolf's looking so confident to make that play. Dinter waiting for that bait opportunity.
Oh, this mid lane, though, the Hemo Blade comes across. Stanley has that Ignite ticking. Looks like both will be able to disengage. Pretty even trade overall. Just about dead even on CS as well, so these guys are just going to keep going back and forth. The Pulverize doesn't land, but that's going to be the Cannon Barrage coming in the bot lane. They headbutt Ole back. Can they take him out? NL, he should have the damage. Ole on the run, he has the sustain though with this Nami, trying to keep himself alive as much as possible. They will back out of this one. a lot burned out to try to get that pick and just not working out for the Flash Wolves.
One more Sheen proc is all it would have taken to take Ole out of that fight, but he does make it out just barely.
Oh, here comes Dinter. Will he get the latch onto Maple? The powder cake comes down. He will get that speed boost. They drag him over. He doesn't have the orange, but now the teleport coming in as well. MMD, they lock down Dinter. Karsa on the way. The body slam comes forward. The barrel's not going to connect. Will be able to disengage both Stanley and Maple. Gonna stay alive. That damage though from MMD. As the Maelstrom explodes, gonna have to play cautiously. Stanley is gonna sit underneath this tower and farm up as much as he possibly can, but forcing Dinter back. This could be an opening for the Dragon for the Flash Wolves.
Flash Wolves moving towards Dragon, but Toys is moving towards the top lane tower. That Tiamat finished up means he can push in the lane so quickly. He's gonna be able to get so much damage down, and unfortunately for MMD, he's not in a great position to contest. Toys trying to deny as much CS as possible. Surely he'll be able to grab this top lane tower. Flash Wolves hesitating on this Dragon. This is not the right choice. They need to make this happen. And it looks like HongKong Esports may have won out on that trade as they now push up for a 1K gold lead despite being down 2 kills.
Really good on Toys to pressure out that top side of the map, and that has netted them really their first and their largest lead in this series so far. Nothing too insurmountable here though for the Flash Wolves. They will still be scaling quite nicely as NL gets ready to complete his Trinity Force. Should have it on the next back, just needs that Zeal +7. Finish out that item, and then he'll move on to his boots. We can see Flash Wolves though have started up the Dragon. Karsa and Sword Art gonna go ahead and duo this one out. Dinter in the area, but they just have no wards on the pit. You should have some idea that this is happening, but I don't know if they can do anything to stop it, especially with the arrival of the Corki. This one's gonna go down. First Dragon to the Flash Wolves.
Flash Wolves very confident in taking that. Unfortunately for HongKong Esports, either not concerned with taking the objective or just not having the vision control necessary to feel comfortable. Either way, they don't lose too much in this exchange, but it's definitely not a great exchange overall. Maple on this Gangplank. He's losing in the lane in these trades, but just look at how much gold he's getting every time he parlays.
Ooh, NL taking a lot of damage. Traded some back onto God JJ. Good spell shield will mitigate that Foss bomb though. Even up that trade. God JJ, no summoners available, gonna have to be very careful as Sword Art's itching to get that headbutt pulverized. Dinter coming around the backside though, will get spotted out by this ward. So this gank completely gonna get nullified unless there can be a massive engage by Ola.
Toys coming down as well. This could be very dangerous for Flash Wolves. They have to be careful here, and it looks like they're just gonna back off the tower. They know they cannot fight. Karsa's on the way, and the tower's already too low. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Stanley's getting a tower as well. HongKong Esports are taking objectives left and right, and Flash Wolves have not been able to respond.
Yeah, so they lose the Dragon, but they take 2 towers. That's going to be all of the tier 1s falling now in favor of HongKong Esports, stretching that what was once a 1K gold lead up to about 2.6 thousand in their favor. A much better number. They're going to be pretty satisfied with that. We can see Stanley now going back to his natural habitat of the top side, farming up this lane. Hex Drinker, or the Hextech Revolver rather. The Hex Drinker. The Hextech Revolver in his pocket's going to be pretty good for a sustain. We can see Maple coming up top though, throws out that keg. Actually, the Ignite come down as well. He chains him nicely. Stanley down to half HP. Can he sustain out of this one? That's going to be the Cannon Barrage coming through. Stanley has to flash the wall. Huge chunk of damage, almost taking him out. Dinter arriving just a little bit too late. Stanley
able to discourage able to discourage any further aggression though, so no major cooldowns are going to be burned on the side of Flash Wolves outside of the Cannon Barrage from Gangplank and the Ignite. Stanley barely making it out means that no major advantage is gained, and in the meantime, as the pause comes out, God JJ is split pushing on the bottom side of the map, and this is the exact situation that HongKong Esports want. They can look for team fights, they can split push with the Sivir, they can split push with this very powerful Jarvan. And right now, HongKong Esports are in the driver's seat, 23.8K to 21.4. They are looking much more commanding in this game. And it looks like a change of 80 carry, a change of pick for that 80 carry means overall much more confidence.
Yeah, despite being down 2 kills, still has that assist and a very slight CS advantage. God JJ, maybe just a fresh breath of air that HongKong Esports needed. They ran Godquai so much in recent tournaments that this change might just be what they need. See, the Infinity Edge has been completed for him before NL's Trinity Force. So, gonna be hitting a little bit of a power spike for that Sivir, and HongKong Esports likely gonna be looking for some team engages very shortly here. Just have to see where they're gonna rotate around to. Sword Art doing a little bit of invasive play. The tidal wave actually gets thrown out. Not sure where Well, they wanted that one to go.
He was trying to take down the pink board. He wanted to make sure that he could secure it safely. He needs to deny as much of this vision as possible.
Oh, they're just going to go straight into Karsa, but he fires back with the body slam. Maple coming around, not able to chain the barrels well, but the bubble connects to both. Dragon Strike not going to hit there. Toy's going to have to peel out of here.
Sword Art not in too much trouble here, taking a decent amount of damage from the intro, but able to disengage quite effectively. Here's the big thing we need to talk about is HongKong Esports move further and further into this game. They're pushing in for deep vision. They're playing the game the way it should be played. They're pushing in for deep vision. They're looking for picks. They're taking greater objectives. And this is a massive change in both the way that they're playing and at the level that they're playing as well, because they look like such a stronger team this time around. And Flash Wolves I don't think Flash Wolves expected this level of skill from these guys overall.
Oh, really just huge respect. Flash coming out there from God JJ. Does not want to get caught up by Sword Art. Acknowledging that he popped that spell shield too soon and just didn't want to get punished for that one, so burns out the Flash. That's going to be pretty good for the side of Flash Wolves and something that they can certainly capitalize on if this Cipher sticks around the bottom side of the map, and it looks like he will do just that.
Gangplank not able to finish up the Trinity Force quite yet. Most assuredly has the gold at this stage of the game, just hasn't had a good opportunity to back. That's going to be a pretty massive power spike. Additionally, NL has his as well, so this next Dragon fight could be very even. You see a minute 30 seconds left until we will see this be fought over by either side, and HongKong Esports definitely still have the lead. They definitely still have the advantage, but in terms of power spikes right now, Flash Wolves just got a huge burst of power.
Yeah, double Trinity Forces. Something that you don't want to mess with. They're going to go into Karsa, though. That's going to draw out the teleport on the other side here. Sword Art collapsing from the bottom as well. Ola getting locked up as they pop him back. The Pulverize will not connect, and now Toys is coming into the fray. The Righteous Glory pops for the slow. Looks like this might just be the disengage from both sides. And it will be, but a lot burned out with just a minute left on that Dragon.
In the meantime, Stanley is pushing in on the top side of the map. HongKong Esports playing the game their way once again. Double split pushing threats with the Vladimir, with the Sivir, and using it to their advantage here. Flash Wolves overcommitting for that exchange, using the teleport from MMD. Maple gonna get a big chunk of gold, but giving up so much tower health in exchange, and right now, HongKong Esports, they need to push for something greater so they can close this game out quickly, but the ball is still in their court. They have no reason to push it too aggressively.
Yeah, still looking quite strong. Now 30 seconds left on that Dragon timer. Toys already hovering around the spots of the map. That will be the recall from God JJ, though. Toys trying to play a bit far forward, maybe get some extended vision. Actually, no, he's just going to go straight over onto NL. Knows that if he throws out the flag and Dragon will just draw out the Valkyrie, so not looking to engage on him quite just yet. Karsa is collapsing down as is Sword Art, and they're going to be poised to try to take the second Dragon of the game. HongKong Esports going to need to try to contest this one, because the longer that this game goes with that first Dragon, it's just going to scale that much more heavily on Flash Wolves, because they have that core key who will benefit from both the AV and the AD.
God JJ pushing in the mid lane, making sure there's at least one lane of pressure. Stanley pushing in the top to ensure two. Toys pushing in the bottom. They have all three lanes pushing, but they gave up that major tower control, that pillar control for Skarner, which is so crucial in the fight. If they want to force this, they have the TP from Vlad. They have all their major cooldowns. If they want to go in, they have to go down.
The teleport is coming through. Dragon below half HP. Looks like Flash Wolves are just going to hightail it out of here. Toys on this bot side as well, pressuring in. They should be able to take this. Dinter gets that pillar for the added move speed and attack speed. Dragon still sitting here. MMD goes in. They go on to Dinter, who's taking a lot of damage. Stanley as well, doing what he can. He goes in. Ola finds the first kill on the Karsa. Now NL taking a heck of a lot. They confirm that Dragon, though. Second going over to the Flash Wolves. God JJ throwing out those boomerangs as fast as he can. NL has to flash out. He has no mana, and MMD gets caught up by the bubble. He goes down. Toys finds that kill. HongKong Esports, they lose the Dragon, but they take down 3 members of the Flash Wolves.
HongKong Esports getting taken out in game 1, but they come back swinging in game 2, pushing it up to a 4K gold lead, looking to take this tower as well. They found the Dragon. They didn't find the Dragon. Dragon was taken away. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, confirmed by Maple for that Dragon take, so it will be the second for them. HongKong Esports not able to establish that, but still taking down 3 members of the Flash Wolves is a pretty damn good way to fire back. Unable to really secure too much. God JJ still pressuring out this bot side, tier 2. Not sure if he's going to be able to get it there. Looks like he will just peel out.
Wave in the top lane, demanding MMD's attention as he pushes forward to clear that one out. God JJ taking this blue away will mean that Maple may have a bit harder time farming so comfortably in the mid lane. It'll make it that much easier for God JJ to continue to apply pressure. Early bubble coming out. Wanted to make sure his teammate could make it to safety, but for Flash Wolves right now, they have a strong team, they have a lot of raw damage and power, but they haven't really used the more pokey aspects of Gangplank and Corky's kit. They have not had the opportunity to. And if they want to win this game, I don't think the option is to wait for late game scaling, because at this point, HongKong Esports are going to overrun you. They're just continuing to go this gold lead so well. They need to make some plays. They need to play to that macro strength that we've seen them have time and time again. They need to outmaneuver their opponents if they want to find this win.
Yeah, and you can see this new item really playing to the strength of Jarvan the Fourth with this Titanic Hydra. Allows him to get that split push pressure, that AoE clear, but also maintain his tankiness. So not looking to go full aggressive like we've seen from Jarvan's in the past. One that comes to mind is Gamsu on Dignitas, who just goes full AD, and it's very glass cannon. You can get blown up if the CC is there, and it certainly is for Flash Wolf. So very intelligent by Toys to get those tanky stats as well as the damage from the Youmuu's Ghostblade.
HongKong Esports look like they might be hungry for blood as they push in to take out the Scuttle Crab here. So many members postured around the bottom side of the map. We could see a fight go in at any minute. Skarner has that dead man's plate up. It means he is so fast and so hard to get away from here. Additionally, the slow he will get at 100 stacks will make it that much more difficult. Skarner truly just terrifying to see that champion run at you. Similar to the Temperate Fate from Bard we saw in the last game. If Skarner's running at you, you have to be ready and willing to flash away at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if HongKong Esports do close out this game and they come out on top, will Flash Wolves opt to ban out this corner? Or will HongKong Esports go back to doing it since they're on the red side? Really could upset the pick and ban phase and maybe allow for something like a Victor to make it through for Toys. A lot of questions to be asked, but we have to watch the rest of this game and see how this plays out. So far, HongKong Esports in a very comfortable position. Flash Wolves have been unable to take any towers, and we can see this tier 2 getting pressured out. God JJ, though, taking a lot of damage as he eats those turret shots. Sword Art does get popped up by the bubble. Teleport from the backside, though, as Dinter might be pinched off. He gets locked down by that twisted advance. MFD pops him back. Toys over the wall, but he gets the ultimate onto NL, trying to drag him out. The tidal wave comes across as well. Toys goes in, getting at the kill. They're trying to flash onto NL. Looks like Dinter getting at the kill. It's not going to happen. NL is able to retreat. Meanwhile, Maple has finished off Toys. And this is Flash Wolves looking to turn this fight on its head. Dinter throwing out that E to get the slow. Sword Art goes forward, gets the pulverize, headbutts him back. But meanwhile, Stanley is just splitting in the top side. Takes down that tier 2. He's going to be looking for the inhibitor. NL is going to have to peel back to try to stop this. But 2 members of HKE go down just for the tower on the top side.
And then definitely a good trade overall for HKE.
Oh, they might be looking for more. God JJ quite low. Flash he just melts Ole down. The turret is quite low. God JJ gonna get finished off by that parlay. The turret goes down as well. Flash Wolves really coming out on top of that trade.
Flash Wolves not satisfied with another uneven trade. Decide to turn that one in their favor with a decisive tower take in with 2 members down in a massive wave pushing into this bottom lane. They may be able to find more. The remaining members have to stay here to protect Maple though, because Toys is hungry for blood and has the tools necessary to take him out. Oranges are not enough in this exchange. Cannot stop all of the damage. Maple gonna have to back off in this one. Gonna get the movement speed steroid and clear on out. Overall, Flash Wolves finding a way back into this game. 37.7k, minimizing that 4k gold lead, taking it down to 2k, and really starting to turn things in their favor.
Yeah, and now up in kills 4 to 7. Still not finding their feet here with these turrets. Still down 3 in that regard, and that's really what's making up the discrepancy of this gold. You can see, if they equalize the towers, they will have a pretty good gold lead over top of HongKong Esports.
Another pause coming out. Players, this is such an intense game to pause. You have to wonder what's going through their heads each and every time they pull out the pause here. And, once again, it's just such a very close game. We thought that HongKong Esports were looking so dominant early on, but Flash Wolves able to make some pretty intelligent plays, able to protect their AD carry with everything they have, but they made sure that Toys and Dinter could not get that kill. Skarner, of course, does not have any form of dashes, and the second you're safe, if you're able to get safe, there's no way he can follow up on that. But as we look at this game, the big thing that we have to look at is 4 members of HongKong Esports have been consistently fighting. 4 members of HongKong Esports desperately trying to push advantages as a group, skirmishing and finding fights. Meanwhile, Stanley has just been farming in the top lane. 5 members consistently being committed by Flash Wolves. But Stanley is still just farming. Stanley is farming up. You can see the Luden's Echo, the Abyssal Scepter coming out as well. And when this guy is able to come to a team fight, he is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, and the Will of the Ancients is almost completed as well. That's just going to give him that much more sustain in these extended fights. See, NL looks like he had a little bit of a connection issue, but we are back into the game. It's going to be the 3rd Dragon of the game spawning now in just 55 seconds. HongKong Esports not able to get themselves a single one yet. Really going to be needing that one as we are past the 25-minute mark. That 6% is actually going to be doing quite a bit of work to scale in the favor of these champions. So we'll see what happens. Not much ward coverage coming out into that bot side of the map. A lot of attention and pressure being applied in this mid. You can see Sword Art down around this bot side trying to contest this scuttle grab that Toys has taken away for his team.
Karsa hungry to make another play. Sword Art as well does not have the Tempered Faith this time around, but more than happy to make a flash pulverize do the trick. Does not have the flash or the exhaust yet, so they don't have to be too worried. Explosive Cask, though, a constant threat to knock a member back into the team. And MMD as well, no TP. So Stanley has a massive TP advantage here. Flash Wolves thought they might be hungry for blood there. They're not going to go in. They're not going to push too much further. And Stanley's consistently threatening the top lane. In the meantime, Dinter is waiting for the rotation over from the Flash Wolves, trying to catch someone out. And this is HKE playing a very smart game. They know their strength is in the top lane right now, and they're trying to maximize its effectiveness with this Stanley split push.
Yeah, they go for this Dragon. If they try to contest this, Stanley could just take the inhibitor tower, and it looks like HKE should be able to get the engage on this that they want as they burn through this Dragon's HP. First Dragon for HongKong Esports, third of the game. The 26.5-minute mark, Stanley peeling out of that top side of the map as Karsa arrives. And HongKong Esports now, with that buff acquired for themselves, should be able to apply some pretty good pressure and trade more effectively in these skirmishes around the map.
HKE maintaining their 2K gold lead, now getting this massive spike of damage. 26 minutes into the game, 6% AD and AP can be absolutely huge, absolutely crucial in the coming fights, especially for champions like Jarvan, who are building so aggressively this time around. You can see maximum armor penetration coming in for Toys. He wants to be able to burn through any member of the Flash Wolves, working on that last Whisper as he clears out, and Stanley bullying MMD out here.
Now look at this damage just ripping through the health bar of MMD. Has to pop that ventral maelstrom. Stanley still looking to press it. Gets the hemo plug down. He flashes forward. He's going to be able to solo out Stanley. Taking down the Maokai. What a play!
When we saw May come in, when we saw May play Rumble, we thought it was the right choice for HongKong Esports. But when you see Stanley play Vladimir, when you see him outplay in that 1v1, you know why he's back on the squad. You know why he is getting this champion, why Toys is willing to lane swap, but the fight is about to start.
Oh, Sword Art just headbutting him out. Dinter way too far forward to the wrong side of the wall, gets taken down by Maple. Stanley has to pop that Sanguine Pool to get himself to safety. So a good solo kill on the top side, but HongKong Esports losing a crucial member in these team fights. They will not have that Skarner ultimate available to get a pick onto somebody like NL, onto somebody like Maple. They have to peel back out of this one and establish some vision control around this Baron pit. You can see Karsa clearing out wards, throwing some down. This is likely going to be the next contested objective on the map, and HKE cannot afford to lose a Baron.
Neither side can. Baron so absolutely powerful, both of these sides. Gangplank, of course, though, does have a decent amount of 80 wave clear. Sivir as well, so they're pretty good at taking down those Baron buff powered minions. We're not going to see any cheeky banner of command strategies in this game, but Baron buff regardless is just such a huge spike in gold, a huge spike in pushing pressure, and when you already have a massive split pushing threat in the form of Stanley on this Vladimir, you cannot afford for that threat to get any bigger. They already have to be willing to commit 2 members just to stop him from killing MMD, and that, at this stage of the game, is absolutely terrifying for the Flash Wolves.
The Dragon going to be down for the next couple of minutes. Let's see who's going to be able to pick that one up. If it comes down to it, like I said, Baron likely going to be the next point of contention across the map. Flash Wolves really grouping around this top side of the map. Maple going to clear out this wave with relative ease. You can see that Barrel just wiping out the wave. Ole doing what he can to clear out these wards. Sword Art just pressing into the face of adversity. Working these down. Ole gets popped back. The Drunken Rage for a huge chunk of damage. Ole going to have to try to run out of this one. It's going to be the tidal wave coming across.
TP coming in.
Yeah, TP on the backside. Stanley very far forward. They could try to pinch in here. Looks like they might just go onto MMD, who twisted advances away, but Toys is collapsing from the top side. Flashes away. The flagging drag. They pop him up in the air. They should be able to burn him down. Twisted advance back, and he's trying to use that Sap Magic passive, but it does not matter. Toys takes down the Maokai.
They have to be hungry for more here. They can push for more if they want to. Dinter's going in. They want another fight.
Yeah, can he find Maple? He locks him in for the orange, cleanses it off. Sword Art. He gets a pop-up, but he gets popped up himself by the bubble. They're working through him, but God, JJ's falling on the backside. And L taking him down. Toys going aggressive, though. Goes in. That's going to be the guy. He goes over the Maple. He takes him down. Oh, my God. He gets the double kill. But NL, can he get the trip? Can he get him down? Oh, Toys just too low. The red buff gets him, but Tinter fires back. They take down NL. They almost ace the Flash Wolves. They take down that tower, and I think they're going to be able to break the inhibitor line.
Carson, the last man standing in that exchange because of a beautiful, beautiful flag and drag combo coming in from Toys, activating the Titanic Hydra at the most crucial moment to get that exchange. God JJ falls down. Toys responds back in kind. And NL, of course, barely able to get that kill, but right now this is Hong Kong Esports in the driver's seat, once again extending the gold lead to 4K, once again taking another major objective.
Just imagine what would have happened if God JJ survived that fight. That would have been the inhibitor taken down. That could have been a tier 2 bot as well. Flash Wolves lucky to get that reprieve. NL finishing off the Sivir on the backside. We weren't able to see how he was taken down, but a very welcome by the Flash Wolves. We can see, though, a little bit of an interesting build path coming out from NL, going for a static shift second on the Corki, just looking for that passive auto attack damage. Typically, we see the Blade of the Ruin King, especially going into somebody like Skarner with this Jarvan. You would think that he would want the Blade of the Ruin King to try to peel.
And the big issue here, the reason he has to build the static shift is because when we look at the wave clear present on the side of Flash Wolves, what we're going to see is that it's Gangplank and it's Corki right now, and Corki needs to maximize that wave clear as much as he can because we see J4 with his Titanic Hydra, we see Sivir with the Boomerang Blade, with the Ricochet who can rip through waves in seconds, and Vladimir as well. And so for order for Flash Wolves to have any semblance of wave control as they push into the mid and late game, Corki is forced into some lackluster itemization because you're right, he needs that Blade of the Ruin King. He doesn't need more attack speed.
Oh, MMD going in onto Tinter with that twisted advance. Here comes the Flash Wolves. Tinter has to flash away, and the tidal wave is completely going to whip. They knock him back with the explosive cascade, and they burn him out. Flash Wolves with that pick should be able to secure their third dragon. If not, they might just roam straight up to this Baron.
Ole completely missing the tidal wave there was huge, but a huge showing of confidence from Flash Wolves as well to push in. They should be able to get this tower. The Sheen procs for both these carries going to rip through that pretty effortlessly. They may want to go for more here. It looks like we're going to get an earlier replay. This is, of course, the fight in the jungle. Sword Art locked down. As you can see on your screen, Flash Wolves are backing off in the meantime, but Toys comes in. He's going to get the clutch play. Sword Art's going to fall out of the ultimate state as he goes in, and one more flag and drag to bring it back. The shield keeping him alive in that exchange, and then of course God JJ, or rather NL, cleaning up with that red buff proc and that last rocket.
Stanley has to use the Sanguine Pool to get himself to safety. That will be the third dragon for Flash Wolves as they pick up the fourth of the game. Gold still in favor by 3,000 for Hong Kong Esports, but the later this game goes, the less that matters. We can see we're hitting the 33-minute mark. HKE are roaming over to this Baron. The recalls have come through for the Flash Wolves. They're just going to start this one up.
MMD has no TP. Gangplank was forced onto the bottom side of the map to deal with that wave from that superior pressure.
However, Mirajo is chunking him down. They're caught up in the pit. Karsa, he's moving forward. Can he get the seal? He got it! He just decimates his HP bar, and MMD is still alive, looking to play forward. The Righteous Glory has been popped, but it looks like that will be the disengage, but it's a 3-for-1 plus the Baron in favor of the Flash Wolves.
And Flash Wolves say no once again. Karsa finds the steal. Karsa able to take the Baron right away from HKE. The ticket for a win in this series denied, and Flash Wolves turn this game on its head. They were behind for so long, and now they find themselves with a lead. A single play, a single moment of over-aggression from Hong Kong Esports turned on them.
Double Trinity Force, that is going to be the inhibitor line broken for the Flash Wolves. Now gold in their favor, dragons in their favor, and equalized in towers as well. This game got turned completely on its head, but it's not over yet. Hong Kong Esports still have so much potential to come out on top.
And this is pretty much the only objective I believe that Flash Wolves will be able to get off of that. They cannot get another dragon. They shouldn't be able to secure any more turrets just because of the amount of wave clear present on the side of Hong Kong Esports. However, it is massive to have that inhibitor down in the mid lane. It does allow them to finish up some of these major boot upgrades. Alacrity coming out, Randuin's Omen coming out for the Gangplank as well. So huge itemization spikes coming in. Karsa in trouble.
Trying to get a catch on to Karsa. They should be able to lock him down with the ultimate, and they do. They drag him through. The Cannon Barrage comes across, and Ole taking quite low. Stanley as well. Here comes Sword Art and MMD from the backside. They're just melting through Hong Kong Esports, and they take them all out. Toys, the only one alive because he wasn't there. That is not a fair fight, and Flash Wolves just sweep the floor.
Hong Kong Esports so used to being ahead, so used to having the advantage in these games.
Toy, so much damage, he's gonna go down, that's the ace! Maple just melting through the Jarvan.
Maple so unhappy with the way the last team fight turned out, where Toys was able to turn things on him, finally is able to turn it around on Toys, spamming out a taunt, throwing down the barrels to push up these waves, and as Baron empowered minions push in, Hong Kong Esports is looking down and out. They were so confident, they were so aggressive, and Flash Wolves have turned it against them.
2 inhibitors now down. Flash Wolves gonna be unable to push for anything more, I feel here. As you can see, 4 members now of Hong Kong Esports have respawned, but the pressure is on. Flash Wolves are just rotating straight up to this top side, taking down this tier 2 that's going to be all of the outer turrets fallen. And this is just not looking good, where this game looked like it was in the hands of Hong Kong Esports. Gets turned completely on its head, and Flash Wolves have gotten control, and they are not letting go.
And while so many pieces of this Hong Kong Esports composition look comfortable and they look strong, honestly it is Dinter this game that looks lost. Skarner is a powerhouse, but if you are not comfortable playing him, if you are not comfortable using his strengths, then what good is he? Karsa picking up the Gragas, a much older, a much less used jungler in the evolution of patches, remaining a consistent threat, picking something he knows how to use, picking something that works for the team, the beautiful explosive cast, using it to knock away, to steal the Baron, and right now Flash Wolves showing why they are a world-class team. Hong Kong Esports are hurting in this game.
Hurting indeed, and now the gold has completely swung in favor of the Flash Wolves, finding themselves up nearly 5,000. Ole gonna have to zip right out of the jungle here. Dinter as well, using that Talisman of Ascension to get themselves to safety. We can see Ole still sitting on this tier of the Goddess, has not built us into anything, has a needlessly large rod as well. This is the most interesting Nami build that I have ever seen.
Oh, Sterix Cage coming in here, boosting Gangplank's base AD, and I believe that'll boost the Sheen proc damage as well, which is absolutely massive at this stage of the game, especially given that the barrel will then boost that again, add more armor penetration. Maple looking really strong, taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane though, has to be careful. The rest of the members of Flash Wolves taking little bits of damage here and there, and this is the moment where Hong Kong Esports has fumbled in the past. They need to go, and they're going now!
Yeah, they do. They drag Sword Art in, but it gets a huge pop-up on Ole, who's being burned out. Karsa taking a lot of damage from that turn. Now MMD trying to peel off Dinter here with that twisted advance. They back him into the wall, and NL is actually going to find that kill. And now they're on the retreat. Toys goes in on the Maple, but he gets exhausted now. Has to flash out of the Cataclysm. Sword Art popping up those heals as best as he can. Stanley and GodJJ take it solo. It's a double kill for NL. Can he find more? He goes in. It's a triple kill. Can he get the quadra kill? It looks like he does. It's the ace going in for the Flash Wolves. They're going to push in. They're going to take down the HKE yet again, and they're going to find themselves up at match point now 2-0.
Flash Wolves looking absolutely unstoppable for so long. HKE had a win so long. HKE were able to be successful in those exchanges, but not today. Flash Wolves coming out on top. Once again, HKE now push to match point.
Oh, and suddenly things do not look good for Hong Kong Esports. That was the game for them. That was the one that they had so much control of, but just weren't able to close it out. That one fight, the Baron steal, just turning things completely on its head in favor of the Flash Wolves. And they just rode that wave straight into the Nexus, taking it down, and now Hong Kong Esports not in a very advantageous position, but not out of this series. With a performance like that, they still have the potential to come back in this series. We've seen them reverse sweep before. We saw it at the regional playoffs versus Taipei Assassins. That potential is there. Question is the drive and is the execution?
Hong Kong Esports players looking pretty happy, actually. Smiles on their faces. Not looking too hurt after that loss. May be able to come into the next game with some amount of confidence. Stanley, obviously, absolutely massive on that Vladimir in the previous game. But really, it just felt like, once again, one piece of the puzzle wasn't right. And this time around, sad to say, GodJJ obviously with a lackluster scoreline, but doing his job with that Sivir ult, consistently dishing out damage from the backside, and really more than anything, it just felt like Dinter felt lost on the Skarner. The team as a whole didn't know how to play around the Skarner pick, and despite the unconventional picks working so well for them in the early game, Flash Wolves adapted very well on the fly. They gave Toys the respect he deserved. They consistently used that exhaust to keep Maple alive, and you saw those barrels rip through the health bars of every member of Hong Kong Esports in those late game fights, half helping GodJJ with a single barrel.
Yeah, That's just such massive damage coming across from them. I mean, all members of the Flash Wolves in the latter half of that game playing phenomenally. The flank plays from MMD on point. Maple just chaining those barrels so well, ripping through the HP bars of all members of HongKong Esports. The big question is what is going to happen moving into the next pick and ban. I don't think we're going to see a repeat on this corner. It did not pay out for Dinter, and it didn't look like he was necessarily comfortable on it. It looked like he was kind of playing it because it's known to be this big monstrous pick right now in 5.16, but it's just not working out. I think that he'd have much better results going back to the Echo, maybe onto the Rex side, the Gragas, stuff that we've known him to play and have success on.
Once again, I think the name of the game here is comfort. You need to find a pick that is going to work well for how you want to execute the game, and despite Skarner, in theory, his kit working very well with how HongKong Esports like to play the game, it didn't look comfortable in execution. It didn't look confident taking those objectives, playing around those spires, playing around that neutral objective control that they could gain from it, and despite HongKong Esports winning out very hard in the early game, Flash Wolves were still taking dragons away from them. Flash Wolves were still finding these objectives when they really shouldn't have been able to, so it feels like HongKong Esports want to play, they need to disregard the new picks, disregard the new meta, go back to what worked. They have the Sipper, they know that works. I don't think Flash Wolves will take that away from them. What I want to see is mid-game mages coming in from Toys. I want to see more focus on the Vladimir from Stanley, and I want to see an aggressive playmaking jungler coming in from Dinter, because Skarner, despite what you would think from the kit, just did not work out. You need to see the Echo. I want to see the Echo, I want to see the Rek'Sai, I want to see those more aggressive picks that Dinter has found success on in the past, because Flash Wolves, once again, just playing the game that they wanted to play, despite falling behind, still confident in their play, still confident in turning those fights around on HongKong Esports, and that's really what counts in this best-of-5 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to see what happens when we return. We're going to go to a quick little 10-minute break, but when we come back, it's match point. Could be the 3-0 victory for the Flash Wolves, or it could be the makings of an epic series if HongKong Esports can come out on top. Don't go anywhere. When we return, there's plenty more League of Legends action.
Like a particle.
Yes.
Like a superstar. Yes.
难点，
我就是皇上。
为什么你那么开心？
This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take away from me.
實我相信 HKE 每一位隊員同埋管理層，其實佢哋大家都盡咗力，而且呢一次比賽裏面都準備咗好多。但係雖然最後都係輸咗，我相信其實係整個聯賽嘅實力提升咗，導致其實好多比賽都唔一定係會有某一方面會贏，所以我覺得其實係今次比賽係閃電狼發揮比我哋更加好，所以我覺得輸都係有道理。
For being pro player, I have to practice hard every day. But after I lose against USF4, I felt so sad. But I have to practice hard, even I lose. So my plan is to just keep playing hard every day.
首先第一步，我会先确认一下我研究所的学业跟兵役的状况到底是怎么样。然後評估過後，才會決定下一步要怎麼做。但基本上不會退出來。
唔係話退役咗之後就大家完全唔見面，唔會一齊玩，即係唔會一齊打機。我相信就算退咗役，而我亦都可能未必會繼續打落去，都唔會影響到雙方之間有咩問題。我覺得問題唔大。
Because Dinter is kind and friendly. I want to learn Chinese from him.
我哋嘅選手平時雖然喺開台嘅時候好搞笑、好開心啦，但係喺我哋嘅比賽同埋團練嘅時候，佢哋係好認真。
其實我覺得我的算還好吧，因為其實人外有人啊，我還有最近還是我不知道怎麼講，反正就是我發現其實我還不算很差。還有更差的。
經過這次阿貴的表現以後，我覺得香港人實在是太厲害了，10個港仔10個都很強。
目前沒有這個打算，因為時間上有點趕。但是如果我時間來得及的話呢，我會盡全力的準備。
首先當然是恭喜他們出國，然後希望他們出國能有好一點的成績，為 LMS 爭光。但是829這個比賽，我們一定會盡全力打爆他們，讓他們看見自己的問題點。
e스포츠는 저의 모든 것이에요. 만약 e스포츠가 없었더라면 저는 여기에 존재하지 않았을 거라고 생각해요. 제가 7살 때 부모님께서 이혼하셨었어요. 그래서 아버지가 굉장히 힘들어하셨었어요. 저 혼자 키우시는데 되게 부담도 많이 되고, 그리고 평범한 직장인이셔서 월급도 그렇게 높게 받지는 않으셨어요. 그래서 제가 많이 미안하고 속상하고 많이 부담되셨어갖고 일단 아무튼 많이 미안해요, 아버지한테. 저희 집 생활이 많이 힘들었지만 아버지께서는 미래의 IT 시대가 오신다는 걸 아시고 제가 5살 때 컴퓨터를 하나 장만해 주셨어요. 그때부터 제가 게임을 시작하게 됐고, 그게 훗날 e스포츠가 되는 시작점이 되었죠. 아버지는 점점 나이를 들어가시고 좀처럼 월급은 오르시지 않으셔가지고 집에 모든 것을 부담하시는데 한계가 있었어요. 그리고 저는 미안하니까 최소한 적어도 제 밥값은 챙겨야 되고 아버지도 도와드리고 싶으니까 그렇게 생각해요. 당시에 고등학생인 저는 한국에서 월급이 높은 일을 찾기가 힘들다는 걸 알았어요. 그때 아르바이트를 해봤었는데 그다지 월급도 높지도 않고 생계에 별로 도움이 안 되고, 특히 아버지한테 도움이 많이 안 된다는 게 아쉬웠고요. 그때 처음으로 알게 된 게 대리라는 걸 알게 됐어요. 특히나 제가 잘하는 게임이고 저 같은 사람만 할 수 있다는 거를 알았기 때문에 저는 대리를 해서 아버지한테 많이 도움이 된 게 좀 좋다고 생각해요. 대리는 진짜 생활적인 부분에 많이 도움이 됐었어요. 일단 실력이 늘었고 돈을 벌었고 아버지한테 도움을 줬어요. 그리고 실력이 늘에 따라서 프로팀에서 제의도 오고 했는데 대리가 돈을 더 많이 번다는 사실에 저는 놀랐고, 저는 프로팀 제의를 거절하고 계속 대리를 했어요. 그러던 어느 날 대리하는 것을 걸리게 되었어요. 그래서 라이엇에서 저한테 2년 정지를 때렸었는데 저는 프로 선수국 되는 게 꿈이었거든요. 그래가지고 좀 한때는 계정도 정지당하고 해서 좀 많이 죽고 싶었었어요. 제가 절망했을 때 대만에 있는 주성이 형이 저한테 자기 팀에 올 생각이 없냐고 한번 물어봤었어요. 그래가지고 저는 그때 이게 무슨 소리지 하는데 꿈만 같았어요. 뭔가
저한테 기회를 한번 준 거잖아요. 그래서 저는 바로 당연히 한다고 했죠. 그래서 저는 이 팀에 오게 되었어요.
수빈이를 저희 팀에 데려온 가장 큰 이유는 수빈이가 그 어떤 원딜들보다 잘할 수 있는 포텐셜을 가지고 있기 때문에 수빈이를 믿고 데려왔고, 제가 옆에서 확실히 수빈이를 잘 가르쳐 주기만 하고 수빈이가 잘 따라오기만 하면 저희 봇이 이 세상에서 제일 가장 강한 봇이 될 수 있을 거라 확신했기 때문에 아마 그 이유 때문에 데려온 것 같습니다.
홍콩 e스포츠에 들어간 것은 정말 다시 태어난 것만 같았어요. 팀 안에는 일단 팀 멤버가 시즌2 월드 챔피언십에서 우승하신 두 분이 계시고, 토이즈와 스탠리였나요? 두 분이 계시고, 대만, 홍콩, 마카오에 경기 경험이 많으신 딘터 선수도 계시고, 원래 형은 예전부터 알고 있었고 KTA와 브라질에서 많은 경험이 있는 선수였고, 일단은 저는 이 팀에 들어가는 것에 대해서 선수들 커리어를 봤을 때 망설임이 전혀 없었어요.
其实当 Raisin 刚加入我们 HKE 的时候，可能因为一些语言的关系，我们并没有觉得他这么厉害。但是之后的每一天，他都非常的努力，非常谦虚的学习，然后一天一天的进步，我们所有人都看在眼里。
제가 딱 대만에 도착했을 때 모두 저에 대해서 불만을 많이 표출하시더라고요. 저 때문에 많은 팬을 가지고 있던 JJ 선수가 후보가 됐으니까 그때는 저는 하나도 몰랐었거든요. 그래서 저는 이유 없이 인터넷 악평을 먹었고, 일단 후에 경기를 했을 때 욕을 먹을 만한 플레이를 많이 해서 저는 별로 여러분들이 저에 대해서 욕하신 거에 대해 별로 상처 입지도 않았고, 저는 제가 욕을 먹는 거에 대해서 이유를 알고 당연하다고 생각했어요.
其实 Raisin 刚加入的时候，那个时候，网络上有一些 HKE 的粉丝，在他还没有打比赛前就对他有一些攻击性的言语，其实我觉得这样对他是不太公平的。
홍콩 e스포츠에 들어와서 프로팀과 솔로 랭크는 정말 다르다는 것을 그때 완전히 느꼈었어요. 그때 처음 데뷔전이랑 그 다음 경기까지도 저는 진짜 제 실력의 반도 안 나왔었어요. 그래서 욕을 많이 먹었고 그때는 되게 슬펐어요.
Raisin 其实是一个态度非常好的选手，对吧？他从进来我们队上的时候，其实他算是一个比较属于 solo Q 的玩家，就是有操作，但是只会打天梯，对吧？那进来之后，团队上给他的帮助就是让他知道打一个职业队的需要注意的地方有哪些。那因为他的态度其实就是进步的也很快，然后态度也很好，所以他一直在吸收我们教给他的一些知识。那从进来到现在，他其实已经进步了非常多，对吧？然后已经融入我们的团队。
제 실수 때문에 자꾸 저희 팀이 연속해서 게임을 졌어요. 저도 그걸 잘 알아요. 근데 우리 팀원들이랑 코치님이 저에게 질책을 한마디도 안 하시고 오히려 자신감 잃지 말라고 격려해 주시고 복돋아 주시니까 저는 용기를 가지고 자신감 잃지도 않고 계속 노력할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 천천히 저는 프로 경기의 리듬 그리고 감각을 조금씩 알게 됐어요. 그래서 저랑 팀원들 호흡이 잘 맞게 됐고, 저는 또 슈퍼 플레이도 몇 번 해보고 막 기분 좋은 감각이었어요. 막 그럴 때마다 팀이 막 이길 때마다 막 토이즈나 딘터가 수빈나 나이스 막 이런 거 해줄 때마다 정말 좋았어요. 저는 우리 팀이 충분히 우승할 수 있을 거라고 믿어요.
Raisin 佢對工作嘅態度其實係好認真嘅，咁而且佢個人係好樂觀嘅，咁佢嘅樂觀會帶俾成個團隊好多正面嘅影響。咁我覺得，而佢嘅技術層面方面嚟講嘅話，其實佢對於一啲好細微嘅操作嚟講，其實佢係絕對會達到要求嘅，而且佢係一個好敢去做 play 嘅一個選手，所以我覺得一個成功嘅選手佢嘅條件佢都有包含到。
수빈이랑 처음에 보스 쳤을 때는 제 말을 좀 듣지 않아서 많이 싸우기도 하고 정말 좀 안 좋았던 조합이었는데, 수빈이가 제 말을 이제 잘 듣기 시작하면서 아마 그때부터 저희 봇이 정말 강해진 것 같아요. 아마 수빈이 지금 태도로 계속 간다면 세상에서 가장 잘하는 원딜이 될 것 같다고 생각합니다.
대만 분들이나 대만 팬분들이 주는 열정에 대해 저는 많이 감동받았어요. 원래 저는 그냥 여러분 다 모르는 사람이었고 저는 또 처음에 못해서 무관심을 받았었고 욕도 많이 먹었었는데 제가 홍콩 e스포츠에 들어가서 LMS 경기에서 점점 발전하는 모습을 보고 여러분들이 점점 저에게 관심을 주시고 응원해 주시는 거에 대해서 저는 정말 감동받았어요. 제가 예전에 잘못했던 책임은 제가 져야 돼요. 저는 일단 플레이오프에 뛰지 못하게 되고 내년까지 LMS 경기에 뛰지 못해요. 저는 진짜 우리 팀원들한테 너무 미안하고 코치한테도 너무 미안하고 홍콩 e스포츠를 사랑해 주시는 팬들한테도 너무 미안하고 그 다음에 회사 사람들이 이렇게 서포팅 해주시는데 너무 미안해요. 일단 저는 여러분의 기대를 저버려 가지고 정말 죄송하다는 말밖에 할 수 없을 것 같아요. 저희 회사는 플레이오프 후에 저를 밴해달라고 간절히 요청해 주셨지만 그렇게 되지 않아서 저는 플레이오프에 참가하지 못하게 되었습니다. 그리고 이 사건에 제 밴당한 사건에 대해서 홍콩 e스포츠 저희 회사가 저를 이렇게 많이 서포팅 해주는 거에 대해서 정말 감사하다고 저는 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
当他知道之后，其实他很难过，但是我告诉他说，你的实力已经被大家看见，也被大家所认可。那只要你在这被禁赛的期间，好好的努力，继续练习，然后不要再做错事，相信你很快就可以再回到这个舞台。
이미 일어난 일이니까 그냥 받아들이라고 말을 했고 다음부터는 절대 너 과거가 너의 현재의 발목을 잡는 짓을 절대 하지 말라고 신신당부를 했고 그냥 계속 옆에서 미래에 더 잘 될 거라 좋은 말 계속 해줬던 것 같아요.
프로 선수에게 1년이라는 시간은 진짜 소중한데 이미 결정된 상황이라서 저도 다시 생각하지는 않을게요. 그 밴 당한 거에 대해서 아무런 이제 느낌은 없고 계속 열심히 하겠고 1년 후에 더 발전한 모습으로 저는 여러분에게 다가갈 것이고 이게 바로 제가 느낀 프로 선수의 신념이라고 말할 수 있습니다.
瑞森，这次很可惜没有办法跟你一起打 playoff， 但我希望你以后能够继续加油。我们有机会的话，再一起打进我们世界大赛。
瑞森加油，大家都等緊你翻嚟。
瑞森，其实你已经打得很棒，也很厉害了，要对自己有自信一点。我们随时等你回来。
Raisin， 我们会连你的份一起加油。 Raisin， 我知道你一直很努力，也很有天分，那我希望你可以不要放弃。
수빈아, 항상 더 열심히 하고 지금 이대로 쭉 가자.
알겠습니다. 포기 안 하고 정말 열심히 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
Very heartfelt video coming out there from Raisin explaining his ban in the LMS and why he's unable to play in the playoffs and today.
Yeah, and you can see how hurt the team is, how confident the team was in building its ability, how much time HongKong Esports came together and spent building up this player, building up this role so that he could function within the team, and it's so sad to see him taken away, and unfortunately that's what happens. ELO boosting a pretty serious issue in so many regions of the world, but you gotta just trust that Riot's gonna do what's best in this situation, that they've made a full and thorough investigation. And looking forward to the future for HongKong Esports, you have to know that Raisin will come back most likely better than ever. Unfortunately, however, that's not going to affect the games today. We've seen the 2-0 start for Flash Wolves. We're getting into picks and bans for Game 3.
Yeah, and here we go. This is everything on the line for HongKong Esports. Down 2-0 to the Flash Wolves. Looking to just clinch this last game. Take a 3-0 victory over HKE. Last time we saw these guys play, HKE were able to come back and net themselves 2 more games. So looking to have that repeat performance, if not take it a step further and get this full reverse sweep. You can see the bans are underway though. Twisted Fate and Victory, yet again, those massive respect bans being taken away from Toys. The Nidalee from Karsa, a lot more on the table still. The Callista is up. The Skarner is up. I'm not sure if we're going to see that band away again. It didn't perform very well. Dinter almost certainly will not be picking it.
Flash Wolves, of course, have a lot of flexibility. They have first pick. Additionally, Gangplank team taken away from Maple. No surprises. You saw exactly how lethal that character is as you approach the later stages of the game. Now looking at what exactly these teams want to do, I think you could pretty much run the same composition. I criticized Dinter for the Skarner overall. It's not taken off the board yet, but I think he can pick it again. The bigger issue there, at the end of the day, what won the game for Flash Wolves was that Baron steal from Karsa, and I think what Hong Kong Esports need to do is they need to be aggressive in the early game. They need to be willing to go for those objectives, to dive those towers, to push their lead, but when they win a fight, they also have to be willing to back out, to walk away with a small advantage, to not push for anything more, because consistently what we saw from them in the last game was pushing for more. Sometimes it worked in their favor, but after that Baron steal, all of those over-aggressive moves were just punished so quickly by the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, we can see Kalista will be the last ban, of course, on the side of Flash Wolves. The Morgana taken away from Ole. They really don't want to give that over to him. They know that is a support that he can carry from, so they deny that from him as much as humanly possible. That's going to be the Lulu. First pickup here, though, more than likely going into the hands of Maple, who played phenomenally in the first game and really just carried Flash Wolves to victory from that.
Well, I'm reasonably sure that this Lulu will go into the hands of Maple. It also still functions as a flex pick, so they're trying to deny and mitigate some of the advantage that Red Side has in the last pick, allowing Toys or Stanley or anyone really to have a safe lane to get the guaranteed counter matchup or the guaranteed ideal matchup. It may go into the hands of MMD. We haven't seen MMD be really a solo lane aggressive player in these instances or in these games.
Oh! HKE saying, you know what? It's match point. Let's shake things up. They lock in the Ashe and the Kazakhs. This is an interesting turn of events here. Dinter looking to hard carry, but that is going to be the Lee Sin.
When we saw Dinter at 7-1-1 on an Echo, we were like, this is not a big deal. He can't carry the game on this champion. If he gets 7 kills on this Kazakhs, he's going to destroy everyone. This guy, I mean, we haven't seen Kazakhs in so long, but it's still such an aggressive, such a strong pick. And at the same time, this could be a solo lane Kazakhs as well. We don't really know. We haven't seen this champion develop in the meta. We know Lulu probably going to the mid lane. We know Karsa playing this jungle Lee Sin without a doubt, but the Kazakhs, it's anybody's guess. I'm thinking it's the jungle. I think it's an aggressive jungle pick, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I want to say that it is, but this is actually a really good pickup for Karsa, because not only is he just very proficient on this Lee Sin, he's proven that time and time again, but the E with the reveal for that Lee Sin will show Dinter on this Kazakhs. So really good to just kind of counter that invisibility that Dinter can throw out with his ultimate. Meanwhile, Varus has been locked in more, it's going to be in the mid lane here for Toys, because the Ashe is already being acquired for God JJ, so we will see Varus in the mid lane, Ashe versus Lucian. That's very much in the court of NL in the bot lane early on. He's going to be able to put an immense amount of pressure down onto that Ashe.
One of the big issues coming to this team composition that I'm concerned about for Hong Kong Esports is that Kazakhs is going to have a really hard time getting a reset in a lot of different situations, because you have Lee Sin who can reliably kick Kazakhs out of the fight. You have Lulu who can reliably buff up an ally. And this isn't huge, but looking at the summoner spell changes coming in here from MMD, I think we might see a top lane Fizz or a top lane Hecarim. He just swapped to Teleport Ignite.
We'll have to see what these guys want to do. Meanwhile, the Janna has been locked in for Ole. This was the champion that when he came to Taiwan to the LMS, he said, I want to prove to Sword Art that I have a better Janna than him, so gonna look to do that yet again. He locks that in, and we get the hover back over the Bard for Sword Art. This would be a pretty crushing bot lane with their stuns, with the piercing lights for Lucian. This line up all kinds of damage. The Olaf has been locked in. This is going to be in a very aggressive top lane with that Ignite TP if they decide to go for it with those summoners.
I think they're going to lock in the Bard here. The biggest issue with Ashe and Varus as carries is they have no escape abilities. They can very easily... Oh, there it is.
They lock it in. This is...
If Varus and Ashe do not have Flash, it's so easy to land the Tempered Fate.
We go right back over to this Teemo Hover. Would actually probably do pretty decently against Olaf on the top side of the map. With that blind, still, I doubt if we're going to see that one locked in. We saw these guys playing with our hearts and our emotions earlier on in the first game as they kept hovering back and forth over top of it. Really taking their time, though, with this pick and ban. This last pick, everything comes down to
They have to pick something tanky. It's not Teemo. I know we all want it. We all want to see it. We might hear the Teemo chant come out. Ole's got the grin on his face, but he knows he's not
You
Timo.
see, Ole, he's trying to pitch the Timo to the team. He's like, guys, trust me.
We can make this work.
This can be
the fans
fine.
want to see it. Of course, if they get a tanky front line here, basically with this composition, he's going to... Oh! This is a game of League of Legends I'm excited to cast. We got a Bard, we got a Convict, and
we got a Timo. What is happening? HongKong Esports going all in match point. Looking for the surprise factor over top of the Flash Wolves. And with these picks, it might just be enough.
The big thing about Timo is you get so much passive vision control. Obviously, there's been a number of changes made to Timo overall.
He got changed in 5.15, so there's a lot different about him. Now he can stay invisible and move through brushes as long as his passive is triggered, so he can maneuver away from people. He can actually throw his mushrooms. He doesn't have to walk up to position them. So we haven't seen this in action. This could be actually godlike for all we know. Who knows? All bets are off with this game. I wasn't sure it was going to happen at the start of the series. I don't know what the hell is going to happen moving into this match because HongKong Esports are just pitching things out of left field. I have no idea where they're going with this composition.
No one does. No one's seen a Timo in so long.
Last time we saw it was mid-Timo in, what was it, the European Challenger Series?
Maybe, or I think high in the mid lane, season 3 when Cloud9 was so dominant. Okay, we got the Timo. We can all be happy with that, but what does the Timo do is the big question. And looking at what HKE wants to do, they have a ton of poke, they have a lot of long-range initiation with the Varus, with the Ashe, they have solid disengage, they have solid resets as well, but what HKE need to do with this very unconventional team comp is look for picks. That's what their team is good at. They cannot team fight. It's never going to happen. But they can murder anybody who gets hit by a Timo shroom.
This is entirely contingent on two things. A, Dinter has to snowball immediately. B, MMD cannot be allowed to farm. And the team arguably can deny a lot from him. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Flash Wolves actually try to initiate the lane swap to just keep Olaf away from Timo. Otherwise, he's going to be very reliant on the Undertow to last hit, and with that, Olaf will run out of mana immediately, and if he tries to walk up to take his axe, he's just going to get a blinding dart and poison shot straight into the face, and Stanley will just be able to slowly whittle down his HP. This is a really crazy composition from HongKong Esports, and if this works out, then dear God, the meta is just destroyed.
And this works out, I know so little about this game. This is a huge risk. If this works, if this takes hold, if Timo becomes an international pick, I will pull my hair out. This champion is a nightmare to play against.
Please.
But at the same time, if HongKong Esports can make this work, it's a huge step of confidence for them, and they could, once again, be on that path to a reverse sweep. We've seen them pull it out against TPA. Obviously, a little bit more controversial strats and pick bans here, but I think this is a good sign that they've still got confidence, they're still feeling good, they're trying new things, they're taking a big risk here. On the opposite side, Flash Wolves playing a very strong, very standard composition. You've got Lucian and Bard, a lot of early game power, mid game initiation from the Bard, Lulu as an early aggressor with a mid bridge, Olaf is your late game scaling. It's a pretty standard, pretty powerful Flash Wolves comp. It's all about getting an early advantage, but if they don't get that early advantage, if Kha'Zix gets ahead, if Ashe or Varus get ahead, if God forbid Timo gets ahead, HongKong Esports can win this game instantly.
Yeah. I think the last time that we saw anything tuned with Kha'Zix, actually, I believe he got a very slight buff because they were trying to bring him back into favor. I believe that they shortened the range between minions and champions for isolation, so you can proc isolation more easily on a target. So that might actually be enough if Dinter wants to play invasively, go into the jungle against Karsa. It could work out as advantage, or if he gets a good wrap around, because say if you gank the mid lane, you leap in on top of them, they have to back away toward the tower, and they're going to get away from the minions and then isolate themselves, which just sets up for a ton of damage output. It's really up in the air. I don't know. I'm just completely speculating.
We're grasping at straws.
Yeah,
no one saw this coming. When they locked in Kha'Zix, I was blown away. When they locked in Timo, I was absolutely shocked. But once again, the big question for me more than anything else is Kha'Zix's early jungle clear. This is not a champion we've seen in a long time, not a champion that has really come up in Season 5 whatsoever, but it's coming up today.
And here we go, guys. Potentially match point onto the Rift. HongKong Esports with the most unconventional champ select that I have ever seen in my casting career. Flash Wolves bringing out the standards. But will it be enough to conquer this Kha'Zix, this double AD mid and bot, and this Teemo up top from Stanley? Maybe this
or in the mid lane.
Oh. Hovering around the mid lane, maybe looking for some kind of pick.
Maple surprisingly prepared for the Teemo to wander into the mid lane. Very good show, very good caution coming in there. Stanley, not known for his Teemo play, but to be fair, no one really is.
I was gonna say, I don't think anybody is really known for their Teemo play.
So looking at this team, it looks like both sides want to start with a defensive 5-point. HKE need to make sure that their lanes get off to a good start. And Flash Wolves, I mean, just in pick ban alone, they're put on the back foot because they have no idea what HongKong Esports is doing. We have no idea what HongKong Esports is doing. We are theory crafting this team composition, and it looks like we got a lot of poke elements, a lot of long-range engage, individual skirmishing strength, but
Minions have spawned.
Is HongKong Esports going to be able to execute? Is this them trying out something new, something fun, or is this the secret, the ace in the hole, the ace up their sleeve?
Oh God, I really hope that this is the secret. I really want this to be the secret formula for HongKong Esports' success. Another interesting thing to point out is that Toys is actually running Ghost on the Varus, so he's going to be looking to hound down people as much as possible, as well as have that added escape away from Karsa and Maple, who's going to be slowing him down consistently with those Glitter Lancers. See Dinter getting that assisted start over the Gromp. This is going to be God, JJ, and Ole actually rotating in for an invasive play against Karsa. We'll have to see how this plays off. He's playing in the brush. They're going in. They're slowing him out. Oh, no!
What does it mean?
The disconnect's coming through right as they engage onto the Lee Sin. But one of the things we have to remember with Ashe, with these latest changes, she's got the passive Frost Arrows. They should be able to slow him out. We don't know if he has Safeguard right now.
Most likely he took Sonic Wave and Tempest, which means that he has no realistic escape options.
He would
outside.
have to burn a flash.
He has to be ready and willing to. The issue is if he decides to fight and the Janna and the Ashe cannot burn him down quickly enough, there is a man advantage present for Flash Wolves on that side of the map. They have a Bard, they have the Lucian, and they can just move them up, and Bard and Lucian have much stronger level 1s overall, so this is a huge risk for HKE, but once again, it's all or nothing. It's game 3, but it's match point.
All right, we're going to see what happens as the reconnects come through. Looks like they're just going to disrupt this red start. They want to keep Karsa down as long as they possibly can.
They're going to mid lane.
Yeah, going to the mid lane, just going to try to harass out Maple as much as possible, completely leaving this bot lane open for NL to farm up on this Lucian. Very interesting adaptive strategy by HongKong Esports.
Adapting right into the A-Ram as they ram themselves down mid lane. Maple seems so unfazed. That's what shocks me. He seemed like he was prepared for this strategy coming into this game.
He saw them practicing this in solo queue and was like, oh yeah, they're just bringing out that one again.
Kha'Zix now moving down to take up the role of bot lane as he tries to recoup some experience there, and there's a massive amount of wave killer present on the side for HongKong Esports. They did ward up that red buff. It looks like they're going to try to make sure that Karsa cannot secure it once again. God JJ only level 1. Sword Art missing it.
Stun not going to connect. Karsa gets his red buff, the flash forward. He has to flash away. Piercing arrow Zuzu. And he has to dash over the wall. Yeah! And first blood going over to Toys on the Varus. He gets himself the red buff.
A huge gamble coming in from the side of HKE, but despite giving up so much farm, so much pressure in their lanes, they do still come out on top. Donated a lot of farm over to Dinter in the bottom lane, starting that Kha'Zix snowballing, starting Toys snowballing in the mid lane. I don't know what we're seeing, but I love it.
Oh, I am enjoying every single second of this one. Sword Art and NL trying to hold on to this tower. See Dinter coming around the backside. Not sure if they're going to go for an engage. No, he's just going to go ahead and try to take away these Krugs. Now Sword Art playing a bit far forward. Gets the stun over onto Dinter as he short hops away. This should be the bot lane of Flash Wolves staying pretty safe. We haven't even taken a look at this top lane yet. We can see MMD is actually doing a very good job of keeping up in CS. I thought that Stanley would be able to really go forward in this lane with the CS numbers because he's actually falling behind, so he gets shoved in under the tower.
And the big issue with this matchup overall is that MMD, most of his early game damage is entirely based around spells, around undertow, around, the aggressive use of that E, that true damage coming in. So the blind isn't as effective here, and Stanley trying to trade effectively, but I mean, MMD is just using his ranged abilities to harass effectively. Stanley now has to back out, knows Karsa is hungry for blood after that early game play, and may go for the dive.
Stanley in a very bad spot, but you have to still respect the blind that could come through. We'll see how they want to juggle this one. Likely going to be MMD starting up the dive. Sonic Wave connects. Oh, he's just going to go down. That was dirty. MMD taking out the team up. Get that nice little zoom in. Stanley falls. That's tied up 1-1.
Everybody cheers when the Teemo got locked in. Did we all just want to see it die? Is that why everybody cheered for this pick?
There's an entire Twitch stream dedicated to Teemo dying, so you never know. Sword Art taking a lot of damage, though, from that barrage from God JJ's Ash. Zephyr staving off NL's re-engage, so trade in favor of HongKong Esports, but Dinter showing face in the bot side, takes a little bit too much harass, has to peel out of here. But look at the CS advantage here between the two. Dinter stretching quite far in the lead, 17 CS over top of Karsa. He does have that assist, so that will equalize a little bit, but still very even.
And the big thing here is, yes, God JJ is behind, but after committing for nearly 2 waves of creeps to run into the jungle, he's only about 9 creeps behind. That's actually pretty impressive. He has been recouping his loss. He's had nearly perfect CS since that early aggressive play into the jungle, and Ash is looking like a pretty comfortable pick for this 80 carry, and that's going to pay off dividends as they move forward into the game. I'm expecting a little bit more aggressive play coming in from God JJ.
Yeah, you can see aggressive play coming up from MMD as well, though, picking up that double long sword and that mana crystal, so you can keep throwing out those undertows as much as possible, slow out Stanley, get on top of him, and use that reckless swing. That's the thing, a blind will only do so much for you. You can stop the W damage, but you cannot stop that E. And Stanley playing very far back has to respect this Olaf. Likely gonna need some visitation by Dinter very soon to try to get ahead in this lane. Double Doran's ring, not necessarily the start that he wants. Really wants to be able to get on top of that Leandri's as quickly as possible.
Stanley forced to just hide here, hoping to pick up some CS as this crashes into the turret. May go for a surprise attack on MMD.
He's just hiding. He knows Karsa's up here. Oh, he actually pops out. This could be another dive now. As he shows face, and it looks like he will be in trouble. Going in, Stanley trying to juke around as much as possible. That shroom is not going to slow him out. He flashes away. Can Karsa get the hit? Has to dash out. Oh, he's solo. The flash forward. MMD, he misses the hit, but the tower is not being tanked by anybody yet. MMD will take a few shots on the way out, but he will get out alive. And now gold in favor. You can see Stanley, they beat him so hard that he collapsed into the wall.
Hiding the corpse in the brush so no one will know what happened to the top lane. And what a chaotic game of League of Legends. We call it the Unicorns of Love, Chaos Style. HongKong Esports is Chaos Style.
Yeah, taking it
up
to
the
a
Teemo here.
whole new level. It's absolutely insane. Dinter not yet becoming an impactful force here. You can see getting the blue buff over to Toys, who's just scaling up, has that tier up, the goddess. Dinter, though, has hit level 6. So we might be seeing him try to make some assassination plays very soon. Question is, where will he go? You have to respect the shielding and the wild growth from Maple in that mid lane. So it's not going to be an easy target to lock down, even with that chain of corruption from Toys.
God JJ playing very far forward in this lane, trying to pressure out the cellular towers. HKE still have a gold lead and are playing very aggressive. They're punishing Bard in this early game for not being able to offer any wave clear options, and Ash just consistently spamming out the volley, using that Eye of the Storm AD steroid to come out on top, and MMD, he's not done, boys. He's going back, and Karsa's coming back up.
Karsa going straight back up to the top side. We'll just go ahead and dash over this. There's no shroom in that brush for Stanley. There's a shroom there, but it's not even gonna matter. That's gonna be Sonic Wave. No resonating strike even needed. MMD finds another kill as we get the zoom in on the Teemo.
Sad day for Stanley. Gets to play Vladimir. The team works so hard to make it work. Game 5, you're playing Teemo. We're gonna make it work. And HongKong Esports, they're not out yet though. What's amazing about this is despite the fact that Teemo keeps going down over and over again, they're still able to out CS in other lanes and they're really coming out on top. GodJJ has a pretty massive CS lead and Dinter's now threatening to go in. He has the upgraded spikes here, not the upgraded claws. That's huge to note.
Colling's been burned out. Ola taking up the tower. That's going to be the ulti coming across, but GodJJ flashes away from that one. And now very low. They kick away Dinter. He takes a lot of damage. Sword Art going through the magical journey. Going to try to get a catch here. Gets the stun onto Oleg and GodJJ. Dinter throwing out the spikes to try to slow him up. Here comes Toys. Can he turn this one around? Oleg, he's going to go down. Mabel finds that kill. Now they're all on the run. The Sonic Wave gets flashed away by Dinter, keeping himself alive. Throwing out that volley. Mabel takes a lot of damage while Grace bumps across. He looks like he's going to go down, and he does. GodJJ finds that kill. And HKE are looking to turn this one on its head. Maybe even pick up a dragon. I don't know what they're going to do. Looks like they're just going to disengage.
HongKong Esports using those two picks very well there, kiting backwards, using the strength of Ashen Barnes as a duo to come out on top. Karsa, though, unhappy with the way that engage turned against them. Now hungry for blood, a 500 gold lead. All that's present for the Flash Wolves, despite impressive play after play. And Toys looking to make this an even trade as he pushes in the mid lane. GodJJ, I don't know if he can afford to stay here. He has to be very careful.
Yeah, he's going to have to back out. The Sonic Wave's already connected. Karsa does not want to go forward with that resonating strike because Dinter showed his face in that bot side. MMD, though, coming in. Flash away just from the undertow. Toy showing a lot of respect to that Olaf. Brutalizer already complete. You can see the Righteous Glory will be on the way. Ola takes a lot of damage. A nice double stun up. Sword Art takes a lot of damage. Oh, gets popped up in the air. He goes down. Dinter finds the kill. HKE picking one up on the bot side, and they should be able to pressure out this tower.
Ola playing so well, securing that for his team, making sure they could get the follow-up, and now snagging a kill. HongKong Esports only behind by 600 gold. Stanley, unfortunately, falling so far behind in his lane phase that he cannot return to farm comfortably, but Karsa and the rest of Flash Wolves have to be wondering what's happening, as despite all these consistent trades, despite seeming to find advantages left and right, HongKong Esports just keeps coming back swinging.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
This massive gold deficit, though, growing all because of MMD in this camp on Stanley in the top of the map. Turret falling, that will be the second of the game for the Flash Wolves. 2-0-1 on that Olaf. You can see up 43 CS, but 2-man immune have been completed for Toys, and GodJJ, surprisingly on this Ash, gonna go with that one.
This is actually a massive power spike for them as a team.
Oh, a lot of damage there. MMD takes some in exchange. They're gonna go ahead and ult the tower to try to cancel that one out. Ola with a very nice knockback. MMD, he gets locked up. The Ragnarok gets popped. GodJJ gets stunned into the wall. MMD, he's so low to go down. Looks like he might be able to get out of this one alive. Like he will stay alive, but HKE, they're making plays across the map.
And Sword Art in an effort to save his teammate.
Oh! Massive resonating strike takes him out. And now Karsa takes a huge chunk of damage, so Sword Art on the run gets slowed out by those frost arrows. They kick back on the Dinter though. Oh, look at that damage! Oh, Dinter says, you want to solo me out? I don't think so. Burns straight through Karsa, equalizing that trade. It's 5-5 between these two teams, and they're not done yet. They're going on to Sword Art. The flash forward. The poison's there, but the shield from Mabel should be enough to keep him alive. Dinter throws out the spikes. Almost goes down. He will stay alive, but my God. HongKong Esports making the plays happen.
Keeping themselves in this game, falling behind in gold, but keeping the kills even. 5-5 now, a beautiful play coming in from Dinter, knowing that isolation damage work out, and Stanley using the magical journey against the Flash Wolves. Sword Art so eager to save his teammate, sends him to his grave. NL, if this was solo queue, I'd call that a rage quit, but obviously we're in a professional game and just have to get some issues taken care of.
I think that was one of my favorite plays that I've ever seen, period. Stanley just going through, taking out the Olaf. What a play. HongKong Esports somehow almost making this comp work. Still down a bit, but the majority of that is going to be the towers. You can see it's 1.3 thousand separating these guys. And Flash Wolves have 3 towers. HKE, if they can just equalize that objective count, they will take the lead substantially.
Well, the thing you don't see on the map right now is how low both the mid lane and bottom lane tower are. They're just a few hits away from going down. Top lane, of course, not so much. Stanley has not found an opportunity to push whatsoever, and it looks like we're having some connectivity issues as we push forward on our spectator client. And now I assure you, oh no, we're back into the game, okay.
Okay, here we go. We snap right back into the game. Everything taken care of as we get a general reset here from the action. Dragon yet to be a point of contention, has been on the map. Likely going to be one very soon.
NL having to burn the coaling just to clear the wave, just to keep the tower alive for another second. HKE, once they take this one, if they can take this one, should be able to push for more, should be able to even up the gold very quickly. Toys similarly very aggressively pushing mid lane, but they're starting to commit a lot of resources toward the mid side of the map.
Yep, Toy's getting spotted out as he rotates over to get this blue. He will be able to take this one away. Oh no! No, he doesn't. Dinter gets that one. And now JJ almost gets the kill in the NL, but he keeps himself alive. Here comes MMD, the monsoon. It's not gonna push him back, but now Dinter showing up, and they're just ripping through him, and the damage he gets popped up in the air. JJ gets the kill. That should be the dragon for HongKong Esports.
HongKong Esports even it up, but Flash Wolves are eager to trade blows as they push in for that mid lane tower. And as this game moves forward, Teemo securing kills, the Cossacks getting stronger and stronger. 2-0-4, the score for JJ, keeping even and now out CSing NL. We never thought we would see it, but HKE thriving in the chaos, whereas Flash Wolves look completely lost. They don't know how to play against this composition. They don't know the strength here.
Oh, Dinter almost soloing out Karsa, gets that kick away, takes a lot of damage. We'll go ahead and finish off these Raptors with the help of Stanley, who's just arrived. Pings going out around the Dragon Pit. I think HKE are going to go ahead and posture up for this one. Stanley throwing down those defensive shrooms to stop anybody from coming over. Take this one away. Toys trying to take down Sword Art in the mid lane. Maple showing up though. Should have the glitter lance. Oh, flash away. Toys misses going over the wall, but still gets himself to safety. That's first Dragon of the game going over to HKE.
And the 6% AD and AP steroid is going to be absolutely massive for them as they push forward. Every single member of their team, excluding Ole, is a massive damage.
Oh, look at that chunk. The shroom slowing him out guarantees the piercing arrow connect from Toys as he rips through the HP of Maple. We'll see if he's able to press that advantage anymore. Up in CS by about 15. Maple gonna try to catch up. MMD on the backside though. Toys, he gets that shield. He's just getting ripped through. MMD takes him out. Look at that damage from the Olaf.
A beautiful flank coming in from MMD, and Flash Wolves just using that deep vision to gain control on that side of the map, flanking Toys, punishing him for his over-aggression as he pushes forward. He's hungry for more kills. He's been playing so well this game on the Varus mid, but it is not enough.
And this is still the lead for Flash Wolves, but yet again, another tower in their favor. Still just the one for HongKong Esports. They can equalize that. They can come out on top of this game. Dragon in their possession as well. That's going to be scaling quite nicely with this double man immune. Every single attack, every spell burned out by Toys and JJ, they're just going to go stronger and stronger. You can see these guys posturing up in this mid lane, looking to take down that tower. Dinter coming around the side as well. They're going to be able to get this one with just a hit. That goes down, and the gold is that much closer between these two teams.
Ola has a tier as well. Everybody's stacking the tiers this way. We're waiting for double tiers power spike in the bottom and the mid lane, but HKE are still making plays despite that. And now in the top lane, looks like Stanley determined to dish out an immense amount of damage with these shrooms, picking up the Luden's Echo are on the way too, and he's slowly starting to build up the farm. Obviously very far behind in MMD in this stage of the game, but as we push later and later into the game, that's not going to mean too much, especially as the shrooms are generating so much passive vision control across the map, in addition to allowing Toys to land those crucial arrows time and time again.
Yeah, and if you can get some CDR on the Teemo as well, think about these extended team fights. Olaf goes in, tries to dive the back line, you immediately just blind him. And then you just wait, get that blinding dart right back up again. You just keep doing that, and you'll mitigate so much damage throughout the fights. Ole as well, with this tier, going to be looking to get some added AP for that Eye of the Storm shield to try to really keep his carries alive. HongKong Esports, despite being down in gold, still playing such a fantastic game and keeping themselves in this one against all odds.
They pinged out, they know where HongKong Esports are. Oh, Trinket coming out, spots him out before they can go for anything deeper here, any more aggressive plays. I was wondering if we were going to see the tempered fate. It'd have to be a huge showing of confidence. The big thing about top lane for the Flash Wolves is that, oh, going in.
Oh, Karza gets caught out. Huge bunch of damage goes through. That's going to be the wild growth to keep him alive, and he has to flash to safety as well. GodJJ gets stunned up, takes a huge chunk of damage, and now going to try to burn him out. Dinter playing forward, takes a lot as well. Sonic Wave connects. Does he want to go through? Yes, he does. Does he get the game back? Yes, he kicks back Toys, and now NL's going to try to finish him up. He goes on to GodJJ with the Ignite is ticking. He's going to go down. Sword finds that kill, but they fire right back, and it's a double kill going over to Toys.
3 members of the Flash Wolves taken out in an instant.
Here comes MMD.
Are in control. MMD trying to find something back in exchange. I don't know if he has the raw damage.
Go for the flank. He pops the Ragnarok. Can't get the undertow onto Dinter, who is very low on mana. HKE, though, they're going to stick around as much as they can. Burn this tower down to about half HP. Howling Gale comes across to delay any further engage from MMD. This should be HKE kiting back. Great pick by them. They trade 3 for 1 in the mid lane.
HongKong Esports have fallen behind in towers. They're down 2 to 4, but they found the dragon, they found more kills, and they're ahead in gold at this stage in the game. Absolutely massive, and as we move closer and closer to the Muramana power spike, it is going to allow HongKong Esports to fight even more confidently. This full damage Kha'Zix really coming through. Stanley also slowly getting stronger. The Luden's Echo going to help his damage output, and MMD, even though he's so strong on that top side of the map, just hasn't been there for his team, hasn't been able to have an impact yet.
Sword Art going through the magical journey, just looking to get some deep wards placed here. Throwing down that health relic as well in case he needs to pick it up for that added move speed to get himself to safety. Dinter clearing out the jungle. 2-0-4. Last Whisper completed, of course, with this Kha'Zix. He is going to be pumping out all sorts of damage, even onto targets like MMD. See him playing forward. He's looking for that pink ward. The Sonic Wave connects. Karsa, I don't think he wants to go forward onto this one. He will not. They clear that pink. HKE doing a good job of acquiring vision control. Scuttlecrab going to follow as well. Now you can see that massive wave pushing up the top side as GodJJ tries to move that one, crashing into that last tier 1 tower.
HongKong Esports positioning to take that top lane tower as expected.
Oh, the ult comes across. Good flash by Toys, keeping himself safe. That's the righteous glory pop by MMD, and he takes a lot of damage on the back end of that one. The help pick's not going to do too much.
So many resources committed by Flash Wolves. Arrow coming into the mid lane. We could see the fight.
Oh, they go into Sword Art. Oh, they're taking so much damage on the Collier coming across, and he's just eating that one in the face, but Dinter shows up on the sidelines, and he melts down the Bard. Maple takes a huge chunk of damage as well, and now that's going to be the split in the top by GodJJ, who is just working down that tower. They should be able to net themselves too. Cannot deny the back for NL. He will get safely out of that one, but HKE with his composition out of nowhere, just making the plays happen. Sonic Wave connects on the Stanley. They don't want to follow that one through, and I think HKE are just going to pressure out this tier 2 as well, making these rotations work for them. MMD, though, he is full HP. No Righteous Glory. The Ragnarok is back. He does land the undertow on the Stanley, who's trying to jet his way around. He flashes over the wall to keep himself safe. We'll see if HKE wants to disengage or if they're going to stick around. It looks like it will be the latter. Flash Wolves throwing out everything that they have to try to deter this push, but at HKE, they're completely locked on this tier 2 as their objective.
And we have to look at that play earlier on. Absolutely beautiful play coming in from Dinter as Toys pushes in for more here, but it came in stealth. Maple has all of his defensive cooldowns available, could have saved the life of Sword Art in that exchange, but did not see the Kha'Zix coming, did not see that burst damage coming. And that's kind of the nature of this team. They have the power to initiate under any circumstance. They have the arrow, they have the stealth Kha'Zix, they have the max range piercing arrow from Varus, and it's just so difficult for Flash Wolves to play against. They don't know how to respond to this composition.
You can see the pings coming out for that second dragon of the game. Would be the first for Flash Wolves if they can pick that up for themselves. HongKong Esports certainly going to want to acquire this one. Stanley throwing down those mushrooms as best as he can. Try to gain as much vision and delay this aggression onto the dragon for Flash Wolves.
Stanley moving in, trying to get down some mushrooms. The Scuttlecrab vision is going to go in the flavor of Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves will most likely win in a full-on team fight, so they have to be careful.
Toys. Ultimate comes across. Toys, he leaps right into that one as Dinter. They get melted out. They burn right through him. Karsa finds one of those kills, and now MMD pushing forward, looking for more. The undertow will not connect. Now Stanley on the bot side, completely caught out. Look at that damage going through. Oh my god, the piercing line, it doesn't finish him, but it doesn't matter. Karsa, he dashes over the wall and gets the smite.
Flash Wolves gonna push in, try to find another objective after that beautiful team fight. Once again, Sword Art with the Tempered Fate, locking down those more vulnerable members. Hit Dinter mid-leap as well. That is absolutely the fight that Flash Wolves wanted, and unfortunately for HKE, once the wave pressure is gone, Flash Wolves clearly have the stronger team composition as they push in and look to break the inhibitors.
Yeah, they go ahead and take down that inhibitor tower, but they will not be able to push in for the inhibitor as all members of HKE are now spawned back up and might be looking to reapply some pressure down around this dragon, which is where Flash Wolves are retreating to. HKE, they might be able to just pinch in here and take this one for themselves. That undertow not going to connect. NL's going to just go ahead and dash over the wall, but this should be second dragon for HongKong Esports.
Securing this one, making sure to get something back in exchange, and still a massive goal lead in the favor of HKE. No members left to contest this. That's going to be second dragon over to HKE, finding something back and maintaining a gold lead as they push forward.
Yeah, 1,600 in their favor, tied in towers, but an open inhibitor in the bot lane. They have to be wary of MMD's backdoor potential with that teleport. Fortunately, there's no wards in the base, no wards really near that inhibitor, or at least not too close to it, so pressure is not going to be too thickly applied. You can see that Scrying Orb comes across, spots out Toys and Ole. They will back out of this one. Flash Wolves looking to just push.
Oh, Maple taking a huge chunk.
That's a huge chunk of damage. NL with a very nice dash to the side. Will keep himself safe with a quick draw.
You can see God JJ is just ready and willing to throw out that arrow at any moment to force a fight, to start things on HKE's terms, but they have to be careful. Stanley once again.
The calling goes across. Stanley only takes a little bit of damage from that one. Good juke to the side, keeping him safe out of harm's way. The Flash Wolves looking to keep applying this pressure across this bottom side of the map. Some pings coming across onto that inhibitor. We'll see if they want to try to aggress onto that one first. They're going to take away this blue buff, give that one over to Maple. It's going to be Glitter Lancers galore for him, so we'll be able to continually throw those out. HKE clearing out that wave, and now here come Flash Wolves just pushing straight into the base. They have to be cautious about this pinch though.
Flash Wolves backing off, waiting for MMD to
Magical
get their arrow.
Down. Oh, the arrow goes wide, doesn't connect to anybody. Dinter on the front line. MMD popping the Righteous Glory. They get a bit of damage. Flash away by God JJ, keeping himself safe from that Bard ultimate. A huge chunk of damage on both Sword Art and Maple. Dinter taking a lot as he tries to go into NL, who gets melted out. The Wild Growth comes across. MMD taking a huge chunk as well, and now they're just on the retreat. Dinter playing this front line. Carson gets caught, has to dash away with a safeguard, but he goes in on Ola. Can he get the kick? It doesn't hit anybody else, and now he goes over to the Grub. Very nice disengage by the Flash Wolves so far. HKE, can they keep pressing the aggression here? Their HP bars have been getting worked down. Both sides have to play so cautiously. Looks like it will just be a general disengage from either team.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow up in just 15 or 20 seconds. If Flash Wolves stay around too long, they could be in trouble. Vision is in the jungle. Flash Wolves are coming back. TP from behind. MMD wants more.
Oh, and he's looking for it. Karsa's still so low. Connects with the Sonic Wave. God JJ. No, he finishes off Sword Art. MMD's going in on the Stanley. But Toys is taking down NL. And the whole back line. Karsa trying to dash away. Toys out of mana just about. Throws out the hail of arrows. He connects. He gets the double kill. It's a 3-for-1. Ole, the only one going down. And now they're going to try to take out MMD, but they have to respect this true damage off of his E-swing. But here
his
comes
ult
Toys.
is almost up. His ult
Toys is
almost
coming
up.
from this side. He has the ultimate, but they have to be so cautious. Throws out the piercing arrow instead. Now Maple is here. Wild Growth to keep himself alive. Toys on the run because of that ignite. They go forward. They get the kill. Dinter takes him down.
Glitterlance misses. Dinter wants more.
Oh, he gets the reset. He opts for it. He gets the slow from the spine. Stanley goes down. Oh, and now they have to respect this damage output. Double kill. He takes him out. The help picks with the Glitterlance to finish off Dinter. Pretty even trade back and forth. No ground gain by either side. Inhibitor still up, but HongKong Esports still in the lead now by 3,300.
Ole clearing out the vision, making sure that they can secure this Baron if necessary. Timo gives them so much neutral objective control with the shrooms. Stanley not up yet, but you can expect him to move in and try to place down more as Baron becomes the next object of contention. Moromanas aren't even up yet. It just came through for Toys. That's a massive power spike. That's going to be a huge boon in the coming team fights. Additionally, the Elixir of Wrath, so important.
Garza picking up that scuttle crab. Let's take a look at this fight. It's pretty hectic. Oh, gets that huge hit.
Waits for the Good Lance.
Yeah, he just waits for it. It's almost a guaranteed hit. Takes them both down. Very well played by Maple to net himself that double kill. But now, like you said, Baron very likely going to be the next point of contention. Ward coverage, Scuttle Crab being acquired by the Flash Wolves. Dragon also spawning in a minute 45. That would be third for HongKong Esports. It would be quite good for their positioning. Muromana still not here for God JJ. Brutalizer for him as well as he looks to get that Yomu's Ghostblade. And this Tear of the Goddess has just been continually stacking for Ole. Not sure what he wants to do with this one. We saw him buy this on the Nami. Didn't really go into anything. He opted to get a needlessly large rod instead. So we'll see when he is going to, purchase into that Seraph's Embrace.
I'm not sure. We'll have to see as it moves forward. The big thing coming in here is the Black Cleaver coming out for Ashe. They're aware that the majority of their damage is AD, but they're building around it so well. Brutalizer coming out for Kha'Zix, coming out for Ashe, for Toys as well. Black Cleaver coming in, and Black Cleaver's so effective with volley as well, consistently letting him stay on top of his targets and kite very effectively, so that God JJ is very hard to catch, but at the end of the day, HongKong Esports, one single Tempered Fate lands into their backline and they are out of this game, so they have to play so carefully. But Flash Wolves look disorganized. Flash Wolves look lost. Tempered Fate though, there it is!
It's on the Toys, but Sword Art getting saved off. He gets a slow. That's all it's gonna be. MMD, the Righteous Glory, not gonna be able to find any kind of opening. Karsa trying to pitch from the top side. The HKE are just doing what they can to harass down the HP bars of the Flash Wolves. That kill journey has been burned out. Cinter takes a little bit of damage, but he will be able to sustain that back up. Ping's coming across. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. This should be HongKong Esports for the taking.
They have Teemo Shrooms littered around the area. They're in a good spot to take this Dragon. Toys with the Elixir of Wrath as well, busting out a large amount of sustain. Despite getting the Tempered Fate, Flash Wolves were not in a position to follow up, were not able to win that team fight. They look like they may be ready and willing to trade Dragon for Baron though, if HongKong Esports are.
God JJ soloing that one out. Maple, Karsa, and MMD wrapping around the side. They're just gonna go for the tier 2 top tower. This would give them a little bit of an advantage. We can see Toys on the recall, has Ghost available, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to get there in time. Dragon has gone down, that is third for HongKong Esports, but they're gonna be too late to collapse onto this one. And this opens up the top of the map very nicely for the Flash Wolves. It could allow them to pressure out Baron that much more easily.
Of course, massive wave building on the bottom side for HKE here though, so Flash Wolves have to be careful about backing. They could very easily give up Baron if they're not careful. They have to play safe. More than anything, the big thing we have to note here is that with third Dragon, it's going to be that much easier for HKE to kite or to push forward if they have a favorable engage. And now it looks like it's still HKE's game. They have 3 Dragons. They're up 3K, about 2K about at this point. Ashe is continuing to stack. As soon as she finishes up that Muromana, it's a massive damage spike in her favor. And believe it or not, this is the composition that may win the game for HKE.
And God JJ has to be close to finishing it. There it is, actually. Muromana, the double Muromana, now complete for HongKong Esports. I'm really excited to see how these team fights are going to go. Tinter getting found out by NL, though. Huge chunks of damage. He has to leap away to safety. The calling comes across. He's getting burned out. Shroom to try to slow out NL. They should be able to stay alive, but that's the jungler being staved off. Flash Wolves, not sure if they have enough confidence to start up this Baron. Looks like they do not. They will just go ahead and peel back and just play around this vision.
MMD building up wave pressure on the bottom side of the map. He does have TP. He can arrive if the team needs him. But Flash Wolves' coordination, as you said, just has not been on point. They have not looked confident making decisions here. They do not know how to play against this composition. And as Teemo continues to scale up, as those Shrooms are going to start dealing more and more damage, it's going to be very tough for them to have any semblance of neutral objective control. They have to play scared of the Shroom constantly, and You can see HongKong Esports, now that they have the double Muramana in the hands of Toys, in the hands of God JJ, they're happy to start giving farm over to Stanley, to start letting him scale up. He's been falling back, falling to the wayside, allowing God JJ and Toys to get that, but now that they have these pikes, now that they know they're more powerful, they can start giving that farm to Stanley, and this is when Teemo starts to become a threat, unless MMD has something to say about it.
Yo, that's going to be the Righteous Glory pop. Let's see if he connects with the Q. Stanley trying to juke around, and he does dodge it out. He will stay alive for the time being. Use that increased mobility off of his W to keep himself alive. MMD's Death Rush not gonna work out. Flash Wolves though, grouping up around this mid side of the map, might be looking to push in for that mid inhibitor tower, maybe go for the bot inhibitor. Dinter, they get so much damage, he tries to leap away, but too little, too late. NL takes him down, and that's 35 seconds on the clock before the Kazakhs can come back up.
And Dinter caught shopping, punished. NL just dishing out so much damage. Lucian's nature as a duelist, just so effective.
Oh, he throws out the calling, he rips through God JJ's HP. He's going to have to go back, and I think HKE might just have to give up this tower, especially after using the piercing arrow here. We'll see. Wave Clear is still quite strong with the Howling Gale, so they do go ahead and deny the damage with the Eye of the Storm as well. MMD though, trying to push up this bot side and keep that wave pressured onto the inhibitor. But so far, it's just been a lot of tiptoeing around for both of these teams, neither being able to commit to any real objectives since that last Dragon Age.
Of course, both teams, well, Flash Wolves taking this opportunity to reset, to using this wave pressure to get free backs so that they don't have to risk giving up Baron. Stanley, of course, forced to clear out these waves. Toys and God JJ forced to clear out the mid lane. Flash Wolves now posturing towards the top side. They could look to take a Baron. Wondering who this is going to go over to. Okay, going over to Toys. Red buff, of course, going to be very strong for him at this stage of the game. And Distortion Boots, interestingly enough, this could be the fight. We've seen Baron be the polarizing moment for both of these teams, time and time again. Game 2 especially. If a team makes a mistake here, the game will end against them.
Oh, Arrow! Arrow goes across. Who does it catch? Looks like it caught NL, but they're not going to be able to collapse onto him. But a huge piercing arrow connects from Toys. Rips it at a half HP, but he's just going to go ahead and sustain that back up ever so slowly with that Doran's Blade, the only real lifesteal that he has. Flash Wolves very confidently starting up the Baron. Nicole and Karsa, the rest of the team now joining in the fray. Slowly whittling this one down, but they're going to have to disengage off of this.
The big issue is if they get low.
Dinter takes away the Skull Crab. Good leap. Saves him from the Dragon's Rage. Has to pop the ultimate, though, for that movement speed to get himself to safety. NL coming through. Throws out the calling. The teleport coming in from Stanley. Throwing out those mushrooms. MMD takes a huge chunk of damage. God JJ throwing that on. NL, he's so low. Has to pop the heal to keep himself alive. Ole doing what he can to get forward and get this knock-up. Connects onto Sword Art. Slows him with the Zephyr, but he takes a magical journey to safety. If Flash Wolves back, this could be Baron going over to HKE, or they can just pressure straight down this mid lane and try to get this inhibitor.
HKE hungry for more. They found a fight on their terms once again. MMD looking so lost in these fights, not going in with the team, and HKE with these Muramanas.
They have to be so careful, they're so low. MMD coming back in, the Righteous Glory is not going to be available, and he's getting slowed out. Ragnarok down as well. Down to half HP, they're just chipping him out. That's going to be the ultimate thrown out. God JJ, he gets caught. I think he might just go down here, and he gets the flash. The monsoon, it keeps him alive. God JJ, not going down.
Massive wave on the bottom side and on the top side. HongKong Esports have to give this one up. It could mean giving up Baron as well. No Teemo Shrooms contesting the Baron. Lulu clearing out the little that would block the mid-lane push. And now they're on the back foot. They have to clear these waves out as soon as possible. They have to be willing to move in and contest this Baron. They have very little vision of that area.
Doesn't look like the Flash Wolves are going to posture for it though. They're just clearing out this mid wave, maybe
Dinter
going
in the
over to
bush.
the Dragon, yet Dinter is all on his lonesome looking for that execute kill. Just going to wait over the wall. Toys could try for the seal. Here comes NL though. He gets slowed out by the shroom. Oh, this could be devastating. NL, he just gets deleted by Dinter, taking him down. And now this could be HKE going for the Dragon Sword Art over the wall. Magical Journey gets popped. Does he want to go in? Now he's segregated all by himself. Look at the damage. MMD coming around the sidelines. Might be too little too late. Dinter goes back in, but he takes so much. He's going to have to peel off as Karsa is arriving as well. Stanley getting slowed out. The Sonic Wave will not connect. That should be the disengage, but that's going to be the fourth Dragon of the game going over to HongKong Esports.
Still finding their way back in this game. We didn't think they'd be able to do it with this composition, but here they are. 4 Dragons up, 2K gold, looking so commanding despite getting absolutely decimated in the first 2 games. HongKong Esports making this composition work, taking this game as far as they can, and they look like they may be able to come out on top and win it. A 5th Dragon is all it would take to shut down the Flash Wolves and to begin what could very well be that reverse sweep.
Of all ways to potentially win a game, HongKong Esports with the Teemo, with the Kazakhs, just showing that despite these champions not being something that we typically see played in this meta, they are mechanically sound enough to make this work. Their synergy is so on point right now. They're playing as a team. This is what we wanted to see from them in the first 2 games. And they are looking stronger than ever right now in this matchup. See Vision being controlled by HKE as they get ready to control this Baron. Flash Wolves pushing up the mid. If HKE commits to this Baron, they surrender 2 inhibitors to Flash Wolves.
HKE not going to make that trade yet. Is that the QSS? QSS being burned by Toys. That could be actually pretty massive as they move forward. QSS, I do not believe is effective against Bard's ultimate, but will help so much against the other instances of CC present on the side of Flash Wolf. Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley takes a full calling of the face, but it's nothing compared to the damage that Sword Art takes from that piercing arrow. Toys just time and time again firing those off straight into the ranks of Flash Wolves, working them down before these fights can erupt. They stave off that bot inhibitor push yet again. HKE doing everything in their power to hold on to this one. Oh, he throws out the Chain of Corruption. He doesn't find it marked though. That's 2 major cooldowns here for Toys. Carson takes a little bit of damage. They have to be careful of this pinch from the sidelines. NL dashing away from that one with the quick draw will keep himself relatively healthy for the time being.
I'm really wondering why we have not seen a Thorn Mail coming in from MFD yet. Oh, initiation!
He goes across, doesn't connect onto anybody. Tenter gets slowed out, the Sonic Wave connects. I don't think they want to go through with that resonating strike though. And they do not. HKE avoiding disaster there from that ultimate. Will be able to sweep out these wards and maybe just go over to this Baron. They're just going to go ahead and engage this one.
No Tempered Fate, but Dinter is dropping so low they don't have a tank to make this work. This could be a huge misstep, but they're going for it anyway. HKE.
They go ahead and they get it. They should be able to disengage as well. There's just no collapse from the Flash Wolves. HKE walking away with a free Baron.
HKE making this team composition work, taking the Baron, punishing the Flash Wolves for their indecisiveness. And Flash Wolves now, I don't think they have any tools to deal with the Baron push that is coming. They do not have any way to deal with the massive amount of wave clear and poke that is present on the side of HKE. They need to find a flank. They need that Olaf into the back lines. But even with the Ragnarok, even with the Whimsy and the Tempered Fate, they have not been able to find it yet. It is 65k for HKE, 61.7, and a Baron buff as Stanley pushes in, more confident than ever, as Kazakhs finishes up a Tiamat. Double tier stacks, a Black Cleaver on this Ashe, a Seraph's Embrace on this Janna. This is HongKong Esports showing how they want to play the game.
And Stanley, like you said, looking more confident than ever, still down in CS, but he doesn't even care at that point. Huge chunk over onto NL as he eats that. Leandri's tournament has been completed for him. Picking up a Fiendish Codex as well. We'll see what he wants to do with that one. God only knows at this point. Stanley is just playing one hell of a game. The Shrooms being so crucial for just slowing out the advances of Flash Wolves, is maintaining vision control across the map. Now HKE with this Baron looking to press every single advantage that they have.
HKE warding their flanks, ready to push in on the bottom side of this map. They can get this tier 2 tower for free. Flash Wolves should not be able to contest this, but Karsa's hiding. If they play too far forward, if they let Karsa get the flank, the team fight could end against them.
Just hiding in that rush. Piercing arrow will not connect with him. They will not spot him out quite just yet. Very cheeky play, but he has to be careful to throw out the shroom. He goes in. Can he get Toys? No, he does not, but the ultimate connects with both Stanley and Toys. They set him up with the frost arrow. MMD, he's going to have to be on the run. And now Mabel with the wild growth trying to keep himself alive, but it's not even going to work. Stanley with the shutdown. MMD, he goes down. It's a double kill with Toys. And now on the run. Sword Art on the run. HKE, the triple kill. Gonna be the quadra kill. It is. Oh my God, HKE, they're gonna walk away
best of 5, and they will find their first win over Flash Wolves, the Kazakhs, the Teemo. Ole bringing in the Flash Monsoon, and HongKong Esports bringing in the win.
I'm gonna channel my inner Doe and say, HKE, what was that? What a game coming across from them. The Teemo, the Fire,
No sweeps today, boys. We're taking it to game 4, and after that performance, the Flash Wolves have to be hurting. A composition no one thought would work. Beautifully executed. Ole coming in with the Flash Monsoon in that final team fight. Toys, God, JJ, finding the impact, dishing out the damage. I am absolutely floored by the execution. A beautiful game from HongKong Esports. What in God's name do you ban against these guys when they bring out picks like this?
I don't know. I keep saying this, I want to see how the pick and ban phase was going to go for the next game, but now I really want to see how the pick and ban phase is going to go for this next game, because HKE are showing that they can just pull out anything. You ban away their picks, you say, screw it, we're going to take Teemo, we're going to take a double AD, we're going to take a Kazakhs. Oh, and then just make it work. What a game. They were never really losing in that match. They had constant control. It was very close a couple of times earlier on in the game, but for the most part, they had absolute control of that game, and it's just insane to see that type of play coming up from these guys with those picks. HKE, they're just trying to prove that, you know, even if they don't win the series, they can play those off-meta picks. They're showing that they have the mechanics and that they can be the superior team.
At the start of the game, I said that one of these teams would have a highlight reel at the end of this. One of these teams would walk away with a beautiful series of plays, a dominating win, and it was the team with the Teemo, the Varus mid, the Ashe, Ole busting out that Jaina. Even if he doesn't win the set, that is a performance he can be proud of, and an absolutely beautiful game. I'm still blown away. This is still amazing to me. The Teemo plays, the way that everyone on the team moved away, pulled back from each other, never let them get in, never let those wild growths hit more than one person, pulled back despite the tempered fate surely being a death sentence. It should have been time and time again. They disengaged the fight beautifully. You know, instantly Ragnarok should have been popped, but Ole said before the Ragnarok could even get popped, flash in, busts out the Monsoon, disrupts the team fight. Absolutely stunning performance.
I had 15 and a half hours to contemplate on the flight over here what was going to happen, what picks were going to come out with this match. Never in my wildest dreams did I anticipate this whatsoever. Just HKE pulling out all the stops, surprising us time and time again. And we'll have to see if they're able to do it, you know, 2 more times. Now 2-1 in this series. Flash Wolves still up, still only need 1 more win to close out, but HKE showing that they have a breath of life, that they have the drive to take this series and walk away with a victory. We're gonna find out what happens when we come back. We're gonna go to a quick little break, but when we return, it could be the conclusion of this game, or it could just be the next chapter in this best of 5 series. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss these games.
Like a parkour.
Yes. Like a superstar. Yes. 难赶紧，我就是皇上。为什么你那么开心？This is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me.
大家好，我是叶子，
大家好，我係 Camchi，
欢迎收看
電競動新聞。
喂，阿 Ben，我呢排想 upgrade 下自己喎，幫唔幫到手先？
幫你咩先？讀書一定幫到你㗎，上嚟傾下咯。
好啊。喂，阿 Ben，喂，幾時搞翻補習嘅？
都係啱啱開始新教嘅啫。
係咩？咁有咩課程考我先？
你去 upgrade 自己啊嘛，普通式就啱㗎啦。
咩事？咁電競同通識有咩關係先？
讀通識可以擴闊視野，知道世界上發生緊咩事，就好似你個選手咁，要知道成個遊戲嘅佈局係點，先至可以打得好。讀通識亦都一樣，要知道成個世界發生緊咩事，就會知道更加多，先至會咩都識㗎嘛。
其實我對上一次走入課室咧，其實已經係4、5年前㗎啦。咁呢一次 下定決心翻嚟度上堂咧，其實我踏出咗好大嘅一步嘅。咁喺呢一度上堂同以前傳統學校上堂咧，就有好唔同嘅體驗。咁先發覺原來讀書係可以咁得意嘅。咁希望大家都可以同我一樣努力讀書，嚟得上堂啦！
我哋要嘅唔止係世界冠軍，我哋要嘅係要開創呢個時代。
Like a particle.
Yes.
Like a superstar. Yes.
蛮赶紧，
我就是皇上。
为什么那么开心？
This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take away from me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Netvigator 10G Fiverr third Hong Kong Esports tournament. My name is Seth Achilleos King. With me is Daniel C. Dracos, and I hope that you guys have been with us, because if you're just tuning in, then you have missed one hell of a series. Currently 2-1 in favor of the Flash Wolves. Hong Kong Esports picking up a miraculous win with an extremely odd team composition. Kha'Zix in the jungle, Teemo up top, double AD with Varus, Ashe, bot lane, and Ole rounding out with Janna on support. Fantastic play coming out, and HKE really just showing that they are such a mechanically sound team. This group of guys, they can take pretty much anything and make it work.
I mean, no. They have. That's what's so impressive about this, is that they haven't shown that they've been. I disagree, because they've been inconsistent in their team comp execution. They built a comp that we thought suited what they wanted to do very well, and they couldn't close out the game. They built a comp that, for all intents and purposes, doesn't make any sense, and they make it work. And so this element of unpredictability as they head into picks and bans has to keep the Flash Wolves wondering, what do they pick? What do they go for here? What possible option do they have to deal with Hong Kong Esports after that last game?
I think Flash Wolves just stay to the same bans that they've been doing. If they give the Morgana over to Ole, it'll be pretty disastrous, as well as the Victor for Toys, even with those nerfs. So I think that for Flash Wolves, it's a tough situation to be in, but I feel like they still just kind of have to stick to their guns, ban out what they've been doing, because otherwise they give up many comfort picks to the side of HongKong Esports that could just work entirely to their advantage. We can see Callista, again, being banned away from the Flash Wolves. They don't want to give this over to God JJ, even though he has not really performed excruciatingly well on that one. At least in recent history, the Sivir definitely much more comfortable for him, and now apparently the Ashe as well, something that he might be looking to pick up. But HKE really taking their time with this ban phase.
They didn't ban anything first ban. They're not going to ban anything second ban. Oh, Morgana.
Okay, so they're banning away the Morgana. What? Oh, you're right, they did miss the first one. So, yeah, them taking away the Morgana. Very interested to see what's happening here.
Okay, interesting. So not opting to ban anything first, trying to leave the variable champion pools open. This is a very interesting choice. I imagine we'll still see the Nidalee banned away. Olaf being taken off the table. I think they want to run the same comp again.
Well, we'll see what they want to do, because this will leave either the GP or the Nidalee open. Both of which would probably be very welcome by the Flash Wolves. Of course, though, they don't want Victor in the hands of Toys, so they take that one off the table, because that would certainly be a first pick champion for him. But last ban, let's see what they decide to do. It's going to be the Ashe. So God JJ getting himself a lot of respect with that one, taking that off the table.
God JJ picking up 2 bans.
Oh!
And Stanley or Toys trying their hand at Gangplank.
This just keeps getting more interesting as we go on. So I want to see who's going to play this one. I have a feeling that it's going to be Toys with this GP. I'm going to wait before we discuss that one.
Okay, so let's talk about GP then, because I want to talk about this, but I just don't know anymore in picks and bans, so I'm just going to wait on the hover-overs. Looking at what they've played in the past, GP will work very well with a poke-style composition. He farms well into the late game. If they want to play a more passive laning phase, it'll work out very well as well. Additionally, global pressure from the team fight regardless. But on the opposite side, we already have some lock-ins. You keep cheering for it. I want to see it too, but we gotta wait. We gotta wait.
Yeah, I mean, they could just go ahead and try running that again, but with the second round, I feel like it would be significantly weaker this time around. So don't think they want to lock that in. We will see Vi-Hover as well. We'll come back to that, of course. The Lulu yet again being picked up here, more than likely once again for Maple, but then now the Sivir being grabbed up for NL, taking that one away from God JJ. So they ban out the Ashe. They know that the fallback would be that Sivir. Now they're just not even going to allow it. This would be very interesting. Yeah! Please! The Orianna has been locked in. We will not see the Darius. But that means it will be the Gangplank in the top.
Oh my God.
It's going to be a Draven for God JJ.
This is the best of 5 I have ever casted in my life. We have a Draven, Gangplank, Orianna team composition, and I love it. And I want more. I want to see more interesting picks. On the HongKong Esports are picking things that are going to let them win their laning phase. They're picking picks that they are comfortable with, that they know like the back of their hands, and Flash Wolves are doing the same. They have the Sivir. They will not let themselves get kited around. They will not let themselves be manipulated in team fights, relying on that Olaf. Instead, getting the movement speed boost for the entire team. Sword Art, if he does lock this in, playing a much more conventional champion, something he's much more comfortable on overall, and if this Nidalee goes through for Karsa as well, I mean, this has been banned away from him in nearly every competitive game of his career. He got it once or twice, I believe, and that's about it, because he's such an absolute monster. You've seen what he could do with Lee Sin. Imagine what he could do with a more aggressive version of the same
champion. He goes ahead, he locks it in, unsurprisingly, so we will see a Sivir Alistar bot lane, which pretty much leaves that Lulu open for Maple in the mid. This Nidalee's gonna have to be controlled early because if it skills and snowballs out of control, then Karsa is just gonna go off on a tear. You can see the hover over Thresh here for Ola. Maybe actually the flip around. I like this pickup if they decide to lock this in for Dinter, because he can play invasively and harass the Nidalee and not have to worry too much about any kill potential from her side.
They're trying to make sure that they have a reliable way to stop Flash Wolves from getting on top of them in team fights. And the Janna's a good start. We'll have to see. I think a Gragas, if they want to go with the more disengaged strat, the Ditcher on this Echo gives them the flexibility sort of to go either way. They also start to build up that Wombo combo. You lay down that GP ult, the Orianna ult, the Echo parallel convergence, and suddenly you're looking at an immense amount of teamfight damage. And
all right, looks like we have a little bit of a client issue, so we will go ahead and sort that out and get back into the game, into the picks and bans. But the Echo aside, I think that we will see the Janna come in for Ole in the bot side. Couple that with the Draven, the Eye of the Storm with the bonus AD, his spinning blades does a heck of a lot of damage. So I'd be pretty surprised if we see that one get flipped around, especially because Ole just played that so well in that last game. The Monsoon's completely on point, and now that he doesn't have to worry about an Olaf with Ragnarok that can completely just disregard the Monsoon, he'll be able to make that many more plays around the members of the Flash Wolves. So pretty certain that we're going to see that one locked in. The Echo is still something very up in the air. Like you said, it would make, because of the phase dive, he could get into the ranks of the Flash Wolves and make for that huge shockwave play. Could also see a Rek'Sai maybe come out. There's a lot available for him. We could also see maybe a Gragas or something like that. Oh, okay. So that was the ban missed.
Okay.
The first ban missed coming through here, so it's actually the Nidalee being taken away. So we'll have to see what Karsa's going to pick up in this regard. It could just be a visit back to the Lee Sin.
Well, that's definitely interesting. I expected we should have dropped out of Champion Select a little bit sooner. We'll chalk that up to a technical error, but looking at what these guys are going to play moving forward, are we...
Everything else otherwise staying consistent. Oh.
Okay.
Maybe, we didn't mean to ban the Nidalee that time. We meant to ban Poppy. I don't know.
I don't think the Nidalee ban went through. I think someone said, hey, we got to restart sooner. So we'll see exactly what goes through as far as picks and bans officially here. I'm guessing the Nidalee will still be on the table, and we're just going to look at some of these last picks. Let's talk about, assuming nothing has changed in pick ban, HongKong Esports once again have picked a very aggressive early composition, very confident laners. They're adapting a strategy that's less about team cohesion and more about individual comfort, which is what we wanted from them earlier. However, Flash Wolves now identifying how good HKE have been at team fighting and splitting up and kind of breaking apart their lineup are now bringing out the Sivir pick in addition to the Lulu, and that makes it so difficult to fight on, for HKE to fight on their own terms. So once we get into picks and bans, the final picks and bans, I'm curious to see what else Flash Wolves are going to add to this roster, add to this lineup to really solidify that strategy, or if they're going to go something different with it, if they're going to bust out different picks to modify how that strat will play. Zed's still on the table, obviously, a couple of decent matchups there, and suddenly you have a double split pushing threat comp, or you can look for, once again, a kind of a pile-on team fight composition with the Sivir, with the Lulu.
That would be interesting if they decided to pick up the Zed, because that would just kind of relegate Lulu up to the top side of the map, which isn't something that we've seen too much of. And I don't think we've seen M&D play that one, at least not in very recent history. So it would be an interesting adaptation if they decide to go for that. We know that Maple can play the Zed extremely well. Last time he used it against HKE, he just absolutely decimated their ranks. So I'm not going to bet on anything here. All bets are off. You have no idea what's going to go on with these last few picks. Again, we're not even sure if the Janna is going to come in for Ole. Would be very good going into the Alistar that Sword Art has acquired for himself. Disrupt that headbutt with the Howling Gale, stop that engage. Because if Sword Art, if he lands that headbutt pulverize onto 2+ members of HKE, it's going to be pretty devastating for them.
And you're very right. And while we have this brief break, while we have this brief moment, I'd like to once again give a huge shout out to our sponsors, of course, Netvigator, 10G Fiber, our title sponsor, Asus, Republic of Gamers, our diamond sponsor, BenQ is our gold sponsor, and of course, huge thank yous to New Elite Education Center, Game World, Photo Station, and Showbiz, who helped co-organize this wonderful event. Choking on my own words, kind of overwhelmed by the day's games, but a huge shout out to all of those guys, all of you watching from home, everybody here in this stadium. Absolutely beautiful turnout today, and it's been a wonderful event to be a part of.
Yeah, really monstrous turnout. I mean, these guys are crammed into this auditorium. sitting on the ground right now, but last game you couldn't really see it. These guys are up on their feet, just yelling constantly, cheering on their favorite teams. It's the energy in the room during the games is just it's electric. It's insane.
Yeah, the proverbial calm before the storm as we gear up for Game 4. I think after 2 of the games, we kind of expected the 3-0, and HongKong Esports have kind of, turned that all on its head. Really, truthfully, it's exactly what they've done, and it's been impressive to see the way that they executed in the last game. It's not a composition that we've really ever seen, not one we've seen, and because of that, we have nothing to compare it against. We have nothing to compare and contrast with, but overall, it was a dominating performance, and it looks like they're just going to run with it. They're going to run with this style of play where they just pick what they're comfortable with, and they have confidence in their own execution.
I'm just glad that we finally figured out what Stanley was doing this whole time. While he wasn't playing, he was just sitting there practicing Teemo top, mastering that champion. He said, oh, Teemo changes in 5.15. I'm all over it. Takes the table, just absolutely crushes it. And I'm just still surprised that they were able to make that pick work because he was camped so much early on. And MMD just started running away with that lane with the Olaf. But they made it work. Looks like we are back into the game, so it will be Echo for Dinter. It will be Jana for Olay, and it will be the Nidalee for Karsa, getting his prime pick. And a Fiora top for MMD. What is that selection? This is going to be one hell of a matchup to watch. We are just seeing all of the surprise picks today.
Well, we look at exactly what HK want to do in the previous game, what they want to do in this game. They're building the pieces to a wombo composition. Flash Wolves on the opposite side. They built a composition that they know and love, except for the top lane. MMD, he says, Stanley, you want to play the solo queue style game. You want to play these aggressive trades and fights. I can play that game too. He busts out the Fiora here, a huge showing of confidence, and I'm wondering exactly how this pick is going to be working out. I'm just really not sure what to expect.
Like I said, all bets are off. I really have no idea what's going to happen in this game. Really want to take a look at this bot lane and keep a very close eye on this. God, JJ, of course, playing this Draven, something that we just do not see ever, period. It's just not something that we see at all. Coupled with an Eye of the Storm shield, I feel like that's going to be a very powerful bot lane. You can see these guys just cracking up on your screens. They're just... This is the most important thing, is they're having a good time.
Toys and the rest of HKE just are laughing and having a good time, and Maple on the side of the Flash Wolves just looks upset. He doesn't know what's going on. It's absolute chaos here for this game, for these guys, and it's just, once again, looking like a great opportunity for HKE to thrive, and I can't read that, but I only assume that it's commentary on the current state of the games.
Yeah, I wish I knew what this was saying. Hopefully it's good things, though. I'm sure these guys are really enjoying the games and the hecticness that it's bringing to the table.
Yeah, and be sure to give HKE a shout out on Facebook if you like the event today, if you like the pics you're seeing from HKE and the strategy for the games. I know they're always happy to hear it, happy to show it on the screen whenever applicable, and great to see that kind of support for this broadcast.
Going back to this Draven, one of the things that I want to see is how he decides to build this, because one of the things that is a little bit popular these days, and we've even seen it on Vayne, Piglet in North America on Team Liquid has actually built this, the Trinity Force on that AD carry. Draven, constantly throwing out the spinning axes with a reset on his W every time he catches a blade, procs that Sheen every single time, and you get a massive burst off of those spinning axe hits. Seen it before with devastating results in the NA Challenger scene. I want to see maybe if God JJ brings that one to the table, or if he's going to go for a bit more of a conventional build. Just kind of rush the Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, maybe a Static Shift, that kind of thing.
I'm honestly not sure what to expect. It's been a while since I've seen a Draven freeze. Obviously, the Copenhagen Wolves in Europe, that pick frequently banned out against him. But really, outside of that, Draven not really a popular pick at an international level, especially with Vayne, a much more traditional kind of aggressive, snowball-y kind of carry being popular right now. But the big thing about Draven and Gangplank being on the same team is that if you let them just sit in the lane and farm, he's going to get so many stacks of adoration, just start to build that up more and more. And then if he ever gets a kill and he gets that cash out, it's a massive gold spike in his favor. And suddenly you're looking at a Draven who may have just been barely able to afford a BF sword, who can suddenly turn that into a fully completed Infinity Edge, or start building the pieces to a next item. So it's especially crucial for Flash Wolves not to make any mistakes in this early game, because by very nature, once again, HongKong Esports have built themselves a team composition that is very snowballing focused.
Yeah, and like you said, you know, going back to the Nidalee, something that also needs to excel. We said Dinter in the last game, he needed a snowball on that Kha'Zix, and he did just that. Nidalee functions very much the same way. If he doesn't, of course, it doesn't get those kills early, doesn't get the items that he needs ahead of HKE, the spears just aren't going to be pumping out enough damage for them to really matter. And that's what it really comes down to. He needs to be able to have that poke so that he can leap in and execute somebody in his Cougar form. If he's unable to do that, you know, by the mid-game mark, the Nidalee is just going to fall off harder than a Lee Sin will.
One of the big unknown factors here, we've seen a lot of these champions before for both sides, and even though we haven't recently seen Draven, we know for the most part how he functions. The new Fiora, most recently reworked, is the big question for me, because the parry coming in offers a lot of defensive options, and MMD, as a more aggressive top laner who generally prefers those carry style picks, this could very much be the effective choice for him. He could very easily start to snowball a lead, and from what I've seen of Fiora, the limit exposure that we have from her in solo queue on the current patch, she's an absolute monster. More snowbally than ever, stronger than she was in a previous iteration, and can be just so oppressive so quickly, especially if you're quick on the trigger finger on that parry, because now suddenly you're able to block skill shots, you're able to turn that damage around, and really, when that ability is used effectively, it's just so very powerful. Additionally, the ult, very difficult to use, but when you have a Sivir on your team composition, much easier to pull off. So once again, similar to what we saw from HKE last time, all we can really do is theory craft. All we can do is really wonder exactly how they're going to utilize it, but there is a lot of raw power in that kit. And if it's used effectively, HongKong Esports are going to have a very hard time dealing with it, because outside of the stand aside from Draven and these like individual pieces of CC from each member of the team, there's not really a great way to disengage Fiora. She has double dashes. Ola has to be willing to use that Monsoon at any point just to keep his team alive, and if Flash Wolves find that engage on their term with that on the hunt, it's going to be very difficult for HK Esports.
And I feel like this is especially going to be a pretty easy matchup for that Fiora going up against Gangplank, because the parlay is very apparent. You know exactly when he's going to do it. There's a wind-up, there's the sound, the animation, everything. And so it's going to be very easy to use that parry to just kind of mitigate that damage. Of course, also, you do have to still respect the damage of the powder kegs. So also going to be, you know, another major thing to try to block out there. You can only cancel so much. Same thing with Sivir in the spot lane with a spell shield. Really, the only thing that Sivir can mitigate off of this Draven is going to be to stand aside from his E. Instead of that, can't really eat too much until post 6 when he gets his ultimate.
My big question is, how exactly is the new parry going to work with the barrels? I'm not sure if the damage has to be targeted at Fiora, or if it's any source of damage coming in her direction, so she can actually block the barrel proc effectively, and if it's going to block both barrels, if it's going to block a single barrel, if they're stacked on top of each other. So I think this is one of those lane matchups where we're really going to learn about it as we go, and for the most part I want to give the edge to Fiora because she feels so much more aggressive in the early game, she feels so much more powerful, but really it could go either way. Gangplank with that new passive, able to reset that with the barrels, the movement speed steroids will let him disengage somewhat effectively, has some more sustain in lane, and they both have very powerful kits up front. We know Gangplank's is strong in terms of a competitive environment, but we really haven't seen it executed with Fiora. But once again, that raw power is there, and it's just going to come down to, I believe, whoever the stronger laner is going to come out on top.
It should be loaded into the game any minute now to get this action underway. I'm excited to see this one. This is, after that last game, so explosive. I want to see if HKE can go ahead and take this to 5 games, or Flash Wolves are going to be able to close out. Not quite sure you can see these guys on your screen. Ready to go.
Waiting for the game to start. I'm really curious. I want to know what the level 1 is going to look like, if we're once again going to see an aggressive invade coming in from the side of HongKong Esports, and maybe Flash Wolves will respond in kind, because we saw very early defensive 5 points, obviously much more focused on getting your laners started. At least that's what it's looked like. HongKong Esports feinted with the 5-point and then immediately invaded aggressively on the Karsa, and it was very questionable, but it ended up paying off for them.
Yeah.
And really shutted down Karsa's early game impact. So what are HongKong Esports going to do this game? Are we going to see a 5-man invade? Is it going to be more aggressive? And normally we can predict very easily what these two teams will want to do, but now with new picks, new compositions, and completely revamped strategies in a single best of 5, it's really hard to be sure exactly what the execution is going to be from either side.
A lot of questions to be asked here. Very little answers being paid out as we wait for this load-in. Might have had another client issue causing a reload-in back into the game. Looks like that was the case, but now here we are. We are on to the Rift in what could be our last game, and we have a pause.
Not exactly the most exciting way to start, but both teams apparently moving down the mid lane. Toys and Dinter ready to play aggressive. 3 members positioned on the top side from Flash Wolves. We may see some aggression up there, and as the pause comes out, I expect we'll get back into game shortly, but once again, we still don't know what to expect from these level 1 plays, and that alone means so much in this game, because once again, snowballing is the name of the game here. You want those adoration stacks on Draven, you want Fiora to get those early kills, those early advantages, and whoever gets them will be the one to come out on top. We've seen what HongKong Esports can do when they're ahead in the early game, and we're going to have to see it right now.
All right, right back out of the pause, onto the Rift. Once again, Flash Wolves 2-1 over HongKong Esports. HKE looking to net themselves another victory and take this to a 5-game set. We'll see if they're able to do just that, or if Flash Wolves are going to be able to clinch this victory. You can see a lot of heavy attention being paid around the top side of the map here by the Flash Wolves so far. Maple hovering around that mid side. And here comes Sword Art and MMD going deep into the jungle. Throwing down these wards, going to be looking for that potential 2v2 swap.
And one of the big changes about Fiora, of course, is that she's guaranteed critical strikes when she uses that blade work, her new E. The first one not guaranteed not to crit, the second one guaranteed to crit for bonus damage, so very easy to trade effectively in the early lane. Additionally, her new passive, exposing the vitals of her opponents, making it very easy to trade as well. The new riposte, upon further inspection, blocks all damage for 0.75 seconds. Yet another pause coming in as they adjust some settings.
All right, looks like
sitting down this time.
Gotta go right back into the seat as we wait for this pause to get alleviated. So I guess we know what the delay was earlier on in the game. So these guys just having a little bit of connectivity issues. Obviously getting that sorted out as quickly as possible to get back into this game. Because I know you guys want to see it. I know I want to see it. I know that the audience here in Hong Kong wants to see this game. But let's take a look at this. Do you think that we're going to see the lane swap coming out from either side? Obviously, the Flash Wolves deep invade on the, with those wards, placing them down. HKE spot them out though. So do you think they're going to be able to predict it, or do you think that they're just going to kind of let it go?
Flash Wolves will probably want to avoid the 2v2 lane because Draven is so oppressive in the early game, especially when paired with the Janus shield. Additionally, you see HongKong Esports are very keen to get some early aggressive plays here, trying to get control of this side of the map. It looks like Flash Wolves actually reading this very appropriately, or perhaps standing with multiple members committed on the top side. They're jungling as a team at this stage of the game, and moving forward, Flash Wolves will have the advantage because Sivir is so effective at pushing down towers, but once again, Draven is free now to stack up this adoration and to farm comfortably. Stanley going to pick up some of this jungle farm, get the early level 2, helping Dinter clear out here. And an interesting choice. I'm wondering if we're going to see the 1v1 on the bottom side of the map, if we'll see a lane swap. Draven comfortable down just about any opponent, but we really don't know, once again, how Fiora will function. And an interesting laning phase start. We may see some aggressive plays here in the mid lane. They're going for Toys. We could see the fight.
They are. There comes Sword Art out the gate. Gonna look for the engage. Gonna get it. Just forces the flash. Toys staying safe. Probably the best option, but a major cooldown burned out there. Toys can be that much more vulnerable moving into this game.
Toys.
So good pressure being applied by the Flash Wolves, netting themselves a very slight advantage with that summoner spell down, and they're going to go ahead and invade in onto this blue buff. They will be able to take this away quite easily. Karsa using that hunt passive to burn through the HP bar of that objective. And now maybe going for, he could go for a pinch on the Stanley in this top side of the map. He is by himself. I think he's aware, however, that Karsa's nearby. Yes, he is. He has thrown out those barrels. We'll spot them out. They clear those out, and this should be Flash Wolves able to net themselves a pretty early tower. NL is here. Looks like they're just going to go ahead, proxy this wave out, and get as much pressure down onto this as possible. They should be able to take this, though, with just another wave or two.
And this is kind of what we expected from Flash Wolves. They're pushing in, they're trying to generate an early gold advantage. They do not want to give the freedom to HKE to roam around the map, to move as a team, to force those early kills. So they are taking the initiative this game. They are forcing down early objectives. They are stopping the free farm coming in for HKE. They're stopping any of the early aggression by playing so aggressively that there's not really any response options available for HKE. And HKE now relegated to giving up the bottom side of the map. They may look for a gank here in the mid lane, but they're still losing out in gold because Flash Wolves are just pushing in so well.
Yep, so first tower to go down in favor of the Flash Wolves. Good little bit of a start for them. Gets himself about 1,000 gold in their favor. No, that's only going to be a little bit at this point. We can see a good amount of pressure was applied by HongKong Esports on that bot side of the map. We have not seen that tower yet, so we don't know quite how low it is, but I suspect that they got a decent amount of damage in, and yes, they did. That will equalize the tower take there. 1-1 in that regard. HongKong Esports very slightly behind due to the farm here, or just the sheer number of people that were up top taking that tower. So they will give themselves a little bit of an advantage. Sword Art getting nice ward place over that Dragon Pit. Gonna look for any type of roam down as they look to pressure out this bot tier 1 tower.
And very even mid lane match for the stage of the game. Obviously, Maple going to be a little bit stronger at this stage. Toys will be much stronger later in the game as Maple's role is more limited towards utility. But right now, Lulu is definitely the more aggressive champion. You can see the CS differential coming in pretty huge for Maple. Toys forced to play back after burning that flash early on. And Gangplank, Vital exposed, Fiora not looking for the trades here. Stanley actually looking a lot more confident in this lane matchup. The extra experience he's had playing Gangplank clearly paying off, whereas MMD may not have the necessary Fiora experience.
Yeah, and I really like the start by him actually to go for the cloth armor straight into the crystalline flask. It's going to allow him to mitigate a lot of that early damage from MMD, who's going to take some time to vamp up on the Fiora. And obviously just gives him that sustain with the crystalline flask as well as he chugs down all 3 charges of that one up in the top side. But MMD has been able to equalize the CS difference there. See Stanley taking away the bomb, trying to get that extra bit of gold and experience from the jungle camp. Carson making quick work of that Scuttle Crab though, garnering as much vision for his team as possible. You can see that Dragon Pit is just completely peppered with wards. So Flash Wolves may be looking for some early aggression onto the Dragon. We have not seen an early Dragon take really in this series. They've all been fairly late, at least 10 plus minutes I believe. So this could be the first game where we see it taken quite early.
Carson now on the bottom side of the map.
Coming around the back side. He has not been spotted. He will be right now by that ward. God JJ on the run. Spear not going to connect, goes wide. Ola gets knocked up though. It's going to be the Boomerang Blade going through. I think he's going to be quite safe. God JJ throwing out those spinning axes as best as he can, trying to equalize a bit of that trade. Flash Wolves will be able to disengage, but no first blood for either side.
Unfortunately for Karsa, you absolutely have to hit that spear as you move into those early ganks, or you will not find kills. Dinter trying to zone out here, dodging the spear. Nice, quick, fancy footwork there. The big thing I want to point out, looking at the early itemization from both AD carries, God JJ may tend towards that Bloodthirster, looking for some decent shielding options against the early aggressive Nidalee and Fiora picks. But on the opposite side for NL, much more comfortable to start with just an Avarice Blade, and this will mitigate a lot of the Adoration stacks that Draven will be able to pick up here in the laning phase. So even if Draven is able to get an early kill, a certain degree that will be mitigated by the Avarice Blade, and that will make for a little bit better matchup as they move forward.
Yep, now Stanley straight back up to this top side of the map, has been falling down significantly behind this Fiora, 39-18 CS. And the Gangplank definitely needs to get that farm early on, get toward that Trinity Force. See the Ruby Crystal, the only component that he has right now for the Phage. Dinter though, getting a nice invasive play onto this blue buff.
They see Nidalee on the top side. They use this opportunity to push in on the bottom side. Stanley is the one who will pay the price, potentially with his life here if he's not careful. The early tower pressure here with a level 7 Lulu, with a Nidalee, with a Fiora, not even Gangplank at any level is going to be able to survive. This pause coming out. That's looking like a dead gangplank. Nidalee flanking around the backside. Lulu's there to back up to provide the shields necessary for them to come out on top. And unfortunately, once again, Stanley appears to be getting the short end of the stick in these exchanges because...
Now we saw them, camp him out last game, and he was still able to be quite effective. However, that was on Teemo, where the shrooms were, pretty much the biggest utility that he offered, as well as the blinding shot onto the Olaf to really just kind of mitigate the damage that he was able to output. So, keeping him down on this gangplank, it's going to be significantly more effective compared to the last game. He needs to be able to get to that 24s very quickly to hit that major damage spike, and if he's unable to do that, I fear that Stanley might not be able to become impactful in this game.
The good news is that unlike Teemo, Gangplank gets that extra gold from Parlay. The ability to farm is very easy once he gets that sheen. So
true.
We saw Stanley fall behind and then never really get back into the game. He obviously was doing a lot of damage, he providing a decent amount of CC, but never able to get to that 6-item stage that we saw so many of his teammates at. With Gangplank, it'll be much easier for him to get back in. Normally, you get a massive gold lead with Gangplank because of the nature of his kit. This game, probably not a gold lead, but may be able to stay even despite the massive CS deficit that we see facing him now. 30 CS for MMD, but for MMD, he's never been able to utilize this advantage. It's not what we saw last game when he was so far ahead on that Olaf, when Karsa was repeatedly making trips back to the top lane to get him going. And the big question here is, can he apply that lead this time? Can he work with the team? Can he work as an individual to shut down his lane opponent? Fiora, it's going to be much easier for him to kill his lane opponent. Yeah. Much, much easier. But at the same time, we have to see him do it. He has to execute here, and he has the tools to do so once again. But like all things, is he going to execute?
A lot on the line here. Of course, Flash Wolves yet again just one more win to take this best-of-5 set. We're unable to shut out HongKong Esports as they net themselves that first victory. Flash Wolves making steps to make sure that that was the last one that they could get. And this would be a pretty good boost of confidence, beating HKE yet again as they get ready to go onto the world stage in a couple months to face against the best teams in the world alongside AHQ from the Taiwanese region.
And they have to be hurting after that last game, dismantled by an unconventional composition. And it may not be what they see on the world stage, but with such aggressive teams coming in across the board, it'll be interesting to see how Flash Wolves can adapt, if they can use this off time before World Championships to really prepare. Because what we're seeing right now is them trying new things here at this tournament, and it didn't look like it worked last game, and I'm wondering if it's going to be able to work this time around.
Yeah, it worked out quite well last game. You would see, though, taking a look at the mid lane, it's been pretty stagnant so far, 68 to 62. Toys coming out on top of the CS. Both he and Maple having pretty good wave clear with the dissonance, with the glitter lances, so they're pretty likely that these guys are going to be very close together. They also have an immense amount of sustain because of the shields, the command protect, the help picks, to really mitigate a lot of the harass that they'll be able to output against each other. But of course, this is Toys' staple champion, one of his most known champions, period, in his League of Legends career. So definitely going to be looking on him to show up here, making those clutch shockwaves to turn the games in favor of HongKong Esports. And obviously, as the game goes later and later, Maple's going to be more of a utility rather than an aggressor, going up against this Orianna, who's going to scale much more heavily into the late game.
It'll be really interesting to see exactly what they do in mid to late game team fights on the side of Flash Wolves with the Fiora ultimate. Of course, it's very difficult to execute, but if you can hit all 4 vital points as she activates the ultimate on enemy champion, you get a massive AoE heal for your team. And the AoE heal could be very huge, and you can see heals coming in from Lulu, heals coming in from Nidalee, or health steroids coming in from Lulu, heals coming in from Nidalee as they move forward, heals coming in from Alistar, and keeping this entire lineup healthy in a team fight. There's not really any options to do that on the opposite side. You have Monsoon from Jaina, but it's going to pale in comparison to all these other sources of healing. And with that tool, if they can execute well, it'll be incredibly powerful. But on the opposite side, we see HongKong Esports once again building this wombo composition. The Orianna, the Echo synergizing incredibly well, pairing that with the Gangplank ult. If he upgrades with Death's Daughter, getting that true damage in the center, if he can land that is a massive spike in damage. You can rip through the health of someone, and no matter how much healing you have, there's just not enough time to react in that situation. The shockwave locking you down, making sure you're not in a situation to follow up. the stun from parallel convergence as well. So once again, it's all execution for both sides.
Well, if they showed us anything in that last game, it's that they can execute. So looking for them to do the same here in this match. It's been very slow so far. Just pretty much a farm fest, of course. You know, the top a little bit lacking here, really kind of stretching that gold lead for the Flash Wolves, but it's only 400, 1 tower each. Dragon has not yet been contested. We'll have to see. You know, I still think that it's going to be taken much earlier than it has in the last couple of games, but we will find out. In the meantime, Stanley in a very bad spot. The teleport coming across into the top side of the map. MMD gonna have to peel out of this one as Toys arrives.
Ooh,
throw out the Draven ultimate as well. Will not be able to find anything. Takes a little bit of CS away. But because of all that attention being paid to the top side of the map, HongKong Esports, they go ahead, they go straight for the Dragon. 8.5 minutes, they take it down.
HKE responding incredibly well, burning that TP out for Toys, using the rest of their members to secure the Dragon, the global ultimate coming in from Draven to make sure there was not enough of a wave for Flash Wolves to push in, and that's, once again, smart strategy showing up. HKE, everything on the line, and they're continuing to impress us with continuingly unconventional compositions.
Yep, very good rotation by HongKong Esports, so still very slightly behind in the gold, but with that Dragon, should equalize that rather quickly with the scaling. Let's see what Stanley does on this next back as he is continually farming up, closing that gap that MMD was able to stretch in his favor. Now we can see NL and God JJ both extremely close in CS in the spot side of the map, 70 to 68. Of course, that average split. Now maybe Ole in a bad spot, throws out the Howling Gale, gets the knockup on the MMD. Sword Art coming around, throwing out a triumphant roar. MMD getting those stacks off onto Stanley and Ole. They might aggress here. The Zephyr goes through Sword Art. He doesn't have his ultimate, forces the flash out from the Alistar. MMD still has his, but down at half HP. Gonna have to be careful as there's 4 members of HongKong Esports up around this top side of the map. Parallel convergence goes through. They set up MMD. This could be first blood going over. Convergence. Here comes Carson Mabel from the side. Carson takes on God JJ. And now Mabel on the chase, throwing out the slope for Stanley. But Toys, he's trying to get there as fast as he can. It's a double kill. Going over to Carson as he takes down Stanley.
Flash Wolves confidently turn that one around, getting themselves the 1K gold lead. A huge showing coming in from them today. Toys, unfortunately, not in the right place.
Oh, it might not be over yet. Carson going through, has the red buff. The spear is going to go wide, though. Toys low on mana. The Glitter Lance will not connect. He will be safe, but a great turnaround by Flash Wolves on the top side of the map.
And that is the strength of Karsa's Nidalee and of this early game Lulu coming in from Maple. Toys is just not in a position to respond at this stage of the game. Needs a little bit more time to scale up. The mana issues holding him back, needing desperately to clear out these waves. And as they move further in the game, Toys will be able to respond, but HKE just overstep a little bit. Flash Wolves not satisfied with smaller objectives. Will take an additional red buff and now push down onto the bottom side of the map.
Oh, gets the shockwave on the Maple as Dinter's coming around the side. I don't think they're going to be able to find any kind of engage here, though. Doesn't even throw out the parallel convergence. Sitting in the brush, however, might still be looking for this engage, but Sword Art is hovering around this top side of the river. Dinter will just go ahead and dash the wall, get himself to safety as Sword Art gets these 4
Karsa
wards.
waiting behind. They want to dive Toys. Not a whole lot of mana. He does have flash this time around. They could look for it. Karsa is just going to back off here.
Yeah, just goes ahead and recalls. Don't want to overstep and lose that advantage that Flash Wolves have been able to establish for themselves so far in this game. Still very minute. Of course, the Dragon's still up in favor of HKE. But they want to hold on to as much as they possibly can. We saw what happened when you give the advantage to HongKong Esports in that last game. Flash Wolves do not want to give them a repeat performance. Stanley, meanwhile, has rotated over to the bot side of the map. MMD going down to match him, stopping that forward push aggression.
Carson clearing out the Scuttle Crab incredibly quickly. One of the big strengths of Nidalee as a jungle pick is that you, of course, have insane Scuttle Crab control in the early to mid-game, allowing him to have a reliable source of early to mid-game vision. Additionally, has finished up that Magus, or rather Runeglaive enchantment. Wow, what patch are we on? Bit of an error on my part, but the Runeglaive enchantment will let him clear that much faster and additionally offer him a little bit more burst damage in these exchanges. HongKong Esports, though, looking aggressive as they push in here. Sword Art has ult. They're running out of options, though. Draven ripping through this tower.
They're taking it down to about half HP. They will go ahead and have to disengage with the re-arrival of Maple. Wild Growth, of course, is available to him. So they're going to go ahead and back off. Stanley doing a good job, though, as we take a look at those top laners of catching up in CS. Now only down by 11. So doing a very good job, and that's a testament to Gangplank's wave clear ability with those powder kegs, just able to burst through those waves quite easily, especially once he gets that crit. He will be able to really bust through those. NL takes a lot of damage from that dissonance. Will be healed up, however. He'll have Karsa and the Triumphant Roar from Sword Art, so he should still be quite safe.
Fiora picking up the Tiamat to match Gangplank's wave clear that you talked about earlier on. Not quite landing in the bush there. Not going to be a big deal here for him.
Poor MMD. Doesn't get the ward in the brush and gets zoomed in on by the observers.
NL burning Spell Shield. They have about a 20-second window if they want to go in where Sivir will not have that defensive option. Enough wave clear here.
HKE really committing to this mid push. They should be able to get it with this next wave, as God JJ is quite big with this Draven. BF Sword, Vamp Scepter. Just going to clear out this wave as quickly as they possibly can. Still, the top laners on the bot side of the map. Teleport is available to both of them, and Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. We could have a fight breaking out very soon. Wave clear, though, has to be respected on the side of Flash Wolves. Of course, that is going to be NL with the Sivir, Boomerang Blade, and the Ricochet to really rip through those minions.
Toy's going to go to secure the blue buff, but Flash Wolves will spot this out. They do have the pink in the brush adjacent to it. Not sure if Toys has seen it quite yet. Champion Portrait's blocking the mini-map. Looks like that ward will remain. A lot of passive vision control gained from that. MMD now aggressing onto Stanley here, knowing he's stronger in these sword exchanges. Stanley has not been able to back yet. Not able to use the gold that he has been steadily recouping.
With all of those players down on the bot side of the map, it's going to give HKE enough confidence to go ahead and take down this tower. We'll see if they want to re-engage. It's on the hunt. Pop by NL. Sword Art comes around the side. Can he find anyone to knock up, though? They find God JJ. He's being taken so low. Oh, the snipe from Cars on the backside takes him out. Now the pop up on the Dinter into Ole. They knock him back. He's taking so much damage. He flashes away. Gets the knock up on the Maple. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, MMD goes in. Dinter uses the ultimate, but he just gets melted through by Karsa. Toys on the run. Has to burn the flash. Now Stanley as well, flashing over the wall to safety. Don't think they're going to find anything. Oh, Sword Art! He gets the flash bomb! Double kill for Karsa as Stanley goes down as well.
When the pressure's on, Flash Wolves finally figure out how to play as a team, moving well across the map to punish HKE for overstaying their welcome. Sword Art almost going down. Axe is coming in.
Not gonna find their mark, and the turret goes down. MMD and the minions finishing that one off. Toys just too low on mana to be able to defend that one, even with that blue buff. And now Flash Wolves with a pretty massive lead, 3.1 thousand in their favor. This could just be HKE, though, rushing for that second dragon. They should be able to secure that with relative ease. Ole takes a lot of damage from that Glitter Lance. The Storm Shield goes up to mitigate any more damage.
HKE.
Meanwhile, top tower does go down.
Exactly. Slowly recouping the gold loss here. God JJ farming up. He has yet to find the kill. The 2 deaths gonna hamper his ability to stack up that adoration, but will continue to stack. The first kill will give him still a decent spike of gold, not nearly as good as it would be without those deaths.
This could be really dangerous for HKE, can make or break this game. A spear goes through. Let's see if he can try to get the seal. It's not going to happen. Dinter confirms the second dragon for HKE, and the fight might be breaking out. Stanley playing so far forward, trying to stave off as much as he can. Sword Art taking a lot of damage. They go in, they work him down, and they get the kill. God JJ comes up with that one.
And that's the cash out that Draven needs. We're going to have to see how much gold he got off of that, but that could be a massive spike. And additionally, the second dragon going over to HKE. When HKE are in control of the dragon, they are the team that will win the game. So despite Flash Wolves looking very confident, extending their gold lead, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
Stanley Spear connects. He eats the orange to try to sustain himself. Dinter comes around the side. One more auto attack finishes him off. Now Dinter, the Q is not going to land. He does not get the backswing as well. This goes straight over to his red buff to try to take this one out. Karsa still fishing around in the jungle, however, will be pushed out by Ole.
6-0. Every kill on the side of Flash Wolves is in the hands of Karsa right now, and he is showing why you ban this Nidalee. Absolutely oppressive player. 0-0-5 the score for Maple. Truly the support. Once again, a highlight reel game. This time looking like it could be for Karsa as NL and the rest of the team push in here.
Karsa just doing so well, and I'm sure HKE are regretting a little bit of miscommunication during the champ select when they missed that ban onto the Nidalee. Karsa is just absolutely taking off. You can see now a needlessly large run coming in with the boots of lucidity. Got JJ gonna get dove on as he tries to hop away from this one that's on the hunt. Pop, Sword Art taking out this tower. The Unbreakable Will comes out. Ola takes so much damage. He's gonna have to peel off of this one. Karsa low on mana. Not gonna be able to throw out any more spears. But I think this tower will go down. TP, meanwhile, burned out in the top side. Toys unable to find any aggression. Wild Growth does get popped out by Maple.
MMD, of course, using ultimate in that exchange, doesn't want to overcommit.
Karsa gets found, Karsa goes over the wall, Dinter chases him out, he will go down! Dinter, he's gonna get the kill, that's the shutdown! Going over to the Echo.
And a 500 gold swing over to Dinter, this tanky Echo able to find the kill the second that Nidalee drops low. His damage goes through the roof in those short exchanges. HongKong Esports want more though.
Yeah, they go straight onto Maple, but God, JJ, he's completely out of mana. I think Maple will go down there, one more auto attack. Oh, it's Toys! He takes away the kill, and HKE are creeping back into this game.
HKE looking so strong as they push forward. So much damage in the hands of Karsa, but when he is not around, HKE are confident as they push in. Playing very far forward, it's a huge risk, but Fiora's ultimate is not available. The potential for damage is not there, and Stanley just continues to farm on the top side of the map. You see massive gold numbers coming in. I believe 80 additional gold picked up in that wave overall, and absolutely crazy.
And doing what he can to catch back up to MMT, who's at 117 CS, Ravenous Hydra completed. That's the staple Fiora item right there. Gonna be looking to utilize that as much as possible moving forward in this game. And Stanley needs that Trinity Force, he needs that Infinity Edge if he's going to be able to do that burst damage that's necessary to delete a member of the Flash Wolves.
Karsa quickly clearing out this blue buff, securing it for himself, making sure the Toys cannot have this to mitigate the lane pressure, and that's going to be absolutely crucial, as so much of HKE's game plan has been to clear out these waves confidently, to shift pressure into other lanes, and to rely on Toys simply to clear waves and wait for him to scale into the mid to late game. He's working on that Luden's Echo. That will be a decent damage spike for him, but still, Lulu's so oppressive at this stage. Level 11, only after level 13, once she's max health picks, will she really start to fall off as a damage threat and shift more towards utility.
JJ straight back down to the bot side, keeping pace with NL, who has accrued a very slight lead over top of the Draven, but you can see the Bloodthirster has been completed. Looks like the Last Whisper is going to be the next item to come out as well, so should be pumping out a good amount of damage, especially with that Eye of the Storm shield coupled on top of it. So God JJ still making this pick work. 1, 2, 3 on the board. Has only been able to cash in those stacks once so far, really. See if he can net himself more. HongKong Esports very slightly behind, even on turrets here. Down by about 1.6 thousand gold, 21 minutes into this game. True Dragons in their favor, however. Flash Wolves have not been able to acquire any of those. And if HKE can maintain control of that, they can inch their way closer and closer to that 5th dragon.
Definitely something to consider. Definitely something on the mind of Flash Wolves as we see a minute away from that respawn timer, as you mentioned previously. Dinter, the rest of the team shifting their vision control down to the bottom side of the map. You can see so much of it is on the top side to keep Stanley safe and able to farm. We will now see that shift as Dragon becomes a more reasonable objective on the table. Flash Wolves, once again, very defensive vision. They have pink wards in their own jungle, trying to make sure they have control over their side of the map, not wanting HongKong Esports to once again play incredibly aggressively. And Karsa and Sword Art working as a duo to get as much vision down as possible.
HKE doing what they can to sweep out as well, a little bit further into the top side of the jungle with the Flash Wolves. Using those pinks to get as much vision as they possibly can as they get ready to pinch back down onto this mid lane. All 5 here. MMD still in the top side of the map with the teleport available. This looks like this might just be the dragon fight getting ready to erupt. 20 seconds on the clock. HKE look for a pick on the Sword Art, and they find him. And that's Unbreakable Will coming through. The spear over the wall onto Stanley, but here comes the teleport from the Fiora. Let's see what happens. Sword Art gets locked up. MMD joining the fray, but I don't know if it's too late. It looks like it might be. God, JJ finds the kill, but Stanley takes a huge chunk of damage. He's going to have to back off on this one. Only plays so far through the Monsoon. He goes in with Karsa. Karsa takes him down with the double kill going over to God JJ. Can he get the triple kill? It looks like he will, as all it falls. Toys trying to kite back. He's got the shield, but it's not enough. NL takes him down with a boomerang blade, but he is one of two people standing on the side of the Flash Wolves, and he's getting pinched in by Dinter. We'll see if he's got the damage to finish him off. He pops the heal for the added move speed. Looks like he will be able to get out of this one alive. Maple back to the mid lane. This should be the third dragon going over to HongKong Esports.
Dinter just not enough mana to commit more to that fight, and of course no mana either in the hands of Draven, not able to get there quickly enough, but that does not matter for HongKong Esports. An extra kill would have just been icing on the cake. They have to be careful here though. Maple is pushing in and can get incredibly aggressive. He could take out Dinter in a single instant.
You have to be so careful. The smite, there it is. They take the third dragon. God JJ gets popped up in the air. Sword Art though has to be careful. God JJ does have
just got it.
Now. He just got it. But there's so much damage to Bruno. He can't even use it. He gets shut down. And now takes that kill.
Once again, God JJ just not able to show up in the mechanical sense. Could have just flashed over the wall to safety, but it just did not work out. Will have the flash for the next exchange, but a sad misstep to see. Of course, he did get 2 cash outs in that fight. You can see Last Whisper getting finished up. Maybe some defensive magic itemization coming in here, potentially a Hex Drinker or a QSS. Looking forward into the game. We're at the stage in the game right now where HongKong Esports are starting to scale up and starting to get really strong, and there's now a lot more pressure on the Flash Wolf side as Maple's damage starts to fall off. More pressure onto Karsa, who got them this far in the early game to really show up in team fights to execute. More pressure onto NL and to MMD to dish out that consistent damage. And so far in team fights, MMD, despite winning the early lane, despite this massive CS lead, once again has not been able to show up in team fights.
Yeah, we weren't sure how this was going to work out with this Fiora, this new rework coming in. She's been an absolute monster in the solo queue right now, but it just doesn't look like it's meshing very well with the Flash Wolves. And unless they can turn something around, HKE are very much on a warpath to get themselves control of this game and run away with it. 3 dragons in their favor. We will see 5th dragon potentially around the 34-minute mark, maybe 33 and a half. And that would be very devastating for Flash Wolves and very relieving for HongKong Esports if they're able to acquire that.
4th dragon is exactly what HongKong Esports wants. 5th dragon, of course, the key to winning the game. But once you get the 4th dragon, it forces Flash Wolves to fight every single time that dragon comes up. They also have to be willing to trade Baron for dragon just to keep you off the 5th dragon. And when you're on the back foot like that, we've seen how both HKE and Flash Wolves have struggled in. It seems to me that once you gain dominance, once you find that advantage, and you're able to set the pace in these games, that decides which team comes out on top.
Yeah, and I'm sure HongKong Esports is more than happy to fight in a very enclosed environment with this parallel convergence, the command shockwave, the cannon barrage. There's so much that they can output in a small area. If they can just rip through the HP bars. The Flash Wolves look like they're trying to get some engage going through. As Dinter takes a little bit of damage, he gets popped up by Sword Art, but they fire right back with the cannon barrage. Sword Art holding on to that unbreakable will as long as he can. He will be able to back out of here. And now you can see MMD being pushed off the top side here as Stanley shows face, runs up the river. And just chases Fiora right back out. It's going to be HKE going straight back into clearing out these wards around the Baron pit. Could become a point of contention very soon, as this gold gap just shrinks ever smaller as the minutes go on. God JJ running up on NL, takes off a good chunk of his HP, but the wave clear is there from the side of the Flash Wolves. They will stave off this aggression on the mid turret for the time being.
HKE pushing in, as you said, so confidently. They can set up the wombo combo under tower. The Flash Wolves have to be very careful about approaching this, but Dinter taking a massive amount of damage as they move forward. Karsa consistently dishing out the damage necessary to stop HongKong Esports from pushing in any further. Sword Art looking for the engage opportunity. A massive spike of damage.
There's a huge chunk of damage going through. See God JJ throwing out the ultimate as well. He calls that back to himself. Karsa coming over the wall. Give this blue buff to Maple. He's going to be pretty happy with that one. 0-1 and 7. Still pretty good showing on the Lulu, despite being behind a monstrous amount of CS right now. 75 in favor of Toys, who is also up that kill, but down those assists. Still looking mighty strong on that Orianna, which is just going to keep scaling and scaling, and just gives much more potential for HongKong Esports to set up these massive team play fights. Mole trying to take this one away, but I think MMD is going to be pretty happy to just go in onto him. Does get the scuttle crab, but here comes Dinter. Trying to turn this one around as best as possible, but Sword Art comes in, he misses, Adola flashes over the wall, looks like Dinter may go down, dashes back with the ultimate, gets over the wall, is that gonna be enough? I think it is, and now Tori's showing up with Stanley as well, Sword Art has to pop the over the wall, God, gets the solo kill on that. Dinter doing what he can, but he's so damn low. Maple trying to get the kill. Looks like they will. Toys, he goes down at the triple kill for Karsa. Getting at the quadra kill on the Dinter. The spear goes through. It doesn't connect. Dinter trying to kite as much as he possibly can. Throwing those out. The spear whiffs yet again, but there's nowhere for Dinter to go. That's gonna whiff yet again. Over the wall. Has the shield going through. No! Takes the quadra away from Karsa. We can see God JJ throwing out the ultimate yet again. Unable to connect with Maple. My God, what a devastating fight for HongKong Esports though.
HongKong Esports, despite God JJ busting out that solo kill in the early exchange, was not able to come out on top. However, talking earlier on with you, we discussed the Trinity Force on Draven, and it looks like we will see it today. Both the Phage and the Zeal have been picked up, so you were correct in the early assumptions, and an interesting build path for sure, but as you said, the ability to activate the Sheen whenever you want, essentially, as long as you are throwing those axes, is going to be key, is going to be a huge boon to Draven's teamfight damage as they move forward. However, Flash Wolves continuing to extend their gold lead, and despite the 3-dragon threat that HongKong Esports have put together, it does not outweigh the 4K that Flash Wolves have in their favor, especially with Karsa constantly poking, constantly dishing out just ridiculous amount of damage with these spears.
Yeah, he has a completed Rod of Ages and Archangel Staff. So hard to kill him at this point. You can see the dragon has been started up as it gets dragged out of the pit. And now auto-attacking onto this one. We'll see if Dinter wants to go for a steal. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're just going to give this one over to Flash Wolves. They acquire their first dragon of the game. 5th dragon going to be staved off that much longer. They're looking for the engage. The monsoon comes across from Ola. Dinter so far forward, snaps back with the ultimate. They might be able to get out of this one alive. Wild Growth goes over on MMD as he takes a huge chunk of damage. That should just be the disengage from HKE.
Stanley still has his ult. He still can use the cannon barrage if he needs to further disengage this fight, but HongKong Esports just do not have the damage necessary to burn through all of the healing abilities on the side of Flash Wolves.
That's the blades through from Draven. Nice wave clear. NL takes a huge chunk of damage. Cannon barrage comes across. Has to pop the heal. Big shield actually goes over onto Sword Art, keeping him alive. HKE not going to be able to find any type of re-engage off of that one, and maybe still have to be a little bit careful. Most members of Flash Wolves are still quite healthy, and the Wild Growth will be up very soon from Maple.
Additionally, Toys working closer and closer to that command Shockwave, an absolutely crucial team fighting ultimate as they move forward. The damage is still probably in the favor of Flash Wolves as Karsa just continues to scale up, MMD getting his second item as well. However, the potential for that Wombo combo at any moment stunning up multiple members of the Flash Wolf lineup is there. However, it's going to be very tough against such a mobile team.
Dinter running around that Baron pit, going to have to get himself to safety. Top and bot waves getting ready to crash against the base of HKE as they gather up. Gonna have to send people down there to go ahead and pick those waves up, stop them from moving forward, and applying pressure onto these tier 2 towers. Ola and Toy still sticking around this mid lane. Looks like they're just gonna farm this up. Another pause coming through. Hopefully we get this one taken care of quickly because this has been one hell of a game and I'd love to see it continue.
Moving forward in this game, you have a lot of raw power on the side of HongKong Esports. They have Gangplank, who will continue to scale forward, Oriana, who scales incredibly well into the late game, but when we look at how much strength is currently present in the lineup for Flash Wolves, with Nidalee being 10-2-1, with Maple easily able to build up his items, giving up a lot of CS, but serving that utility role very well. As we get back in the game, Flash Wolves have a very strong, very synergistic team comp. It's very clear in what it wants to do. HongKong Esports are a little more divided, a little more split up. maybe not looking for that 5v5, maybe looking for those smaller skirmishes, looking to take out members before that utility present from the Lulu, the Alistar, the Nidalee can really come into effect in these team fights.
We'll have to see Stanley going straight back down to the bot side, farming up that wave, falling ever further behind MMD, who's finally starting to become impactful in this game. Essence Reaver Fiora for MMD. I have no idea. We'll have to keep watching and see how this goes. Looking for the Randuin's Omen, of course, as well. Just gonna make sure that God JJ cannot pump out the damage onto him, as well as Stanley, who's looking for that Infinity Edge now after acquiring that Brutalizer and Trinity Force.
And of course,
Toys, meanwhile, looks like he's looking for the Void Staff. Could be a Rabidance. Both of those are components. Could be a Rabidance at cap. We'll have to see where he decides to go. It's very open builds right now, but the Rabidance has been completed for Maple. He has another needlessly large rod and the Amp Tome. Very confidently going to be the Zhonya's Hourglass. It could be a Luden's Echo, but I feel like at this point of the game, you want to get a bit more defensive. Pick up that Zhonya's so that you can keep yourself alive in these extended fights. Flash Wolves, we can see, have started up the Baron. Ole very far, very close. They will go ahead and peel off of this one. They don't want to overstep. It's one fight can turn this entire game in favor of HKE.
and that's exactly what we saw in Game 2 in this best-of-5 series, is that Baron can turn this game on its head in an instant. Despite Flash was having a 5k gold lead, that could turn against them if they get aced at Baron, and no team wants to go out like that. Both of these teams playing incredibly cautiously. HongKong Esports looks so confident, so far ahead in the other game, but now here, when Flash Wolves have a lead, they're playing much further back, which is the right choice. They've seen what unchecked aggression can do. They know to play smarter. Flash Wolves as well, playing far back, waiting for a pick, waiting for an advantage to present itself, waiting for an opening on the side of HKE.
Flash Wolves yet again just moving forward, clearing out this vision in and around the Baron pit, picking up that Scuttle Grab. If anyone makes a move for that Baron that's not them, they want to know about it, and they certainly will. You can see HKE very much scattered by comparison, a few around the mid, a few in the jungle, and of course, you're going to have Stanley in the bot. Both he and MMD both have teleport available, so if this Baron becomes a point of contention, you could see them both go ahead, pop those TPs, and hightail it up toward that top side of the map. Sword Art using that Scuttle Crab move speed, looking for some sort of engage, but no one on the side of HKE is going to go close enough to give him the opportunity. Flash is available for him as well, so he could always go for the Flash Headbutt Pulverize. We'll see what happens. I feel like this game right now is just a ticking time bomb of action, just waiting to explode.
Definitely agree here. You can see in the bottom lane, MMD not sure if he wants to push in and try to duel Stanley at this stage of the game, or if he needs to back off. You are, of course, the Grand Duelist. Incredible duelist in those smaller exchanges, but Gangplank just has so much raw damage at this point in the game. The Warden's Mail will help to a certain degree, but it's so hard to deal with the armor penetration and the 5k gold lead. Not facing the right way.
Good check by MMD. Oh, that flashes forward, gets the Monsoon, but Karsa with a very good flash of his own, trying to get in range of the shockwave. He pulls Karsa back in. They lock him up. He's gonna go down and shut down.
The rest of the Flash Wolves are on the Baron. The TP is coming in from MMD. The double TP coming in from HKE.
The Raven ulti's coming through. Is it gonna be enough? No, it's not. It came in way too early. But now Toys is hovering around the pit, and that's gonna be Flash Wolves heading for the hills. HKE, they could just go ahead and re-aggress onto this one. The Baron is just ripping through their health bars. Dinter, he throws out the parallel convergence. They do not find the engage. The barrels do not find a target. HKE and Flash Wolves are likely both going to have to back off of this objective.
They're considering going down to the Dragon. They only need to send Draven to contest it. Karsa's not there. They're
Dinter
going to get
all by
Dinter.
himself. They're ready to collapse in on him. He's got to play this so carefully if he wants to get out alive. Looks like he might just be able to roam straight down. Meanwhile, God JJ is soloing out the Dragon. That'll be 4th Dragon for HongKong Esports. Looks like they're just going to zip their way down and support their ADC. Flash Wolves, are they going to collapse back up to the Baron, or are they going to go for an objective? They're just tiptoeing around. That's 4th Dragon for HKE, and they have enough time to get straight back to this Baron. Flash Wolves are not going to be able to take this.
If HKE Toys doesn't have a whole ton of mana at this point in the
They're looking for a Death Brush. That ward spotted them out. HKE know exactly what they're trying to do.
May have to back off here. They are slightly lower in health bars. Karsa has had the chance to reset. Toys does pick up the blue. That will let him stay around much longer. Baron does not look like it's on the table anymore. Both teams backing off. HKE maybe behind 5 gold, but with 4 dragon buffs backing them up at any moment. They could double the advantage they've gotten so far, get that extra true damage, aspect of the dragon, letting them close out this game with confidence. But they have to make it that far. 6 minutes before HKE have that timer. 6 minutes before this game could end in their favor. And if Flash Wolves can close out before that, if Flash Wolves can take that dragon away, you can see that turn around instantly.
The Flash Wolves have to contest it if we hit that 42-minute mark. So much stress barreling down upon both of these teams right now. HKE very slightly behind as we reach the almost 40-minute mark in this game, only down by about 5,000. Still a good chunk, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make up too much of a difference. It's really going to come down to the execution of these team fights that will determine who will be the victor. You can see a small pinch maybe coming in from the bot side as MMD roams up the river, trying to look for God JJ Dinter on the run as well. They speed up MMD as he tries to dash forward. Dinter using that phase dive to try to get away. He takes a huge chunk of damage, the stand aside comes through. Not sure if it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Dinter, he does make it out. Ultimate's still available should he need to pop it, but he's just going to go ahead and recall for the time being. But that is a huge opening from Flash Wolves. Looks like they're going to go straight back to the Baron.
Dinter gonna have to back off here, can go back to the base, use those home guards. Doesn't want to use it pairing with the ult to immediately teleport back.
They're collapsing back in. Stanley has the cannon barrage available. It's gonna be the Howling Gale going through, knocks up both Mabel and NL, but they're not able to find any real engage. Cannon barrage comes across the Draven ulti. It goes a little bit too short. The Baron's so low. That's gonna be the confirm for Flash Wolves. They knock Stanley in and they melt him out. Dinley comes in and he stuns up Sword Art, but he still has the Unbreakable Will. Dinter has to use the ultimate to get himself to safety. MMD so low, but the Wild Growth comes through. Toys, they flash forward. They rip his HP down. The spear, it almost connects, but he flashes away at the last second. A good Howling Gale for the disengage. But HKE, they lose the Baron. It goes over to Flash Wolves. They might not be done yet. NL posturing forward. He gets a huge shockwave on the NL. A good chunk comes across, but MMD coming in, just trying to finish off any member that he can. God JJ doing what he can with this. Oh, the spear snipes out Ole. He goes down inside of his own base, and now it's just God JJ, Dinter, and Toys trying to defend this one. God JJ holding onto that Guardian Angel as long as he possibly can, but Flash Wolves are not giving up this onslaught.
Toys able to back off, now making it back to clear out these waves. The second that wave hits the tower, they're able to...
Oh, MMD, he goes in, he gets on the God JJ, but he gets the Wild Growth to keep him alive. The turret will go down, and that should be Flash Wolves just pulling out of the base. Dinter eats that spear, but it's not a whole lot of damage, and they can't re-aggress. HKE losing so much off of that Baron.
HKE have fought this fight before. They pushed in too far. They've been caught out. If they choose the wrong fight, this game will end against them, but they're hungry for more. They're pushing in. They have a wave crashing into the top tower. Fiora is forced to respond. This is their opportunity to get vision control, maybe to get Karsa as they push further forward.
They're going to look for the pinch, but Karsa, he gets to jump over the wall. The parallel convergence comes out, but he's going to go wide of it. And that should be Karsa keeping himself safe. These Baron empowered minions as well. Being a very tanky front line, but that barrel doesn't care. Gangplank says Baron empowered minions, it's K. I'm just going to burn right through those. Crits them hard for about 1,000 each.
Continuing to posture forward, Gangplank scaling out of control, working on the Youmuu's Ghostblade, has the Infinity Edge completed. Draven now with the Guardian Angel and the Elixir of Wrath. Unfortunately, no Infinity Edge in his kit. However, Randuin's Omen for Fiora does mitigate that impact. No forgiveness for Flash Wolves. When they make mistakes, we notice.
Sorry, Karsa. You didn't land that spear. And the Flash Wolves still in a very advantageous position, almost up 1,000 to gold now in this game, just 600 shy of hitting that mark. Up 6 kills, up 2 towers, still down in dragons, and that is going to be HongKong Esports' last resort. We see that spawning in now in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Sword Art trying to get the aggression in. It's popped down to half HP, but they heal that right back up. MMD playing forward in the base. That will be the inhibitor falling. Toys quite low, has to back off to the fountain to recuperate. And this is looking like Flash Wolves are going to collapse right up to the top side and take down that tier 2.
On the hunt very aggressively, but it forces HKE on the back foot, forces them into a position where they have to respond, and the poke coming in from Karsa is just absolutely lethal in these exchanges to wave clear from NL, making sure that they can force HKE against their own turret. But Toys now with a full mana bar without a threat pressing into him could be in trouble. They could try to go for the engage here.
Dinter's trying to push aside, but MMD finds him. Parallel convergence goes over to the other side, but it's not going to be very useful for him. MMD goes in, he gets the wild growth as he commits on the 3 members. Tinter has to use the ultimate, but he gets melted down by Maple. Holy on the run. MMD finds the kill on the Stanley. It's a 2-0 in favor of the Flash Wolves, and it looks like they're going to be able to go ahead and finish off this tier 2 in the top side. Just 3 members alive to try to defend the base. Super Creeps crashing down the mid side. Flash Wolves looking to close this one out as quickly as they can.
They do not want to give HKE another opportunity. They do not want to give HKE this dragon. It has spawned now, but they're in no position to contest it. Their base
Shockwave connects on the Maple. Can they get the kill? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They just go ahead and disengage with the On the Hunt. Top inhibitor does get chunked out. NL, 1 hit from finishing it. Can they defend this? No, they don't. Karsa finishing out that one for himself, and now Flash Wolves look completely poised to finish out this game. They're going to rotate straight over the dragon, be able to deny the 5th from HKE.
God JJ doesn't have ult. Stanley does not have ult. There is not a lot of ways for the contest this. God JJ's ult will not be up in time as they clear this one out.
Tinter's nowhere nearby. No one can get near this bit. MMD is putting himself between HKE and the dragon, denies them that 2nd dragon for Flash Wolves, denying the 5th from HongKong Esports. They're holding on to every advantage that they possibly can. Flash Wolves, they want to end this series.
Flash Wolves bought themselves 6 more minutes here before that 5th dragon will threaten to overwhelm them. Death caps finished for both Lulu and Nidalee, pushing forward 6 items. We are approaching that stage on both sides, just waiting for the Infinity Edge in the hands of Draven as Sivir has finished her 6th item. Gangplank getting stronger and stronger, but not strong enough right now. An 11k gold lead in the favor of Flash Wolves. Absolutely dominating performance, using that Baron to full effect. Now looking for the 3rd and final inhibitor. The key for them to close out this set. All it will take is one Wombo combo, though. HongKong Esports are not out yet. All it will take is one Shockwave.
NL getting that Banshee pop, they get the Shockwave, but he spell shields it fantastically, played by him. Now Dinter having to back off. That's a huge chunk of HKE's disengage out the window. MMD coming around the sidelines, looking for some sort of dive. He's extremely tanky now. On the hunt, gets popped. Sword Art goes in. Not able to find anything, but they will go ahead and take out that tower. NL takes a huge chunk from the distance, but they heal it right back up from Karsa. MMD, he goes for it, takes a bit of damage, but it's nothing compared to what HKE is taking. Stanley almost down to half HP. Gonna have to peel back out of this one very soon. God JJ still has this Guardian Angel, but at this point, I don't know if he can output enough damage to get through Sword Art, to get through MMD. They're just too damn tanky. NL takes a bit of damage, but it gets mitigated by the Help Pick shield, and Flash Wolves are just posturing. They're waiting for these waves to crash down the mid and top sides so they can take this 3rd inhibitor. Dinter, he goes solo. MMD goes in, he gets taken down to half HP, but the heals are there on the side of the Flash Wolves, supporting their team as best as they can. God JJ has to peel off. Sword Art gets a pop-up on the Ole. He takes so much damage now. MMD goes on the backside. Wild Growth goes across. He goes right back in. Can he find a kill? It looks like Karsa does as they go into Dinter, but a huge Shockwave goes through. Shut down as MMD falls, but Karsa is just wreaking havoc. The heals keeping him healthy. Stanley finally finds the crit, and L and the Super Creeps are under the Nexus Towers though. They're down to half HP. I think the top one is going to fall as the 3rd inhibitor looks like it's going to go down, and it does. We'll see if HKE can hold on to these towers. It's their last bastions of hope. Just NL and Sword Art alive. Looks like they will be able to hold on for the time being, but Flash Wolves are looking relentless in this match.
Flash Wolves come out on top in the fight because they get the inhibitor behind in kills, but overall still able to find advantage. HongKong Esports desperately trying to bring control. Toys with an excellent Shockwave that time around. Unfortunately, the first fumble costing his team the initial tower, costing his team the 2nd tower. Desperately tries to save the inhibitor, but MMD and Karsa proving too much of a backline threat. They have to back off. They have to give up those objectives. They may take down Karsa. They may take down this Fiora, this Nidalee, but it's now 3 inhibitors down, double super minions spawning in each and every lane, and as Stanley desperately tries to get one more item for the coming fight. Flash Wolves are now in position to take the next dragon. They're in position to take this Baron, and in position to end this game.
Mid inhibitor respawn, a very slight reprieve here for HongKong Esports. Just not looking good here. Almost 10,000 gold in favor of the Flash Wolves yet again. Now posturing around this Baron, should be able to take this with relative ease, as you said. They might not even want to go for it. They might just go straight down the lane and try to wipe out the base of Hong Kong Esports, and they absolutely have the tools to do so. Karsa playing like a monster, 13-4-1 on this Nidalee. A complete aggressive build coming out from him, the Rabbiden's Death Cap. Another blasting one, likely avoids that if he even gets to that point. Inhibitor goes down, that's 3 down. Sword Art takes a huge chunk of damage. Unbreakable Will comes back across as he tries to keep himself alive. Dinter down to half HP as well. Here comes MMD on a God JJ. Dinter, he has to snap back with the ultimate, but he's completely displaced by the rest of the team. And MMD is just wreaking havoc as he takes down God JJ. But it looks like the turret will finish him off. It's a double kill going over to Toys so far. A 2 for 2. Completely even trade. And Elk gets popped up and we have another pause! Oh!
Okay. I'm gonna wait to say anything.
Can we not have just one uninterrupted fight in this game?
And now reconnecting, the fight ready to start at any moment. Everything on the line for Hong Kong Esports. One misstep, one landed spear from Karsa will end the game in their favor.
See these guys just waiting for this to come through. Should be a quick pause. There it is. We're right back into the game. Toys solo has to back off to the fountain. Stanley takes a huge chunk of damage as NL finishes him off, and he's right back to full HP. That is going to be the first Nexus Tower falling. That is going to be the second one falling. Toys doing what he can. Maybe he gets a kill on NL. Beautiful spell shield. He shuts him down. Second Nexus turret goes down. Oleg unable to defend it with the Eye of the Storm shield. And Flash Wolves take down HKE.
Flash Wolves not gonna let HKE play their game that time around, picking a composition that they know how to execute. At the end of the day, Hong Kong Esports giving up that ban, messing around at picks and bans. And at the end of the day, giving Nidalee to Karsa is a death sentence for any team.
Wonderfully played by the Flash Wolves. What a game coming out from that. Hong Kong Esports trying to get their way back into that game, trying to take us to a 5-game set, just unable to do so, get taken down 3-1. Congratulations to the Flash Wolves. I think they're going to be quite satisfied with that, taking down their opponents 1 game sooner than they did at the regional playoffs.
Definitely a strong showing, a shaky game 3 for sure, but games 1, 2, and 4 so confident. Karsa, absolutely a carry threat for this team, showing up huge time and time again.
Yeah,
don't give this guy Nidalee.
Getting that Nidalee was just monstrous. I'd love to see his final score. It was something like 15-4 and 11, I don't even know. It was just huge numbers being output by him. And that's exactly why you ban that champion from him every single time. Because he just takes off on it. You carry the team to victory, kicking and screaming.
Once again, though, as we finish up the tournament, as we close out the day, Hong Kong Esports fans should be proud. HKE gave a strong showing despite consistent roster changes, and a huge shout out to our sponsors. Once again, Netvigator, 10G Fiber, our title sponsor. Asus, Republic of Gamers is our diamond sponsor. BenQ Gold, BenQ is our gold sponsor, not BenQ Gold. Thank you sponsorship also from New Elite Education Center, Game World, Photo Station, and Showbiz, who helped co-organize this wonderful event. Congratulations to the victors of Street Fighter, Hearthstone, and now League of Legends as well. A wonderful tournament, and I was happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, and the Flash Wolves have been pretty happy with that victory, especially getting ready to move forward into the World Championship, going up against the best that every region has to offer. That final boost of confidence as they continue onto their boot camp to compete with the best teams that there are. On behalf of myself, on behalf of SIFA here and the HKE broadcast crew, I thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to throw it over to the main stage and RMC to close out this event.
哇！頭先嗰場賽事非常之緊湊同埋精彩啊！
冇錯啊，真係非常之精彩啊嚇！
恭喜晒閃電狼成為咧第3屆香港電子競技總決賽嘅英雄聯盟比賽嘅王者嘅，非常之厲害啊！
冇錯啊，即係咧睇到我都目定口呆嚇。咁咧，我覺得咧要緩和下呢一個咧咁緊張嘅情緒啊！我哋咧好似仲有一 round 嘅呢一個係遊戲啦，網上遊戲機咧呢一個嘅問答遊戲。
係啦，要同 大家玩嘅
禮物出去嘅。
咁所以咧有請 Toys 都要留步㗎嚇。咁一陣間咧我哋會播一段短片俾大家睇。咁啊內容係有關一啲咧 Toys 玩緊呢一個上網嘅時候咧遇到一啲嘅問題嘅喎。咁啊答啱咗朋友咧就會有呢一個風褸戰衣送俾你哋㗎啦嚇。咁我哋一齊去片睇下啦嚇。
好，去片。
喂，go go 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 go！ 喂，叻機咩喂？喂點搞啊？哇！又爭輝射叻機，做緊馬六 K 咩而家？仲忍多成年，點解當初去簽間公司啊？喂！唔係啊！喂，係咪人 download 緊嘢啊？
我睇緊丁頭實況啊，你一陣先啦。
咦，有啲冇呢喎？喂，我嗰陣時睇。好，人多啊，你哋話事啊。
啊，嗰時又係你貪平，用邊一間上網公司嘅？唔關我事㗎喎。
好啦，片就睇完啦嚇，大家要記住個內容啦嚇。咁呢個時候咧，我哋邀請阿 Toys 出嚟咯喎。
阿 Toys 唔該。
應該有啲攰㗎，Toys 打咗咁耐。
好攰啊！
但 fans 咧不離不棄啊，仲係支持你㗎，仲係喺度啊。
冇錯，好啦，咁我哋事不宜遲啦，阿 Toys 即刻問下第一條問題。
大家叻機嘅時候做過最霸氣嘅事係咩咧？
大家叻機嘅時候做過最霸氣嘅係咩 ？OK， 好，放低手先，我哋數3聲嚇。準備1、2、3。
好，你求其揀位。好，呢位灰色衫嘅男士係最霸氣，做緊乜嘢？做緊乜嘢？你最霸氣呢個叻機嘅時候？打爆隻 mouse 啊！打爆個 mouse。
打爆隻 mouse 夠唔夠霸氣啊
？O K 啊
，OK， 比較霸氣嘅，好。
打機嗰陣，如果屋企 share 你嘅 network， 你會點樣處理咧
？share 你咧會點處理？放低手先。好，嚟啦喎！
準備1、2、3。
哇，好多啊！好，你又揀一位啦 ，Toys。嗌大聲啲啦！好，呢位黑色衫嘅男士係。
機嘅時候就梗係要叫屋企唔好 download 咁多片啦。
我叫屋企唔好 download 咁多片得唔得啊
？OK 啊。
又得㗎係咪啊？真係可以話為啊今晚。
送晒啲戰衣出去啦，咁好多謝晒咧，亦都恭喜晒所有得獎嘅朋友嘅。咁其實咧，我哋頭先咧都講咗好多咧打機上面會遇到嘅問題啦，上網嘅時候會見到呢一啲問題，有時真係好煩㗎。
係啊，好煩啊！我都好中意上網嘅，好似咧片中嘅阿 Toys 咁樣咧，成日對咧叻機嘅話咧，真係好冇癮㗎嘛。不過唔使驚啊，因為而家咧網上行10G光纖咧就可以解決以上嘅問題㗎啦。咁同埋咧，阿 Toys 亦都拍咗另一條短片咧，去睇下一啲解決嘅方法嘅喎。大家冇想睇咧，不如一齊去片啦喎。
好，我哋一齊睇下啲解決方案先，去片。
發生啲咁嘅事，大家都唔想嘅，但係其實只要你揀咗一間網速快、穩定同埋流暢嘅網絡供應商，成件事就會唔同晒㗎啦。唔信，去片啦！喂，冇勁咧，我勁就梗㗎啦，但有時都會輸嘅喎。點解咧？好多時都係因為上網嘅問題而叻到我輸嘅。我呢個禮拜試緊全港第一個10G光纖入屋寬頻，10G寬頻快就緊㗎啦，10G 啊嘛，但係除咗快，仲好穩定添。你睇我依家一路打 LOL， 一路 download 10幾個唔同嘅 file，都唔會有任何叻機同斷線嘅情況，你又知有幾穩陣啦。你哋平時睇直播係咪成日都會叻下，又用到最高嘅畫質睇咧？你睇我而家，而家我再溫個 ping time test 俾你哋睇下啦。你睇到個 ping time 數值絕對係好快同穩定嘅。想唔想追上我嘅實力少少咁多咧？想就要密切留意呢個全港首推嘅網上行10G光纖入屋寬頻啦。
好啦，嗱， 嗱，睇完咧呢一個解決方案咧，大家都應該咧好明白啦。其實最緊要咧都係揀一個好啲嘅網絡啦，就好似咧我哋嘅網上行十擊光纖咁啦。
係啦，記得大家咧要採用網上行啦嚇。咁啊，其實咧我哋今日亦都去到咧成個 show 嘅尾聲嘅喎。冇錯。天下無不散之筵席啊嘛，係咪啊？咁咧亦都進入咧最緊張嘅就係咧頒獎禮同埋閉幕禮㗎。
冇錯啦，咁我哋咧即將就要頒發咧第一個嘅獎項咧，就係咧 Aces Cosplay Tournament 2015啊嚇！咁大家咧都好緊張，想知道咧獎係花落誰家㗎啦。咁我哋咧先請我哋嘅頒獎嘉賓出嚟先咧。
好，頒獎嘉賓邊位咧？就係 Derek 嘅係咪 ？Hello Derek。你好，係啊。出神入化啫。OK， 唔該晒 Derek。
好啦，你有冇咩心水咧？我哋嘅 cosplay。
哇，咁個 cosplay 都好犀利喎，咁我都係等翻專業嘅評判去評一評啦。
係啦，好難揀㗎，我都知道。好啦，咁不如我哋而家即刻咧就宣佈我哋嘅3強係邊幾位啦嚇。咁首先咧進入到3強嘅咧就係有 Eternal Snow。Eternal Snow 喺邊啊？俾啲掌聲。跟住咧仲有假面製造。同埋 Team AK 嘅，我哋俾啲掌聲佢哋3隊先啦。好啦，我哋即刻咧就會公佈㗎啦嚇。咁我哋咧 Aces Cosplay Tournament 2015季軍得主，
季軍得主係 Team AK。我哋可以咧頒發咗獎牌先嘅，好，同埋有個非常之靚嘅獎杯喎。
好，咁咧我哋咧自送咗呢一個嘅 foam board 先嚇。
foam board 先，好，嚟張大合照啊！
好，唔該晒。跟住咧，我哋就要咧宣佈咧亞軍嘅噃。
假面製造，恭喜晒，好犀利嘅功夫啊！打得非常之厲害啊！恭喜晒你哋。好，有請禮儀小姐為我哋攞出亞軍嘅風波。好緊張啊！唔知咧究竟，即其實都見到啦，冠軍係得主已經咧企咗喺度啦。好啦，跟住就係咧冠軍啦，就係 Esports 2015嘅冠軍得主係 Eternal Snow。非常之驕俏啊
！Thank you， 我哋一齊影張相先。
4位都係非常之漂亮嘅女孩子嚟㗎。恭喜晒
！OK， 恭喜晒，唔該晒咧，我哋嘅 Aces Cosplay Tournament 2015嘅咁多位得獎子，咁你哋咧可以稍稍咧到台下邊咧休息一陣先嘅，唔該晒。
跟住落嚟要頒發咧嘅獎項就係終極街頭霸王4㗎啦嚇，咁亦都有請 Derek 劉步為我哋頒獎嘅。
我哋係啦，繼續有請 Derek 劉步幫我哋頒獎嘅。咁我哋而家咧就要宣佈咧終極街頭霸王4嘅選手咯喎嚇，
3位嘅分別係。
Cody MP、
Human Bomb
同埋拳霸鬥魚大口嘅，
有請3位上台攞獎。
咁我哋咧首先咧就要公佈咧季軍嘅得主啦。咁網上行10擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技終極街頭霸王4總決賽嘅季軍得主咧，就係 Cody MP， 我哋俾啲掌聲好唔好？
都係一啲 都唔容易嘅嚇。
冇錯。
跟住落嚟就係亞軍得主就係 Human Bomb。
冇錯。
恭喜晒！
跟住到我哋嘅網上十擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技終極街頭霸王4總決賽嘅冠軍啊，就係咧拳霸鬥魚大口啊！恭喜晒啊嚇！反敗為勝啊，真係好激烈啊！
好有鬥志啊！好，
冇錯，
四位嚟張大合照嘅。
係啊，幾位影張大合照先。
希望咧咁多位嘅勝利者咧能夠保持水準，希望日後有更好嘅成績㗎。
冇錯，咁喺我哋咧呢個比賽世界裏邊咧，真係唔到最後一刻咧，都不知道誰勝誰負啊嚇！相信頭先大家咧都睇得非常之緊張㗎啦。
好，望住呢個鏡頭，
俾啲笑容啊，幾位。OK， 唔該晒
3位，恭喜晒，有請 Derek 留步。
係啦 ，Derek 留步3位咧可以到台下咧稍稍休息嘅。咁跟住咧，我哋就要頒發咧爐石戰記嘅賽事嘅得獎主啦噃。咁咧，我哋咧就有請咧2位總決賽嘅選手上台先，就係 HKA Neo 同埋 Kenson。
有請2位。哇！頭先爐石戰記咧都係非常之精彩嘅一場賽事嚟㗎嚇。
冇錯，好啦，
我哋要宣佈咯喎，網上行10億光纖第3屆香港電子競技爐石戰記總決賽嘅亞軍得主係香港 Neo
HKA Neo。恭喜晒！咁換言之咧，我哋網上10擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技爐石戰記總決賽嘅冠軍得主咧，就係 Kenson 啦！恭喜晒 Kenson！咁咧有請咧我哋3位一齊影翻張大合照先啊！俾啲笑容啊，開心少少！
恭喜晒2位嚇！去到重頭賽事嘅頒獎時間啊，就係網上行10億光纖第3屆香港電子競技嘅英雄聯盟總決賽嘅頒獎啦！
冇錯啦，咁呢個時候咧就有請咧 Derek 咧繼續留步啊，幫我哋咧頒埋咧呢一個嘅終極大獎啦！好，我哋網上行10擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技英雄聯盟總決賽嘅亞軍得主咧，就係我哋 HongKong Esports 咁啦，可以請 HongKong Esports
代表上嚟，
嘅代表可以上台啦。
好，有 Toys，
我哋嘅隊長阿 Toys。
好，一齊上嚟係咪啊？好，一齊上嚟啦！
一齊上嚟啦！
再一次同 fans 見面。
橫掂我哋咁多 fans 支持你哋嚇，
加油啊！
好，恭喜晒！咁而家咧就有請 Derek 咧幫佢哋咧帶上呢個獎牌先嘅。台下嘅觀眾可唔可以俾啲掌聲你哋支持嘅HongKong Esports 啊？
亦都要俾啲掌聲自己留守到最後支持HongKong Esports 㗎，非常之感動啊！
冇錯啊！嗱，今日咧HongKong Esports咧雖然咧可能就未能夠咧得到最好嘅成績啦，但係咧相信喺你哋嘅心目中咧，佢哋咧都永遠係你哋咧最好嘅，你們是最好的。
好，我哋嚟張大合照先。
好，我哋咧HongKong Esports同埋 Derek 一齊影張合照先嘅嚇。
好，可以褪翻去台嘅中間多少少。
我哋咧真係睇
中間。好。
可以往你們的左
過咗少少啊！好啦，
可以啦。
望住鏡頭前面。
我哋再一次俾啲掌聲HongKong Esports，恭喜晒！
真係非常之好嘅交流平台啊！香港、台灣啊，一家親可以一齊咧，係即係分享一下呢個電子競技嘅心得咧，真係實屬難得㗎。
好，冇錯，唔該晒幾位 ，thank you。咁其實可以稍稍咧喺我哋嘅台右手邊嗰度咧，暫時等一陣啊嚇。跟住落嚟咧，我哋就會公佈埋網上10擊光纖第3屆香港電子競技大賽英雄聯盟總決賽嘅冠軍啦，就係閃電狼。恭喜你！
好，亦都有請 Derek 為我哋頒獎嘅。
咁 咁咧今日咧都可以睇到啦，我哋嘅香港電子競技咧，其實咧一路咧咁樣咧去踏出咧呢一個世界嘅舞台啊，越嚟越國際化，而且我哋今日咧真係非常之多朋友嚟到現場支持我哋都非常之感動。
尤其是我哋喺後台啊，聽到佢哋咧不斷咁樣咧歡呼啊、吶喊啊，好震撼啊！好，跟住落嚟咧有請 Derry 咧將呢一個嘅獎牌咧，哇好大個啊，頒俾佢哋嘅隊長啊！
冇錯，再一次咧恭喜晒閃電狼能夠得到冠軍嘅，咁希望咧電子競技嘅選手咧都好。精彩嘅賽事啊嚇！好啦，咁我哋咧嘅獎項咧已經咧頒發完成啦。而家我哋有請所有得獎者可以咧到台上面一齊影張大合照嘅。有請咁多位嘅得獎者可以上台
嚟張大合照啦！
係啦。
好，唔該晒。頭先得個獎嘅朋友仔都可以上台嚟張大合照㗎啦嚇！亦都有請麻煩工作人員咧幫手，係啦，話俾佢知佢哋應該企喺邊一度嘅喎。
OK。
OK， 好。
好啦，嗱，因為我哋 cosplay 嘅朋友着得咁靚咧，我相信你哋應該咧要踏前一步啊嚇，可以咧喺我哋所有選手前面呢個位置。俾大家咧睇到你哋件靚衫，可能要踎一踎低少少。係啦，踎到
踎，女士又難踎啲，就可能係啦，都踎到嘅話，盡量踎低啦嚇。因為我哋咧人數眾多啊。好，亦都有請頭先咧得獎嘅朋友，爐石戰機、街頭霸王4嘅朋友仔都可以上嚟一齊嚟合照啦。
爐石戰機、街頭霸王朋友，係啦，
係㗎，可以快啲啦。咁香港 Esports 嘅朋友仔都可以快啲嚟上台影張大合照啦，一個非常之值得留念嘅時刻嚟㗎嚇。
中間嘅相機，中間大會攝影師先。好啦，嗱，因為好多朋友想同你哋影相啊嚇，我哋首先望住中間嘅攝影師先。OK， 跟住咧，我哋一齊望向咧你哋嘅右手邊的我們一起往右手邊看。好啦，然後慢慢。從右邊慢慢看去中間，我哋咧由右邊慢慢望去中間，跟住咧再慢慢向左邊，然後最後就看左邊，左手邊。好啦，我哋台下嘅朋友，我哋咧俾一次熱烈嘅掌聲，恭喜我哋台上咁多位嘅得獎朋友，恭喜晒！
恭喜晒，付出咗好多努力同埋時間先有今日嘅成績㗎 ，thank you。唔
該晒咁多位。第二幕遲嘅有請 Derry，
今日獎交俾你。Hello， 我係中田生啦。咁我想同大家分享一個故仔先嘅。其實我自己咧係好慘㗎。我由細到大，我打咩機都叻機。我連上 HongKong Esports 嘅網睇新聞都叻機。我諗唔到呢個世界上有啲乜嘢可以點燃到呢個咁乏味嘅人生。咁啱，我瘋狂撳 F5 嘅時候，我發現 HongKong Esports 嘅網見到網上行原來出咗10GB嘅光纖，咦又咁啱，電腦又啱啱壞咗，咁啊整翻部新嘅華碩 ROG 嘅電腦，即刻成個人嘅自信心都翻返嚟啦，耶 ！OK， 咁啊，咁啊，梗係即刻利用呢個10GB嘅光速。快過小明嘅速度裝翻呢個 LOL 同埋爐石戰記先啦，咁 咁啊，由於個 FPS 又夠快，幾秒入到 game， 即刻梗係瘋狂咁樣開金卡。咁啊，當然就要用到呢個 BanQ 嘅高清，慢慢對於金級 FF 到829，再諗下點同你哋呢班人、呢班觀眾去呢個咁嘅 photo station 度戳住咁影相啦。咁當然啦，相信大家聽我講成分鐘嘅廢話，都應該知道我嘅語文能力啦係有待改善嘅。咁所以以下落嚟嘅稿咧，之後要講嘅嘢咧，都係由日新教育嘅中文老師馮 Sir 之後幫我改嘅。咁啦，今日其實我係好想同咁多位分享一下我哋呢一年嘅年史，同大家交流我創業嘅心路歷程，或者係電競呢2年半嘅得失。不過而家呢一刻企喺呢度，我覺得呢啲嘢都唔係真係咁重要。我希望大家可以接受我哋一個好衷心嘅多謝，好多謝你哋 ，thank you， 好多謝你哋可以令到我岳高頭咁樣面對我嘅屋企人，面對我嘅 friend 同佢哋講，呢2年半嚟，我可能做好多嘢都比較魯莽，不過有一樣嘢我好肯定係做得好啱嘅，就係創立咗一間名為 HongKong Esports 嘅公司。諗翻起幾年前搞 Esports， 我成日都呢一刻喺度之前喺度諗，如果我翻轉頭會叫自己三思，因為電子競技係一個比較好虛無嘅嘢，一啲好唔實在嘅一樣嘢。咁喺香港搞呢個唔實在嘅嘢，冇乜直接嘅商業價值嘅嘢，我通常都唔俾人睇好啊。不過今日啦，我見到在場所有觀眾都係非常之實在。所有嘅比賽都好實在咁樣觸動咁多位嘅人心，亦都好實在咁見到超過3000人觀眾去到現場，你哋嘅掌聲、你哋嘅歡呼、你哋嘅笑容都係好實在啊！咁當然啦，我哋一早就賣爆晒呢幾千張飛都好實在啦。咁作為遊戲業嘅社企，出年應該都唔會加價嘅。咁你哋會唔會繼續支持先？係咪㗎？咁亦都要好多謝咁多位嘅 sponsor 啦。咁啊 sponsor 可以用行動去證明咗電子競技喺香港係一門嘅專業，亦都可以見到喺我哋一開始嘅時候，喺一個咁新興嘅行業 sponsor 已經投放咗咁多資源喺度，推動電子競技嚟講，絕對佢哋應記一功㗎。咁我亦都要好多謝我嘅屋企人同埋我親愛嘅女朋友。好似錯稿，其實我係冇女朋友嘅。咁我多謝我屋企人啦，我對佢哋好多歉意啊，因為每一次佢哋都為我擔心。諗翻當初我搞電子競技嘅時候，佢喺度諗，喂，真係唔得喎，好會驚我受到好多挫折。不過佢哋冇阻止我，亦都一直以嚟用佢最大嘅努力去支持我。咁其實我深深係感受到佢哋呢一個咁強大嘅支柱。繼續落嚟，我都係因為佢哋而繼續努力落去。今日啦，我想對我2位咁 OP 嘅爸爸媽媽承諾啦，我會用成績去作為佢哋嘅回報。咁我啲同事，我真係好愛我每一位 HongKong Esports 嘅同事。HongKong Esports 係一間非常非常團結嘅公司。喺呢一年嚟，呢幾年嚟，無論係呢一個年度嘅大 show， 喺無論推動電子競技，佢哋都係用盡佢哋每一份嘅心血。嗰啲 OT 啊、衝頂啊、嗰啲 weekend 喺公司呢啲唔再多講，因為大家係有目共睹啊。同呢班有咁好嘅同事一齊做嘢，唔係喺台上面3言2語可以講得到，係真係在心中啊。咁最後啦，講完廢話啦，就係要多謝咁多位現場嘅觀眾啦，所謂睇緊直播嘅朋友啦，同埋所有參賽者，係因為你哋啦，令到呢個比賽一年比一年嘅多人，比賽一年比一年嘅精彩。嚟緊香港 Esports 會繼續以多元化發展，喺年尾我哋會進軍埋東南亞，繼續舉辦好多國際性嘅比賽，繼續為大家提供一個國際性嘅電競平台，令到台港嘅玩家可以得到最新最快嘅資訊。亦都當然 會發掘更多有潛質嘅人加入呢個電競圈。最後，我哋 HongKong Esports 會繼續用盡每一份嘅心血，推動電子競技。多謝。多謝晒 Derek 為我哋分享。Thank you， 多謝 Derek， 可以到台下休息啦。
台下咧繼續細心欣賞咧我哋嘅壓軸啊呢一個嘅閉幕表演啊！
好犀利啊！呢個壓軸表演啦，非常之正能量嘅歌曲啊！大家千祈唔好行開，唔好走住啊嚇！因為一陣間咧，我哋送上嘅表演嘉賓就叫做 Tonic 嘅，我哋用佢哋嘅掌聲歡迎佢先。Tonic 都等咗好。Hello， 嘿，大家好啊！好開心啊！今日真係有第一次可以親眼目擊到一個咁熱血嘅比賽。啱啱喺裏邊咧等嘅時候已經 download 咗個 game 啦，我會 download 嚟玩嘅。我希望有機會可以參加呢個比賽。好嘅，送俾你哋呢隻歌，今日為咗慶祝咁成功搞呢個遊戲，大家都好支持 HK Esports 㗎嘛，係咪？我哋唱呢首歌，希望俾少掌聲佢哋好嘛？
Oh, HKE, you are my fantasy. HKE, 我啱啱都變咗你嘅 fans。今日我女友飛咗我，夜晚自己一個和孝自我。網上女神有好多個，有終日你發我，輪住陪我。Happy Star 咗幾百億，我單靠咗點算好？好彩佢幫我做齊每一張 HKE 啊 ，Oh HKE， bring me to the fantasy， 哦說真的，我們不能沒有你 ，Oh HKE， bring me to the fantasy， 我不能忘記你，陪我度過30 Super。多咗幾百億，咁冇事就點算好？有蝕都好難組齊每一隻。Come on， Oh HKE， bring me to the fantasy。哦，說真的，我們不能沒有你。Oh HKE， bring me to the fantasy， 我不能忘記你。陪我度過30 俾啲聲嚟聽下嘛，大聲啲！用把手啊！不能忘記HKE， 下年你哋會唔會再嚟啊？下年一齊做佢 fans，thank you。OK， 今日係我哋鼓手嘅生日快樂。俾啲掌聲，阿晨曦好唔好啊？
你使唔使講幾句嘢啊？好多嘢講噶嘛你。講啦，講幾句嘢，多謝。頭先你多謝下人哋送咗個蛋糕俾你。
多謝一班好朋友送咗個蛋糕俾我哋啦。咁今日係一個打機嘅盛事啦。我哋其實喺後台都非常之感染到個氣氛啦，即係哇出一招大技，竟然可以引起嚟即係幾千嘅觀眾喺度咁樣嘅歡呼咁樣。我哋決定咗，我哋都要打 LL。不過我哋得4個人，咁啊不如咧就公開招募第5個隊員啦。好啦，咁留意我哋嘅嘢啦，咁睇下即係第5位隊員邊個可以 carry 下我哋去過關啦。唔該曬大家。
多謝晨曦。我講少少先都呢一個場。我哋曾經都喺度搞過我哋嘅演唱會，所以今日咧喺呢度見到一個咁熱血嘅一個環境，咁多歡呼聲咧，係好感動嘅。希望嚟緊我哋無論真係我哋4個人繼續喺我哋嘅音樂路上面努力又好，喺可能我哋真係投入咗去打機之後，喺我哋打機嘅路途都好，我哋都會俾心機。你哋繼續支持我哋好唔好啊？Thank you。我哋今年嚟緊9月25號會有我哋自己嘅演唱會啦，到時會見到你哋。OK， 買飛入場同我哋玩啫嘛！多謝你哋，多謝今日嘅主辦單位俾咗個咁好嘅地方我哋玩。記住都要支持埋呢一個活動，我哋都會親身去支持。送俾你呢一隻歌，因為今日真係時間唔夠啦。有機會再唱多啲歌俾你哋聽。呢隻歌個歌名同我哋隊 band 個名一樣嘅。初力，希望你哋中意。傻得夠快活，有顆熱血錯又怕咩禍？我信個世界冇嘢難到我，就算傻，好過原地匿喺屋企齋 hea 白過。到最尾怕咩冇結果？記住呢句説話。OK， 一齊啊！1、2、3，起碼我做過。一齊跳啊！坐咗過嚟啊 ！1、2、3，舊時讀書讀死搏，會考攞隻 A， 到會考取消將術攝喺茶几。第時買車買樓買完就供到嘔，用條命供一個爛夠。世界要我做嘅嘢實在太多，跟就錯，我做我自己好過。1、2、3、4， 傻得夠快活，有個熱血錯又怕咩禍？我信個世界冇嘢難到我，就算傻，好過原地亂跌匿喺屋企齋 hea 白過。到最尾怕咩冇結果？起碼我做過。你扮搭 band 好驚冇人，但聽到聲，我哋喺鬼節唱歌俾私人聽。百零隻粗過綁埲牆流水嘅房，夾下 band 火燭去避惡啦。世界要我做嘅嘢實在太多，唔跟就錯，我做我自己好過你哋。1、2、3、4， 傻得夠快活，有個熱血錯又怕咩禍？
我信個世界冇嘢難到我，就算傻，好過原地原天匿喺屋企齋 hea 白過，到最尾怕咩冇結果，起碼我做過。Thank you。我知道一啲都唔容易，無論係玩呢個遊戲又好，我哋夾 band 又好，每一條路都真係好難行嘅。但係最緊要，我身邊有3個咁好嘅 bandmate， 我眼前面有你哋咁好嘅觀眾一路支持住我哋會俾心機啊！多謝晒你哋，俾少少鼓勵我哋呢隊樂隊。喺唔同嘅地方都希望見到你哋。我哋隊 band 叫做 第日個先問我係邊一個，我唔會 O 嘴冇嘢講。阿爺我蠢過叻過戇居過，同3個廢柴夾過 D.O. 傻得夠快活，有個熱血搏命夠膽錯，我信個世界冇嘢難。我就算傻，好過原地原地匿喺屋企齋 hea 白過，到最尾怕咩冇結果，我有乜錯？啱嘅故事太多，收聲我想將錯就錯，到最尾再睇下最初，起碼我做過。下次再見，多謝晒，拜拜，
拜拜 ，thank you， 唔該晒 Tony， 隨住 Tony 嘅表演結束，亦都咧宣布我哋今日嘅所有活動咧都結束㗎啦嚇。咁啊，首先咧我哋要咧感謝一班嘅單位嘅，分別咧就係有鍾培生先生啦，同埋各位嘅贊助商㗎，包括有網上行嘅10億光纖冠名贊助，華碩 Republic of Gamma 嘅專席贊助 ，BenQ 嘅黃金贊助，仲有日新教育 Game World。Photo Station 嘅贊助同埋 Showbiz 嘅協辦嘅，
冇錯。當然咧，最後就要多謝我哋現場嘅觀眾啊，同埋咧所有睇緊我哋直播嘅觀眾啦，多謝晒！冇你哋咧就唔會有我哋嘅存在，所以好多謝你哋嘅支持。希望喺下一個咧電子競技嘅活動再見到你哋，約定你哋下年再見，拜拜，下年見，
下年見。
喂，HongKong Esports 嘅同事留步，我哋一陣間台上面影咗大合照。Thank you， 今日辛苦晒咁多位 ，Thank you。Good show，very good show。喂，同事，HongKong Esports 嘅上嚟啊！好多場一陣間完埋呢個上埋嚟啊！攤位嘅同事上嚟啊！
Days and nights and twilights for this fight, making my name so they cause you true fright. Z